dribble drive.
Him getting down on the court.
And then getting down on the ground and fighting for the ball. And then
again.
By the way, GP2, we haven't talked about.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get back. I want to get back to the lineups.
That defense steps up.
Yeah. Let me get back to the list. We got a long show. You are. We got to look. You're
really
right.
Empty
the clip in the first segment. It's all good. It was a fun win. I was so hyped on that postgame show. And then I heard Alan Styles last night on the postgame show had me zooming at 100 miles an hour because he had me fired up. Good. He was talking about we go beat championship. I said, whoa. Then I heard Philbo Mike call the show and drop the mic in 30 seconds. I said, damn, I'm ready to do a show right now. It was tough to go to sleep last night, folks. It was really tough to go to sleep. But back to the non-scorer lineup. Marty Poole talked about lineup changes. I don't believe you can have two non-scorers in your lineup, which means Draymond Green and Kevon Looney as your starters. You're playing 3-on-5 offensively. You're congesting the court. I don't care if you have Poole, Clay, and Curry on the floor. You still have two non-scorers.
Yeah.
That's too much work for Poole, Clay, and Steph to run off screens, to do things with the basketball, to face double teams.
It allows two guys to not worry about their guy on the perimeter, and they can double and help on other dudes.
And even
two, not one.
Yeah, two. And even if you say run, everybody loves to pick and roll. They want isolation. They want high pick and roll, which Steve Kerr ran a lot for Jordan Poole. They're going to blitz Steph, Poole, or Clay and double the hell out of them. Why? Because Draymond Green and Looney aren't threats off the roll to go in and finish at the rim. It's just not going to happen. Kuminga, as a screener and a roller, will finish at the rim. So here's the issue, and this is why Steve Kerr gets paid the big bucks. And you're right, 510 Comcast Business Text Line. Looney is the MVP. If there was a Lynn Eshmont Award for the Golden State Warriors, he would get it. Maybe it's the Nate Thurman Award.
His heart and
the
soul
Al Adels.
Yesterday in the final couple minutes, I can't get over how great he's been playing this year.
He's been playing
And then the offensive rebounding.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's not just the second, third effort. It's him closing out, boxing out dudes. Like I loved it. And that was a physical team.
That was a physical team in Miami. Pat Riley, Eric Spoelstra teams.
Tucker,
they're physical.
Jimmy Butler.
They will try to punk you.
Yes.
They will try to embarrass you.
And then how about Looney hitting the mid-range shot?
I loved it. But here's the deal.
Has Draymond taken a mid-range shot? All year.
So to my point.
Can I see the shots? I would love to see that.
So to my point, you can find it on NBA.com to show you all the
I don't
all
think
the shooting
he's taken
charts.
anything but a layup and threes.
I seen him take a couple mid-ranges. Wasn't the prettiest shots, but hey, we move on. Look, the non-scoring offense, I think you got to go away with it. You got to have one non-scorer on the court at all times.
Yeah.
Not two, because you look at Phoenix, you look at Denver, you look at Dallas. They all got scores. Ja Morant and the Memphis Grizzlies, they got scores, and they beat the Nets last night without Ja Morant. All right? They all have scores on the floor at the same time. So if you're going to tweak the starting lineup, you got to make a hard decision here, Steve Kerr. It's going to be tough for him. And instead of talk about Clay coming off the bench, because Clay's going to start. You're going to start him. You want his spacing. You want his threat out there. And you want the space that Poole and Curry are going to provide for Klay Thompson. Looney at the 5, okay. Are you going to take out Wiggins? I don't think you can take out Wiggins out of the starting lineup because what did it do to him mentally? I think he's a guy who started his whole career. If you put him on the bench, you potentially could lose him. And I know people are going to say, well, be a professional. You get paid $30 million. It's not that easy. It just don't work like that.
Well,
it's a mindset.
And you want to put him in the best psychological spot to enhance his opportunities.
So I doubt it's going to happen. But, man, Draymond Green, that's the guy maybe we need to be talking coming off the bench. You can still give him 30 minutes a game. You still give him 25 to 30 minutes a game, but I don't know how you put Jordan Poole back on the bench anymore. Well, I just don't know how you do that.
You can't. I mean, if you're asking me today, if they're going to win a championship, it goes Steph and Poole. Those are going to be their leaders offensively, and they're going to run everything. We know how important defense is, but Bonte, this thing where Dre has to play the 4 and Kevon plays the 5, I think Gene won me over yesterday when he called in and he said, Draymond Green's got to play more small ball 5, and I think from here on out, the only way he can play on the court with some of these guys is small ball 5.
Right.
What are we holding him for? He already missed 2 months of the year this year.
Right.
He's getting to the end of his career, all right? We did it early in his career to try to salvage and stretch it out. Now, to me, I think he's small ball 5 from here on out. If you want to maximize him and maximize this roster and truly win a championship, you can't waste any minutes with a non-shooting lineup. I'm with you.
I mean, Kuminga is threatening to start. Kuminga's threatening. I don't know if they'll go there because you need his instant energy off the bench. But as a roller on the pick and roll, he finishes at the rim.
And of the guys that you named, so let's say Poole, Steph, and Clay, at the rim athleticism, Poole can finish, Steph can finish. They don't give you that athleticism Kuminga does.
No.
He catches it deep in the paint. He is going to get fouled or put it in.
Or he's going to dunk on you.
That's what I'm saying.
He's going to embarrass
you. And his physicality in terms of strength and athleticism, it's so needed. So needed on this team. Look, is he going to get in foul trouble? There's no question. B, he is leading the scores for rookies in per 36.
I saw that. I
couldn't believe that.
I couldn't believe that either.
Say that, my jaw dropped.
Yeah, they threw the graphic up there. So
my jaw dropped.
I don't know. I don't know what you do with this lineup, but a hell of a win.
On a winning team.
On a winning team.
Not on a losing team.
Not on the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Right now.
Not on the Orlando Magic. Not on one of these downtrodden teams. It's on the Golden State Warriors. Let's go to Mike in Pleasant Hill.
What's up, Mike?
In Pleasant Hill. Good morning. You're on the roast.
These are good problems.
Very good problems.
Hey, morning, fellas. Glad to be calling again. I was just wondering, like you said, Looney hit his jump shot. I want to talk about Looney's jump shot. I think he can be a scorer, man. Like, he's got a really nice jump shot. I don't know why he doesn't do it more. Because when I've seen him shoot, at least since the start of his career, he never does it. I thought he was going to start taking them more, but, he could be so much more an offensive threat if he just starts shooting the ball more. Like, I just want to hear your thoughts on that. Also, I think I like Kuminga at the 4 a lot and the 5 as well.
I do too.
Yeah, me too.
It's interesting on Kevon Looney. When they don't have a lot of the normal guys out there, he does rip that shot. And it's once a game. Once a game. I think he can hit more of those and draw a defender out a little more. Not he's going to be a stretch 4 or stretch 5. That's not who he's going to be. But just take those shots. A shot created is a shot that must be taken. That's the way I live my life.
No doubt. And look, that's not his role. We talked to him at Media Center or Media Day. Remember we walked up on Looney? I said, man, pull that 3 ball, man. You were lighting it up in high school. He goes, that's not my role on this team.
No.
He knows his role. And his role is to rebound, play solid defense.
Agreed.
Look, Bam Adebayo is a great player. And he scored 25 yesterday with 9 rebounds.
He catches it in the lane.
He's dunking on you.
Yeah.
He is a problem.
Yeah.
But Looney continues to hold it down. He's played every single game. So I like Looney's role right now. He knows his role off the screen, but he can hit the mid-range.
Yes.
It's a nice development for him. So I like that. Let's go to Kirk in Oakland real quick before we hit the break. Kirk, what's happening?
Beam me up, Scotty.
What's going on, guys? Hey, Jonathan Kuminga, I only shot y'all know about 25 and 15, but if he gets that mid-range right, man, 28 and 10, I can see that. And before I go, banter, he lost his mind talking about Draymond off the bench. So let's not ever mention that again.
But Kurt, Kurt, real quick.
Yeah, go
2
ahead.
non-scorers on the floor. It just looks different.
Yeah,
don't lie. It looks different.
You got to take Looney out. You take Looney out in the playoffs.
You got to take Looney out?
Like you want to. You take him out in the playoffs.
Look, this is, Kirk, it's an interesting point. On the other side.
You guys could understand that?
Yeah, because it beat me up, Scotty. I'm ordering from Burger King. B, on the other side, I want to talk about this because I think this is an interesting point. Are we trying to make everybody happy in terms of some of the older players, or are we trying to win a championship? You talk all this big game about how everybody wants to win a championship. The organizational philosophy is championship. I'm not worried about people's feelings at this point in the season. I'm worried about winning a championship. And if you're truly about getting championships, then
you got to make some tough decisions.
Well, adjust to your role and embrace it.
Honestly.
I don't care who it is.
Honestly, 2 non-scorers on the floor. I think the Warriors need to move off from that. All right, 888-957-9570. Line them up. Dub Nation, big-time win. I don't even know what else we got on deck today because that win last night in Miami. Now they get the day off. Now they play the Atlanta Hawks, who stink this year. 1 game under 500. The Fighting Matt Steinmetzes. The Atlanta Hawks are dreadful this season. Maybe that's a game you can still on the road on Friday. Winning down in South Beach, Miami. We'll see how it looks. 888-957-9570. That's the hotline. That's the text line. Comcast Business text line, that is. And that's what's coming up. Sponsored by Outdoor Supply Hardware.
Spring into action at
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Oh, baby. Yeah. Hell yeah. What a win last night for the Warriors. Tied up at the half at 50 apiece. They come out in the third quarter, scored 19 straight. The Heat come roaring back and cut that lead to 1 going into the fourth quarter. And then just all the money plays made by the Golden State Warriors. The 3 straight threes there late in the fourth to seal the deal. Damian Lee with a 3. He goes 3 of 6 from the three-point line. Gets to the free throw line 9 times yesterday. 9 times. Damian Lee came into the game missing 18 of his last 21 threes. He was ice cold. He had 5 DNPs in the month of March. You know what DNPs are, folks? Did not play. He did not play in 5 games that he was active. Just on the bench. All right? On the bench. Gary Payton II, he's been banged up, dealing with the shin, dealing with the leg. Big corner 3 to follow it up, and he took it with confidence, and he played in that dunker spot and reminded us all while he fell in love with Young Glove. And then Jordan Poole ices it away with another 3. He hit 7 threes yesterday, had a career-high 9 assists, and he drops a 30-burger. His 11th straight game scoring 20-plus points, and the Warriors snapped their 3-game losing streak in a big way, Shasky. That felt good for the soul.
Yeah, there's no doubt it did. And just watching how they closed out that final 5 minutes, when you contrast that with what happened against the Spurs, the defensive lockdown of GP2, and then you got to throw Poole in there. I thought Poole had active hands yesterday as well. And then Kevon Looney diving on the ground. Moses Moody out there making plays. Their length, like the young guys, obviously, their length. And then you throw GP2 in there, and he's such a weapon because you can throw him on so many different guys. And the way that they were passing the ball, how about Bielitsa making a sweet couple of passes to GP2 underneath the rim? He finishes around the hoop. They missed him. Like, quietly, we didn't talk about it. I don't know, maybe what he missed 2.5, 3 weeks? They
He's
missed
out
GP2.
for a while. Yeah, no, he did. He was 5 of 6 yesterday, 11 points, 5 rebounds. And, of course, he had a steal last night, and his impact was felt. His impact
on the floor?
Was felt on the floor. No doubt he was getting down and dirty. Bielitsa, look, it's not the prettiest, but 9 points, 6 rebounds, 5
Big
assists.
3.
5 assists. That was one of Bielitsa's best game.
Yeah.
Quietly starting to break out of the funk.
Because he played for Miami, no?
Played for South. He got traded there.
Maybe it felt a little personal.
Hey, he got traded there from Sacramento. They didn't re-sign him here. So, look, we're going to get to Anthony and Ben in just a second. But right now it's time for Taking Them to School, presented by Evergreen Valley College, home of the highest earning community college graduates in California. A lot of highlights picked from Langford. What you got for me?
Butler with a great catch, beats Tucker, right corner 3, popped out, and there's Kevon Looney. They took away a rebound from him before. Now had 9, now down to 8. Now he's got 9. Poole with a great move on Lowry. Man, ankle breaker 3 for Jordan Poole, who's got 12 points. He put on the brakes, and Lowry was in another area code.
He has that kind of move, that hard dribble, and then back up.
Man, we're going to talk to Jim Barnett at 7:30. He's down in South Beach. Tim Roy on the call. That move on Kyle Lowry was just, this kid is in this bag. He's coming into his own.
The
He is ascending. He is ascending right in front of our eyes. A budding star. Jordan Poole, you keep doing your thing, young man. 30 points, 9 assists, and 4 rebounds. That was taking him to school, which happens in the morning after every game, paid for by our great friends at Evergreen Valley College, home of the highest earning community college graduates in California. Let's get the roasters up. Shasky.
Before we go to the phone lines, 888-957-9570, just a quick point on the feelings thing. They have spent so much gosh darn money to put this team together. The window's so small. We talk about these windows. Once you're this far into a season,
right,
and you have the age players that they have in a 34-year-old Steph and Clay and Trey and all these guys, I don't care about anyone's feelings at this point. Like, I'm not here for it. And I don't think the owner's here for it either. I'm not here for Steve Kerr's feelings. I'm not here for even Steph Curry's feelings. Like, we're just trying to win a championship. And if everybody's got all hands on deck mentality, it shouldn't matter who starts, who plays in the middle of the game, who closes games. I've been told you, I think it should be a case-by-case situation, closer by committee. I don't know about starting games. Maybe there's a template that works best. At this point, I don't even care if it's Dre, if it's Looney, if it's Clay, if it's, Otto Porter Jr., whoever you guys want to choose on a nightly basis to start, to play in the middle part of the game, to close games. I don't care. This is about championship mode right now. And this team has to play.
So what are you saying?
What I'm saying is that they have to play the best players given the matchup. If it's GP2 to start a game for whatever, for a couple of minutes, I'm just hypothetical.
Yeah,
just walk me down hypothetically, right? Because you're going up against Ja. Okay, do it. If it means Draymond has to come off the bench for a certain matchup because Kevon Looney gives us a better look for the first couple minutes of a game, then so be it. Even if it's Klay coming off the bench, I don't care. I'm not about emotions. I'm about winning.
It ain't about emotions. It's about logic. And the logical thing to do is starting Klay Thompson. He's 6'7", 6'8", who can guard 2s and 3s and sometimes point guards. And he's getting better and better at defense. Better and better through defense already. And he hasn't even barely played 2 months after missing 941 days. Klay Thompson's finishing games, folks. Because of his three-point attack, because he could space the floor. He's going to finish games, no matter what the matchup is, because he can defend 3s and 4s and 2s.
I'm not isolating any individual. What I'm saying to you is that I don't have time for any one of these guys' feelings. Wiggins' feelings, we could lose him. I don't care. I'm trying to win a championship.
Yeah, but you need Wiggins to win a championship.
I know, and
you need
yes,
Poole
I need
to win
him
a
to be
championship.
psychologically locked in.
I need Klay.
Him to know on the front end, dog. On any given, everyone on the roster, on any given night, it might be your night, it might not be your night.
It don't work like that.
Yeah,
I hear you. These are big boys. They don't work like that. This ain't just CYO basketball where you just pull a guy, say, hey, you're going to come off the bench today. Get over it, young buck. Wiggins has never came off the bench in his career.
He's an adult.
Yeah, but no, you lose him if he comes off the bench. How does he be aggressive? Is he going to be warm? It's just different. Remember Harrison Barnes? They ruined Harrison Barnes that year when he came off the bench. Ruined him. He was done for the season. Now, Harrison Barnes, we know what type of player he is, but that's what you're dealing with here. Looney coming off the bench. Looney's been a stalwart at the 5.
Look, it's a tough decision.
That's ludicrous.
But this is the part. Like,
so now you want to. So all these people. I don't know. So everybody's calling about size. We need size, but you want to downgrade and bring Looney off the bench?
To me, no. To me,
come on.
To me, it's a Looney Draymond. Start Dre at the 5, or start Looney and bring Dre off the bench.
I'm sorry.
I don't know what it is.
I'm sorry.
There's a hard decision here. Someone's going to be frustrated. JP's got to play. Like, to me, the number one thing is JP gives us our best chance to win. He's got to play.
Listen. You're not going to play Draymond at the 5 with that back injury. He don't look right.
That's a fair point.
He don't look right now.
Fair point.
All right? Klay Thompson gives you wing length.
No, I want Klay in there, and he gives you the shooting and the spacing.
So Poole, Steph, and Klay are going to play, and they're going to start. Klay, Steph's going to start. Poole, he should start. But if he comes off the bench as a 6-man, I ain't mad at it because he's going to finish games.
Yes,
he's going to finish games.
If he can make life easier for Steph in that first quarter, because first quarter starts have been kind of a problem. If they can get their offense rolling early, whatever I got to do to win. Again, this isn't about me isolating an individual. I'm just saying I don't have time for any of their feelings. Like, I don't care.
It ain't about feelings. It's about mindsets and keeping them mentally engaged. You got to keep these guys mentally engaged. You bring Wiggins off the bench, he's done for the season. Well, then, he's done. And now you're wasting $30 million on the bench, and now you're not getting that production. You got to think Wiggins, despite all the offensive struggles, he's still your number one. He's still your number one wing defender. So when this comes to starting time, who's going to stay in front of Ja?
So where are you going?
Who's going to stay in front of?
No, but where are you going with this? Because you're basically saying that it comes down.
It comes down to Draymond or Looney.
So for you, it comes down to them.
I think the best solution. You want to talk about benching Klay?
Starting.
If you want to come back, starting. Let's just say starting a basketball.
All right, because I'm trying to follow.
Look, you know where I'm going.
Yeah,
you know where I'm going.
Yeah, I want to hear.
Draymond coming off the bench.
Okay.
That's what I just said.
All right.
I'm gonna make it clear as day.
Okay.
All right. Draymond Green's not right now. Looney started in every single game this season. He's holding it down at the 5.
Looney's played great.
He's battled against the Jokic's. Yeah. He's battled against Embiid. He's battled against all these bigs.
And he gives you the screen element for Steph Curry early in games.
Can Draymond play the small ball 5 right now? Do you trust him playing against the Jokic's?
To me, that's his spot exclusively for the rest of the year. To me, that's his spot.
You're taking one of
the small ball 5.
My thing is this. You can't have 2 non-scorers on the floor at the same damn time.
So I agree with that.
You can't have that.
If we're working with this, I agree with that premise. What does that do to Draymond psychologically? Because, B, you're talking about Wiggins psychologically. You think Draymond's going to be able to handle that? I'm asking you.
Maybe. He did in his first game back. Ooh. He did his first game back against the Wizards, did he not?
Yes, yes. But I'm just saying, if I was looking between Wiggins and
Right.
Draymond and who would handle going to the bench well, I don't think Draymond would handle it well.
Think Wiggins would handle it well?
No, but Draymond's way more vocal and can really
You know what's going to
upset the apple cart.
What's going to end up happening is Poole's going to come off the bench. And they're going to go with Steph, Clay, Wiggins, Dre, and Looney.
Again, to me, that's feelings based and not production based. So that's kind of the original premise. This is not about feelings. I'm about production.
Draymond's not shooting the ball. Looney's barely shooting the ball. I can't have two non-scorers at the floor at the same time.
To start the year, we all agreed Draymond's more important than Jordan Poole to win a title.
Yep.
I think Jordan Poole is way more important to win a title than Draymond Green right now. And I can't believe I'm saying that.
Spicy. Anthony Bay will get you on the other side. 888-957-9570. More coming up on the roast.
The West Regionalists in the Bay Area. Back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, baby, I should say. Warriors win last night. And, we got question marks. But we're going to enjoy the win, but we got questions moving forward. What you got?
This segment is presented by Golden State Lumber, an essential service. Their lumber yards remain open from 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday. Call 855-GSL-YARD. 855-GSL-YARD. Or visit goldenstatelumber.com. Your boy is out here. I'm picking a new fence right now. I'm working on getting a fence. And let me tell you, Carrie over at Golden State Lumber is helping me out tremendously. I asked her what kind of wood should I use in a very wooded area.
How much does a fence cost?
It depends. There's tiers to this thing. You know,
tier
how
one,
expensive?
Tier 1
do you
fence.
Want
cheap fence?
Do you want clear wood? Do you want it with knots? Do you want it, I guess they call it hearts or something like that?
Basic wood. Cheap fits. What's the cheapest fits you could buy out there?
Well, you can go to somewhere else and get some crud wood, but
I'm
if you want to go to
Golden State Lumber.
Right now I'm looking at a couple of different redwoods, and I'm gonna, because my new little cabin's in the redwoods, so I'm thinking of building a beautiful redwood fence. And
man, you're a baller.
I'm gonna go this way with the fence. You know that they have like a vertical up and down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go horizontal. That's kind of like the new thing right now, going horizontal. So I'm doing that. And Carrie over at Golden State, I told her exactly what the project is. I laid out kind of the area that we're gonna build it, and this is why I go to Golden State, because they set me up and make it effortless. And so my contractor and Carrie, who's the sales rep over there at Golden State, is kind of setting the whole thing up, and it's effortless for me. She gave me all the different options, and I make sure that the wood that I'm using is going to be good for a long, long time, but it fits the motif of the home and the area where the home is.
All right. Well said. Well said. Let's go to Anthony in Vacaville. Anthony, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Top of the morning, fellas. Joe, you got to leave some meat on the bone. I only got gristle by this time. But, so, Vontae, I'm with you that there is a tough decision that has to be made when it comes to Draymond, especially if he's not giving you something offensively. And remember, Draymond he began to start for David Lee, and I'm sure that was, you feel me, that was tough for David Lee being a starter. And then, of course, Steve Kerr, he had to sit Iggy. You know, I think it was Iggy had to start coming off the bench, and then you put him in the closing lineup.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it definitely has to be made. Decisions definitely had to be made. I really, really like Jonathan Kuminga and what he gives you on the small ball five, and I'm just very, very I'm excited to see if he can develop a mid-range game. Like, he can shoot the open three. It takes him a little while to get set up, but if that young kid can get him a mid-range, he really will be, pretty much unstoppable because his athleticism is amazing. I'm also with you, Joe. Jordan Poole, he's at this point, he is the number one, the most important person right now. Until Stephen Curry comes back, we don't know when that is.
Right.
Maybe you guys know, but I don't. But until Stephen Curry comes back, he's the only person there that can create his own shots and also get other people involved. So I think it's a delicate situation. I don't know about sitting Clay. We know he's not going to do that. He said that when KD came. I'm not giving up any of my shots. You guys are tripping. But when it comes to Draymond, I think you're on to something, Bonte.
Yeah, no doubt. Thanks for the call, Anthony. And look, Steve Kerr may come out and say, I'm not pitching Draymond either. I've won championships with them. We're not talking about closing lineups. And really, the starting lineup, let's be real. It's about who finishes the game.
Of course.
As long as everybody sees their minutes. But do you want to get off to a fast start? Do you want to play your guys? Here's the deal about playing Jordan Poole and Stephen Curry. Let's just say, hypothetically, they bench Klay Thompson. And Klay came off the bench. And you have Wiggins there. Draymond's a little compromised with the back. Mm-hmm. And you got Looney. Well, teams in the playoffs are going to hunt Jordan Poole and Stephen Curry. They're going to hunt them out to get the matchup on them. And what they're going to do is go right at them. And that's going to take a lot of energy out of Steph Curry and Jordan Poole. How does that affect their shot offensively? How does that affect their game offensively? Mm-hmm. So having Klay and Wiggins on the floor to guard some of those guys where Steph can hide on a defender in the corner, where Jordan Poole can hide on a defender in the corner. I think that's important. That's what's helped Steph be Steph during those championship runs. He was able to hide on other guys in the corner, maybe an Iman Shumpert, maybe a Matthew Dellavedova, a Tony Allen, where Iguodala's guarding the point guard.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson's guarding the point guard. Klay Thompson's guarding Donovan Mitchell and Damian Lillard and James Harden and Kyrie Irving. And Klay Thompson's getting closer defensively to doing that. We've seen that over the last couple of weeks here where Klay's like, Steve, I want to guard the number one guy. So he can alternate with Wiggins. That's why I say you got to start Klay and Wiggins because it's much more than offense. It feels all offense.
So let me ask you this question because you're making so many good points here. Is Draymond right now, not about his resume, I'm asking right now, in the state that he's in right now, which you and I kind of agree he's not 100% right.
Right.
Is he their best defender?
Not right now.
Who is?
Andrew Wiggins.
Okay. GP2, maybe 2.
Gary Payton II.
Yeah. Right.
Gary Payton II's right there.
They're very different. They're giving me different elements because there's, low post defensive players. There's perimeter defensive
Looney's playing well.
Players.
And guys are going right at Draymond Green knowing he has that back injury.
Okay. So
he's just not right, Shasky.
Okay. Secondarily, when you insinuated this at the break, Steven came in here, and Steven Langford, 5 to 6 pregame show.
Thank you, Monday through Friday.
Yeah, he comes in and
Saturday.
he goes, you guys are like totally missing the boat on Draymond Green because look at what he does for Steph Curry.
I hear you.
So let's break that down. Right now, in terms of Steph Curry and what, are we worried about any precipitous drop-off if, let's just say, Draymond doesn't start the game?
There's a slight concern, but it's Steph Curry.
I think he will adjust.
He could figure it out.
and where we're going with this is, to me, if you're reducing Draymond to a small ball 5, then to me the answer is very simple. It's him or Kevon Looney, and they're rotating those minutes. Obviously, Dre would get the bulk of those minutes. And what you were saying, sub him in like the 4-minute mark?
Sub him in at 6-minute mark, 5-minute mark. You can play the rest of the quarter with Steph and Curry. And they can build that rapport. They can do what they do with the split action, the dribble handoffs. DHOs, as they call them in basketball. Look, I'm looking at some stats here, and I'm looking at some numbers.
Yeah, give them to me.
And we know Steph Curry has shot a season low at 3-point percentage, or a career low at 3-point percentage, and a career low at field goal percentage. But I'm looking at 27 games he played during that stretch in which Draymond was out, which I believe, 30, 31 games. Steph Curry gave you 24 points a game, 7 assists, 5 rebounds. Those are all NBA numbers. Now, the percentages were down. 45% from the field, which a lot of people will take from the point guard spot. 36 from the three-point line. That's down. Is that a direct effect because of Draymond Green? Is that because Draymond Green wasn't playing and he shot 36%? I think some of it had to do with shot selection. I think some of it had to do with Curry chucking from the logo when he was trying to get himself going. Curry started going to the rack, and you look at these games here, 20, 18, 16, 35, 24, 33, 25. I mean, Steph Curry's fine. Steph Curry can figure it out without Draymond Green. Now, maybe there's something there because we saw the numbers against the Washington Wizards. Folks, let's be honest, the Washington Wizards stink. Or one of the worst defensive teams in the league. Now, that may not mean nothing on Sunday when the Warriors visit them at, what do they call it, the Capital One Center? But I think that's a little overrated in my opinion.
It's misleading, you're saying.
I think it's a little
Draymond
overrated.
effect on Curry.
It is. He does have an effect on him. There's no doubt. Draymond Green knows where Curry loves the ball. He hits him right in the pocket. He knows when he's running off these screens
He
there.
sets a good, they do this 2-man game where Dre will, basically
Split
hand
action.
it off
Yep.
and then set a double screen, where he's screening off 2 guys. He is great at that. They do need threats, though, especially when the defenses become more sophisticated and better, because you're not going to get the Wizards in the playoffs, Monte.
Well, look, and nobody's trying to bury the OGs here. We love the OGs. Who's
burying the OGs? They've all missed time. It's just, this is what happens. Older players decline and get hurt.
We love the OGs.
And I don't know how much they got left.
We love the OGs. But has the league caught up to that Warrior system to which you can't play 3-on-5 offensively? You don't have Kevin Durant. You can play 3-on-5 when you have Klay in his prime, Kevin Durant, and Steph Curry.
Well, yeah.
And Klay pre-injury. It's a different ball game, folks. Different ball game.
I don't
You
know.
don't have that right now.
So if it did come down to Wiggins, Draymond, you're going to go with Andrew Wiggins starting and Draymond coming off the bench.
Look, here's what I think will happen. Steve Kerr will start Steph, Clay, Wiggins, Dre, and Looney. That's what I believe Steve Kerr will do.
But I just don't think Dre's a great 4 right now.
I think Steve Kerr's going to roll with that lineup.
He's basically what their point forward. Like that's kind of like the role that he wants to occupy.
I think Steve Kerr's going to roll with that lineup.
I would roll with him as a small ball 5. I would have him as my starting center.
So you'll bring Looney off the bench?
Yeah. Well, I mean, because I just know how Draymond is, right? So I know he.
So now you're worried about feelings.
For him because he's so.
So
crazy.
I thought it wasn't about feelings.
No,
it's about winning championships.
It isn't, but I think that Draymond does more on the court than Kevon Looney. Straight up.
Can he play better defense on those sitters?
I don't know, but I think the body of work overall, I think he can do. Like him against Jokic to start games, don't love it. I mean, just being honest.
Looney battle with Jokic.
Because you're going to get Draymond in foul trouble, and that's another element to this.
I don't know. Let's go to Ben in San Jose.
This is a good problem, though.
Ben in San Jose.
I don't think this is a bad thing.
Good morning.
What's up, Ben?
Good morning.
What's up?
So what's up, guys? Y'all have literally tested my patience before I finally get the mic because you are talking to a fan and a player, and you know what? Y'all have hyped me up enough. I have waited here for 30 minutes. So straight to the point. Let's cut to this.
Get to it,
gentlemen. We have a starting lineup. Like, dude, the starting lineup is like have Bob Myers send them on a full vacation and just have Steve Kerr play with this bench. This bench has showed, or we're not really a bench, because what is this? We got Kevon Looney finally fucking play like a center. Excuse my French.
I mean, that was the wow. I just.
Damn it, Ben!
Ben just doing way too much, dude. Ben doing way too much. 888-957-9570. If you're looking at this roster right now, what do you end up doing? I think they have some interesting things. Do you agree with me that Jordan Poole, outside of Steph Curry, is the most important guy going forward in terms of you got to acquiesce to get him rolling? He does so much for himself and for others and for winning right now. Plus, he's playing better defense.
He's getting better defensively. There's no doubt he's getting better defensively. And he is important. He is important. Now, wherever you want to rank him, that's fine. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. I don't really care. I don't really care where you rank him. All I care about is can he produce? And this is what I said a month ago, Shasky. When it comes to the playoffs, Steph is going to do his thing.
Yes.
Clay, he's going to have nights where he goes 5-19. He's going to have nights where he goes 10-17. He's been like that his whole career in the playoffs.
Yeah.
People forget Klay Thompson didn't ball out every single playoff game. Every single playoff game, he did not ball out. All right? Jordan Poole will play. But him and Wiggins, if the Warriors want to win a championship, Wiggins and Poole have the ball.
Yeah.
They have to be consistent. To me, I told you this a month ago. They are my X factors, especially when both of them they were in the deep end in February.
Yeah.
Jordan Poole snapped out of it in March. Wiggins is struggling still, and he's put together a nice game, 20 points in the second half last night.
Yes.
They are so important to the Warriors to help out the non-Steph minutes when Steph's not on the floor.
I would throw Otto Porter Jr. and Kuminga into that mix as well.
Big time.
I mean,
Darrell Wright has said it all year. Otto Porter Jr. is his X factor.
Absolutely.
He comes up with back-to-back double-doubles.
So, B, here's the other thing on the Draymond Green conversation. When people are like, well, look at Steph's numbers when Dre's not out on the court. A lot of that happened as they were trying to move Jordan Poole out of the starting lineup because Clay returned. The night Clay returned, Draymond, remember, came out of the game with a calf injury, which would later be a back injury. That's when they started to put JP on the bench. I wonder what the sample size would look like if it was a couple of weeks of JP starting alongside Steph Curry and Draymond coming off the bench. Would the drop-off be there? I think you could offset, the chemistry between Steph and Dre is, I'm not here to argue about it. There's clearly chemistry there.
Right.
I think JP can help offset whatever losses with Draymond off the court early in games because Steph won't get as much attention defensively on him.
Well, let's also keep in mind, and 510 makes a great point on Comcast Business text line. Dre, Clay, and Steph have only played, 11 minutes together?
I know.
That kind of puts things into perspective. That's why I think Steve Kerr if we're talking about lineup changes, and we're not the head coach, so who knows what Steve Kerr's going to do. But I, in my heart of hearts, I believe Kerr's going to say, look, these are my big three. I'm going with Loon because he loves Looney. And it is about feelings. Whether or not we could say from the sidelines, hey, it's not about feelings. We just want championships. But you got to massage feelings. That's part of pro sports.
You do.
The psychology of everything.
To a level,
you got to massage feelings.
But the irony of this is they sure as hell didn't care what David Lee thought when Draymond Green was starting.
Well, Steve Kerr
he
came.
was the better player.
Steve Kerr came, and David Lee wasn't one of his guys.
And he got hurt, and he wasn't better than Dre. He just wasn't.
Clay, Dre, Looney is Kerr's guys. Those are his guys.
Yeah.
David Lee wasn't his guy. He was Lacombe's guy. He wasn't Kerr's guy.
Yeah.
So he got hurt.
Is Draymond still Kerr's guy?
Yeah. You hear the way he talks about him? By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy Simplified. 888-957-9570. We're going to talk to Jim Barnett at 7:30, the longtime color analyst of the Golden State Warriors. I knew he was amped up in South Beach. Amped up. Also, 888-957-9570. That is a text line as well. 650. Good morning. I deeply apologize for being unprofessional using profanity.
That sounds like
Please consider my input as a fan. Well, we didn't even get to what you had to say, Ben, because you dropped the F-bomb.
Well, when you get a call, let me tell you, as someone who called into many sports talk radio shows, just get right to your point. Just bring it. In the words of the great Gary Radnich, keep it quick. Be ready to go.
So the boy JD on Twitch, I'm telling you, Bonte and Joe, starting lineup should be Clay, JK, Clay, Poole, and Steph. No, actually, KL is Kevon Looney, Jordan Poole,
Gotcha.
Clay, Poole, and Steph.
Gotcha.
That's his starting lineup.
Interesting. I mean, there is something when JK starts, though. I know you brought up JK there for a second. Like, that's the thing. I'm worried about this season, but I do have a little bit of an eye on the offseason and next year. And boy, let me just tell you, they've got options. Woo! They've got options when it comes to this roster.
JK's not going to start. I think the quarter weight
he's not
not there. He's raw. But damn,
for
the
19,
production you can get off the bench
for 20,
instant offense
for 20 years old.
He's walking into 14 points. He's walking into it.
Man.
And Anthony said he wanted to see JK work on that mid-range jumper. We're starting to see that. He had the nice little fadeaway to paint, the baseline fadeaway. JK's coming a long way.
So Tyler Miller brings up a point here on YouTube. Draymond was the Defensive Player of the Year candidate before the injury.
He was.
Okay.
He was.
Yeah, but once
you can't
get
scoff
injured,
at that.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's also true he's hurt right now, right? And just because you were before something else, you're not that then in real time if you're hurt. So, we got to go with form. Form has to matter at some point. I get reputation. I totally understand resume. Believe me, I understand all those things. But I also believe in form. You got to be playing good basketball, too.
Right. You have to play good basketball. So let's see if you can play good basketball over the last 9 games.
Yeah.
Let's see it.
Because
Tyler Miller is right where Draymond, we forget he was a DPOY candidate, but he was an all-star this year.
Yeah.
He was playing high-level basketball.
Yeah,
we got that alert during the Dallas Cowboy 49er game oh, damn. Draymond's hurt? Back injury? Mm-hmm. Really? He's got to get right, though. He's not right now. I don't like what I saw.
Look, things happen throughout a season in every sport where guys go from reliable, awesome. Sometimes they just fade away. Like Wiggins earlier this year, he was so locked in. His best Wiggins basketball of his career fell off a cliff. The worst basketball that we've seen him play in multiple years. And now it feels like he's kind of coming back around. Yeah. I do like him playing with the youngsters yesterday. It felt like he played free, and he was attacking the rim.
Well, he got out to a terrible start. It was 1 of 5 in the first half.
Yeah, but he was going at the hoop.
But he was 1 of 5 in the first half, 2 points. He was MIA in that first half. I remember halftime live yesterday. I have Willie and D. Wright, Festus get their keys to the second half, and I said, hey, maybe Andrew Wiggins could wake up. Maybe somebody could wake him up for the second half. And he comes out in that third quarter, quick 8 points.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom. Wiggins he's arrived.
Yeah.
He's now joined the party in South Beach at FTX Arena, and then he finishes with 22nd half points. So that's another good game. He had a good game against Milwaukee, I thought, on Saturday night prime time. Wiggins is starting to fight it again. You cannot replace his wing perimeter defense. Yes. He's guarding the top ball handlers, the top wing players on the opposing team. You cannot bench that.
Yeah.
You cannot bench that, folks. He has to start.
I liked their strategy yesterday where they were going to basically play Jimmy Butler straight up, play Bam Adebayo, let him get all the dunks that he wants in the world. They weren't going to let Duncan Robinson go off. And Kyle Lowry was shooting lights out. They just took it right to him.
Yeah. You know what? It's going to be some interesting questions moving forward here. 888-957-9570. Let's squeeze you in before we get Jim Barnett on the line at 7:30. Jim Barnett's going to join us and talk about last night's win. What's the most impressive thing about last night's win, Dub Nation? What impressed you the most about last night? Was it Jordan Poole in his 30? Was it Jonathan Kuminga? What was the biggest thing that you took away from last night's win down in South Beach as the Warriors beat the Miami Heat, who are in first place in the Eastern Conference, 118-104, to snap their 3-game losing streak. And that's right, baby. Oh, baby vibes all day long. Money time on the Morning Roast.
95.7 The Game was live from Chase Center for the West Regional. Steve Kerr.
chest pass to Wiggins above the break three. Got it! Bang for Wiggins. It's 113 to 100, and Miami calls a timeout.
Stick a fork in him, Tim.
Man.
They're done.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Oh, baby. You're going to hear that all day long. Oh, baby. Tim Roy, Jim Barnett on the call. Dubs snapped their 3-game losing streak, and that one got me fired up. That was a fun one to watch. Jordan Poole with 30 and 9 assists. 11 straight game with 20-plus points. Career high 9 assists. Damian Lee has been in solitary confinement. He comes out of his slump with 22 points off the bench. J.K., Jonathan Kuminga can do no wrong. Gary Payton II, Looney, Wiggins with 22.5 points. And is that the best win of the season?
Felt like it.
The best win of the season, Shasky, against Miami, who was basically ready to fight each other in the sideline in the third quarter?
The youngster lineup with Wiggins in there and Looney in there, it's a fresh breath of fresh air. It feels like the deodorant that this team absolutely needed after the stinky loss to the San Antonio Spurs.
That's a great call. That's a great call.
Right?
Second round when they lost in 6, baby Dubs, and it felt good. Felt good. Yesterday felt good.
They're
and
coming.
You know, I cannot wait for these playoffs to see Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga in their first postseason. I cannot wait, Shasky. I mean, we're 9 games away. It's time to buckle up. I told you guys, All-Star break, it's turn-up time. It's turn-up time, Shasky.
What's the area for Jordan Poole's game that has impressed you the most in terms of his ascension this year? Because I have a specific spot.
I think this, to me, it's shot selection. To me, it's shot selection.
I would call it discernment, but shot selection is the exact same thing as discernment.
Yeah, I love his shot selection.
I'm with you.
Knowing not when to force it, knowing when to pass it, knowing when to pass it around. And then his first step.
It was handle.
Oh, my gosh.
His blow-bys.
Oh, he's got so much wiggle. And I remember Carlos Martinez, our boy Tal Papa, last year tweeted us. He's over there at Telemundo. He's doing Sunday Night Football. He's like, yo, Bonte is butch. He reminds me of a right-handed Ginobili. I said, man, you are smoking dope, dude. Go away. Deactivate your Twitter for a week. Relax. But the more and more you watch him, and by the way, Manu Ginobili was at Chase Center on Sunday sitting courtside. The great Manu Ginobili. He does have some Manu in his game. Maybe he's got a better 3, a better natural shot. But the way he gets to the lane, the way he finishes at the cup, the way he gets teammates involved, the way he's so slithery and gets through screens, and gets through double teams. Jordan Poole has a lot of Manu in his game. He's got a lot of Manu in his game.
Well, what's interesting is that Tyler Hero, his rookie year, who's playing for the Heat right now, but Tyler Hero was a guy that everybody in the league would have taken over Jordan Poole, right? Mm-hmm. And he's been really good this year coming off the bench for the Miami Heat. And that's kind of been his solidified role. Now that they got Lowry in there, he's their like gunner coming off the bench. Jordan Poole's numbers mirror Tyler Hero's, and yet I will take Jordan Poole because I think Jordan Poole plays better defense and sets up for others better than what Tyler Hero does.
Yep.
And I can't believe I'm saying that because after what he did in the bubble, no one, especially after what Jordan Poole did his rookie year, no one would have even put those two in the same conversation.
No, not even close. And Tyler Hero, the Heat missed him yesterday. Tyler Hero has been really good this season.
He's a 20-point-a-game scorer.
He's had a resurgence after last season. He went MIA. He was feeling himself.
Well, he was partying. Part of why he was so good in the bubble, they say, in Miami.
He was away from Miami.
Exactly. And he had a couple of IG models that were allowed into the bubble once they got to the
Is he still with that IG model?
I don't know. But he, when he had the Jack Harlow song written about him, then he became the man.
Right. I wonder if he still is with that IG model.
Wait a minute. We're here. Jack Harlow, real quick. Quick aside.
White man can't jump?
Why?
I'm not even going to entertain that.
Why are we doing this? Why does everything have to be remade? White Men Can't Jump is a body of art, a body of work, an art piece that does not need to be redone. There are certain movies that don't ever need to be redone. They were already perfect to begin with. Why are you ruining perfection?
Wait, so they're making another White Men Can't Jump featuring Jack Harlow in Woody Harrelson's place?
Yes.
Good Lord.
Sorry, I didn't articulate that properly.
No, I mean, I saw that because White Man Can't Jump is my favorite.
You okay over there?
Yeah, I'm looking at Tyler Hero. Dude, the IG model that he's with, they just had a baby together.
Oh.
Wow.
Good for him.
Good for him. Anyway, no, I'm not okay with White Man Can't Jump being remade. I'm not. I'm just not. White Man Can't Jump is my favorite basketball movie of all time.
Oh.
Well, Hoop Dreams is number 1, but White Man Can't Jump's number 2.
Okay, what are your
Blue
top
Chips is
5?
number
How do
3.
we round out the rest of this
All
top
right,
5?
let's go. Let's go right now.
Number,
since we're here.
number 5.
Number 5. Now, let's start from 1.
Okay.
Number 1, Hoop Dreams.
Well, that's deflating.
Number 1, Hoop Dreams.
Okay.
No, because the next 2, Hoosiers not going to be on there.
You're supposed to go from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, but I'm going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because I need to think about 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Well, number 1, Hoop Dreams. Number 2, White Man Can't Jump.
Oh.
Number 3.
Number 3.
Blue Chips.
Blue Chips. Nick
You like
Nolte.
that?
Yeah.
Number 4. Above the Rim.
Okay, Birdie.
Number 5.
Hoosiers.
The fish that saved Pittsburgh. What's it called? With Dr. J. No? You never watched
I thought
that?
you were going to go He Got Game or something.
You got no
know what?
Airbud?
No, you know what?
Teen Wolf. Bonte. I want Teen Wolf.
No. Number 5. Let me take number 5 back.
Okay, retraction.
Airbud was sick.
Love and Basketball.
Love and Basketball.
Number 5, Love and Basketball.
Bonte's top 5 favorite basketball movies ever.
Number 5, Love and Basketball.
Okay.
Number 4, Above the Rim. Number 3, Blue Chips. Number 2, White Man Can't Jump. Number 1, Hoop Dreams.
Hoop Dreams.
But can we even count Hoop Dreams because it's a documentary?
Yeah.
So let's go White Man Can't Jump. I'll throw in He Got Game at number 5.
Oh. Late edition.
There we go.
Number 5.
Hoosiers ain't close.
Yeah.
Hoosiers not even honorable mention.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Coach Carter? No. Coach Carter's not on that list. Like Mike? No. Not even
Like
close.
Mike's up there.
The Air up there.
Who's that voice? What was that voice?
Oh, that's Ryan Mauser. He's
not
subbing for Sam Lubman. Sam Lubman, newest producer on the scene, already taking a vacay.
Damn. We were about that quick?
Well, I told you, he's very intelligent. So he looked into our, workday profile and was like, oh, we have these things called vacation days? Yeah, I'll take a couple of them.
Maybe he's shoe shopping. Maybe Lubman is shoe shopping.
Hey, so many people were giving him shoes. I want to get back into the Warriors, though.
All right, let's go to Jonathan in the city.
Let's
He'll
do
set
it.
us off. What's up, Jonathan? What's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. I just want to say, man, they need to play Kuminga, Jordan Poole, and GP2 more. I don't like it when they sit on the bench and they use it as spurts. They become out of rhythm at that point. I know Steve Kerr, he would like to defer to a guy who plays better defense, but it's the NBA, man, where, a good offense always beats a good defense. And the way Jonathan Kuminga and Jordan Poole could create their athleticism is just, they could match fire for fire in the NBA. We also, Kuminga and Jordan Poole just slice and dice that Miami defense, and that's one of the best defense in the NBA. So I don't know if it's, it's going to come on Clay's, playing time side. I mean, I don't want to sound like a jerk because, he's a 3-time champ, but, he's not Clay yet. So I would like them to use those two guys more because they're on fire, man. They're fun to watch. And, the Warriors, they need athleticism, and those two are their most athletic guys. So they need to figure out a rotation where those two guys are being used a lot.
Jonathan, was that your favorite win of the season?
Oh, yeah, man, no doubt. 350 on the money line, bro.
Save that. Please save that sound. Please save that sound.
Hey, the streets are saying that Juwanna Man is your top 3?
I've never even seen Juwanna Man.
Yeah, you see Juwanna Man.
I don't think I have.
You never seen Juwanna Man?
No, is that a Wayman, the Wayans brothers?
No, it's not the Wayans brother. What's my guy's name? You ever watch A Thin Line Between Love and Hate?
Yes.
The guy who was selling the chicken?
Yeah, but what's his name?
Yeah, he's always in these movies, and he's never, he has the no name. He has he's notorious for playing in these low budget movies.
I don't know his name.
Miguel Nunez Jr.
Is that him? Yeah, he was Juwanna Man. Got kicked out the NBA and then went to the WNBA and started balling again. Air Bud, now top 5? Hell no. Tamir always agrees with me. I love Tamir. He always agrees with me. Oakland, he loves my list. How about that? By the way, the streets on YouTube, here, our roasters on YouTube, are saying that we should be in the remake of White Man Can't Jump. I be Sidney Deed, you be Billy Hoyle, We go out there and hustle people. That'd be pretty sick. But that means...
Not sure my wife wants to be Rosie Perez.
Yeah. What if you get the real Rosie Perez?
What were the brothers called? The Stuckey brothers?
Stuckey brothers, yeah. What if you get the real Rosie Perez?
She's a boxing aficionado.
Yeah.
Not sure if you know this.
Oh, I know
Expert.
Yeah. She loves her boxing.
Absolutely.
She tweets about it all the time.
Jordan Poole actually reminds me of Sidney in the way that he plays.
I thought she didn't like Sidney.
No, I mean, as a basketball player, he's not a very good real. Like, if you really know hoops and you watch it, you got to watch it again through your prism of
I've watched
being an
it
adult.
100 times.
He can't dribble very well.
No, stop. Sidney Dean had handles. Sidney Dean had handles.
I legitimately believe Woody Harrelson would beat him one-on-one.
No, Sidney Dean had
in real
handles.
life.
Oh, well,
Wesley Snipes would not beat Woody Harrelson in basketball.
It's pretty.
Stop.
It's so pretty.
I'll just let it hang.
Stop. But Sidney Dean was out there cooking. Love and Basketball has 2 minutes of hoop action, Bonte. Well, but it was a great storyline.
That's like saying Basketball Diaries with Leonardo DiCaprio is a basketball movie. It's a heroin movie.
This is a great joke right here. Shasky.
Give it to me.
510 Comcast Business Text Line.
Yeah.
If it was Bonte starring in White Man Can't Jump, they'd have to change the name to Black Man Can't Jump. As the Dibbers would say, that's a 2.
Yes.
Let's go down to South
Sunset
Beach.
Park, what time is it?
It's time to get
sick.
live.
Yeah,
it's time to represent.
What was the guy from Onyx that was in that movie?
I forget his name.
Hey, he talking like this.
Yeah.
He's from the East Coast.
He was always in Brandy and
he was in
Moesha.
all kinds of-
Yeah.
He's always the short thug.
Yeah.
Right? With the big Jinko jeans.
Yeah, and the Timbos.
Yes.
I think he may have worn lugs too.
He did wear lugs. Absolutely.
Let's go down to South Beach.
These guys have no idea who we're talking about.
Yeah, we're doing a show by ourselves.
Yeah.
Now we're going to incorporate Jim Barnett to save the show today. He's down in South Beach, Miami, after a thrilling victory for the Golden State Warriors, a 3-game losing streak. A lot of people down and out because they lost to Orlando in the fashion that they did, scored 16 points in the fourth quarter. But what a game last night. Jordan Poole led the way, and so many contributions all over the board. And the guy who knows the game basically taught us basketball, Shasky. He's taught us basketball because he's been calling Warrior games since the mid-'80s. Jim Barnett back on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. JB, how you doing, man? How's South Beach treating you this morning?
Well, it's treating me very well. It's nice to be down here, and we'll be here most of the day, and then move on to Atlanta, of course. So, finally get to sleep in a little bit.
There you go.
Did you party hard last night?
Yeah. Anyway, it's a very exciting game last night, and unexpected. You didn't think this team had a chance with all those young guys playing, and the Warrior guns out. The veterans and former all NBA players and champions and all that kind of stuff. But they had a great surprise for everyone, and what a game they put together. It was really, really fun to call.
JB, look, it was gridlocked at 50 at halftime, and I thought the Warriors, they came out slow in that first quarter. Battling back in that first quarter, I thought was really impressive. Did that third quarter run. What a wild third quarter, because the Heat came back and cut the deficit to 1 going into the fourth quarter. But 19 straight points come out of halftime, and the ascension of Jordan Poole. Let's start there, JB. He comes in as a rookie, gets sent to the G League, struggles a bit as the Warriors win 15 games, gets sent to the G League again in his second year, comes back, averages nearly 15 points per game the rest of the way, took a lot of big shots down the stretch for the Warriors. And then this year, he's just taking it to another level. This guy's a bona fide NBA. He looks like an all-star right now, JB. Let's talk about his game last night in South Beach.
Well, I'll tell you, he might be a candidate, I think, for the most improved player in the NBA this year, because he's really, really done well. And, prior to Klay Thompson coming back, he was averaging over 18 and a half a game, right around there. And he's had 11 straight games of 20 or more.
Yep.
He's had 28 against San Antonio. The loss against Orlando, he had 26, but he had 32 against Denver, 30 against Milwaukee, 29 against Boston. He knows how to call the basket, and he was consistent in every quarter last night and ends up with 30. And he makes some spectacular moves. I remember in the second quarter, he drove from the top of the key. It seemed like he went through every defender that Miami had as he zigzagged his way through a mine zone and an obstacle course and made this driving layup. And, I mean, the whole arena, I mean, not only just the Warrior fans who are always at every arena, but
even the Miami Heat fans, there was a kind of an ooh, and what a move he made. And of course, he goes off and last night, and the two bankers that he made right in front of the bench at Miami. I tell you what, he's an exciting player, and he's only going to get better. And he hits the ball when he's dropping those threes; they're hitting the bottom of the net, and it's pretty exciting for him. He's worked really hard. And
let's fix JB's line for a second. His line's cutting up a little bit there, but as he's talking about Jordan Poole with a career high 9 assists last night in South Beach, he does have some freaky things in his bag. And you know what? Bob Myers Joe Lakeup better go get that bag alert, major bag alert. The Brinks truck, pull it out. It's time to pay this man. Are you ready to pay Jordan Poole?
I've been ready to.
The
That's
Brinks
number
truck
one.
is going to back up. Beep, beep.
Yeah, but you know what? Like, if they get him this 4-year, $80 million deal that they're talking about, which would, I guess, not kick in for a year or two.
It would be a steal.
Steal? Would you rather pay De'Aaron Fox $200 million, or would you rather pay Jordan Poole, a fraction of that?
Yeah, I'll take
3/8
Jordan Poole all
of
day
that.
long.
Yeah. I'm paying Jordan Poole all day. Like, that's
All
a
day.
steal for me.
All day.
So I have a question that I was going to ask JB, and I'll ask you this, Bonte.
He's back.
Oh, he's
Go
back.
ahead, ask JB. Let's get
JB,
him.
what is it?
I'm sorry, guys. Is it better now?
Oh, yeah, you sound
you're
crystal
great.
clear.
You're great.
Well, yeah, I finally got off the surfboard, and that helped.
Oh, nice. Very cool.
How's the weather out there, by the way? It was 85,
80
humid.
degrees, yeah.
Yes, it's beautiful weather. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
I enjoy all different kinds of weather. You go to Minneapolis, you don't say the weather you get here down in South Beach in Miami. But anyway, we were talking about Poole and the whole team. This young group. I think the Warriors they're in good hands with these young guys coming up for the next generation. What team game they had last night because they had 4 players score 22 or more points with Jordan topping it at 30.
Yeah. Why is it that they play with such an infectious joy and vigor when the main guys aren't out there? Because I feel like some of the best recalibration wins this year have been when a lot of the best players sit.
Oh, I think they realize that they're getting an opportunity and they're getting some experience. I mean, Jonathan Kuminga's come a long way.
Stud.
He's so explosive. But when he's coming down and he sees that there is only a one-on-one defender, there's not 3 guys in the key and right around the basket in the restricted area in the painted area. He used to try to challenge everybody in there and go in, but he's realizing you can't do that. You've got to use some moves a little bit. So he's learning how to handle the ball in those situations and make a move to the basket and not get finished dunk every time. I think earlier in the year he's trying to get a dunk every time. You just can't always do that. And so now he's added a lot of finesse to his game. And the sky's the limit because there's nobody more athletic than he is when he's out there on the floor. And so he played a really good controlled game last night, not taking crazy shots, not forcing the issue, and ends up, he was high on the team. He was a plus 26 in the game. So that means when he was on the floor, the Warriors were ahead and better by 26 points. And ends up with 22 points, as did Wiggins. And Wiggins finally came alive in that second half, and 20 of his 22 came in the second half too. So the young guys, I know what it was like. You get a chance to play, and all of a sudden you start doing things, and you're contributing, and you're having good games, and it builds your confidence. And these guys are building confidence. There's no question about it.
Especially after that loss in Orlando. We're talking to Jim Barnett here on 95.7 The Game on the Morning Roast, longtime color analyst of the Golden State Warriors. And, Gary Payton II came alive yesterday. A sneaky good game, 11 points, 5 rebounds. You felt his impact. But can you just discuss the professionalism of Damian Lee? He's had 5 DNPs in the month of March.
Yep.
He's been struggling. I think he had a stretch where he missed 18 and 21 threes, and it didn't start off pretty for him last night. Got to the free throw line 9 times yesterday. Dagger 3 there in the fourth quarter where the Warriors hit 3 straight threes. Damian Lee, GP2, and then, of course, Jordan Poole. But 22 points in all, and we could talk about Wiggins in a second, but I thought the professionalism of Damian Lee, and in these wins against Detroit, San Antonio, and Miami, where they haven't had the big guns, Damian Lee has showed up and showed how much of a pro he is.
I'll tell you, it's not easy to not know whether you're going to play or not, and you sit there, and you've got to be composed. you've got to have confidence in yourself, and that's easier said than done. Particularly when you're not a seasoned pro and you're not one of the regular guys all the time, and there's a lot of pressure on him in that respect. I just think he's been attacking the basket so much better lately, and he does that, and all of a sudden his outside shot last night was really going in. And of course, and by the way, he went 9 for 9 from the free throw line, which I thought he's attacking the basket, getting fouled, making things happen. Now, he's not going to do that every night. There's no question that but if he can do half of that every night, it's good enough. And in the limited minutes that he is going to play. And so he's such a nice guy. Well, these guys are really good guys. When I'm around him, I go in the locker room afterwards, as I did last night. And it's a pleasure to be around these young men. They're mature. They're good people, and they're getting better. And so the veterans who are watching the game, obviously Stephen Curry back home, but Klay Thompson sitting and watching last night, standing and watching them play. You could just see the smiles down there, and so happy for them. So you cannot do it in this league with 5 starters. You've got to have a bench, and so when you've got Damian Lee coming through like that, and Jordan Poole, who obviously would prefer to be a starter, and he plays like a starter anyway. The run that he's been on here is really nice. It's nice to see these young guys. It really is.
Yep. On Poole, do you think when they get all healthy, you think he's the one that ends up, going back to the bench in terms of starting games?
Well, unless they start the 3-guard lineup is sometimes that's kind of intriguing, with Curry, Thompson, and Jordan Poole. And I think that with experience now, he'll learn that, hey, I'm going to get some minutes off the bench. I don't have to do everything real fast. I don't have to force the issue because obviously he was playing better as a starter and scoring, over 18 points a game. But I think over the last games, I said 11 straight of 20 or more. I think he's shooting around 55%. And I like the way he scores because he can knock down threes, but he can also get to the basket and he can finish with either hand inside. So, I think he'll get more mature and get more patient. He's worked really hard.
Yeah, he has worked hard. And real quick before we let you go, I want you to enjoy Miami, JB. Not often you get to go down to South Beach, Miami. We're jealous back here in San Francisco. Even though we have March Madness out here, I could use that cool, clear water down in Miami. But Andrew Wiggins, first half struggle, 1 of 5, 2 points. Looked like it was going to be another night for him, considering how his last 2 months of the season has gone. But to see him wake up in that second half with 20 big points, and he came out like gangbusters in that third quarter with 8 quick ones there to set the tone in that third quarter for the Warriors. I think this is big for Andrew Wiggins to kind of turn the page and get his season back on track.
I agree, because he really has been pretty quiet since the All-Star break, if you look at all the action. And, of course, the night before in Orlando, he shot 5 of 19. I like to call it like it is, because the trio of Mo Bamba, Franz Wagner, and Wendell Carter Jr., 7-footer and 2 6'10s, he couldn't get to the basket and finish. And I can't remember when he could, with the length that he has, that he couldn't finish inside. But they were blocking his shots. They made it very, very tough on him. And he's just one of his poorer games of the season. And then to see him bounce back like that in that second half last night, third quarter, like he exploded, and all of a sudden he got very competitive, and he really, I don't want to say he got mean, but I tell you, he was determined, and he took a lot of punishment. He still was scoring inside. He was a big factor in the win, and as I said, he got the 20 points in the second half there. It was really a team game last night. It was good to see him get back to what we'd seen before All-Star break.
Jim, the Spoelstra, Jimmy Butler, Udonis Haslem thing that happened on the bench where there's a lot of screaming and yelling and guys are holding each other back. Spoelstra breaks the clipboard. Have you ever seen anything like that in recent memory?
Well, it depends on what's recent memory, how far you have to go back. I've seen a lot. I saw that a lot in my day. That's not recent memory, obviously. Those things happen, but you know what? You brush those things off, and I don't know. I don't know the whole thing. Tim and I were up there, and we watched a little bit of that. I don't know what was said. I don't know what started it at all. But this Miami, ironically, they were coming in at 47-25, the same record as the Warriors, and they had the best record in the East. Mm-hmm. So they're a very, very good team. And they didn't have Tyler Herro last night, so big scorers for them. But there's a lot of frustration that happens in the game, and sometimes Spoelstra's been there for 25 years as head coach, and he's learned under Pat Roddy, and I know how Pat is. I played with Pat on a couple of different teams, and as he first came into the league, so sometimes you have to say. I just think that the coach has to do something like that. He's not going to allow the players to not have the inmates run the asylum.
Man, what a game last night. What a win. Let's see if they can follow it up. Atlanta is struggling, JB, 36-37. They were a 5 seed last year in the East, made the Eastern Conference Finals. They're going to be in a play-in tournament as a 10 seed, and they have no John Collins. So let's see if the Warriors can follow this up with some of the guys back like Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and Otto Porter Jr., who's had 2 straight double-doubles. A great sign for Otto Porter Jr., who had tailed off a little bit as well. So big win last night for Dub Nation. We want to let you enjoy South Beach, get to Atlanta, have a good road trip, Jim Barnett. Great to have you on.
Thank you, guys.
Anytime. Jim Barnett, longtime color analyst of the Golden State Warriors. Love South Beach, baby. Love South Beach.
Do you blame him?
Hell no, I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. I'm jealous, man. You see the fits that they were rocking?
Have you been to
Miami? Yeah, I've been to Miami.
It's awesome, isn't it?
Oh, it doesn't feel like you're in America. The place is just diverse.
It's so good.
It's so much flavor.
The food.
It's the food, the nightlife.
Beach.
The clubs don't pop off till 2 a.m.
Do you go to the beach? Because you told me you weren't into swimming a lot.
Not into swimming, but I did like the beach out there in Miami.
What do? You just like walk up to the water and look at it?
I got no Miami water.
Oh, okay.
It was warm,
Yeah.
nice and warm. Like when I was in Cuba, I got in the water.
Yeah.
I just don't go in the,
you know
what I'm saying?
They got huge birds, like water birds. I don't even know what they're called, like pelicans or whatever, that come flying down. They're humongous. Herrings. I don't even know what the term is.
Miami is
not a bird guy.
Miami's unbelievable.
I am not Charlie Kelly from Always Sunny.
No, a lot of
bird law. You don't know about bird law?
No, I don't. I told you I don't watch. I don't always watch.
They're not flamingos. No, they're not flamingos.
I don't watch Always Sunny. I never got into that. I tried. I couldn't do
pretty
it.
damn funny.
Great podcast.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. My best friend Sean Singer, a.k.a. the Philly Zoo. I couldn't do it.
That's okay. It's not for everyone.
Couldn't do it.
You know what I could do? Enjoy that Warrior win last night. It felt like a very cathartic type of a victory. It felt like it was just what the doctor ordered, given how bad the loss was the night before.
Oh, it was the palate cleanser, as you like to say.
Yes.
It was palate cleansing. And, when you saw the start of the game, you're like, oh, boy, it's going to be one of those nights. Warriors are 10-point underdogs. They got nobody. Get off to a slow
I thought
start.
JP wasn't even going to play. I mean, South Beach, young man.
Well, you see the shirt he had on last night with the glasses?
Yeah, he reminded me with the glasses indoors. It reminded me of you in here in the studio.
I should have wore the glasses today because that's how I'm feeling. The panic meter, 888-957-9570. We bringing that bad boy out? Where we at with the panic meter? I'm not tripping. I'm at a 2 again. I'm chilling.
Okay.
I'm at a 2 with 9 to play, Shasky.
I'm going to call your bluff here.
No, you're going to call my bluff.
You can't have a panic meter if it's always at 4, even when things are situation critical.
It's not always at 4. Yeah, because I don't get situations. Things weren't situational critical. It wasn't situation critical.
That's like your speedometer telling me that you only go up to like 75 miles per hour.
I would get to a 10.
Will you?
I was trending up.
What would happen? Would like the team bus have to like stop over and get all 4 tires changed and they wouldn't be able to make tip off? That's when you're at panic meter?
My panic meter would go up, but I have a lot of patience, unlike a lot of you sports fans out here, including you, Joe Shasky, the butcher. You don't have any patience.
Here at 95.7 would disagree on that patience comment.
Your patience. I saw everybody. I was the guy here with Colt McCoy lit up the 49ers at Levi Stadium. They were 3-5. I laughed it off. Everybody else was angry, and I said, hey, you're one game behind the playoffs. You're one game out of the playoffs. Although Eno Benjamin trucked Drake Kirkpatrick, this is what happened. I missed that. That's my favorite sound of the year. If we had like a sounds of the year segment, Eno Benjamin trucking Drake Kirkpatrick will be probably number 1.
Great Warrior win, and Warriors Twitter is always like out of their minds. But can we get to Niner Twitter for a second?
Oh my gosh!
Did you see what was popping off on Niner Twitter yesterday?
No. I think what I saw on Niners Twitter was like, they're not being aggressive enough. They should be fired. John Lynch should be fired.
No.
What was going on at Niners Twitter?
Well, the immediate pivot after seeing Devontae get his money and after seeing Tyreek Hill get his money and seeing what the trades were for those two teams, now the question is Deebo Samuel worth $30 million a year, or do you trade him for 5 picks?
That wasn't the case.
I swear to God.
We're not even going to go there.
Niner fans are losing their minds.
I'm not even going to.
I thought Warrior Twitter, like crushing Steve Kerr after every substitution, was the height of panic. Niners Twitter is out of its mind. The Jimmy Garoppolo domino that is yet to fall has created the most. I don't even know. It's the craziest psychological pattern I've seen from any fan base ever. I thought the lunatic fringe in the early 00s for Giants fans was pretty crazy. FireSabian.com. I thought Warriors Twitter during the Durant years was out of their minds.
Yeah,
the Niners Twitter right now during this little vortex of Jimmy Garoppolo, you know, in the little space where he's at right now, not on the team but wanting to be traded. This has caused chaos.
I saw something about that.
We haven't had a wide receiver since T.O., and you want to trade him away?
Eric
What the hell is wrong with people?
Eric Garcia had a great call to go at it again. And, you know, Niner Nick is losing his mind. I love Niner Nick Newman. That's our guy.
Yeah.
He's losing his mind on Twitter.
I might see him up the river this weekend.
Yeah, well, tell him to stop losing his mind.
Tell his girlfriend happy birthday.
Happy birthday, girlfriend. I saw that on
beautiful birthday.
Yeah. By the way, we're getting tips here. And Jordan Poole, most improved NBA's most improved player. Who would even be in the conversation?
I think
is Jordan Poole.
Jaw's in it because he went from 19 to 27 points, I believe.
Okay.
He has like an 8-point uptick in terms of. But see, to me, if you're an MVP,
but who
I
else?
don't think you can be most improved. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm doing the math wrong.
Who else would
be MVP and most improved?
Probably. You could rack up all the awards. Why not?
Okay.
Why not?
Okay.
But who would even be in that conversation for most improved player?
Well, I think
Darius Garland.
Darius Garland's a good call.
In there.
That's a great call.
Darius Garland's absolutely
That's a great call.
in there. I would absolutely put Jordan Poole and John Morant in those conversations.
Tyrese Maxey.
He's a really good call.
Absolutely.
He's good.
Good call.
He's good.
Desmond Bane, those types of guys.
Desmond Bane's good, but I don't think he'll get the fanfare.
I think he's just a tick below those other guys that you referenced. Although he's been spectacular with Brooks out.
And DeJounte Murray, he was an all-star this year.
DeJounte Murray's a great call, averaging nearly a triple-double.
But they're losing. Like those other guys have cases on winning teams. I'm not trying to take away from DeJounte. He's been outstanding.
And it's about how you finish.
Yes.
Jordan Poole is on for the second straight season.
Yes.
Because remember the Warriors won 6 straight last year. They had the 6 home games. They won 6 straight getting to the play-in. Jordan Poole is finishing the season strong once again. And it's how you finish with these voters. A lot of them, they get the recency bias. They forget what happened in November, December. Well, you heard JB. And we all know it. Jordan Poole was averaging 18 until Klay Thompson came and he started coming off the bench. Then he went through a little rut, and he's back. Jordan Poole's got to be the Lenny candidate for most improved player. Well, there's no doubt. This guy is, from last season to the beginning of last season to what's going on right now.
That's the thing with Ja. Like, you can look at the point total and go, wow, he has an 8-point increase in terms of his point total.
Yep.
But wasn't Ja already like borderline all-star last year?
Yeah. He was.
Am I wrong?
He was.
Am I misremembering it? Like they were the darlings of the NBA last year on their ascension, and I'm just sitting here saying to myself, Jordan Poole was literally in the G League last year.
He was, and then he got the call right before the All-Star break,
now he's
and he averaged 15 points per game the rest of the way last season. So most improved player, I'm with that. What's up?
Well, and you're saying Ja was a number 2 overall pick.
That's what I'm saying. Jordan Poole is 28th.
He's a lottery pick. Yep.
Yeah.
Rookie of the year. Yep. No, I'm with that. I'm with that a lot. I'm with that.
Are we being biased because we're Warrior fans?
A little bit, but it's okay. But honestly, when you consider the candidates, because I hadn't even thought about this award.
I've been thinking about it for about a month.
I haven't even thought about it. I just don't even.
Jerseys?
Yeah.
JP jerseys?
Yeah. Are going to be
Thrive
sold.
City better stock up.
Yeah, it's going to be going. It's going to be going crazy. Jordan Poole came to the post press conference rocking a Bonte Hill sunglass look.
Yeah, he was.
It's not my sunglass look. It's just what players do. It's what bosses do. When you're a boss, you can walk into a press conference, you can walk indoors and wear stunner shades. That's what you do. You got to be a boss to be about that life. It ain't my look. It's what the bosses do.
Well,
I learned from the gangsters above me, and the bosses.
But he had shades on. Draymond's wearing like the Master P,
well,
like the Master P could pull it off, right? Dre doesn't pull it off on the bench. Like, his head's too big for them glasses. Right. They looked real little on his head. I don't like those. Him and Anthony Davis got the clutch management see-through glasses. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not feeling them on Dre. And I'm not trying to be Mr. Fashionado.
Jordan Poole looks smooth last night.
He's got style.
He looks smooth.
He's got style.
He does have style. I wouldn't say I had style.
I think he's the best-dressed Warrior.
Ooh. Steph's up there.
I think JP's on a whole nother level.
Steph has some terrible fits.
Yeah.
No, come on, stop. You don't know fashion, Bowser.
Oh, we all know that.
Fashion. Steph looks good. He looks classy.
No one. Well, Steph, of course, looks classy.
He looks like a kingpin.
Yeah, but Jordan Poole's 22. You know, they're just at different phases in their career.
He wears a lot of. I don't know. I do like Jordan Poole.
Well, and
by the way,
he wears his shorts, rolled up, which is the look now.
Well, by the way, Sal Castaneda, your boy. Oh, yeah. KTVU, Steiny's boy as well. Yeah. I feel like Sal never talks to me. But Sal just sent me a text. Yeah. You know who he's taking photos with? Who? Out in Chase Center? Who? Our girl Yo-Yo Chan.
Oh, yeah.
Remember Yo-Yo?
Oh, yeah.
We haven't talked to Yo-Yo since
Lincoln
before the season. Yeah, Lincoln High School.
Shout out Lincoln High School.
Yeah, shout out Lincoln High School.
Yo-Yo's
VP of Community and Government Relations.
She's the one that helped get Chase Center back up and running, working with the city to make sure they can get all the COVID-19 stuff and the protocols set straight.
I'm really shocked that Yo-Yo Chan is up this early.
Why?
Usually she likes to sleep in. She gets to sleep in a little bit. Why are you being mean? I'm not being mean. It's okay to sleep in.
Early bird gets the worm.
Desmond Bane averaged 9.9 points per game last season. He's averaging 19. Ooh, some
what did Jordan Poole average last year?
He was. I want to say he got up to about 12.
I'm looking it up.
I'm gonna guess and say he got up to about 12.
But he didn't play a lot of games.
What did he get?
Like Bane was there all year.
Where's he at?
So last year he played in 51 games. Okay, and last year he was at 12 points a game. This year he's at 17.6.
But it's the impact that he's having, and it's this recent run that he's having. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be an interesting vote.
That was in 19 minutes a game. I'm going to look up.
Darius Garland too, though. Cleveland's going to the playoffs. Nobody had the Cavaliers going to the playoffs.
He's got the ball in his hands the whole game. Like, I'm not taking away from him.
Yeah,
I'm
you
just
are.
Saying, no, I'm saying
yes, you
Poole's
are.
Playing third fiddle to start the year, second fiddle to Steph Curry. Like, if you put him on Cleveland, I think that his numbers overall would be better.
Don't forget, he also had Colin Sexton.
Oh, no doubt.
Holding on to the ball.
No doubt.
He had Evan Mobley with the basketball in his hands. Then you got Kevin Love out there. Then you had Ricky Rubio, who tore his ACL. So he had the ball. Darius Garland.
Desmond Bane played more minutes and more games last year than Jordan Poole, and then this year is obviously playing. He's playing more minutes this year as well than Jordan Poole. So it's a great argument. I hadn't thought about Desmond Bane. It's a great argument.
I think it's between Jordan Poole, Darius Garland, and Desmond Bane. Those would be my three going for that award. And you know what? They all have a right. Obviously, we're going to pull for JP because he's a Golden State Warrior. By the way, it is now time for the injury report. Right? We don't.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, today's injury report. We're a little scattered today with our reads, but it's all good. We're going to adjust. We're going to be good. For the Warriors, Steph Kerr remains out with an ankle injury. He will be reevaluated in about a week and a half. His timetable for the return, or as for the timetable for the return of Andre Iguodala and James Wiseman, that is still uncertain. I'm hearing, though, about Steph Curry that there's a chance he could be back for the last two regular seasons of the season.
You're hearing there's a chance.
There's a chance.
Thank you, Jim Carrey.
There's a chance.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Yes, I am. But we do have some other updates from around the Western Conference. John Morant of the Grizzlies missed last night's game against the Nets due to a knee injury. He is currently day-to-day. Nuggets coach Mike Malone gave us an update on Jamal Murray and said he is not close to a return that there was reported he could be back for the playoffs. So that's a blow for the Denver Nuggets. And lastly, Kawhi Leonard and Paul George for the Clippers are both traveling with the team and getting shots up at practice, but have yet to be clear for contact. Watch out for the Clippers if they come back. All of a sudden, the Western Conference just becomes that more treacherous, much more treacherous, I should say. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Joe Rizzo coming up. We're going to talk some Giants baseball. What do you know? We're going to talk some baseball on the Morning Roast.
Owning a business.
nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby, what a show it's been. Warriors win last night. We're going to take a quick timeout from the Golden State Warriors. By the way, Ron Adams, assistant coach of the Golden State Warriors, he'll join us at 8:30 live in South Beach. Ron, our friend Ron. He's going to join us at 8:30, so we'll set that up and get back into the Golden State Warriors. But first, let's talk a little baseball. Joe Rizzo, the voice of the San Jose Giants. We love Joe around these parts. He makes his morning roast debut.
You know, B, before we go to him, the reason that we're having him on is because I watched a bunch of Giants baseball over the weekend, and I have more questions about their farm than ever before, and this is the guy to talk to when it comes to the farm.
For some reason, I don't believe you about the questions about the farm. We always say that. There's always questions about the farm. I don't believe that statement, Shasky. I don't believe you. Because you're going to have questions next year, and the year after,
there's no question.
And the year after that,
there's no doubt.
And the year after that. And you're going to say the same thing. I have a plethora of questions about the farm system. But let's go to Joe Rizzo about the farm system.
I'm sick.
Hey, look, I got to ask Joe, good morning. Welcome to the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Joe's asking the butcher who's concerned about the farm. I'm Bonte Hill. I'm usually the cool one who doesn't panic and doesn't worry as much about the farm system. But let's start with the big boy down there, Marco Luciano.
Okay.
How's he looking? How is he progressing? And good morning, Joe.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on today. It's exciting times, certainly in the Giants farm system. You know, just kind of big picture. You think about both the single-A teams won championships last year, Eugene and San Jose. The farm system, which just a few years ago was considered maybe in the bottom third of Major League Baseball, I think is widely considered to be in the top third now. So you've seen the transformation, and already some of these players are starting to make an impact in San Francisco. Now, you mentioned Marco Luciano. His year was split between those two championship teams last year. Started in San Jose, where I got a chance to watch him on a daily basis, and then finished up in Eugene and put together just a magnificent year as a 19-year-old. So he's already way ahead of the game, a chance to get on that fast track. And he's back in big league camp, which, of course, tells you what the organization thinks about him, that even though he's yet to play above A ball, he's getting a chance to get some at-bats against some high-level pitching down here in the Cactus League. But you watch him hit, and the bat speed, the hand strength, it's just remarkable. You don't see it from hitters really at any level. Now, he's got stuff to refine, of course. He's not a finished product, but the natural ability is really, really impressive to watch. And as he continues to move up through the system, you hope it all clicks for him, because if it does, he'll have a chance to be an impact middle-of-the-order bat for this organization for a long time. And we're also interested in watching him, playing short. He's kind of a big guy, and there's a thought maybe that with his size, perhaps he'll play himself off of the shortstop position. But I know in talking with people around the organization, they aren't thinking about that at all. They love his actions at short, his range, his arm. They feel like he can stick at the position. There's no reason to move him off of that spot right now. He's going to start there, and he's doing well. So you always look forward to his at-bats here in the Cactus League. He's getting himself ready for what I think will be another just massive minor league season for him, which perhaps could get him up to even as high as Double-A or maybe even Triple-A before the year is up. I don't think he's quite big league ready this year, but he's getting there, and once he does, I think he'll be an impact player.
I have a theory about the minor league system that I want to ask you on in a second, but on the Luciano thing, Marco Luciano, he's the number one guy by far, right? Like, he's the guy because we've been just waiting for so long to have that guy come through this system since Buster Posey, it feels like. What's his style of play? Like, who does he comp to? When you say big, strong, athletic, power-hitting guy, A-Rod's the template. That's the gold standard, right, that you're thinking of in terms of like best prospect to come out at shortstop. Who does he remind you of? Is there a player comp that he plays like?
That's a good one for me, certainly, just because of the body type and the strength. I mean, is he going to hit that many home runs?
Yeah, I mean, he's
obviously, who knows?
A-Rod's one of the greatest players ever.
Yeah, and you think about bigger shortstops like someone like Cal Ripken too, where when he was coming up, people were, wow, is he going to be able to stick at the shortstop position? He's too big, and you get kind of that same kind of talk with Marco Luciano, but again, the strength and the raw power for someone his age, having just turned 20, it really is breathtaking watching something like that, and being up close to see it. You're just not accustomed to it at the minor league level. I mean, that kind of stuff is big league ready. He's obviously got a lot of other things to do to refine his game, but I think Giants fans should rightly be very excited about his potential and future, but at the same time understand that he is still just 20 years old. There still is a lot to learn, and he'll have to work his way up through the upper levels of the minor league system first.
Joe Rizzo, play-by-play voice of the San Jose Giants on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Joe, what should we expect from Joey Bart? This is the guy we've been waiting on for a few years now, and no doubt Buster Posey retiring. It feels like it's Joey Bart's job to lose. What should we expect? What are the realistic expectations for Joey Bart as he tries to make the big league club for the first time in his career?
Well, yeah, I think it's obviously a big spring for Joey. He had a real nice game yesterday. Hit a towering home run in the game against the D-backs. So that was an encouraging sign there. He's looking very comfortable at the plate, and I think he's just someone that is looking more comfortable defensively. The way he's handling himself, receiving pitches, handling a pitching staff. I think how he's handling himself in the clubhouse. I mean, look, they threw him into the fire in 2020. He wasn't ready for that yet, and he understood the situation that they were in with the opt-out that Buster had in that shortened season. But the Joey Bart that we saw 2 years ago is not the same guy that I think we're watching right now here in camp. He had a full year in AAA last season. It was much needed for him. And again, I'm seeing a different guy here this year. I think it's kind of cliche, but you hear players in all sports talk about, well, the game kind of has slowed down for me now, and I think you're starting to see that with Joey Bart. In terms of the production, can he put together a Buster kind of season? I mean, I don't know about that. It's his rookie year essentially, and he's going to catch a lot, and he'll go through some ups and downs. But another guy where the raw talent is there, the power to all fields, his ability to go the other way with authority, hit it to right and right center is going to do him very well. I think this year. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do. We've been hearing about Joey Bart for about 4 years now, right? Coming up through the system. Yep. And this is it. This is the time, and this is the opportunity that he is going to get to show that he can be an everyday catcher on a contending team. So we'll see what happens, but I'm optimistic.
Baseball's structured in a way, Joe, where guys like me hear about all these guys, and then we start Googling them, and we're searching them, and we're looking at their numbers, and it seems like everybody tears it up in fall ball or whatever, or in the low level A's, and then they start to slowly rise, and you're looking at their age and you're like, I don't know, man. And I feel like minor league system, you've watched it for so long, not having that 2020 season really set a lot of teams back, and it really set the Giants back. Did you want to get in there?
Yeah, I agree, and I think the Giants, especially because of the strength of the Giants system, especially 2019, 2020, 2021, where a lot of the top guys in this farm system were the real young guys.
Yeah.
Like I said, the championships won last year were the two A-ball teams, where, I mean, San Jose and Eugene were just stacked lineups last season I haven't seen it, maybe ever, where 6, 7, 8 guys in each lineup are legitimate prospects where you look at them and go, well, I could see a big leaguer there. I mean, are they all going to be big leaguers one day? Probably not. That's not how it works. But you could see the potential. And the Giants haven't had anything like that in a long, long time, maybe ever, with a couple of their minor league teams. So it was very difficult to miss that year, and the fact that so many guys came back strong last year, that the team success, the individual success, I think speaks to what the Giants are doing and building at the minor league level. We've already seen the impact at the big league level with this kind of new front office mindset and this coaching staff. And you know what? They're teaching the same things down at the minor league level. The same things about how to approach an at bat, the patience, look for your one pitch, and when you get it, that's the one you don't miss. And then on the pitching side, how they get so analytical and how they can, make these adjustments with grips and velocity and arm slots and everything. I mean, it's all happening at the minor league level too, and you're seeing guys make those jumps as well. And while 2020 was rough to not have that year, I was blown away with what we saw, at least in San Jose, what I heard was happening at other levels last year. And I think there's a reason for optimism there, too.
Well, so, Joe, we're going to get back into the Warriors. But, Joe, one last question for you. We're talking to the San Jose Giants play-by-play guy, Joe Rizzo. I'm looking at someone like Elliot Ramos. I'm not trying to write the kid off. I'm not. He's 22 years old. But I feel like I'm looking at someone like him who I've heard about for years, and I see the single-A numbers like, wow. I mean, he bats like 300, and he's got power and this. And then you're looking at the numbers the last year, and you're like, kind of underwhelming. I'm watching him. And again,
Joe,
a couple at-bats.
Help my guy out. He watched 3 spring training games. He's all over the place. Or Ramos. Help my guy out, man.
I've been hearing about this guy for so long, and then I'm looking at the baseball card on Baseball Reference, if you will. This is a dated reference, but I'm looking at him. I'm like, what's this guy hanging his hat on? He's not a power guy. He strikes out a lot. He doesn't hit for a high average. I don't see it, right? Again, it's a few at-bats here and there. You've seen him every day. What is Elliot Ramos? Is this a guy who's just a big leaguer, or is he a legitimate impact prospect that I've been hearing about? Because I had my sights set on something a little more spectacular, and I've been underwhelmed.
Well, I think you make some good points, and I think that it's also important to remember the age. And, look, I think he was the youngest player that was drafted, back in 2017. So you feel like, gosh, this guy has been around forever. Why haven't we seen him in the big leagues? Talking about Elliot Ramos for 5-6 years now.
Right.
I mean, he just came off his age 21 season. I mean, how many 21-year-olds do you hear about that are, first of all, in the big leagues, let alone, making an impact in the major leagues? I mean, you could count them on one hand, probably, maybe two. So,
well, you see the Juan Sotos and you see the Acuna Juniors, and you're like, I want one of those. That's where it comes. It's me wanting more. I mean,
we all want more.
I hate to be that guy, and it's unfair to the kid.
There's nothing wrong with that. I think, again, you have to remember that 21 years old in AAA last year is still a big deal, and they like what they're seeing out of him this spring. I think he has put on some of that good weight. He's trying to improve his flexibility a little bit. Very athletic. He's like Joey Barton, that he uses all fields, and he's got that approach where you're not accustomed to seeing that from such a young guy. But he's going to get his chance. I don't know if he's on the opening day roster this year, but he's going to be in AAA. He's going to play every day, and if the production warrants it, he's going to get a shot. And we know the Giants could use that right-handed bat, especially at the outfield position, to where it may not be make or break for Elliot Ramos this year, because he's still only 22, but he's going to get that chance, and the raw skills, I think, are there for him to be an impact big leaguer, and I think the Giants feel that way too. So hopefully it all kind of comes together for him.
Is that good enough for you, Shasky? You're not going to come in here guns blazing on Elliot Ramos after 12 spring training at bats, Joe. He's losing his mind. I'm like, all right, relax.
I care, Joe. It's the first time we've actually had a farm. Like, we did so great at developing pitching, and I want to see the everyday players. And you got Craw, who kind of came out of essentially nowhere. Buster was obviously highly touted, Golden Spikes Award winner.
Pablo.
Yeah, but I want that outfielder. It's been since Chili Davis, for crying out loud, that we haven't had an outfielder.
Well, I'll give you one more name before I get out of here. You want an outfielder? Just remember the name Luis Matos, because he's the young center fielder. I don't know if you saw some of the plays he made in Cactus League on Monday. He's only 20 years old, so and he'll be an A-ball, AA guy this year, but he's that Acuna kind of calm player.
Hey, Joe, you shouldn't have said that, man. You really shouldn't have said that. Because now I'm going to be spending gas money all over the place coming down to San Jose to come see Matos. We will be seeing you soon, Joe. No doubt about that. Now you got me going. Joe Rizzo, the voice of San Jose.
Thanks for
the
all
San
the
Jose
insights.
Giants. You always do a great job doing the San Jose Giants, man. We're huge fans of you. So we'll see you soon. We'll make sure to come by and say hi.
Yep.
And you'll definitely be back on the roast.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me, guys.
Anytime, Joe Rizzo, the voice of the San Jose Giants.
That was fair. Look at you.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Vontae, wait a minute. Warriors won, huh?
Baseball? Baseball, I'm back. By the way, some news here I got to pass along.
What's that?
Ice-T. He was robbed at a gas station in New Jersey last night.
Is he okay?
Here's what he tweeted. After my hands stopped trembling, I managed to call the cops, and they were quick to respond, and they calmed me down. My money is gone. The police asked me if I knew who did it. He said yes. It was pump number 9.
Ha 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 ha.
That's so good. After my hands started trembling.
I mean, he stole the joke. There was about 50 other people that tweeted that before him, but okay.
Oh, I didn't know. Well, I didn't know that.
That's the new thing going around. Everyone writes this long paragraph about getting robbed at a gas station. And, the gas prices.
Hey, that to me was...
Ha 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 ha
What was the show? What was the show with him and his wife?
Oh,
she had a lot of work done.
Yeah, Coco.
Yeah, Coco, that's it.
Coco.
Yeah.
I seen him at Coco when the NBA All-Star game was out here in the Bay Area. I forgot the show, but yeah, it was hilarious.
Yeah.
And he's got little ice out there.
6 in the morning.
Yeah, Coco. Man, they were funny.
He's the only guy to go from cop killer selling records to being a cop on TV.
Did you see the Hip Hop Unsolved?
It's incredible.
He was incredible when he said, I managed to be cool with the Crips and the Bloods, and I found my own lane.
Yeah.
And
He goes, I claim green.
Yeah, that's what
Because he was like a bank robber.
By the way, Kerry Hyder Jr. back with the 49ers, folks. Kerry Hyder Jr. left 1 year to go get paid by the Seattle Seahawks, and Niners signed Kerry Hyder Jr. 1 year, $1.5 million deal with $750,000 guaranteed.
I like it.
And $750,000 available as sack incentives. Remember, he had a career best 8.5 sacks for the Niners in 2020. Here's the funny part. About Niners Twitter. Before we get back into some Draymond Green sound.
The trade Debo Samuel?
No, it's Jed York, the owner of the 49ers, has conditioned the fan base to be okay with getting close enough to the Super Bowl.
What do you mean?
What I mean is there's Niner people out. Niner Nick's had to tweet too. I'm calling out Niner Nick. I love you, Niner Nick. But he also had to tweet, Jed York has conditioned his fan base to be okay with not winning championships. To be okay with being competitive.
How? Why? How does Jed? Why?
I don't
connect
know.
the logic.
You think I know? I think it's asinine.
Well, Jed spent money. Look, he screwed up with Harbaugh.
Winning with class.
We all know this. He screwed up with Harbaugh.
But Jed York also said we don't hang NFC Championship banners.
Yeah,
we
I
hang
know.
Super Bowls.
And they've been to 2 Super Bowls under Jed's watch. Now, they didn't win them, right? And I'm not going to get credit for getting there. You do, though. Like you do, all right? There's how many teams in the league, for as bad as it's been at times, how many teams in the league would trade places with the 49ers right now?
I think about...
Over the last 10 years.
I think about over 23 teams.
What?
Maybe 20 to 23 teams.
Okay, so you're in the upper echelon in terms of ownerships right now.
I Shasky, again, I don't know. This is not my mindset.
And I'm not here to say that he's flawless. He's not.
He's not.
He's not.
But he has to condition me.
He's been better in this 10-year run than he was the first 5 years.
Dude, he hasn't conditioned me to believe that, hey, it's okay to go to the NFC Championship. I told you, I want a freaking parade.
Yeah, well, you know
I'm
what
tired
I
of
want.
losing.
Yeah.
We lost our minds. We're ready to fight each other wanting this team to win. I don't like this whole thing that Jed York, because they're not spending a bunch of money. Oh, Jed York can condition the fan base of just being okay, of fielding a football. It's just Niners Twitter shoved it. I don't want to talk about it no more.
Organized chaos.
Niners Twitter's just out of control right now.
Well, and the irony of like how we look back on things, it's like Eddie DeBartolo never lost. Eddie DeBartolo never lost anything at any time. If Dallas doesn't fumble the ball at the 45-yard line, maybe Dallas wins the NFC Championship game. Is that on Eddie?
Yeah.
Are we calling Eddie a loser? Jed's not out there calling plays.
Right.
All he's doing is putting the infrastructure in place. Look. I can't believe I'm defending Jed York. He built the stadium. Is it in the wrong part of the Bay Area? Yeah, but they're still in the Bay Area. And I'm looking at the other team that was in the Bay Area, and they moved out of state. Okay? Does he field a competitive team for the most part, year after year? Yes, he does. Does he spend money? Yes, he does. They've spent money. Are they bold in terms of making trades and moves? At times, yes, and at times I want more, okay? But I feel like they've put together a pretty good thing. They have continuity in the front office.
Listen,
he stayed away.
I've ripped Jed York.
What do people want?
I've ripped Jed York.
It's hard to win.
Listen, man. This again. Twitter's not real life.
I can't
Twitter's
believe I'm
not real
defending.
life. Twitter's not real life. It's the same Twitter. It's the same Twitter.
Get off the internet.
It's the same Twitter that says Steve Kerr's not a good head coach. And then you watch last night, and I tweet out, does Steve Kerr get any credit? Yeah, but. It's always a yeah, but. Guy's been involved in basketball forever. He's played for Lute Olson, Lenny Wilkins, Phil Jackson, Greg Popovich. But the guy don't know damn basketball. Because Twitter tells you he don't know damn basketball. He don't know how to, he doesn't give Steph a chance to play ISO basketball. Isolation basketball works now, huh? That's what you want. You just want your player to cook. You just want him to cook. Twitter's dumb. That's why I'm laughing at Niners Twitter. I'm laughing at it.
Look,
because right now, if you said to start the season right now, start the season right now.
The Niners are one of the top 7 teams in the NFL.
I was going to say top 3 in the NFC.
Okay, well, I was just saying in general.
Right.
You know?
So I'm not worried about, stupid. Hey, by the way, I got to play this before we get to Ron Adams.
I just think we're too harsh on Jed. Like you get credit for putting together a team, backing away, and letting those guys run things. Like
you know how I feel about
Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are infinitely better than whatever Trent Baalke and the combination of people that they have.
I like it when an owner kind of stays out the way.
Yeah,
spends his money, backs his mouth up with the dollars. Jed York has stayed out of the way now.
Yeah.
John, I didn't like what he said about Trey Lance sitting for 2 years.
Yeah, but he was backing his guys.
Yeah, but I thought that was unnecessary.
Okay.
I don't want to hear
That's
from you.
fair.
Just like I didn't want to hear from John Lynch about, hey, I was at Patrick Mahomes' pro day, and I called Jed and said, hell, we may need to reshuffle our whiteboard. John Lynch, we don't need to know that.
Yeah.
You don't need to know that because you're just throwing gasoline on the fire for passing up Deshaun Watson to Patrick Mahomes. Yeah. Don't need to say it. I don't need it. Yeah. I don't need it in my life. Jed York has stepped back and let the guys do what they do. Adam Peters, John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan. I'm not mad at Jed, but he ain't conditioned me. Like, if you've been conditioned, I don't think there's 49er fans are rabid. I don't think any 49er fans are sitting here happy with just losing.
I talked to a guy last night. I was playing basketball last night, and he was like, how was SoFi? I go, how was SoFi? Niner fans took over SoFi. Bonte, even though we lost that game, and we're all frustrated that we lost in the way we did, in terms of fan engagement, can you name me a more incredible impact in terms of a team that you root for, seeing them travel and take over a stadium the way they did? I have never seen anything like that in my life. Have you?
No, ever. Never, ever, ever. Never, ever,
and
ever.
if you want to say it's about the Rams, fine.
Right.
But Niner fans still showed out. That parking lot was a sea of red.
Yeah. James and Fremont, hang on tight. We got Ryan Adams coming up on the other side, and we got some Draymond Green sound for you that you do not want to miss from his podcast. Stay tuned for that. That's all coming up on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Ball. Don't ever forget that, folks. And we'll go to Ron Adams down in South Beach, assistant coach with the Golden State Warriors, a long time defensive guru, now sitting back in the cuts, kind of just laying back there, watching the game from the tunnel, taking his notes, seeing what he sees on the floor. But Ron, good morning. Welcome back to the Roast. Joe Shasky the Butcher and Bonte Hill. And what a win last night in Miami, and to see the growth of these young players. Play the way they played last night in Miami, the defense, the boxing one that we saw in the fourth quarter.
It.
I loved the schemes last night. What a win for you guys, Ron.
Yeah, it was a great win. Great energy, great cohesiveness as a team. And we had a couple guys get going again that struggled a bit recently. So many good things. And just a prototypical NBA game in which you really don't know what's going to happen. We've been on the other end of that, playing a team that's missing a couple of guys, and psychologically, that can affect you. And they gave us a little bit of an opening early, and it was very hard for them to recover.
Ron, I'm looking at the coaching staff. I don't think you guys get enough credit. Some of the inbound plays the other day with Clay streaking across the middle, and then he throws a kick pass out to Wiggins, hits a three. It was just a beautifully designed play, perfectly executed. Some of the defensive fronts that you guys have put out there, whether it's like a 2-3 zone or a 3-2 zone, I'm not really sure. You get boxing one last night, the way you guys are mixing it up. Is that a coaching staff thing that you guys go into a game, hey, we're going to try these wrinkles based on the tendency of the other team? Or is that something that you're seeing in game and you're just going to throw it out there to try to mix it up?
Well, you have a menu going into the game, and this year we have done box and ones and triangle and twos and then a 3-2 zone, as well as our man-to-man. So you have a menu that includes blitzing, getting two on the ball, that kind of thing, and you go into a game seeing who you're going up against, and thinking about how you can control them. You have one hot player, and his teammates aren't going great. Boxing one is pretty effective. If you have more than one player going, or if you have multiple scorers in a team, it's a little bit more difficult, but essentially, with those kind of quote-unquote junk defenses, you're just trying to keep a team off balance and try to control a hot hand from time to time, as well as with the zone, just change the tempo of the game. It's really interesting how rhythmic the game is, and if you can break up the rhythm with something slightly different for a couple of possessions, those two possessions may win for you.
Yeah, we saw the rhythm of the game get broken a few times in that one, especially that wild third quarter. You guys come out of halftime, score 19 straight. Miami Heat, they rally back. You guys are leading by one in the fourth quarter. So what was the message there going into that fourth quarter? Because as Draymond Green said, and obviously we're all watching the games there, and you guys know it, Ron, the fourth quarters have been a struggle. We saw that the previous night in Orlando where you guys scored 16 points. Last night you scored 37. So what was that message going into that fourth quarter, especially without the main cogs in Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green and Otto Porter Jr.?
Well, I think our guys were pretty determined. I don't know if there was anything that was said that got us over the top. I think Steve is really, really thoughtful. You mentioned earlier our after timeout plays and so on. Steve's really good, skilled at doing that sort of thing. But I think we had good momentum. The guys sensed it. The guys also knew that we we've been dragging a little bit. We're not who we can be.
Right.
And I just think they were all really, really excited. It was so different watching our bench in that game and our bench against Orlando.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone was engaged. Everyone was excited. Just a completely different tale of two cities. So I think perhaps it was the momentum of the game, and also, understanding that we can win this game. Really good opponent, first, number one team in the East, but we can do this. And I thought there was a collective determination.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you there. I look at the roster, and someone like GP2, he's on the roster to play elite defense, and that's what he's going to hang his hat on. Conversely, a young player like Jordan Poole, offensively, he's so skilled and so good, but it felt like early on the defense, he just lose focus off ball, and the guy would cut back door on him. He would be slow-footed, guarding the guy in front of him. But this year, he's really made a concerted effort to get in those passing lanes. How did you guys get with him to be a better defender in terms of concentration and focus and just fundamental awareness of where he's at on the court?
Well, that's a good point that you bring him up. I think he could easily be a candidate for most improved player this year. I think he understood this season early on that if you're going to be a great player in this league, you have to play both sides of the ball. And I must say he's growing in not only offensively but defensively, and he has a ways to go defensively. But I like what I'm seeing. I think our coaching staff has been very consistent with him. I think Mike has done a good job with him, Mike Brown, in telling him what we need defensively. And Chris DeMarco is really his guy who works with him. And Chris has a great relationship with him and is very honest with him and is very tough with him. And I think Jordan sees what it takes to be, a great player in this league, and he approaches that. But defensively, he's gotten a lot better. He's got to get better. He's got to get a little bit stronger. It's kind of funny that people sometimes say he's soft, and it's interesting. On offense, he is one of the most aggressive,
tough
people in the league. He gets knocked on the floor like a rag doll and gets up and keeps going. So he's got a lot of toughness.
Yep.
But what we'd like to see is that toughness being transferred to the defensive end too.
Warriors assistant coach Rod Adams on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Been with the squad since Steve Kerr arrived, of course, 3-time champion. And the Warriors win in South Beach last night against the Heat to snap their 3-game losing streak. And Jonathan Kuminga, he's everybody's favorite youngster. I mean, this guy, I don't even, you could tell us, coach, you know more about the game of basketball than we both do combined. It feels like he's just scratching the surface. It feels like he's just playing, and yet he's being productive. And he scores 22 last night, and he just gets better and better and better. But what are some of the things you want him to work on in the offseason? Maybe we could say that. We don't want to give any tips away to the other teams as we get ready for the playoffs. But within this year, what can he do? Because I saw the mid-range jumper yesterday. He's been patient on the three, and defensively, he's not biting for pump fakes. If he does early in the game, it feels like he makes the adjustment right away, and he doesn't fall for that same pump fake like he did last night against Jimmy Butler in the third quarter.
Well, he's an immensely talented athlete. He's one of those guys that can make up a lot of ground defensively. He can recover after he is beaten and make a play defensively, offensively. Very good driver. But what's impressive, and what was impressive last night again, was we're playing one of the best defensive teams in the league, perhaps the most physical, or certainly one of the top 2 or 3 most physical teams. And he was able to get to the basket and finish and draw fouls. But he has he's developing a fairly complete offensive game, and by that I mean he can drive some. Obviously, he's pretty clever when he gets in the paint, and most teams aren't dropping people down on post people anymore because of the three-point shot. So he can wheel and deal down there. He's got a nice left hand down there. His jump shot has come along well. I mean, he hit, like several of our other guys, he hit a little bit of a slump and was not making outside shots, but his his outside shot is pretty sound. I like the rotation on the ball. He's balanced. He usually shoots it when he's open. And now he's doing one thing that he hasn't done before, and he's making jump shots, a few of them at least, when he's closely guarded. That's the next step. He works with Kenny Atkinson.
Yep.
Kenny's done a good job with him, and Jama plugs into him too. But he needs and has received is good veteran leadership. He's a young guy. He can be subject to all the things that a young player in this league are subject to, lack of focus at times, whatever it might be. But I think our veteran players have really helped him, and he's really, at different times in the season, grown immensely, and I think he's in another growth spurt right now. The game last night should give him great confidence.
Yep.
And
Uh-oh. Got Ron cutting off again. He's cutting out. He's cutting out on us. What you have for Ron? Last question.
Well, no, I was going to ask him about Otto Porter Jr. because I look at someone like him, and I didn't realize how fundamentally sound he was. He's a real throwback player. He just knows his game. Oh, is Ron there? Yeah, Coach Ron Adams. Ron, one last thing. I look at someone like Otto Porter Jr., and I don't know what my impression was of him before he came here. He's obviously injured a lot, and I just see what he's provided you guys in terms of like eating glass on offensive rebounds, his discernment in the half court, and kind of slowing things down when they need to be slowed down, hitting an open shot. He's just been a really revelation. And I know he had a tough stretch there for a couple of weeks, but I love what Otto Porter Jr. is doing right now. Can you talk about his impact on this roster, especially those young guys you were talking about?
Well, I love talking about Otto. I just find him such a delightful man, young man as a person, but he brings so much to the team. And even though the last couple of weeks he has not made shots like he did earlier in the year, he contributes so much to the team. I mean, he's turned into a really good defender. Excuse me. He is a terrific rebounder, and he's just a great team guy. I mean, he makes these simple plays. And he has been a more than a pleasant surprise. But, a guy like Otto approaches every game with a great focus. He's really, really motivated. And I can't think of a game in which he just, didn't leave it on the floor. He's overcome some physical things. He had a foot issue, which still plagues him a bit. But he's done a great job with our health staff. And I can't say enough about him, and he's just been a huge anchor for this team, especially for a first year, a guy who in his first year is with this team is new and has fit in so well and has led us so well, I think.
Well, 9 games left in the regular season. It's going to be a fun postseason. Steph will be back shortly, and hopefully his foot heals right. But a great win last night. Great to see Poole do his thing, and Wiggins come back in the second half with 20 points. And you guys enjoy South Beach, Miami, Ron. Get some sun. We'll see you Friday night in Atlanta as you guys try to win 2 in a row. But a great win, man. Thanks for talking to us today.
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
Thanks, Coach.
Assistant Coach Ron Adams here on the roast on 95.7 The Game. Knows the game inside and out. He's the professor. He's always grabbing the box score every time out, just taking little notes, jotting little notes down. It's amazing what his mind can do and how he sees the game. It's really cool.
You know what I call him?
The professor?
No, the consigliere. Everybody needs a consigliere. You got the Godfather who's going to be the head coach essentially on the court, but you always have to have that trusted advisor that can maybe see things from beyond the forest, that can kind of get the big picture, can scope out a little. And I love everything that he brings to the table in terms of wisdom. And I think it's wisdom is something in our society we've forgotten about. It used to be in, back we're going tribal era here. The wise person in the tribe was the older person, and we respected our elders, and we listened to them because they had vast amount of life experiences and wisdom and wealth of knowledge through those experiences, and they've heard from other generations. And I feel like Ron Adams is like like the last of those old wise men in the NBA as we go younger and more analytical.
No doubt.
It's okay to have an old wise man on the bench.
He's great for this organization, great for this team. I'm so glad he's around. Ron Adams, by the way, the Xfinity Flex Moment of the show coming up in 3 minutes. 3 minutes, Xfinity Flex Moment of the show. Let's get to this Draymond sound.
Oh.
Draymond Green.
Here we go.
Him and LeBron, they obviously are both under Clutch Sports. They've become really good friends. Draymond has been on the shop.
Clutch is essentially
Clutch is an
LeBron's
agency. LeBron's agency. Rich Paul runs it.
Yeah.
They're both part of it. So here's what.
So is Anthony Davis.
So I'm just going to play this out.
Yes.
I'm just going to play it blindly, and we're going to react to it. We're going to react to what Draymond Green had to say about LeBron James on the Draymond Green Show.
Congrats to LeBron, second all time, probably in 50 more games or so. 50 or 70 games or so, he'll be first all time. And I can't wait to see that. And I hope, Steve Kerr, I'm throwing this out there right now. If LeBron James is passing the all-time scoring record and we have a game, I'm going to LeBron's game and witness history. So that's what we doing, Coach Kerr.
What? What? Could you play that one more time for me?
Play it one more time.
Play that one more time.
Play it one
Did
more
he
time.
really just say that he was going to miss a game to go watch LeBron James?
I'm going to play this one more time because I saw the tweets last night and I did not think it was real.
Congrats to LeBron, second all time, probably in 50 more games or so. 50 or 70 games or so, he'll be first all time. And I can't wait to see that. And I hope, Steve Kerr, I'm throwing this out there right now. If LeBron James is passing the all-time scoring record and we have a game, I'm going to LeBron's game and witness history.
Okay.
So that's what we doing, Coach Kerr.
Oh, my God. Could you imagine Rick Mahorn? You know what? When Jordan passes the all-time scoring list, I'm going to miss my game. I'm going to miss my game. Could you imagine Charles Oakley, Dennis Rodman, all those guys? Because that's what he puts himself in that category.
Listen,
Karl Malone. Hey, I got to miss this game. Sean Kemp's going to break the dunk record.
Dude.
Are you kidding me? Tell me this is kind of tongue-in-cheek. Tell me this is tongue-in-cheek. The LeBron suckage from Draymond Green has gotten way too far. It's too much, man. It's too much.
Dude,
What is he doing? I get the AAU stuff, B. No, I get it. We're all buddies. We're making money off the court. You're going to miss a game to go watch another dude break the record who's been your, like you could respect him. I'm not saying you can't respect you could be friends with them. But, there's no professional rivalry at all? There's no personal pride? What about you getting paid to do the job you're getting paid to do?
I don't know what to say about that. I need a little...
Am I the only one that's offended by that at some level?
You're the only one.
That's ridiculous.
Do you think you're the only one?
That's ridiculous.
You think you're the only one who's offended by that? Do you really think you're the only one offended by that?
No, but I'm just saying,
There's
this
a lot
is ridiculous.
It's a lot of people who are not happy about that.
Maybe he needs to stop doing the pod during the week, dude. If you're going to be just doing LeBron suckage at every turn, come on, dude. Come on. And I'm a LeBron fan, but come on.
I got a lot of questions about that. I don't know if we have enough time in the show to get to all the questions.
Hey, B, I'm going to miss work tomorrow because
you're off?
Yeah, well, a guy across the street's going to get an award, and I'm going to go watch him get that award. I mean, that's how absurd that sounds.
For a second, I was like, wait, you're off?
That's like Domino's telling Roundtable, hey, you won Best Pizza of the Year. We're taking the day off to go watch you win that award.
Man.
Come on. This is I hope it's tongue-in-cheek because it's indefensible.
I do, too. I don't even know how to respond to it. I am flabbergasted. I'm like...
What do the OGs of the NBA... What do the OGs think of something like that? B, come on.
Bro, I don't know.
Could you imagine Gary Payton? You know what? Not going to be at this game. Derek Fisher's receiving an award, and I got to go watch it.
I don't know how to feel about that.
It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. It's absurd.
Well, first question I have is, was LeBron an idol to Draymond Green when he was growing up and when he was at college? Because people have old tweets. They've resurfaced old tweets of LeBron basically just taking shots at LeBron like, he's soft.
Oh.
So I don't know. Like I don't.
Well, you can have
I don't
professional,
know,
but B, you
like-
can have professional respect for someone, and you can even that can be your idol, and at the same time, a great example. I grew up listening to the other station.
Right.
There's a lot of people that I respect that I look up to and stuff. I still want to kick their butt, and I'm not going to go miss a day of work here to go watch them win something.
I think.
Come on.
Draymond wants to beat LeBron on the floor, but when you hear a soundbite like this, I don't know what that would look like. If we get to that point, I want to get to that point, Chasky, and I want to actually see it happen. I'm not saying I'm okay with it happening. I want to see it happen because the reaction is what I'm going to be here for. The reaction of his teammates. What if Steph Curry going to take the day off to go see LeBron pass the all-time scorer record? You know what I'm saying? I just, it's weird. I've never seen it. I've never heard anything like that.
Never.
I've never heard anything like that. I don't even know what to say about that.
Strahan's going to miss work because Bruce Smith's about to break the all-time sack record, and he wants to be in Buffalo when it happens.
Boy. I don't know. Flex moment of the show. We'll take David Fresno on the other side. Hey, Lakeford, what do you think about that? Lakeford, I want to hear from them because I'm kind of speechless. I don't know what to say about it. There has to be more to this.
It's ridiculous.
There has to be more context to this.
I don't know what's happening. I got to listen to the full podcast, though, because it was just a clip. But I was bothered a couple of weeks ago, or was it 3 weeks ago, whenever we did a show, Bonte, and they were talking about he was talking about the Lakers and the Laker fans booing LeBron after turning the ball over against the Pelicans. And then he called the fans brats for booing because they were just showing some displeasure with how LeBron was playing and the lack of effort. So ever since then, I was just like, okay, come
Shasky,
on.
you missed that show. He got on the fans for booing the Lakers for the Lakers not playing hard and playing like crap. And he said they were spoiled brats. They're the Lakers. The Laker fans are like Yankee fans, or like Celtic fans, or like all the biggest fans in sports. They will boo you for not working hard. And LeBron James, you look at the Warrior game when he dropped 56 in the first half. Jeff Van Gundy said, man, at least make it look like you're working hard. You're not even passing half court. When the Lakers got blown out by Phoenix on Sunday night, the day of the G League game when Wiseman played at Chase, Ryan Rucco on the broadcast said it 3 times. And LeBron still hasn't even gotten past half court. So the Laker fans had their right to boo. And Draymond Green went the other way.
But because
it was
you know why? Because he can't read the room. I'm not even mad anymore. I'm just just so disappointed in him. Read the room, dude. Stop it. First off, there is no winning when you rip fans, right?
No.
They're the paying customers. Is the customer always right? To their face, yes.
Yeah.
Behind their back,
Hell no.
Right? That's the business 101, right? Even when you're in the wrong as a business, you publicly you save face and you're like, you know what, you're right, and then internally you can have all the discussions that you want. Jay, just read the room, dude. He just doesn't. He's so out of touch.
David Fresno, before we get to the flex moment of the show, David Fresno, what's happening?
Hey guys, good morning. You guys were talking earlier about how Niner Twitter is a little frustrated right now, and I kind of want to break it down as a frustrated Niner fan myself. I know time is money. Just let me just put it all in the bowl for you real quick. The reason we kind of on pins and needles right now, if you look, it's been the wildest NFL offseason of all time. Nobody's going to say that. And you see big names changing left and right, and the Niners are announcing deals with George Odom and Ray Raven. Nobody that's going to move the needle. On top of that, you got the Jimmy G situation. Is he coming? Is he going? You want to wait for fair compensation. So I get all that, but you also need to look at, you got a rookie quarterback on a rookie deal. This is the time to maximize that and put pieces around kind of what the Chargers did and what the Bills are doing, because their quarterback's on a rookie deal. Now, and I'll just say this. There's 2 more things. We don't have a first-round pick. Let's keep that in mind. Also, as Niner fans, we grew up with Eddie D. You guys know Eddie D, the Barlow. He wouldn't stand for none of this. He's not signing Ray McLeod. He's not signing Odom. He's not signing whoever they signed. Who is this they signed today?
Well, we don't.
Harry Hyder.
But we don't know.
Salary cap.
Yeah, we don't know what Eddie D would have done with the salary cap.
Yeah,
that's a big difference.
Huge.
It was just saying that they're not aggressive.
Huge difference.
The Niners still are stacked on offense. They're still stacked.
Yeah, I agree.
Kittle leave, Ayuk leave, Debo leave, Trey leave. Elijah Mitchell leave? Are they still around?
Draymond comments on the text line
I just Niners Twitter.
So if the Warriors play the Lakers in the final game of the year, is Dre going to sit on our bench or the Laker bench?
Twitter.
Mark, did you hear that sound? Did you hear this Draymond sound?
Hold on. Flex moment of the show. We'll play the sound for Mark in just a second. Time for the Xfinity Flex show. Flex moment of the show.
At this point, I don't even care if it's Dre, if it's Looney, if it's Clay, if it's Otto Porter Jr., whoever you guys want to choose on a nightly basis to start, to play in the middle part of the game, to close games. I don't care. This is about championship mode right now. And this team has to play.
So what are you saying?
What I'm saying is that they have to play the best players given the matchup. If it's GP2 to start a game for whatever, for a couple of minutes, I'm just hypothetical.
Yeah,
just walk me down hypothetically, right? Because you're going up against Ja. Okay, do it. If it means Draymond has to come off the bench for a certain matchup because Kevon Looney gives us a better look for the first couple minutes of a game, then so be it. Even if it's Clay coming off the bench, I don't care. I'm not about emotions. I'm about winning.
It ain't about emotions. It's about logic.
The Flex of the show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
You shouldn't read over the sponsor or talk over the sponsor. You're trying to get the sponsor.
You're right. My bad. Xfinity. I have a new Xfinity box that I'm installing. Got that business class, Wi-Fi.
It's like we've been doing a Flex moment for 3 months already.
I was proud of the way that one ended. It was like a great punctuation. It was like you celebrating like T.O. in the end zone.
Gotta let the read breathe.
Yeah,
they pay money to get their spots
Draymond
on.
got me
now
all
they're
out
going to
of
be
whack.
pissed off. Now Lakeford's going to get a bad email about it. Draymond Green. I want to play this out for you guys. Look, I don't want to kill the vibe. It's Willard Dibs, who did a great job yesterday at the Warriors team store. Great job. Phenomenal show yesterday at Thrive City.
Thank you.
You guys look good. You sounded good. I was really proud of you guys.
Video in front of Chase.
I was like a proud nephew.
You can. Don't worry. You can have Bob Myers back now.
Oh,
just borrowing him.
Maybe.
Just borrowing. Well, maybe not. Yeah, that was
honestly,
pretty good.
If we do a draft,
I noticed how
I love
it was really good because you added in the Tyus Etney sound from the podcast I was doing with the Greatest Smarts Moments. But it hits the interview.
Professional cross promotion.
That is unbelievable. That's why you guys are pros. That's why you're going to the Hall of Fame.
Well, and when you're getting handed notes, look. I have this piece of content.
My gosh. PTSD, little 3x5 index cards with
flying
Sharpie being
everywhere.
handed to you.
Oh boy, you guys got the Hegan.
Kerr in 5. Kerr's on hold. Can't find Kerr.
Right.
Stand by for Kerr. Kerr.
We got 14 Kerr index cards at the end. So the overplays, and we got Steve in the end. So it was all good.
No, that was a good show.
We teased it. We teased it about 11 times.
Good show. Steiny Guru had Eric Musselman on, and they had Coletta on, they had Jason Richardson and Tajay. Really good stuff by you guys in the midday. But there's Draymond Green out. Look, they win in Miami, the Warriors. Great win. Unbelievable win. Probably the favorite. We said that about 4 times this year because with the Young Guns beating San Antonio, Detroit, now Miami, those are a fun win. But Draymond Green on this podcast because he's been talking a lot. Said the Warriors got punked. He's been talking. He's come back.
That's the most succinct thing that's been said on this station ever.
Well, here's the latest with Draymond Green on LeBron James. I want to get your thoughts on this.
Congrats to LeBron, second all time, probably in 50 more games or so. 50 or 70 games or so, he'll be first all time. And I can't wait to see that. And I hope, Steve Kerr, I'm throwing this out there right now. If LeBron James is passing the all-time scoring record and we have a game, I'm going to LeBron's game and witness history. So that's what we doing, Coach Kerr.
I don't even know what to say. I mean, 510 Comcast business text line, dude got him suspended, took a read from him. I will never understand how y'all can be so close. Clutch Sports, Rich Paul, same agency.
So this is behind the curtain right here because, when you talk about rivalries in sports, 95% of that is just about the fans.
Or more.
I mean, or more. Do you think that the Giants and Dodgers players hate each other?
They used to back in the day.
They used to.
But not anymore.
I'll tell you a story.
They have the same agents or whatever.
Like years ago, by total happenstance, I'm driving out to a golf course. I'm just going to go out there and play. I think as a single, or maybe it was me and my buddy, but we were running late. So I call the course and I'm like, hey, we're running late. They're like, you're good, but hustle. I got a twosome I want you to play with. And we get out there, and I'm like, what's going on? Well, here, get out to the tee. See those 2 guys out there? I'm like, yeah. Oh, that's Don Drysdale and Maury Wills.
Oh.
Now, here's the problem. I play with Giants club head covers. So I head out to the first tee with Maury Wills and Don Drysdale and my buddy. And my buddy, who lived in L.A., was making sure that they saw my Giants club head covers.
That's a good friend.
And back then, those guys... It's not okay. Like, I mean, I heard I got chirped at for 10
that's
holes.
fun.
Right. So my point is, you're right. That was then.
Yeah.
It's not like that anymore. And so.
But you can't miss work.
Well, okay.
Wow.
So that's a totally different thing. But aren't we heading toward that?
I mean, you can't miss work, but we load managed them yesterday. What's the difference?
Thank you. Wait, are we not?
What's the difference?
Are we not heading toward vacation days for NBA players?
But I'm just thinking in my mind.
I got a sick day. I got 2 weeks vacation. I haven't used it. Coach, can I apply?
Man.
Can I miss March 28th so I can go see LeBron play some basketball?
You know what it is, though? And
I know
it's
where
probably
you're going,
not the
and I
case.
agree.
It's probably not the case, but it feels like he gives LeBron so much more love than his old teammate Stephen Curry. Maverick Carter, LeBron's right-hand man, said, Steph can't play defense. I would cook him. And LeBron laughed it off. And I'm thinking to myself, like, dude,
Or
that's
Draymond
your guy.
laughed it off,
Draymond
right?
laughed it
Yeah,
off.
Draymond
Laughed it off. Like, Steph, he'll get you to 3 weeks. Like, this whole conception that Draymond is the most important player. Steph Curry's the culture. All right? Can we get that in the bud? Steph Curry.
Yeah.
This doesn't happen without Steph Curry.
I think Steph and Clay, Draymond could not have played with two better superstars alongside him because water off a duck's back. When you think about Klay Thompson, what really bothers Clay? You go ahead and let me know when you find one thing that bothers Clay. He's played with Draymond now for 10 years, and Stephen Curry is the most selfless, humble, gracious, giving super megastar we've ever seen in sports. So imagine if Draymond played with, and we're going to get into this here 9 to noon, a guy by the name of Jimmy Butler. Can you imagine those two? I mean, and you could pick any number of
The great thing, you know about this working at Pac-12, you know about this working TV. The live feeds we get at NBC Sports, it doesn't go to commercial. So we saw the entire thing. And I was like, I hope they showed us on a broadcast. Because, like, and then everybody in Miami's tweeting it live from courtside or from the arena.
I saw multiple angles.
You want to know what he said, too, because the crazy thing, I mean, Jimmy's one thing, but Spo. Like, I mean,
hey, I love that he didn't back down.
It's like,
I love that.
I mean, he's chasing him.
Yeah.
He's chasing him around the arena.
And then Udonis was like, I will kick your butt.
He kept saying it.
I say because we got kids riding around and they're listening. So I will kick your butt.
Gangster.
You know, so
he's known in the streets in Miami as being not one to mess with.
Yeah, Darrell Wright says.
Yes.
Yeah, Darrell Wright says
like
you don't mess with Hassel.
OG apparently.
Well, and
he's Mr. 305.
And Jimmy Butler, much like Draymond, in many, many ways, Jimmy Butler is relentless.
Yeah.
And because he's so relentless, he's so good. And I threw this on the email thread. Jimmy Butler might be a Hall of Famer. When you look at 6 All-Stars,
it's kind of crazy,
5 all-defensive teams, he's averaging about 18 a clip. He's going to play for another probably 8 to 10 years just because he loves it. He loves being in the mix.
And they put anybody in the Basketball Hall of Fame. Anybody.
Thank you.
I mean, the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame.
Look at you.
I'm wondering about this, and I don't want to put thoughts in people's heads or words in people's mouths, but what do you guys think about this? I mean, part of the Steph thing is an NBA culture deal.
1,000%. We grew up a certain way.
Absolutely.
There's
and
always been that animosity towards Steph. I 100%
Steph picks
agree.
that scab, and even though they have been forever teammates, we know what Draymond's upbringing was. We know the straw that stirs his drink. We know the type of person he is. He's been very, very open about that. So even though they're great teammates and even though they've won championships together in that NBA fraternity, the larger fraternity, not just the Warriors, I wonder if Draymond almost sees it the exact same way that the LeBrons and the Russell Westbrooks and those who've spoken publicly about it over the years feel.
Well, here's the thing. You can feel that kind of way saying it out loud on your podcast, and you know it's going to be regurgitated.
He didn't say it.
No, but I'm saying, like, in terms of the outward expression of love toward LeBron James, which is Warrior villain number one, right? If we were ranking, like, greatest rivals in Warrior
history?
Warrior history?
I'm a lot less bothered by LeBron James than I am by James Harden, Chris Paul, watching them play
LeBron's the number
basketball.
one fan.
Yeah, they beat James Harden. They never lost to
LeBron's
James
the
Harden.
number one
James
fan.
Harden was
Well,
barbecue. James Harden was the chump change. You know what I'm saying?
LeBron only
That was
got him
light work.
once. I think at the end of it, and this is where you look at the modern athlete.
Yeah.
This is not Drysdale and Maury Wills. For 48 minutes, when it's head to head, Draymond Green would cut LeBron, and we've seen it on the court.
Yeah.
Outside the other 23 hours and 12 minutes of the day, if you want to be best friends, if you want to talk about
we're
it,
fine with that.
and you know what,
Yeah,
Draymond
I
is
get
building
that.
his brand. He's Barkley 2.0.
Yep.
All he has to do is throw somebody through a window, and he's got the gig at TNT. I mean, he's doing his thing. Everyone's building their own brand. Clay is going to be the captain of a cruise ship. Steph is going to be the next Mahatma Gandhi. And Draymond is going to be Charles Barkley.
Hey, he just had his 32nd birthday, and that's the time. Kobe did it too.
Right.
They
Kobe
know
wanted to go to the Clippers.
that clock is ticking, and it's like it's time to set up post-career. That's what he's doing.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HG1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy Simplified, the 9 a.m. hour, brought to you by Timeless Coffee with Willard and Dibs. Shout out to RJ. Shout out to Paula. Timeless Coffee, the best in the Bay Area. March Madness is happening. Obviously, Warriors get the big win. I know you guys are going to talk a lot of Warriors. Any excitement, any buzz you guys getting from March Madness? Because I'm not going to lie, I walked in there, I was like, man, Coach K's in the building. Like, this is cool.
Special night.
Special night to me. Yeah, I feel
Tonight
like
and tomorrow.
Yeah, and then Coach K, did you guys hear Coach K talk about San Francisco?
Yeah, we're going to play that sound because
Nice.
and I've always thought that growing up here. My brother was a state champion in the early 80s, and I was raised on the days of the TOC, Castlemont, when all the schools would play in one singular tournament. This has always been a basketball region, as far as what
Pro-Am.
the majority, Pro-Am, high school, all the way through. And so to have Coach K recognize that, it's cool.
Well, and go back. I mean, this is generations ago. Pete Newell, the big man tournaments, USF. There was
Bill
a
Russell,
legacy.
the whole deal,
Absolutely. Casey Jones. There's a huge legacy. And then you just look at what Oakland has produced in terms of the guard play. Jason Kidd, Gary Payton. There was a
Brian Shaw.
Thank you. There's a legacy of impact players. Aaron Gordon in the league right now is another kid.
Drew Gooden out of El Cerrito. Even Bob Myers playing over at Monte Vista,
Sabrina Ionescu.
Yeah, exactly.
Mark Madsen, San Ramon Valley.
So, we could go school by school, region by region. It's not just the two big cities. It's not just San Francisco and Oakland, though. It's, you go to all the communities and find somebody.
Now, Coach K, he spoke at length. He talked about the barracks at the Presidio, how he stayed in the barracks. It was touching, man. I was like, Jason Dumas asked the question, 95.7 Cron 4. It was a great question, and it was a better answer. So I'm jacked up. I got the credential. I'm going down there.
Good.
I can't wait for March Madness.
You're going to be
in San Francisco.
You're going to be in the building for a special night because this is it.
Mark, could you imagine?
This is it.
Could you imagine?
He's not coaching Saturday.
You put your name on it and pick your battles.
They are underdogs. Texas Tech are favorite, right?
1 point.
Oh, is it down to one now?
It's 1 point.
Is Coach K going to be at that game, or is he going to go to maybe Calipari's retirement farewell and maybe miss the game?
Exactly.
To show reverence to one of his rivals.
You're big man. That bothered you.
It does bother him.
Well, first of all,
It's LeBron.
But let's wait until it's actually asked instead of being on the
I hope
podcast.
it's not.
So maybe he's just right. Maybe he's
Right.
throwing it out there. I wonder, hey, what do you think Steve Kerr thinks about it?
Well,
do you and how would Steve react if this did become an actual thing? Next year.
That's why I want to when the game happens.
Yeah.
And if they haven't
Hey,
paid,
coach,
and
I got a question for you. Can we talk for a second?
Hey, what's his teammates gonna think?
So,
wait, just watch it on TV. Why you got to go to the game?
It's like what Guru always says, we're death row and they're bad boys or whatever.
Bloods and
I'm not
Crips.
trying to do a song with Puffy if I'm Snoop in the middle of the West East Coast beef.
They would have, though. They would have all gotten together without a doubt over if it didn't end in firing bullets, they would have all. It all would have changed.
They don't see it that way. They don't. I mean, there's nothing in their NBA. I mean, these guys will go to battle and then go on the banana boat together.
Hey, that clip's going to bother Guru, huh?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
man.
How Steiny too?
Yeah. Oh, Guru. But Guru's a Laker fan.
Right.
Wow. Totally. Why you got to do Goo like that, man?
Because he is.
Don't do Goo like that, man.
I brought in a bunch of cards to the station, Mark. I got him all these Dallas Cowboy cards. I was getting rid of all these cards in the garage.
Smart way to get rid of that crap out your house.
Yeah, first thing, and there's still a bunch here. First thing he says, where'd the Laker cards go to? I go to Spadoni.
Nice.
He didn't say that.
Yes, he did.
No way.
Yes, he did. I gave him Pirates cards too. Tons of Pirates cards.
Guru's a legit Laker fan.
Yeah.
He just doesn't tell anybody.
So wait a minute, what's worse? Draymond Green is asking for a day off to go watch LeBron play, or Guru's an actual Laker fan cruising around in Warriors jerseys,
or Phil Handy giving gear.
I mean,
my favorite biblical passage: "Judge not, lest ye be judged." Let's all be careful. Thank you.
I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that trade.
So what's the bet? You got Texas Tech, and you have Arkansas
No bets
over
yet.
Gonzaga.
No bets yet, but yeah.
No, he's on Duke on the money line for pick your battles. If you don't fade Duke today at 11:45, part of me, a little piece of me just died.
And I'll say, what are you doing?
Stay tuned.
Thank
Stay
you.
tuned.
What are you doing?
Watch out. Watch out. It could
Song of the day.
Could be a red game on Saturday. Why don't you call in on what are you doing one of these times? Call in.
What are you doing? I went 0
Let
for
it
5
out.
last night in basketball.
So
and
what
then,
are you doing?
Well, I went 2 for 3 in softball after that, so I made up for it. Bases clearing double. It felt very good.
2 for 3 in softball.
Yeah,
what happened on the third?
I'm worried about you,
man. We ran out
man.
of time, and we got beat.
You've had
Our
a lot
team
of
is not good defensively.
You've had a lot of injuries as a youngster, and now you're playing 2 games in one day
hammy
at
is
this
tight
age.
today, yo.
Yeah, I don't know about this. I don't think it's a good idea. All right, Willard Dibs coming up. Have a great day, everybody. See you tomorrow on a Frisco Friday.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Starting at forward, 6'2" from Foster City, Marcus Willard.
Ooh, I used to not like it when people would call me Marcus, and then people would ask, "Is that your full name?"
I was trying to fill.
You did great.
Thanks.
You did great. Yeah.
I was gonna go Marky Mark.
Don't
but
call me.
I thought,
Oh, I get that one
would
too.
Offend you too.
That one, no, Funky Bunch.
How about Marquina?
Do you know that I play the whoop whoop?
Here we go.
We had Wahlberg on
Brandon
in LA
Schneider
one time.
yesterday, by the way, was dropping dimes all
Oh my
over.
gosh!
Loved him.
Yeah, he was. He had a double double by
Trey
the end
Lance
of that.
and I were.
He's like, here's the thing y'all don't know about Trey Lance.
So good.
So we spent time together, and he's going to be amazing. Yeah, Wahlberg comes into the LA studio one time at ESPN, and I dropped a Marky Mark on him.
Oh.
And I didn't know that apparently he doesn't like that anymore. Like once he became an actor,
thank you.
He is Mark Wahlberg.
Exactly.
And he is Wahlburgers. He is not Marky Mark. And I did some like, I'm like, all right, coming up next, more with Marky Mark.
Oh boy.
And then he went to the restroom, and my co-host that day was the one who had set it up. He knows Mark a little bit, and I go, hey, I'm getting a bunch of tweets that I just stepped in doo-doo. Like, did I say something I wasn't supposed to say? And he goes, I don't think he's into it. I don't think he's into it that much. So Wahlberg comes back from the bathroom. I'm like, hey, I just want to say I'm sorry. Like, I didn't know. And he was like, he was fine. He was totally cool. But yeah,
you didn't say, hey, I'm not getting the good vibrations from you,
wow.
Marky Mark.
That's a 3. It's a 3.5.
Had to cram it in there.
Yeah, it was good.
Anyway, apologies for Marcus. It's duly noted.
Yeah.
We're new in our run, so there's things we're still learning about each other.
So don't call him or me Marky Mark. You can just go with Will if you want to shorten it up.
Duly
That's
noted.
what the high school.
But I was
friends
trying
used
to
call me.
elongate as you got settled in our transition.
You know what that is?
It's an elongation sensation.
Where's
Mark.
the jar, by the way?
I got both jars today.
Okay.
I transferred our travel jar
Nice
into
job.
our main jar, and I know we're zeroing in on a charity. I know we said it would be last week or the week before, but we want to do this right.
Yes, we are. Do not rush things. If we've learned anything from our Bay Area teams, do not rush things. Take your time. I'm speaking to you, Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga fans who are saying, turn the team over. Look at these guys. They beat Miami when the other guys couldn't even beat Orlando. Turn the team over to Jordan Poole, please. Let him be your guy. Jonathan Kuminga needs more minutes. Let's get Klay Thompson or Andrew Wiggins over to the bench. Slow down for a second. And I know when I say that, maybe there are very few people who are actually thinking that way. But Dibs, we got a groundswell, especially after a game like last night. Whenever it's load management night, we've gotten to a point where Jordan does not disappoint. Jordan's going to give you 30
yes.
on those nights. And if you get a player who you can just point to and say, give me 30, and he goes and he does it, now I know he's banking in threes and all this stuff, but still, that's worth something. And Draymond himself insinuated that Kuminga is not going to just be a star, he's going to be a superstar someday in this league. I get it, but the playoffs are different.
Yeah, they are, and I think that's where we all need to not necessarily slow our roll, but just keep that in mind that there's the regular season and then there is the postseason. They are two different seasons. Much like winter, spring, summer, and fall, all you have to do is call, and I'll be there, Mark. Yes, I will. You've got a friend.
Wow, you really stuck with that. That's good.
You had to get to the end of it.
You do.
Shout out James Taylor. Much like those 4 seasons are different, these 2 seasons are different. So right now, thriving in the regular season, by the way, against a beleaguered Miami all of a sudden, and embattled Miami and embittered Miami. That win over the Heat was great, the fact that you did it with the 2s, but we do need to remember 2 different times of year now. Poole and Kuminga are both going to factor in the postseason rotation, but I wouldn't expect Steve to say, you know what? It's worked so well against Miami. Draymond, Clay, Steph.
Can you imagine?
Why don't you guys go ahead and take this one off?
Well, here's the thing. There are comps for this, and you can do it on the fly. This is big boy stuff now. If Klay Thompson is out there going 2 for 10 each night when you get to the playoffs, then you can make adjustments. But until then, and I know everyone now is suddenly worried, oh gosh, is Jordan Poole going to be happy? Is Jordan going to be looking for somewhere else to go? Jordan is going to have to figure out how to get his production with fewer minutes or doing it off the bench. He's the younger guy. He's got the fresh legs. That's on him, and it's on Kuminga as well. You've got to put your mark on the game and do it in the minutes that are provided to you now. If Clay or Wiggins get to the playoffs and suddenly look awful, then adjust on the fly, which means this should be maybe a tougher year for Steve Kerr. He might have to dance a little bit. There is precedent even in this city come playoff time where big names are shown the bench. Pablo Sandoval, Tim Lincecum, Barry Zito, highly paid, attention-centered players when they got to the playoffs is like, you're not doing it. So sit down. Here's Edgar Renteria, Cody Ross, Pat Burrell, and who the hell else?
How did that work?
I have no clue. And we'll end up on a float 3 weeks later. So it can go that way, and this is no different, but you don't start that way.
Right.
I don't believe, and because, Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga's next playoff game will be their first.
Man, mind blown. And we're not talking about the ins, we're talking about the offs, because Poole was in the ins last year, Kuminga wasn't, but the ins aren't the offs. And when you think about a playoff run and you go from mid-April, you go to mid-June, it's a 2-month odyssey, and it's a quest for, shout out Odyssey.com and the Odyssey app, different Odyssey, but equally good. You got to get 16 wins, Mark, over the course of basically 8 weeks. And how do you do it? Well, you don't do it one singular way. You're going to need Poole and Kuminga, and at times you're not going to need Poole and Kuminga. Steph, Clay, and Draymond most likely are going to be big factors in all of those games if you make it all the way into June. But the rest of it, it's going to be Poole one night. And if Poole plays like this, if Poole and Kuminga go for 30 and 22 in playoff games, go ahead and get the bunting ready because we're having a parade.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Can they do it in smaller doses? But here, I listened to Bonte say this morning. He's absolutely right. The problem with all of us, I'm not saying it's just the fans because that's all you and I are too. The problem with fans when we watch a basketball game, similar to how we play fantasy football, it's only on one side of the ball. Nobody cares what Dre Greenlaw is doing for your fantasy team unless you're in one of those IDP leagues, and if you are, you're thinking too hard, quite frankly.
I'm down on IDP leagues.
Yeah.
Individual defensive player, by the way, for those who don't partake.
You speak fantasy.
Yeah, I do.
Me too.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Anyway, when we watch a basketball game, we don't watch what's going on defense. We've got no clue. No fan ever looks at a buddy or a spouse and goes, did you see the mistake that they just made on their defensive rotations on that last play. Nobody says that because we don't even know what the defensive rotations are. We can see somebody get torched one-on-one, but we don't know exactly what their plan is on defense. We're bored by it. We don't know. Here's the fact of the matter. You start Jordan Poole. I imagine all of you who want to start Jordan Poole, you're starting Steph Curry as well, right? Okay, here's what happens if Steph Curry and Jordan Poole start. You get torched on the other end because these are playoff teams in the Western Conference with amazing guards. Amazing guards. You cannot start Steph Curry and Jordan Poole with Chris Paul, Devin Booker, Ja Morant, and the likes of these players coming at you, Anthony Edwards coming at you in the playoffs. It's going to set you off on the wrong foot. I think they've got the blueprint. Each player's just going to have to figure out how to maximize that, and then Steve's got to dance based on who's got the hot hand each night.
And it's all about the dance and the defensive matchups more than it is the offensive matchups. And, for Jordan Poole, it's how do you find him quality minutes where he can be the primary scorer or at least the secondary scorer. And if you start him, Mark, with Clay and Steph Curry, well, he's probably going to be the third option because we know Clay's usage is extraordinarily high and Steph is the best player on your team, so he automatically becomes a third option. If you bring Jordan Poole in with, let's say, 4 minutes to go in the first quarter, Clay goes out, Poole in, it's Poole and Curry for 4 minutes, then Curry goes out, Poole gets that next 6 minutes of the second quarter with maybe Wiggins is back in, Clay for a little bit, Steph will come in at the 6-minute mark. That's Jordan Poole's time to shine.
I've held off from doing this in my real life, but you know what I would like today just for the show? I'd like one of those old guys' rule hats. Maybe even the ones that have the string on it that you pull and have the little clappy hands that are right above the brim of the cap.
Or the hat with the double cans and the straw that comes down.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, if you can attach some beer to this thing, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Right?
It
Fill
is the best
up.
day of the week, after all.
I mean, it is Thursday. Thursday. Are you not coming in hot right now? You came in hot today.
If you have an hour and 15-minute commute, it cannot be the best day of the week. My commute on Saturday is 5 steps from the bed to the coffee maker.
Yeah, I understand that. But you know what you're not going to have Saturday? You know what you're not going to have on Saturday?
Tell me.
Coach K. And you're not going to have as many games. Thursday, greater than Saturday, because it's an anticipation sensation. But anyway, put that aside for just a second. Thank you. I would. Here's why I would love an old guy's rule clapping hat today. And I'm sorry for calling Steph, Clay, and Dre old guys, even when they are not that yet. However, they play that role with this particular team. They are the quote-unquote old guys. And it feels like we are on the very, just the tip of the iceberg. There are people who don't want to say it yet, but they're getting ready to do to those three guys the same thing Giants fans did to Brandon Crawford, Brandon Belt, and Buster Posey last year. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. It's time for young. We got Luciano coming. We don't need these old bloated contracts anymore. And then the Brandons went out and got MVP votes, and Buster did what he did in what ended up being his swan song, and the Giants won 107 games. Be very, very careful about losing belief in people who have already shown you they deserve it. These are the playoffs, and there are 3 guys on this team who know exactly what they're doing when it comes to the playoffs. They're the only 3 who know exactly what they're doing.
And you can add in Vet Min.
Yes, thank you, if he ever plays basketball again. But yes, you got to start with those guys and then go from there.
Because there are 2 different seasons in the NBA, and you mentioned it about baseball as well. You don't have a lot of Andrew Jones-like performances. You remember what he did for the Braves when he was, 19 or 20, when he took over the World Series as a precocious youngster. In basketball, it's not about that. It's about the gravitas of being a veteran. And I saw somebody yesterday on Twitter saying, Kuminga's getting the rookie whistle tonight. It's because he's a rookie.
That's right.
And, in the NBA, the officiating leans toward veterans more than any other sport. I'll admit it as an official. If you're a more veteran player, if you're a good player, you get more calls. And it's just the nature of it. Now, you don't get all the calls, and you don't get every call you want, but compared to rookies, you get a more favorable quote-unquote whistle. And when you have Steph, Clay, Draymond, and Vetman on the floor all together, also known as Andre Iguodala, and throw in Kevon Looney as well, that's a lineup that has a certain amount of gravitas, as I borrow from my old partner, Lo Neal.
Yeah, playoff basketball is smart. Like, the teams will know exactly where to attack you, know what to do, been there before. Again, we're not putting Poole and Kuminga off this roster onto the bench. They're going to play very, very key roles, and maybe they will be called upon for bigger roles if Clay is going 2 for 10. But you don't start there. You don't start there. They've worked all this time to get to it this particular way. I think you got to stick with that. It's Willard and Dibs on the best day of the week. We call it Thursday around here. It's sponsored by Outdoor Supply Hardware. We appreciate you being with us, especially if you're on Twitch and YouTube. Twitch.tv/957thegame. YouTube.com/957thegame. You can always comment there. Watch. Dibs is a beautiful man. You can check all of that out. You can call. You can text 888-957-9570. That is also our Comcast business text line. Could this be Coach K's swan song? You want to hear what he said about Bay Area basketball? We'll take your calls on the Warriors. Are there Debo contractual concerns? All of that is on the table here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Spring into action at Outdoor Supply.
It's the 9 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs, presented by Timeless Coffee on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's rock and roll. 888-957-9570. What are you doing is 10 minutes away. Some of you are starting to gather the tradition around these parts. 9:45 in the morning. And we didn't get to do it yesterday because, we were knee-deep in Chase Center and chasing Steve Kerr and chalk at Chase, and that was a ton of fun yesterday. And by the way, if you missed any of it, I really encourage you, first of all, to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the Odyssey app and go check out the podcast portion of what took place yesterday. The conversation with Bob Myers was fantastic. I especially encourage you, if you are a Warrior fan that once upon a time at any point this year has uttered the phrase, "Why didn't they get a big man?" Well, go listen to Bob Myers directly address that in our conversation yesterday. And you know what Bob is? Bob is he's just too level-headed for sports. He's very aware. It was interesting to listen to him talk and say, listen, I know people don't want to hear this, but here's the thing. Yeah, we exhausted every angle. There was not some sort of obvious move that we should have made that we decided not to make. But I'll also admit we don't get it right every time. Right. We're human beings too. And if we had known that Draymond Green was going to miss extended time and James Wiseman was going to miss potentially the whole year, yeah, we might have made a different move. Yeah. We didn't know that then.
Level-headed and genuine, forthright and honest. And just as you were laying that out, I was thinking, who of the big six, Coach, GM, Niners, Warriors, Giants, who of the big six is the most ornery, combative?
Because so Kyle and John,
and up in 10 minutes I go off on my lack of remote control. And what are you doing?
Yeah, who's the most ornery? I'm like, you, but you're not in the big six.
No. We could do it on air like 95.7 The Game. Who's the most ornery? I don't win that, but let's start.
No, you don't.
Let's start with Coach GM.
Okay,
Farhan and Gabe with the Giants.
Obviously. Yeah.
I could have taken a minute of that, but we'll table it. Steve and Bob with the Warriors.
Yep.
And then relatch Kyle
and John
with the Niners. And you can throw in with the A's, Mark Kotze and
who
David
knows?
Forst.
We barely, first of all, no one can, but like Kotze is just getting started here. We haven't really had an opportunity.
David Forst is a good guy.
Yeah.
What's to be ornery about? You spent $0 in free agency.
I feel like I have a very, very quick and clear answer to that. Do you? Before I tell you who it is, like of those six, one of them pops straight to the front of the head.
Wow.
I don't think any of them are ornery, but
the closest one,
that will snip snap a little bit, like just kind of like
you, Michael Scott, with like the snip snap.
I'm bothered by what you just asked me. Like I have a very clear one of those six. Do you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and it is. Is it the same? Let's say it. 3, 2, 1. Kyle Shanahan. Yeah, okay. Kyle Shanahan.
But even that, on the snip-snap scale of Clay being a 1 and Draymond being a 10, I put Shanahan at like a 4.
2.5. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, anyway.
Well, John Lynch is always smiling. Like he's got an omnipresent smile.
But even when he gets PO'd, he doesn't raise his voice or there's no finger pointing.
Bob Myers seems to be the most like, if you ever want to just sit down and have a beer with somebody, I'll take Bob.
Would he be the most even keeled of the six? That's probably a more compelling argument. Who's the easiest going?
I want to say yes, except for, some of the other guys, like Steve. Steve has gotten hot under the collar politically.
Yeah.
Or with Drew Schiller. That's about it. That's about only times that I can remember. Yep. Shout out Panthers. Farhan Zaidi got hot under the collar about that jerk politician down in Arizona who came out with the mask that one time and was screaming, I can't breathe. That junk.
Gabe got mad once when a steak was served medium well, I believe. That's about the only time.
Obviously, you don't do that to a steak. And so,
perfect.
Right? Yeah,
it probably is Bob.
Gabe is super aware.
How are you, Bob?
Okay.
Hey, Bob.
Gabe is right. He's He's talking music in the clubhouse and
Even when he gets after an umpire.
Right.
I mean,
Great point. He goes out there and it's
he's not kicking dirt. He's not throwing hats.
Obviously, you missed that call. So now, what are we going to do about it? I
Exactly.
mean, yeah. So he's super calm. But yeah, I guess I'll give Bob one end of the spectrum on calm, and Kyle is over here. He's the fireball, and he's completely not a fireball.
Basically, yeah.
But he gets bugged when you ask about Jimmy for the 713th time.
As he should. I mean, it's the media's job to always try to get the next answer. But as a coach, you must bristle. It's like enough is enough.
Kyle, I had Kyle on one time where I could tell he was annoyed. He was annoyed. Not bad, but he was annoyed because I sort of asked him, this was before the season started, I asked him, like, what did he feel Jimmy needed to work on? And he was like, we're not assessing, I'm not giving you that on the radio. Like,
Right.
I'm not, right, we're not going to do that. And then I think he got a little bit, a little bit more bugged because then I was just like, all right, I got 17 more questions for you. You got time? And so we were just talking for a while, and I think the 49ers were like, we got meetings, so, could we wrap it up a little bit? So it wasn't anything crazy, but yeah, Kyle feels like he's the quickest. He's quickest to the heat out of that group.
Right, but again, to that point, I only mention it because, and we're going to hear from Coach K here in a moment, but just the whole idea of Bob in yesterday's interview, I could interview him, I could talk to him for hours because he's just such easy, he's easygoing, he's engaging, all the rest.
Speaking of people we really love to talk to, Andrew Brandt, we have not mentioned. Andrew Brandt will join us at 10:30. Really, really smart NFL guy who understands the salary cap, the inner workings. When you look at Devontae Adams and Tyreek Hill, change teams. He had some fascinating stuff to say about that. And ... what do those moves mean for Deebo Samuel and the 49ers? This is something we're going to talk about a little bit later on in the show. But yes, I'm glad you brought up Coach K because Duke is hated. This is the tradition is that Duke is hated. And that Coach K, while he's been the college basketball fixture for I don't know how many years.
42 years at Duke.
I don't think many people out here look at Coach K and feel sort of a touchy-feely relationship with him. He can be fiery too. Bob Nightlight, some have called him. I thought upon his arrival yesterday and his opening press conference, he said some things that probably grabbed Bay Area fans immediately and brought many of them onto his side as he gets ready to play tonight. This is a little beefy, but we want you to hear all of it. Listen to Coach K when he's asked about the tradition of basketball in this area.
Well, I'm very familiar with the hoops culture, with Coach Newell and the old AAU teams from here. This is a lot of people in the East do not realize that this is a strong, deep-rooted love of basketball area as there is. 50 years ago, I spent in 71 and 72 a lot of time here. When I was in the Army, I was able to try out and make the all-Army teams we lived in barracks at the Presidio. Hal Fisher, one of the great coaches, coached the team. And so I was out here at least 4 different times for 6-week periods, and then we would go and play in the World Military Olympics, either in Iran, Syria. And so I know this area well. Heck, when we practiced yesterday at San Francisco, we practiced there. Bobby Giron, who passed, used to help run that place. So it's conjured up a lot of the great memories. But also, I try to tell my guys, this area loves basketball. And not just the Warriors. It's deep rooted. And then in their gym at San Francisco, they have 3 national championships. So at the end of practice, I brought them together. Okay, 55, 56, who's the best player? And they all yelled out Bill Russell. So I was actually a little surprised. I was ready to kind of dig in on them, but they knew it. And no, I love this area. It really is part of the foundation of me becoming a coach. Playing and then helping Coach Fisher a little bit when we went on these tours.
Okay. I listened to that yesterday, and I'm like, all right, Coach K.
Little Bay Area basketball history
Howdy,
for
babe. What's up, Coach K? And now I feel even better about the fact that his career will end here tonight.
I hope you can stick by. You got 2 hours to really stick your neck out. Pick your battles. It's tight. I got a 1-game lead over the 3 of you.
Well, I will say this. I got to work through 3 of the 4 games tonight.
Well,
I love them.
You
So I got to pick which one.
I mean, you pick this one. You've gone on the record ad nauseum. It ends tonight, Coach K.
Well, wait a minute. But what if the spread is 1.5, and then Texas Tech does end his reign, but they only win by 1? I might not want to pick it.
Then I'll give you an automatic win if that happens. I
can go money line?
I will give you my win. Yes.
I can go money line?
Yeah, you should go money line because you said the Duke is going to lose. So, and the money line will only be about
I do think. And
minus 125 on the money line.
Nothing against Coach K at all. I just do. I think Texas Tech is maybe the most underrated, underdiscussed team in this entire tournament. I think they're really, really good. Oh, by the way, the line. Oh, hold on. We got an update. Don't hit breaking news, but we do have an update. Duke is now the favorite in this game.
By?
A half point.
Wow, what's the point?
I mean, I know.
Honestly,
why does Vegas do that? Like I did that. The Davidson game last week, I did that. I took Davidson plus a half point, and they lost by 1.
It's for teasers is what it's for.
Exactly.
5-point teasers.
Right.
That way, 5.5 is an actual number if you take the 5-point teaser, or it's 4.5 the other way.
But I'm going to wait. because maybe that'll get up to 1. Which
keep waiting.
Doesn't matter for our game either because pushes or losses.
Exactly.
Yeah, but anyway, I do. I like Texas Tech tonight, but there are a couple other games tonight I really, really like as well. So we shall see.
If you don't pick against Duke, then tomorrow I can guarantee you what I'm going to talk about at 9:45.
Well, you know, by the way, what we do, everybody, here at 9:45, right? It's called What Are You Doing?
Willard and Dibs have a lot to say.
My only weapon was my mouth.
But they just have one big question.
What are you doing right now?
What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, that's right. It is time to let it out, get it off your chest. Any observations, anything frustrating you, you're always welcome to text in or call, scream out, what are you doing? We do it every day. Trust us, it feels better. You do. You work through some things. And if you can't do it at 9:45 or you're just shy, well, then you can have the privacy of our What Are You Doing hotline. And if we get a great call there, we'll use it on the air. 415-951-2304. 415-951-2304. I do believe, Dan Dibley, of the What Are You Doings today, yours feels the most energetic and the hottest. Why don't you lead us off?
It is domestic. It's a domestication sensation.
Look out,
is
that's
what
$1.
it is, Mark. That is $1, and I've put in the most money in that beloved jar, but I'm in a cleanse right now. The Prolong cleanse. It's a 5-day cleanse where you don't eat a lot of food. A couple of soups and a bar or two throughout the day. It's a wonderful product. I heartily endorse it, though I paid for this, so this is not a paid endorsement. But when you have these cleanses, you tend to be hungry. Day 3 in this particular cleanse is where you're at your hungriest. So I'm at home with my girl's supper yesterday. By the way, she's having supper. I'm having soup. Soup only. I'm having about 8 ounces of soup.
What is she having? What is she making for dinner?
There was a fish. There was a fish course. There was zucchini.
Multiple
and she
courses.
can flat out cook, too. So it's delicious. So I'm
it
already
smells,
dealing with
you
that.
got the smells going? Okay.
She's got the control of the remote control. It's the paradigm. If I want to watch sports, I go to the upstairs TV. She decides to throw on Top Chef. I've got food wafting to the left of me, Top Chef to the right of me.
And here you
I
are,
am, famished.
Stuck in the middle with supper.
Stuck in the middle with a stomach
with
ache.
soup.
What are you doing, supper? Could we have not watched The Real Housewives of New Jersey?
I mean, can I push back?
Siesta Key, we had episodes.
Can I push back on her behalf for just a second?
it.
If your name is Supper,
true.
Well, then you should watch Top Chef while you're cooking.
Perhaps,
shouldn't you?
we record everything. Perhaps we could watch our Top Chef, say on Saturday, once I'm able to eat food again.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Okay.
I'm watching Fresno State not cover on the laptop in the Basketball Classic.
They won by 9. What was the number? 13?
Yeah. It's all right. What are you doing, Supper?
What are you doing?
Starving.
Yeah, well, you had to keep us in it. So pick your battles still tight. Dibs leading 3-1. The rest of us 2-2. You know I loves it when no one has a losing record on this show.
Yep.
You know I love that. And so that's the spot we're in right now. So that's good. I just have a quick one. And a lot of you, possibly even you, Dibs, have been offenders here. It's not a big deal. This is a genuine question. I'm not bothered by it because your social media is yours. You each can do whatever the hell you want with it. However, for weeks, I had no idea what all the little green and yellow boxes even meant. I'm like, I don't know what that is. You're putting something out there on social media, and it's just a bunch of boxes. And some of them are green, some of them are yellow, some of them are gray. I'm like, I don't get it. Well, my daughter has finally introduced me to the world of Wordle. I don't have it on my phone, but she's got it. She's like, hey, Dad, this happened about a week ago. You want to do a Wordle with me? You're a 13-year-old girl. If you ask your dad, do you want to whatever? I mean,
with me.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Exactly.
Do you want to spend time with me? I'll do a Wordle
You want
with
to paint your nails with me? Absolutely.
You want me to drive you 2 hours to nowhere and then just come back? You got it. So she's like, do you want to do a Wordle? I'm like, I would love to do a Wordle with me. Can you please explain to me what exactly this is? And so now I understand it. She likes to start out with the word adieu, like to bid adieu. You know, if you play Wordle, you want a lot of vowels in there at the beginning.
That is one of my go-to starter words.
Yeah, so it's every vowel except for the letter O, and so you kind of get that on the table right away. So she starts with adieu and explains to me why, and then I come to find out, I go, this isn't just a game you can play constantly. There's only one word a day, and then everybody gets that word, and then you move on, and that's why everybody's playing against each other. And so when you come to the end, and then you're done, and then you decide I'm going to post my Wordle score. What are you doing? What? Honestly, have we? And I already know the answer to this. Have we reached that portion of our world where we're that bored and we're that competitive to where not only are we playing Wordle games on our phone rather than being productive, but when we're done, we got to show off. I got it in 3. You only got it in 4. Look at how I was able to find this with the green. But you're posting your Stop posting your Wordle score. You want to play Wordle, play Wordle. Don't post your score. You get to no more tweeting out the Wordle scores, please.
Well,
what are you doing?
What they're doing is what social media is about. Social media is about 2 things: bragging and hating. If you ain't hating, you better be bragging. And if you're not bragging, you better be hating. What's Instagram,
really?
Mark? Do you go on Instagram and you've got, happy birthday to my 1-year-old puppy. Isn't she wonderful? Brag, 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 brag. And then you go on Twitter and it's like, Steve Kerr, he's got to go. How can you not play Jordan Poole more? Hate, 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 hate. Brag, brag, brag. Hate, hate, hate. So when you come to Wordle, and I was in a little bit of a Wordle share with Casey Pratt from Channel 7 Sports. Great kid. Love him. Known him forever. And Kerry Keating, former Santa Clara coach, former UCLA assistant. So the 3 of us had a little Wordle. Like they would share and at me, I would share and at them. I did it for about 2 weeks, and then I realized I'm just not that into Wordle.
Yeah, that's what
I'm not into the sharing of it.
No, but what you realized is, what am I doing?
Well, and honestly,
if you're going to brag, and I get that. It's actually interesting you're bringing this up because the class I do over at Academy of Art, this came up yesterday.
Wordle?
In the class, not
my
Wordle.
Social media breakdown. Brag, hate, hate, hate.
You should have seen the looks on everybody's faces. Here's the question I threw out to and I wonder how you'd answer this. Maybe it'd be good. You answer this. I threw this.
You ought to bring me into that class.
Come on in, be a guest speaker.
I'll blow that thing sky high.
It's a weird time. Half the class is on Zoom. Half of them are looking at you. Try to figure out how to keep everybody. I told you about the girl who falls asleep.
Oh, yeah.
She did it again yesterday.
Man.
After the midterm. You take the midterm, and then we got a little lesson, and we're doing stuff. She's out. And it's time to, here we go, class. Everybody present what you got.
You know what the problem is?
Apparently me. I guess I'm really boring.
I'm sure it's not the content. Your voice is so damn soothing. Like if I was teaching, there's no way anyone's falling asleep.
Well, that's
to this.
why I'm like I've never seen this before. Maybe it's so soothing her to sleep, but I would also think like it's I'm not quiet. I'm speaking to you. Hey, are you there?
Open your book.
Angie.
Page 64.
Angie, obviously, you have made yourself a little bit too comfortable in this class. But no, it doesn't wake her up. So anyway, point being, here's a question I asked him. Why do you post what you post? Why do you post what you post? I loved how honest some of the students were. They're like, yeah, like it's kind of showing off.
Brag, brag, brag.
Right. Kind of showing off. I'm just thinking if you're going to brag about something, don't do it with Wordle. Don't be like, yeah, check out this green box.
But it's like the one thing that we all share as people. And
I guess.
It's like the person who drives around in the Tesla. It's like, look at me. Excuse me, everybody. You're quiet. I drive a Tesla.
I make a lot of money.
I make a lot of money, and I'm so cool, I'm saving the environment. Brag, brag, brag. Meanwhile, I'm driving my broke down Honda Fit, and he cuts me off, and it's hate, hate, hate.
But
I want to tweet at him.
You made it to work on time.
Hour and 15, 12-mile commute.
Does it get you where you want to go?
I love my car.
There you go. There you go. I'm not a car guy.
You look to your left on the Bay Bridge, and it's zoom, zoom, zoom. All of the carpoolers and your various electrics. It's like, I gotta get me one of those. Hate.
Yep. But they're all taken up because that guy in the Tesla, his wife has one too.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, must be nice, right? Okay. Is there a Debo issue for the 49ers based on the Tyreek Hill contract? We'll get to that and with Andrew Brandt coming up next hour. Also, Poole, Kuminga, what's the role? How much time? And March Madness upon us. Could tonight be Coach K's final game? 888-957-9570 is the number. I forgot to mention it's yet another day, which means we've got another great set of tickets to give away at 10:30. Chris Rock tickets coming up in 35 minutes. Make sure you're with us for that. By the way, Steven, do you got it? Do you got the sounder? There it is. So next time you hear that, courtesy of Live Nation, Chris Rock coming up at 10:30. That is going to be July 7th, Paramount Theater in Oakland. Again, courtesy Live Nation. That's in 35 minutes. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
95.7 The Game. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, so glad you're with us. Andrew Brandt in a half hour. Chris Rock tickets in a half hour. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromise. We get back to Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga here in just a second. I found this interesting. Jeff Passan was just tweeting about this, as I guess Trevor Story had his introductory news conference in Boston with the Red Sox. Yet another, not a Giant. His name is Trevor Story. He plays now for the Boston Red Sox.
The Nadas are pretty good.
Not a Giant.
The Nada Giants. They got a good little lineup there.
Remember the SNL thing? Not a star.
Yeah.
You can do that after every free agent signing. Not a Giant.
Exactly.
All right. So
not an A either.
No, including the players who are on the A's. Not an A.
Not to be mistaken with Hanada Nodi.
No.
Former Ravens
or
defensive tackle.
Haloti Nada, yeah. You remember my Haloti Nada story, right?
Yeah.
I told you that one.
Yeah, and that was
the
one for
T-shirts
Steven,
they wore,
yeah.
not a chance.
Yeah, exactly.
Givers going.
Exactly.
Oh, that guy is a large, freaking human.
Got to be
being.
over 300 to be a three technique. I think that's why they call it the three technique, because you weigh over 300 pounds.
Is that one?
I'm going with that.
Not one, not two.
Thank you. That's a throwback laugh track.
Good, yeah. Look at nice guy Steven in here, just hanging.
Playing the hits off my old page.
Just doing the darn thing. Anyway, Passan's talking about Trevor Story and what was maybe a momentary holdup in conversations with the Red Sox, which is apparently where he wanted to be all along. But don't they always say that whenever they sign? This is where I wanted to be the entire time, provided that they were going to give me the most money. But anyway, so I guess one of the holdups was they were waiting to find out about vaccination rules in Major League Baseball and in certain cities. Apparently, Trevor is one who was very, very hesitant to get the vaccine. He did eventually, but for a while, he was an unvaccinated player. And the Red Sox and Trevor were concerned because within their division, what do you have if you play in the AL East? Well, that would be 10 games in Canada. And you can't play in Canada if you don't have the vaccine. And so now there's a big conversation about competitive advantage or disadvantage for the Toronto Blue Jays. The Blue Jays, in theory, cannot sign anybody who's not vaccinated because that would mean they miss all of their home games.
Right.
But the other advantage would be if you've got star players who are not vaccinated. This is kind of like a Kyrie thing in the NBA. Like, you go on the road to Toronto, you got to sit all of those players or not even bring them, that is.
Exactly,
you can't get across the border at all. And so, I don't know. This is kind of a fascinating conversation. We're having it in New York. The Mets can now play. The Yankees can now play. Kyrie can now play starting today. But it's not done with the Toronto Blue Jays.
Yeah, and it's not done with the latest variant that has now cropped up here in America on the East Coast, and they're saying it's more contagious than even the Omicron. So if it becomes a situation where hospitalization goes up, you may see these mandates get rolled back in places where mandates were already rolled back in. So this reprieve for Kyrie may be temporary, and it feels to me like Canada is going to be more steadfast about its rules. That you don't get the sense that Canada, all right, we're going to take away our vaccine mandate. Not anytime soon. They have more of a conservative approach, which I appreciate and I admire what that country's done as it pertains to COVID-19.
What is the name of the new variant? Do we have a name yet? Is there another American company?
BA2.
Oh, no. So it's not like a beer name or an airline or anything of that stuff.
No, but I think Corona took a hit early, but I think they actually bounced back.
They bounced back. Well, you take an L and then you bounce
Last
back.
night they took an L, and tonight we bounced back.
That was actually a really good song of the day.
Turned out to be prescient.
It was absolutely perfect, even though in the moment I'm like, well, I'm not going to bounce back tonight. They're sitting everybody and they're playing the Heat.
Right.
I mean, that gets us. We haven't done our song of the day today yet, which we should, because I think it's very fair for a fan to watch last night. I mean, we probably should have talked about this at 9:45. You go in with your full roster and score 90 and lose to Orlando, and the very next night you put all your money contracts on the bench and you house Miami with 118. What are you doing? Like, and so
bit.
It leads. Yeah, sorry, a little late. So I mean, it leads to this vibe for all the fans. This band, of course, looks like a Draymond Green stat line. 3 points, 1 assist, 1 rebound. That would be 311 for those who don't speak.
Nice.
Or celebrate. Don't you feel all mixed up? Don't you completely feel all mixed up? I mean, I walk away from that game like, okay, hold on. I'm not going to get mad at my television set anymore. What are we doing? I don't understand. How can you be that wildly inconsistent? How can your spectrum include 90 points in Orlando and a $118 in Miami without any of your stars?
Yeah.
And a double-digit victory over the top seed in the East when you lost to Wagner and the Magic the night before.
It just is the topsy-turvy National Basketball Association, and I'm just glad that I didn't, try to fade the Warriors by betting on the opposition, or God forbid, try to bet the under, thinking that they wouldn't score with all these bums on the floor.
Thank goodness you didn't do that.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy about that development, but you just don't know. You just don't know with the NBA. And baseball is kind of like this, but because it's such an individual sport, you can have 4 guys be hot, even if they're guys who you don't realize, and you could go on a little bit of a run. In the NBA, night to night, like if you look at that game on paper last night, Miami wins it by 17.
Right.
But you got Butler fighting with Haslam. You got Jordan Poole playing for that major bag alert. Jonathan Kuminga, with every dribble and squeak of his sneaker, gets one step closer to a Hall of Fame kind of resume. And I think Andrew Wiggins played as well. But you didn't need, you know what I mean?
He was good. He hit the dagger.
He did.
Andrew gets the dagger, and I know that the game was already pretty much in hand.
Yeah.
But Andrew is credited with the three-pointer that was night. Everybody head to the exits. That's ball game. Andrew was fine last night.
He was great. He was their third best player. The number 1 overall pick, playing with a 19-year-old rookie and maybe the most improved player in the league. He was your third best player. And he had a great game.
Well, that's what he loves. That's the comfort zone for Andrew Wiggins. He would like to be your third best player. And he is.
Why can't you shoot it 16 times every game? There's too many 5 of 12s on his resume.
Well, I get it. I mean, I think, sometimes I wonder if Andrew in his private moments isn't like, okay, you guys all want me to be aggressive. However, I'm playing next to the Splash Brothers, who are both going to throw it up 20 times a game. So it is a fine line to walk. Do you want Andrew to ISO Joe? You want him to take the ball and be like, no, my court. I'm gonna play the KD role on this team, even though I'm nowhere near as good. When Steph and Clay are out there,
it's time and place basketball for me.
I mean, I listen, I'm not saying he couldn't do a better job of it, but it is a fine line that we're asking him to walk.
Yes, but I think when he gets those opportunities, we want to see aggressive play, get to the rim, 3 of 3 from the line last night. So maybe he's shaking out the cobwebs of his free throw woes. But I do just want to see him more aggressive. And in spots like last night, yeah, he played great, 22 points. And that's where the song of the day fits, because you just don't, I mean, what do you figure with this team?
Well, the funny thing is Steve Kerr comes to the podium last night and goes, yeah, I mean, you never know in the NBA. And I went, well, yeah, you do. What do you mean you never know in the NBA? The NBA is the league where we do know. It's the league where we can start in October and go, well, there's your 4 teams. There's your 4 teams. And even though there are surprises sometimes, I mean, the conversation preseason was, can the Warriors get a top 4 seed? Maybe. And some people were laughed at for that opinion. And then 2 months later, we're like, oh my gosh, they're the best team in the NBA. And then they weren't, but they're still right there. They are, I mean, even in a year like this, because we did this exercise last week where we went through the teams and I said, I'm going to name teams and you hit the buzzer when we get to the team where you're like, that's no longer a championship contender. There are more this year than normal. What did we get to? 7?
Yeah.
We got to 7. And who were they? It was Phoenix, Golden State, Memphis, Brooklyn, Philly, Miami. Was it Utah? Well,
I think it was Utah.
Or maybe someone from the East. But anyway, even with a little bit more parity this year, this is the league where you're like, no, I know exactly the people with the best players. That's who wins. Baseball's the one that's quirky, Texas League hit.
Of course.
And football is the one, I mean, Colts, go make the playoffs. All you have to do is beat the Jags, week 17. I mean, like, you get weird stuff that happens. NBA is totally predictable, but not the last 48 hours.
I think you can predict, like, the 82 game, like, how are they going to finish? But night to night, you just don't know because of load management, back-to-backs, motivated teams who have infighting, and all the rest of it. I think the NBA in totality makes sense on 82 games, but look at the Warriors over the last 2. They split those 2 games, and they won the wrong one, and they lost the wrong one.
They were supposed to go 1-1 in Florida, so that's fine.
Exactly,
Yeah.
but they were supposed to hammer Orlando and lose a tight one to Miami. Instead, they gacked it against Orlando, and then they blew out Miami twice, by the way, in that game.
I guess what I took out of yesterday's game, in addition to the fact that we're all mixed up, is that maybe the conversation you and I had yesterday is not really rooted in reality. And the conversation, if you missed one of the conversations we had yesterday, was if the Warriors are going to be without Steph Curry the rest of the way, and if they are going to lose games to Orlando, it's almost reasonable to believe they're going to have a hard time winning any of their games the rest of the way. And if that's the case, it actually brings some really awful stuff into play. We were dancing around with the idea of if the Warriors go 1-9 the rest of the way, they're going to end up in the play-in tournament. Well, there's your one.
That certainly got away from us.
Well, I guess the point is it was a little bit of a prisoner of the moment thought. You lose back-to-back games to San Antonio or Orlando, and that's how a fan is feeling. You're like, well, if you can't beat them, who are you going to beat? And you're sitting all your stars, so you knew it was another loss against Miami. But nope, actually it's not. And so with these now remaining 9, even if things are wobbly, and even if they're frustrating, and even if stars are missing games, the Warriors are talented enough, they're going to trip and fall into about half of their games. If you look at even since they've been bad, if you will, since the turn of the calendar to January, they've not been that great, but they'll trip and fall into winning at least half of their games. They're never going to be worse than a 500 team, and that'll probably be the case the rest of the way too, and they'll be fine.
And that's the old adage in baseball where 54 games, you're going to blow out the opponent. 54 games, you're probably going to get blown out. And by blown out, I mean 3 or 4 runs or more. It's that 54 other games. That's where your season's going to be in the balance. Now, unless you're a terrible team and you're going to go 50-112, that's a different story. But for most teams, it comes down to those 54 games that are going to be close. And if you're the Warriors and you look at 82, you could break it up similarly in 24, 24, and 24. It's those 24 games that might be in doubt, although that would only be 72. I'd have to bump that up a little bit, but you get the bit. It's 27, 27, and 27.
Right.
This Warrior team has been totally different because you look at any of these games and you just don't know what happens in this next game when Clay and Draymond play and everybody's back except Steph.
I don't like their matchup tomorrow night at all, by the way. They're in Atlanta tomorrow night. That team's very high scoring. The Warrior defense feels inconsistent. But nothing. I'm not going to let anything surprise me anymore. I'll tell you that. It doesn't look good on paper, but neither did last night.
Well, and I wonder if you're Draymond and the fellas, last night after the game, you probably got to fly straight to Atlanta, but did you get a chance to get some nightlife in Miami? If not,
Miami to Atlanta is traditionally a dangerous NBA trip.
Yes, it is. Shout out Buckhead. I wonder what the Buckhead sightings are tonight of Draymond Green and company.
Yeah. So that's tomorrow night, Sunday in Washington. Oh, they'll win that one for sure.
Of course. They never give up a game that they should win for sure.
All right, so 888-957-9570. And the big question everybody wants an answer to or has an opinion about, should Jordan Poole start? Where do you sit on this one right now? Should Jordan Poole be moved into the starting lineup?
Absolutely not, and he won't be. And it's because of the quiet countenance of a Steve Kerr, of a Bob Myers, of a Dan Dibley, people who understand what is important in an NBA game. It's not about who starts, Mark. It's about who finishes the game. So Jordan Poole, go ahead and be in our finishing lineup if we need you. The starting lineup is going to be Steph, Clay, Draymond, Kevon, and Andrew Wiggins. That's your starting five when everyone's healthy. That's your best five to start. That is your starting five. And with that five, you have really only one defensive, and I don't want to use the word liability, but one defensive soft spot, and that's Steph Curry.
I agree with you. And I also think that if you think Poole should start, you might be falling into the same trap you and I fell into yesterday, which is a prisoner of the moment conversation and opinion when we were worried about the Warriors not winning another game the rest of the way. Jordan Poole is fantastic, but he's going to have to, for right now, he's going to have to learn to do what he does off of the bench, and he has to be ready to move into the starting lineup if they get into the playoffs and guys are consistently bad, if Klay Thompson or Andrew Wiggins is really struggling. But I just think defensively, you're way too weak if your backcourt is Steph Curry and Jordan Poole in the starting lineup. David is in San Francisco on this very conversation. David, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, David? What are you doing?
I am sitting in traffic trying to get to a job site.
Okay, and traffic is back, and we had this conversation yesterday. I have the very unpopular opinion of, yay, traffic is back, because, of course, if it's not, that means the pandemic is back.
Yeah, I remember the first days of the pandemic, I came into work the whole time and driving on the Bay Bridge, and there was nobody there. It took me 4 minutes to get to work. It was crazy.
What do you got on this one, David, on Jordan Poole?
I think Poole should start, and I agree with you guys. At the end of the day, starting is just a pissing contest for who's the best player on the team. Jordan Poole's getting his minutes. He scored 20 points, 14 games in a row. I might be, spitballing on that one a little bit. But the reason I think Jordan Poole should start is because Klay Thompson needs to get put in his place for a moment. He can't be taking 24 shots. He can't be taking wild shots. He needs to be kind of accepting of the fact that he's not all the way back to his moment, and maybe get a little bit angry. Maybe somebody's got to sit him down and say, hey, you're not the old Klay, and he's got to prove it to us again. But we can't just be like, oh, yeah, Klay will figure it out eventually. Why don't you just, ruin all this momentum that we have in these games by jacking up, these wild shots? The other reason I like Jordan Poole, with Draymond and Steph to start is Steph really plays well off the ball, and Jordan Poole has proven that he can facilitate, he can get guys open, and he can score at the rim. I'm not saying this is a forever thing, but I think Klay Thompson's got to take a little step back. Obviously, there's 11 games without Steph, so they're both going to start. But, we'll see what happens. But, Klay Thompson needs to take a little step back at this moment for us to move forward.
David, there's a statement in there. Appreciate it. It's a good call. And Jordan Poole, by the way, it's 11 in a row at 20 points or more, which is great.
It's fantastic, yeah.
But there's a statement in there that rubs me a little bit the wrong way. Klay Thompson needs to be put in his place, was the direct quote. No. No. Klay Thompson's not going to be put in his place.
No.
And this is not something that you do to a locker room. This is not something that you do out of respect for a player who has achieved so much in the NBA. I know that triggers people. out of respect, what are you going to do? Go lose in the playoffs? No. I already brought up the example with the San Francisco Giants through their championship years. There were moments where Pablo got benched in the playoffs. Tim Lincecum thrown to the bullpen. Barry Zito not even on the roster. So I get it, but we'll get there in the playoffs. If Clay is struggling, then you can make the move. But you don't do it first because while all of you guys, and rightfully so, you're really excited about what Jordan Poole is bringing you, the playoffs are a very different animal, and he's never done it before, and I'm not leaning on him like that right out of the gate come playoff time.
Let's think about what Clay needs. And I'm totally with you, Mark. I know it may not be good for the show for us to agree in such lockstep, but we are of the same mind on this one, and we're going to have to just get through it together.
Never mind. Poole should start. In fact, they should feature him the rest of the way.
Right now. How do we get Clay to be closer to the Clay we all want him to be? Clay must play. And while Clay plays, he must feel free to go out there and, quote, jack it up. You don't need to put him in his place. This is a veteran who's been through it enough times. He knows, when he looks at his own game film, do you think he thinks, yeah, Clay, you're all the way back? He knows he's not all the way back.
I'm the man.
Yeah, I need to get 30 shots a game, guys. You see me filling it up?
Good, actually. They kind of look good without it, too.
I have to buy a second boat. I mean, none of the captains had. I think he knows that he's not all the way back, but the only way you get all the way back is with game reps. And those game reps involve him looking to shoot and looking to score.
When he was brought back into the fold was based on him being all the way back come playoff time. And as much as it feels like we're close, we're not there yet. What is today? March 24? He's still got a good solid 3 weeks more, in fact.
And then a week off.
Right.
As we learned.
I mean, what did Brandon say yesterday? First playoff game, assuming that they're home, will be either April 16 or 17.
Tax day.
That's.
Yeah.
I was all excited about it, and then you said that.
I was going to drop that on Brandon yesterday, but
my guy's waiting for that. I got to. I got to get those. I got to get those documents all packaged up. But anyway. Boy, you just sent me off in a different place.
Jeez, man.
So
where's that damn W-2? 1099, man.
That's still 3.5. This will make you feel better. It's still 3.5 weeks away. It's 3+ weeks away before we get to that day, and so there is still time to keep building up Klay Thompson. But the other side of it is that you got to go with what you know. You got to put your old guy's rule hat on. You got to remember that when it comes to the big time, as Jordan would yell out, money time. You gotta. There's something to be said for those who've been there before. If I'm gonna put my chip in one circle, here's why I never and won't.
Playing roulette all of a sudden.
Well, blackjack. Anyway, here's why I haven't and won't give up on the Warrior title chances until someone beats them 4 times. Here's the big thing where I'm just. This is the seat that I'm choosing. It is because if you go through the Western Conference and look at all the stars, and we know that stars lead the way when it comes to the playoffs, none of the other Western Conference stars have won a ring. None of them. A lot of them have tried. A lot of them have come close. Chris Paul, probably the closest. But Ja Morant, Devin Booker, Nikola Jokic, all of these guys, Karl Anthony Towns and Anthony Edwards, all of these guys are lined up and are going to be trying to achieve something that only the Warriors have achieved. I'm going with those guys until I have very clear evidence that it's not going to work. You're down 2-0 in a series and Clay has hit 3 of 20 shots. Now we're going to make an adjustment. But not until then.
Well, I appreciate you not giving up until the giving up is automatic because you're out. But in the prediction sense, when I made the prediction that I didn't think they'd win the chip, it doesn't mean that I've given up. I still want them to win. I still hope they win. But if I was to put my one chip in a circle of who's going to win it, that wouldn't be the circle I would choose. When it comes to experience, it's a huge factor come playoff time in that they've been there and they've won the championship. Now, I think in the early rounds, it's less of a help to the Golden State Warriors than it is other teams who've been in playoff series and they've won playoff series. Phoenix in particular, a team that won the Western Conference last year and has the majority of those players back again this year. So until you get to the NBA Finals, I don't think the Warriors necessarily have that edge over Western teams.
Chris Rock tickets are next. The 49ers with an eyebrow-raising signing this morning. Plus, Tyreek Hill on his way to the Dolphins and a massive deal. What does it mean for Deebo Samuel conversations? Andrew Brandt, a perfect guy to talk to about that. Longtime NFL voice, used to be in the Packers front office. He will join us next. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Willard and Dibs.
I'm Chelsea.
Okay, Andrew Brandt is with us. Looking very, very much forward to that conversation. Very quickly, before we get to Andrew, we get to that. That sounder, excuse me, means it's time for Chris Rock tickets.
Hang in there.
Caller 5, we'll get there. I got a Chris Rock in my throat. 844-999-GAME. That's the call or contest line. Don't use the caller line. 844-999-GAME. Caller 5 right now. 2 tickets to see Chris Rock July 7th at Paramount Theater in Oakland, courtesy of Live Nation. Good luck to you all. Caller 5 at 844-999-4263. He's one of the foremost voices out there in NFL circles. Also, now executive director of the is it the journalism department at Villanova? Andrew Brandt, what is it? What is it at Villanova you're doing?
Pretty much everything but playing tonight in the Sweet 16.
Okay.
I do work a lot with Jay Wright and that program. No, I run a sports business center there. So my whole goal after leaving the Packers 10 years ago was to bring back the curtain, talk about practical insight and perspective from an experience point of view in 2 areas, media and academia. And so sort of half my life is media and half my life is academia, but it's really the same thing. It's trying to teach sports at a higher level to people that sometimes don't get that from other sources.
Well, and the Business of Sports podcast, and a perfect guy to talk to with what we're seeing right now in NFL circles. I love what you've been saying about teams like the Packers and the Chiefs who have decided to move on from really big names at the wide receiver position in favor of draft capital, overpaying them big money. What's your perspective on who's getting the better of those deals?
I mean, I think it's one thing to say the Packers and Chiefs are moving on. I think a more realistic part is that both sides, all 4 parties, Packers, Adams, Chiefs, Hill, are deciding to move on. And I think what's interesting happening this year more than any other in history of the NFL is that players are bucking up. Players are showing more power than they've ever had. Now, we can talk about the quarterbacks in a minute, but even players at other positions where you have Devontae Adams and Tyreek Hill from the outside, oh, my God, they're playing with the 2 best quarterbacks in the NFL. They have a great situation, and they're going to get paid. But they're like, no, I don't want that. You know, Adams wants to play with his buddy in Vegas, and Adams wants a different situation. Hill is affected by the Adams contract and the way that the Chiefs are negotiating at a much lower level than that. And he's like, I'm out, and I'm going to where I grew up in Miami. So I'm not sure that ever happened. You know, I think we had situations where maybe there was a hold in and someone being a pain in the butt, a Jalen Ramsey in Jacksonville. But now it's happening beyond the quarterback position. And I guess the way I sum this up is that players are realizing they have more power than they think. And I talk about this a lot with collective bargaining. I think NFL players give in way too easy. They've got some power, and we're seeing that this week.
And the power is made greater when you see a contract like Deshaun Watson, who gets a guaranteed deal. And put aside the hokey protect you $1 million opener, but the fully guaranteed deal, how does this now play into the calculus of potential free agents?
This may be the biggest game changer in the business of sports since I don't know what. And I just did a podcast with former Browns president, former Eagles president, Joe Banner. We just went in through all the ramifications. Because pick a name, you know, Joe Burrow, anyone walking into their team, and they'll say, okay, we're doing full guarantees. And the team's going to say, as I would if I were the team, oh, that's different. That was unique. He had 4 teams bidding for him through these extraordinary circumstances where he actually created more of a market by being misconduct. And you know what the agent, any agent that doesn't walk in with a top-tier quarterback and demand 5 years fully guaranteed at $46 million a year above is not. They're going to get fired. They should get fired. That has changed the game, and everyone like me can explain it away to this unique thing where you had the Falcons and Saints and Panthers bidding this up. But I don't know how you fight that if you're a team anymore.
Yeah.
And the league meetings this week, I mean, Jimmy Haslam's going to get a lot of side-eye looks from owners. He just changed the whole game.
Andrew Brandt, the Business of Sports podcast, former Packers exec, ESPN as well, joining us here. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Andrew, going back to those wide receiver contracts, because you insinuated on Twitter that, you know, the fans are the ones that get emotional to these names. The teams are just looking at the assets, and it's very easy for them to move on. It's making a lot of us here in the Bay Area wonder about Deebo Samuel, who's up for an extension. He's looking at what's happening in the wide receiver market. How do you think what's happened over the last week affects those negotiations going forward?
Yeah, I mean, there's a new market. I mean, if Adams got, in effect, $22.5 a year, and it looks like Hill, again, I haven't seen the contract, maybe more like $25 a year. I mean, it looks like it's about 51 over 2. So, yeah, that's the new market. That's the market. Now, you're not in that market where we were with Keenan Allen and Amari Cooper and Michael Thomas in the 19 to 20 range. Now you're above that. So there's the new market. Now, again, if you're the 49ers, you say to Deebo, you got a year left. You know, Adam, who's a free agent. So you try to discount it, but this is the problem. Agents and players are going to say, I'm not taking a discount. I don't care.
And how much does that "you've got a year left" mentality now seep into the player via the agent, where it's, hey, Deebo, you know, they want to use you as a running back, but we don't want to get you hurt. Maybe you don't play in the same fashion that they want. Does that "you've got a year left" notion change the way that players and agents go about negotiating?
It does. I mean, I always tried to get players under contract when I ran the Packers early in their career, because the leverage changes so much as they get closer to free agency. Because, you know, and look what happened with Devontae Adams at my old team. I'm sure they were presenting him contracts way before, and he just said, no, I'm going to bet on myself. And then he got the tag, and then he got himself out. And, I mean, this is a new pattern. Tyreek Hill had a year left, but he was going to be a pain to the Chiefs. It was clear that, you know, you either pay him that new market or not. And they didn't. And they got what they could. They got a nice haul from the Dolphins. But, yeah, as I started this conversation, this goes beyond Deshaun Watson. This is what's happened with these two receivers really set a new market.
Andrew, as someone who's been in an NFL front office, I really can't wait for your perspective on this. You know, the Bay Area has been trying to figure this out for a couple of months. We got a shoulder injury. You got big-time quarterback names that came onto the market that we didn't necessarily know would be on the market. But what is your read on what has happened so far in the Jimmy Garoppolo situation? And if you're the 49ers, where does it go from here?
You're running out of musical chairs.
Right.
That's what's happened, yeah, as you know. The strange one was Atlanta going for Mariota, who a lot of people in the league see as a backup quarterback. But he found his true champion. Arthur Smith used to coach him in Tennessee, and it looks like he's the starter. And it looks like Winston's the starter in New Orleans. So we're running out of places. And now you're looking at Seattle and maybe Pittsburgh to compete with Trubisky, and maybe Carolina to compete with Darnold. You know, so you're running out of options, and of course there's the draft. So I thought he'd be moved by now into one of these spots. There is Seattle as well, but it's kind of like him and Baker Mayfield. What's going to happen now? You know, I guess I don't know the inside, but maybe the shoulder injury is scaring off more teams than we thought.
Can Kyle Shanahan afford to, and I can't believe I'm asking this, but bring Jimmy Garoppolo back and delay the Trey Lance actual debut another year, or does that become somewhat of career suicide to have spent that draft capital and sit him for 2 years?
Yeah, I've been answering these questions about Green Bay for 3 years.
True. Sorry about that.
No. We went through it with Aaron, and now they're ending the third year with Jordan as the backup. And I just thought, no way they'd go 3 years, but of course they are. Now Aaron's back. And now are they going to go 2 years with Lance? That's the question. Are they going to go 2 years of backup rather than one? I don't think so, because it's much different. The Packers, obviously, it's way up high in the draft, and it's 2 picks and all of that stuff. I think I can't see bringing back Garoppolo at his salary to be the starter. Could there be another situation where he's brought back at a different salary to be kind of a sort of starter, but really just get Lance ready? I don't know. It just depends on the market. They're not going to come away with nothing for Jimmy Garoppolo.
So do you see cutting him at any point ever as an option?
I guess, but it would have to be after all trade options are exhausted. And then, do you want to cut him or do you want him back? And if he's back, how is that for the young guy? So those are the questions they're wrestling with.
All right. So it's as complicated as we thought it was, is what you're saying. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Andrew, thank you so much for jumping on. We always love it.
Thanks, guys. I know people are tweeting me about the newsletter. Just go to andrew-brandt.com. You can get the newsletter.
Perfect. Really good stuff. Andrew Brandt joining us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. He's one of the smartest ones out there. And so I was excited to get his Jimmy answers because I thought maybe he would have some sort of a zing that's like, oh, yeah, we weren't thinking about that.
No zing.
But he basically said that inside the office is, yeah, they're dealing with exactly what we think they're dealing with. You're running out of spots to send him. You absolutely do not want to cut him. That's ridiculous. He's a quarterback. He's a starting quarterback in the NFL. You know what that costs. But keeping him is super complicated for Trey Lance.
And for the roster. And I know that you always poo-poo the notion of salary cap and all of the work that Parag Marathe does, but he would have to go through a lot of financial gymnastics to keep Jimmy Garoppolo and eventually re-sign Bosa, re-sign Debo. You already restructured Kittle. There's other restructurings that have happened. Having Jimmy gone makes things a lot easier for Parag Marathe.
I always poo-poo the cap when a team, and I just think this is important for fans. Do not let your team tell you, oh, no, sorry, yeah, we cannot do it. We cannot keep that guy. Yes, you can. Just look at the Rams. And you can look around the league and go, gosh, the Raiders had to get rid of Khalil Mack. And look what the Packers just did. And look what the Chiefs just did. Listen to what Andrew Brandt just said. He said that these players have also decided to move on, not just the teams. When it comes to money, there's two to tango. The team is sitting here going, all right, you're an asset. You're worth this. At a certain point, you're not worth it anymore. And the player is saying, look, if I can get another team to overpay, even if it means I'm not going to play in the playoffs next year,
right,
I'm going to do it. And I'm not saying that the Raiders and Dolphins can't go to the playoffs. They certainly can. But these are receivers who just gave up Aaron Rodgers and Patrick Mahomes and turned them into Derek Carr and Tua Tagovailoa. That is a downgrade, factually. But they did it, and they did it for money. And that's fine,
yeah.
But eyes open, that's what happened.
And Devontae did it, too, to go play with his college buddy
Dream
and
come
his friend.
true, sure.
And that's, you've spent all your time in Green Bay, and I can't imagine that's a lot of fun when it's, as cold as it was in that Niner game. Not that you can't tough it out, you're a pro football player, but let me think. Get more money, check. Go play with my college bestie, check. Viva Las Vegas, check. I mean, brand new stadium, check, and all the rest of it. So there was a lot of reasons on that, but this is not to start the Debo conversation now because it might not happen for a full another year, but it's one to keep an eye on. Debo Samuel is a game changer. He's a unique talent and all the rest of it, but my goodness, what they're paying wide receivers these days.
So there's two things on this, and number one, I do think that the cap matters at a certain point. It just doesn't matter when fans think it does. It does matter, though, if you're trying to sign people to a mega extension. That becomes difficult. And that's what we have here with Debo Samuel and Nick Bosa. They're going to get big old bags. However, here's the other side. You just said it doesn't have to happen for another year. When you look at the way he plays, it's not even just the wide back thing that he's a running back sometimes, just the way Debo plays. Debo does not go out of bounds. He just doesn't do it.
He inflicts.
He does not do what Torrey Holt and Isaac Bruce used to do. He does not dive at the shins of the defender to prevent big hits. Debo takes the big hits. Debo delivers the big hits. If I'm Debo Samuel, you don't give me an extension by August, I'm not coming. I'm not showing up. That's a no. You're not taking that risk. It's way too risky for anyone, let alone a player who plays like that.
If I'm John Lynch and company, I say, you know what, Debo? You were so great last year as a wide back. We're going to go ahead and give you the highest paid contract at the running back position. Yeah, hello, Debo? Hello, are you still there?
What is the top of the running back market versus the top of wide receiver market? Like
probably,
Tyreek just set the top of the wide receiver market.
Yes.
What did McCaffrey get a couple of years ago?
It was massive. But again, McCaffrey is one of those wide backs. He's as much of a wide back. He's a back wide. If Debo's a wide back, then McCaffrey's a back wide because they throw him the ball an absolute ton. But get a lot of feedback, Mark, on Andrew Brandt. Positive feedback about the information, but also some controversy, wondering why we didn't dump Andrew Brandt, the foul-mouthed Villanovan expert. Take a listen. I believe he dropped an F-bomb, Mark.
I think what's interesting happening this year more than any other in history of the NFL is that players are bucking up. Players are showing more power.
Wow. Okay.
What?
I think we're okay.
I heard it.
Andrew
I
Brandt
swiveled to nice guy Steven, who's on the board for Spadoni. Spadoni is in for E-Dog. E-Dog is in for Grandy. Grandy's in.
Well, everybody's in for everybody.
Trickle down, producer-nomics
everybody's
today.
out, and everybody's in. And
I swiveled at nice guy. He had his finger on the dump button.
Right.
Much like Khrushchev's underling in 1971. And I said, no. But that was close.
It was close.
Players are bucking up.
Yeah.
Players are showing more power.
Stop playing that.
I know
it's not getting any better.
It's dangerous, and Steven dove after the dump button the same way I dive after the donuts when they arrive on payday.
True that.
It was the exact same look on the face.
I don't know if Dibs remembers, but back when he was with the previous iteration of the morning show, there was a time when we were playing a Floyd Mayweather clip, and it was my responsibility to take out all the F words.
Right.
There were a lot of F words,
and you didn't get them all.
I missed out on one of them, so ever since then, finger on the dump button at all times.
And that was the day that when I was in the A chair, as you recall, nice guy, because Joe Fortenbaugh had other duties, and so I slid over to the main chair, and I thought it'd be great if we played this. It was Conor McGregor. Nice guy, Steve.
That's right. It was the terrible boxing match with
It
Conor.
wasn't Floyd.
No,
it was Conor.
McGregor.
Oh, it was both of them.
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
and McGregor. It was the McGregor Floyd fight that they were going to have. And Conor went on like a 27 F-bomb tirade. And
but
Steven scooped about 23 of them.
Okay, well,
not enough.
But the good news about Conor is he's not actually saying the F word.
Well,
he spells it differently. It's F-U-U, right? I mean, like,
sure.
He doesn't.
But the FCC doesn't agree with it. And I didn't want to go to arbitration on that one.
It rhymes with Duke. Perfectly, the way Conor says it.
Wow.
It doesn't rhyme with duck. It rhymes with Duke. And so, I don't know. I think we can go to a court of law and we can say he's not saying that.
I'll tell you what, Mark, next time I have an off day, you go ahead and reprise the bit, and then I'll see if I see you on Monday.
It's a good uptick.
Thank you.
However, we have gone through the powers that be. The red hanky has been thrown. One more time, Steven, just to make sure. I believe the play stands as called.
Is that players are bucking up.
Yeah.
Players are showing more power.
What's really funny, 707 says he said mucking up. No, he said bucking up. He said bucking up. And 650, now the cap matters, Willard, you're exhausting. No, the cap is not what you think it is. I'm not changing my opinion whatsoever. It's not there. Of course it exists. My point is, as a fan, do not let your team, because this happens. Raiders, by the way, the Khalil Mack situation, you're one of the classic fan bases that got duped. Oh, gosh, yeah, we can't afford it. We just can't do it. We're going to have to trade. No, you can. And the Rams just showed you, okay? I don't think it necessarily always works. I mean, if you take the Devontae and the Tyreek Hill ones, I'll go, I think the Packers made the right move and the Chiefs made the wrong one. Even though there's a ton of draft capital, there are DBs all over Twitter, professional DBs all over Twitter right now going, I can't believe the Chiefs did this. Tyreek Hill, and it's what I was trying to tell you yesterday, he different. He messes your entire scheme up because there's not a cornerback in the world who can guard him one-on-one. You cannot run with Tyreek Hill. So I'm very surprised the Chiefs did that. Their offense is way less scary this morning than it was the day before. But do not let your team tell you we could not keep blank because we couldn't fit him under the cap. You can always manipulate for the right guy. If a team moves on, it's because they've decided it's no longer worth that money. Not that they can't, they won't.
Worth the money, or it's not worth the kicking of the can down the road, because when you are able to fit people under the cap, and right now the 49ers are dealing with this. I saw something on Niners Nation, good piece saying they could keep Jimmy Garoppolo and pay him if they did certain things, and it would involve restructuring Mike McGlinchey coming off a major quad injury. Samson Ebukam, you would have to extend him, and you'd have to do something with Jimmy Ward as well. So if you want to do that, you can always make it work. But the greater point is, and when they say we can't make it work under the cap, what they're really meaning to say is there are certain contracts we don't want to kick down the road, extend, elongate, etc., in order to make this work. So it's just shorthand when they say, oh, couldn't fit him in under the cap. You always can, but a lot of times you don't want to. You don't want to take Jimmy Garoppolo's money and spread it over 4 years and commit to him.
Definitely not. Okay. Jimmy Butler's situation with the Heat. Draymond Green would like extra vacation days added to his contract should Jordan Poole start. Opening day is 2 weeks away. Baseball, that's right. It's going to be here in 2 weeks. So all of that on the table. 888-957-9570 is the number. Pick your battles on the best day of the week. We call it Thursday. That is also our Comcast business text line, 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
It was an
WIG Dagger Time on K-Wig.
Hard like Andrew Wiggins.
HAHD.
That's right.
Hard.
That boy is hard. It was a Barnett dagger. Jim came in off the top rope. That's it. Put the fork in him.
I love it.
See you later, Heat. Bye-bye. I don't know what to do with these guys. That's what I did. I shrugged my shoulders through this entire game. I wanted to talk about him for the entire 9:45 segment. I'm all right. What are you guys doing? Like, what are we supposed to do?
Who are you?
Thank you.
Who are you?
How are we supposed to unpack this? It's not that we're not mad at you. I just want to know
for your guru.
What is this? Why are you putting up $118?
Who are you?
And being all kinds of fun in Miami without your high-priced players when the night before you rocked a 90 burger in Orlando. I don't get it, but great timeout, as they used to say around Dub Nation.
Reminds me a little bit of my son Quest, junior at Cal, but back when he was a Little League baseball player, largely disinterested when he was at the plate. And big kid, strong kid, but occasionally he would decide that he would watch the ball out of the pitcher's hand and he would attempt to hit it with a mighty swing. So he would go swing and a miss, whiff, whiff, whiff. Oh, my God! That ball is hit deep.
Gone.
Seriously, he would unload on the ball. It's like, hey, son, good game. Good game, Questy. Hey, one question. Just one question. Why can't you do that every time?
Yeah, what are you doing?
It's like the Warriors. I mean,
what are you doing?
A whiff against the Spurs, a whiff against the Magic, and then, okay, here comes strikeout number 3. So I got to drive.
Was he disinterested or was he scared?
Disinterested.
Just disinterested.
Yeah. It's funny because he, and this is like fall ball, AA. This is 8 and 9-year-old baseball. A couple times he would be hit by a pitch. It's like, here's the windup, here's the pitch. It's going right at you, and he wouldn't even turn. He would just, and you'd hear the and he'd take his base, and no tears, no owie.
Yeah.
Mom and Dad wouldn't run out of the third row and console him.
Oh man,
it would just be, you get to go to first. Okay.
It's like, can I go back to the dugout now?
Yeah. But that's kind of where this Warrior team is. It's like, okay, here comes strikeout number 3, Questy.
We've had this conversation before about why I was terrified of the ball in Little League. It's because of the Igo family. It's because of Ben Igo. You know this family.
Lincoln Schumann for me.
Gosh, that
Lincoln
kid.
Schumann threw hard. And Lincoln Schumann, I won't say he was a bully at Oak Manor Elementary Middle School, but you didn't mess with Lincoln Schumann.
Man.
And so when he was on the bump, left-handed, it's like, man, would you hurry up and just strike me out?
I
want to go home.
I have so much PTSD from Little League baseball, both as a player and a coach.
Ben Igo.
There are 2 moments, and I mean, when there's those visuals in your head that are just emblazoned there for life. I mean, it feels like yesterday, that vivid. It feels like it's happening in front of me right now. There's 2 things I can still remember, and one of them has to have been, like, how old are you when you're in majors? Right?
10,
there was
11,
like
12.
minor B,
Yep.
there was minor, right? Okay, so this is 35 odd plus years ago. Leadoff hitter, I'm batting second. First pitch of the game. Ben Igo right between the shoulder blades of my really good friend.
Thump.
And all I could see was the grimace on his face. I never wanted to get in the batter's box ever again. And then as a coach, years later, you want to talk about the families running out of the third row. There was the one situation where we were like, Mom, Dad, actually, yes. Could you please come here? I'm coaching this team, and the coach for the other team comes up to me because his kid is warming up on the mound, and we're getting housed. I mean, we're down by 20 runs or something. And this guy in the last inning puts a pitcher out there that's throwing pitches that look like he's ready for the Fresno Grizzlies back in the day.
Up 20?
I'm like, buddy, well, they were like a club team. This guy's throwing BBs. I walk over to the other dugout because I'm going to coach third. I go, what do we got out here on the mound? He goes, yeah, look at this kid. He goes, he's the hardest thrower in the entire area. If I could just get him to figure out where the ball's going, it'd be great. I'm like, buddy, really? And of course it's the bottom of my lineup that's coming up. And here comes the kid who's misshapen,
scared, timid, and doesn't want to be here.
Right in the eye. I mean, right in the eye. I'll never forget this moment. I almost swallowed my entire throat. Like, I was just like, you got to be kidding me, right in the eye. And he's on the ground just like...
You think?
He's fine, by the way. Like the story, and he's fine. But, I mean...
He can see?
He can see, but, I mean, he had to go through a few weeks of some stuff now. But, my gosh, I hate that stuff in Little League Baseball. So, I thought maybe that your boy was just a little bit scared of the rock. But, just disinterested, huh? I was terrified of it. My parents had to pay me to swing.
Yeah.
We had a whole financial structure. We had a contract. You get a double, you get 50 cents. You get a triple, you get $1. If you hit a home run, $5. My dad was coaching third, told me he didn't want to send me home because he knew he was going to have to hit me a $5 bill if he sent me. But he did, and I made it.
On our team, we got, at the end of the year, team party, if you hit a home run during the year, you got a steak at the barbecue. So we're playing...
That's the Bull Durham game. Yeah, boy, you hit the ball, you get a damn free steak.
Well, you hit a home run, you get a steak. This is my 12-year-old year, and we stunk. And the late Ron Barr, rest in peace, was our coach, and Damian Casanueva, great family. Of course, you know the Sleepy Hollow Casanuevas, but I'm facing the Stewart boys, Chris Stewart. His brother Greg is now my mortgage broker. Chrissy throws me one. Dibber claws, crushes it to left center.
Swing and a drive.
It's not going to go out, but I'm going to have to try and touch them all.
Right.
And your boy legged it out inside the park, home run. We went 4-12. My only home run in baseball history. And I got a steak, Mark.
You got that steak.
Got that steak.
Obviously,
you know it.
You ordered it medium rare.
Yeah, back then, you got everything rare.
Yeah,
there was no medium rare back then.
We, as an organization, have run the numbers and feel like a steak should always be ordered medium rare.
Totally.
That's just the way it is.
Speaking of baseball, we're 2 weeks away.
2 weeks away
from the opener, and we haven't even talked about Ghost Runner at second or...
How do you feel about it, by the way? That's back. It was gone, and then it's back, and everybody was like, "Yeah, it's gone," and then it's back, and everyone's like,
I heard somebody talking about this over the course of the week. Why not start that in the 12th inning? Because baseball players...
I like it better.
Baseball players don't want to play 17, 18, 20 inning games. Fans love it. Free baseball.
Do fans love it? I feel like...
The diehards love it.
The diehards love it. Everybody else goes home.
I was at that game. Remember that game that went 21 innings? It's like a badge of honor. And you remember being a kid with the quad to candlestick buttons you got.
Oh, yeah.
When you stayed for a night extra inning game, you got a special button. And that's the kind of ethos that we're missing in baseball. And now, let's get this over with. Let's play 9 innings that takes 3 hours and 18 minutes, but now let's get it over with. Give me 2 real innings, and then give me the hokey Ghost Runner in the 12th.
I like that better. I'm conflicted on this. The one that really, really gets me, you get to the 10th inning, you had a great baseball game. It's 3-3. Okay, somebody gets a RBI double with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th and sends it to extra innings. And there's beauty in that. And then you get to extra innings, and somebody hits a ground ball to second, and the runner goes to third. And then somebody pops one up to mid-right center field, and it's caught. And the other team scores and wins the game. Yuck.
Right.
That's what I don't like. I like the excitement, the energy that comes with it, the feeling that your team is always on the verge of scoring. You fall down by 1 run in the top of the 10th. You got a chance to come right back and tie that thing back up. I don't think that's bad for baseball. But, man, if there were a way, and there isn't, but if there were a way to throw in some sort of extra rule, which is that you can score that runner from second, but somebody got to get a hit. You can't just be bunting stuff. Oh, and he'll bunt you over to third, and then whoops, that one's a little pop up to right. Oh, we won. That's so bad. You don't have to even hit a ball hard. You don't have to do anything right, and you can end up winning a game. The reliever comes in, gives up no hits, and loses. I hate that.
This feels to me like the NFL overtime rules where, before both teams had to touch the ball. And, like you say, runner on second, slow roller to second base, he goes to third. Oh, wild pitch. We got to run. And then strike out, the inning's over, and then the other team doesn't score. Yes, each team got a chance, unlike football, but give me 2 real innings, and then in the 12th, we can start with a runner on second. And you know what? In the 13th, let's start with the runner on third. And then in the 14th, Well, let's start with
no
the runner
defense.
on home. Yeah, I don't know.
No outfield in the 14th inning.
I'm not sure if you're familiar with what Eric Burns is doing, but he's the player manager for the Savannah Bananas, and they're this
tremendous.
They're this weird baseball team that plays by these crazy rules, including in extra innings there are no fielders. It's pitcher versus batter. And if the batter hits it, the pitcher has to go out and get the ball and try to get him out.
This is the game we play with our kids at the park all the time. I've played this game, these rules in wiffle ball. I play it 5 times a week in the summer.
And there's also a rule where you can steal first base on any wild pitch during your at-bat. You can just run to first.
All right.
So, I mean, all kinds of crazy rules. I'm not advocating that. But we could get more creative with this ghost runner rule.
Yeah, so that's why I'm conflicted on it. Plus, I've also, just as a longtime baseball fan, you get to the point where you're like, look, I get it. We're national leaguers, most of us here in this city, and we're traditionalists when it comes to baseball in this city. But these are battles, to borrow our own phrase, that I've decided not to pick. You know, there's going to be a DH this year. It's going to be a runner at second in extra innings. Some of it feels hokey. It feels anti-competition. Feels like, I mean, when you're out for an entertainment evening, is the goal to get home? Because that's what it feels like sometimes. But that's also what it feels like when it gets to the 15th inning. And you brought your kids to the game. They've got school. It's coming up on midnight. And you're like, what am I supposed to do here? Right? Like, we still have to live our lives. Like, we can't ruin the next 2 days so that we can watch somebody bloop one into right field and bring someone home in the bottom of the 16th. So I get it, but I don't know. I don't want these things. I just think, you know, you got to Adele Dazeem at some point and let it go.
You do, and you have to let it go for the greater good of being a baseball fan and enjoying it. Like, I've always been anti-DH, but I've lost the fight. They have a designated hitter now, and now is it going to completely ruin my baseball experience? No, and part of me has died with baseball many times over. The use of AstroTurf and, you know, the ability now to have 19 pitchers in one singular game and longer games and other things about baseball that I don't love like I used to when I was a younger person. Baseball has changed, and it hasn't really broken it for me. And the DH, I would like to see the old school where 9 in the field, 9 at bat. But I lost the fight. So you got to let it go.
Yep. 209 with a fun little story on our text line. Pitching in Little League, it starts raining. Trying to close things up in the 7th inning. 2-seamer slips right out of my hand, and I hit the only girl in our entire league.
Wow.
She starts crying. Ump walks out to the mound, hands me a ball, looks at me, and says, "What are you doing?" Oh, God. All right. Let's get out to you. 888-957-9570. By the way, Jay Billis is going to join us in 15 minutes. How sweet is that? Not only maybe the top college basketball analyst out there, but what are his emotions as a Dookie that Coach K might be coaching his very last game tonight? Texas Tech and Duke will be the nightcap. By the way, you know you're a big deal when the television networks say, oh, Gonzaga, the number 1 ranked team in the whole tournament, you're the appetizer. We'll have Duke and Texas Tech be the second game. So Mark Few and Gonzaga, you're the appetizer. That's all because of Coach K. So Jay Billis in 15 minutes. Let's go to Kevin in Richmond, actually. Hey, Kevin, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Just making an ice cream milkshake right now, trying to get some energy, trying to get off a coffee, so I'm going with ice cream instead, you know.
Okay, so some quick ingredients, please. What kind of ice cream are we working with?
We're going with some Alden's organic ice cream chocolate. Just take half of the whole half gallon. You throw it right in the blender, throw some organic milk in there, hit blend, and you got a better milkshake than you could get at an ice cream shop.
I mean, we're on our way, Kevin.
Can we steer away from food talk?
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Days?
Dibs is on a cleanse,
Day
Kevin.
4 or 5, Kevin.
Kevin, what are you doing? The man's on a cleanse.
I know, right? He's on a cleanse. We're talking chocolate ice cream milkshake.
Stop.
What are you going to do? But, you know, back in the day, you know, the Warriors were looking great. But, you know, we're talking all this Little League baseball. You know what? I had to go against J.R. Ryder, okay, since I was like 9 years old until high school. And this guy and him and his little brother, Lamont Ryder and Greg Johnson, these guys are huge athletes ever since birth. Dunking basketballs at the boys' club in 7th grade. So this guy is high and tight with high cheese heat at your face and then a massive curveball right after that. And it's crazy because back then when you're playing the Oakland All-Stars, their team, they had 15 kids that would go D1 or get drafted. Now you wouldn't find one kid that you wouldn't even find one kid that could go Division I college. It's sad, man, how the baseball has changed. Because over here we had kids like Jimmy Rollins, Dontrell Willis, playing against kids from Bishop O'Dowd like Dale Nolaroth and Greg Norton, even kids like Bobby Smith out of Oakland, Marcus Tyner, Mike Tyner. These kids had so much talent. It's mind-boggling. They'd all be Division Iers, all be going minor leaguers, some of them breaking through, and now we got nothing. We got Little League, just like you said. We got Little League orange slices. We got guys hitting girls with baseballs. We can't do nothing. We're effed,
All right.
Bring it back to old school.
I was feeling more optimistic when you were talking about milkshakes.
Elite athletes don't want to play baseball.
It's true.
Kyler Murray. I mean, Kyler Murray had his chance to be a Major League Baseball player or an NFL quarterback, and it was an easy one. I'd rather put my life on the line, literally, my well-being, to play football. Football is more exciting. Baseball is more lucrative if you make it to the show. But, we're going to slow you down. You're going to be a Super 2, and then you got Pre-Arb 1 and Pre-Arb 2 and Pre-Arb 3.
Oh, God.
And just on the surface, Mark, if you are, let's say your boy who is a flag football phenom, triple Fs. It's a P in phenom, but you get where I'm going. Young Abe's 8 years old. Happy birthday. Let's say in 3 years from now, turns out he's a 3-sport star. He's a possible GOAT or a North Bay GOAT. What's he going to choose? Is he really going to choose baseball or football or basketball? If you have your pick of the three, baseball comes in third.
Well, he was firing birdies at Mill Valley the other day. I might just say, dude, play golf. That's going to be nice and comfy. You can play until you're 50, and then when you're not playing on the PGA Tour anymore, you go ahead and play on that Champions Tour and just keep on making checks. But I hear you. Whenever you say the phrase pre-arb, that's when every human being on the planet is lost right there. Not only do A, none of us know what it is, but B, all we know is it's super annoying. Like, come on. It's actually kind of wild to me that we got to this big, huge, okay, this is the watershed moment. We're not going to take it anymore. We're having a big CBA argument, and they did, and it delayed the season. Oh, how adorable. A week. It delayed the season by a week, but we still walked out of here with the exact same number one problem, which is that the owners in baseball totally control you for years once you are ready to go to the bigs, and then once you do go to the bigs. I mean, there are some massive players. Who was it? Pete Alonso, I think, was an arbitration case a couple of days ago with the Mets. And what did he walk out of there with? $7 million bucks or $7 million? Pete Alonso. This is one of the best hitters in the game. How's he making $7 million? And I know, right? Oh, poor Pete. He only makes $7 million this year. But that's not what the market will bear. The other sports have built it so that you know what the market will bear. And by the way, Kyler was an intuitive, not only because he felt like I could be the number one pick in the draft, and he was, but look what's happened to the quarterback market now. Well, but NFL contracts aren't guaranteed. They are now. They are now for a quarterback. No wonder he's got his agent squawking. $250 million guaranteed? I mean, whatever quarterback was on the totem hole, it was already number one. It just went up.
Right. And the idea of a fully guaranteed contract, too, changes the calculus of all of this. But this is where baseball's labor dispute, 99 days of labor strife, it was all for naught, because you look at the Giants and take Mike Yastrzemski, for example. Yaz is making 3.7 this year. Next year, ARB. The year after that, ARB. And a guy like Tyro Estrada. Nice little year last year, right? And if he continues to trend toward being a real major league force, well, this year, he's pre-ARB 2. And then next year, he's ARB 1, then ARB 2. Your guy, Farhan Zaidi, king of the ARB.
Smart man.
It should be Arbhan Zaidi.
It's a 3. It's a 3. I like farmhand Zaidi.
But as we're talking about the baseball system of, we're not gonna start your clock, and so for all these young, to respond to the callers, for all these young phenoms we used to have, Dontrell Willis, who I covered in high school, if he's able to, and he was a good athlete, he could play basketball, and other athletes who have other options, you're not choosing baseball anymore.
By the way, you left one part out of the Yaz thing, which is that when he is done with all of those ARBs, he's 35.
Uh-oh.
And that's a wrap. He's never going to get the free agent contract. Now, he's at peace with it because he was a year away from not making the bigs at all. But when you don't make the bigs until your late 20s, they've got you basically for your whole career. He may get a 1-year deal, a nice one. If he plays really well for the next 2, he'll get a nice 1-year deal, get a nice 2-year deal, maybe. But that big free agent thing that you're playing for in your first contract through those ARB years, gone.
Camilo Duvall.
Never going to happen.
What do you think about Camilo Duvall as a player?
I think he's a very exciting young player.
Is he going to be your closer this year?
I think that's where it's going to start.
Well, he's pre-ARB.
Of course he is.
Next year, pre-ARB 2. The year after that, you're pre-ARB 3. And you know what comes after pre-ARB 3?
Pre-ARB 27. What is
ARB 1
ARB 1
comes after that. Mm-hmm. He goes ARB 1, then he goes ARB 2, then he goes ARB 3. So at 30, when he's after 6 years of being your closer, then he's eligible for big money. Now, they'll ink him before that if he's as good as we think he is.
Right. Although at the closer position, they probably won't. They're not offering long-term for closers. You're going to huck your arm out.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's got Tommy John between his pre-ARB and his ARB. Everybody gets it.
Right. Nick in Berkeley with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Nick, what are you doing?
Oh, man, getting ready to go coach my Albany Cougars against Santa Fe today, man. We dropped one to Pinole yesterday, had them scoreless through the 6th inning with 1 out, and then made it. My second baseman dropped the ball, and, man, we just lost 4-0. But we didn't give up no home runs. They've been hitting home runs every game, and they're like our arch rivals. So
I hope that second baseman didn't get dinner, Nick. That second baseman didn't eat this morning, did he?
Mark, he's a kid.
No, she's good. She's good. She rakes, man. So check this out. So while I played in this wood bat league in Marin, right, there was this dude, Selleck, man. He used to smoke cigarettes in the on-deck circle and come up and just hit bombs, dude. Like every at-bat smoking cigs. And check this one out. So I'm at the Giants game, man. This fool, Mike Marshall, I'm heckling him because he's in right field. And I'm like, bro, you played third, first, and now it's like back to Little League, you're in right field. And he's looking at me. I'm like, don't look at me, bud. Tuck him in, you know what I mean? I'm in your hip pocket. Dude, he gets up and he Babe Ruths me. And this is 1988. He points the bat, and I'm like, oh, my God. And my boy looks at me like, dude, if he hits one now, you can never talk smack again. I was like, oh, Lord. And I'm thinking, okay, the Giants pitcher is going to drill him, right? How dare you point the bat like Babe Ruth? The pitcher, so Mike Marshall looks back at the catcher. The catcher looks at him, passes his glove, and the pitcher throws him right down the plate. Marshall crushes one right at me. And the candlestick wind wall in right field pushed it down off the bottom of the fence. And as he's cruising into second, he's looking at me with one slap down, just looking at me. And I'm like, wow, he almost clowned me. I was like, I couldn't believe that gutless Giants pitcher. I got to find out who it was. But it was a twilight doubleheader. And, dude, the second game started at 11:45 p.m.
Wow.
And about 1:30, fights were breaking out all over the place. Dudes were jumping down the facades on top of cops. Dude, it was insane.
Nick, I love it. I mean, Nick just used about 7 different phrases that let us know he's been doing this for a minute or two.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, the candlestick win, just even bringing up the Mike Marshall name, there's PTSD all over there. I hated Mike Marshall and Steve Sachs as a kid, those freaking Dodger Blues. But twilight doubleheader,
that one
with the Giants and Dodgers.
I was there that
You'll
night.
never see that ever again.
100 arrests, over 100 fights that night. I was announcing fights instead of watching the game. Section 27, we got a real Donnybrook. No, it was on. And that was the night where fans were jumping out of the stands in left field and running and jumping on the outfield fence on pop flies to short. That was complete anarchy that night.
Candlestick was a real one, man. You'll never see anything like that again. People jumping out of their seats and running to a big grass landing area to fight each other for home run balls.
Think about that. I mean,
with a chain link fence.
Oh, yeah.
That you can see through.
It's great.
What is this place?
And the wind, always so crazy. And I grew up in the North Bay.
So funny.
You leave the house and it's 81, and you get down there and it's 55 with a 22-mile-an-hour guster.
Gosh.
You're freezing.
It's freezing no matter what. Okay, Jay Billis, is this it? Coach K tonight against Texas Tech. The chalk at Chase, big-time teams coming in, and Jay Billis joins us next. Pick your battles, Looms. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
95.7 The Game was live from Chase Center for the West Regional.
Steve Kerr with us on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Well, I was driving home from our loss to the Spurs, so I was already in a bad mood.
Right.
And when I heard, TCU goes up 3, I turned it off. I did the old just bury your head in the sand and hope for the best.
Eric Musselman, head coach of the Arkansas Razorbacks.
I think if you said, hey, we're going to change the rules in college basketball and we're going to play 48 minutes, I think you'd see a lot less upsets.
The Bay Area Sports Station, 95.7 The Game.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. Welcome to another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Say hello to the Walkers, a family of not 1 but 4 Gagillionaires, each living up their Gagillionaire life at ludicrous internet speed. First up, Anna Walker. She dominates streaming like the matriarch she is. No show ever goes unwatched under her watch.
Next episode.
Next up, Peter Walker. There's no stopping this dad bod from showing up to his virtual workout sessions.
Let's go leg day.
And finally, the Walker twins. They may look alike but couldn't internet more differently. Harry dominates his fellow online gamers while Heather group video chats with friends.
Ooh, nice background filter, Jess.
Live like a Gagillionaire. Get internet that upgrades everything. AT&T Fiber, now with speeds up to 5 gigs.
Limited availability in select areas. Speeds not guaranteed. Single device wired speed. Max 4.7 gig per second. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Has this ever happened to you? I wasn't feeling great, so I searched my symptoms on Google, and now I'm being followed by really uncomfortable ads. I hate feeling like my personal information is being bought and sold. I got DuckDuckGo and saw a difference right away. With one download, you can search and browse privately, avoiding trackers, all for free. It's that simple. Take back your privacy online with DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
The easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today or donate online at carsforkids.com. Remember, that's cars with a K.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Here's today's smart money tip from Owning. Call 833-2-OWNING or go to owning.com to find out more about this amazing offer.
The average 30-year mortgage stays on the lender's books around 8 years before it's paid off. So why do people take a 30-year loan rather than a 10 or 15? Lower monthly payments, of course. However, those lower payments come with a much higher interest rate. What if you can have the low interest rate of a 10-year loan with the low payment of a 30-year? Sounds smart, right? Introducing the Smart Money Loan from Owning with a 3.25% rate, 3.353 APR fixed for the first 10 years. You can lower your rate and payment and save thousands in interest.
Call 833-2-OWNING to lock in a 3.25% rate, 3.353 APR fixed for the first 10 years, or visit owning.com.
NMLS 2611, subject to credit approval. Savings may vary. Call 833-303-2169 for licensing and qualifying terms and conditions. Equal housing lender, not licensed in all states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Let's be honest. With today's volatile financial landscape, the stocks and bonds of Wall Street may not perform as well as they once did. And with inflation at record highs, determining if these stocks and bonds are enough to help you retire comfortably on your own terms has never been more important. That means it may be time for a new alternative investment strategy, one that's grounded in low stock market correlation, one that includes YieldStreet.com's wide variety of alternative investments. YieldStreet.com's asset classes like art, real estate, venture capital, and more can give your portfolio the modern touch it may need to thrive while letting you diversify your assets away from Wall Street. And with just a few clicks, you'll get unprecedented access to private market opportunities with varying durations and return rates once reserved for the ultra-rich. Take steps to help keep your financial goals on track and get started today at yieldstreet.com. Yieldstreet.com. Invest beyond the stock market.
We're all spending more time at home, so this is the perfect time to save money and enhance your outdoor living space with new Humboldt Sawmill Redwood decking from Dolan's. The natural beauty of rich, warm, durable, and authentic redwood from sustainable forests is unique. For details, visit dolanlumber.com. Then call a Dolan's decking expert about Humboldt Sawmill Redwood decking. Remember, dolanlumber.com.
Prescription products require an online physician consultation and are only available if the physician determines a prescription is appropriate. Subscription required. See website for full details and important safety information.
Dealing with ED is difficult enough, but the pressure of not satisfying your partner makes it even worse. ED can be tough on a relationship, but at HIMSS, you can contact a medical provider online and, if appropriate, get the prescription medication that treats ED at affordable prices. HIMSS ED medication has the same active ingredients as Viagra, but because it's generic, you pay 90% less. That's right, 90% less. A whole month's supply is just $30, and it's sent right to your home for free in discreet packaging. HIMSS offers the same medication you'd get from your doctor, but without the copay, expensive appointments, or awkward face-to-face conversations. And with HIMSS, every online visit is free, and your relationship right back on track. For a free online consultation, go to forhims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free visit. forhims.com/joy.
This is Pat Monahan from Train, inviting you to join us in supporting our hometown charity, Family House San Francisco. Family House provides free housing for sick children and their families during their deepest time of need. Support Family House today by making a tax-deductible donation at familyhouseinc.org.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'll say this about Draymond Green. I think the pass is telegraphed, but I also think it's going to be a completed pass. Here's what I mean by that.
Please explain.
It's so clear right now that this guy, and I think Warrior fans, you're going to have to deal with this a little bit. Draymond has 1 foot on each side of the fence. 1 foot is firmly planted with Warrior basketball. But look around at what we're seeing. Draymond yesterday with his comments on his podcast that when LeBron James becomes the all-time leading scorer, he wants to take the day off. Do we have that, Steven? This is Draymond Green with regard to LeBron James passing the scoring record.
Congrats to LeBron, second all-time, probably in 50 more games or so, 50 or 70 games or so, he'll be first all-time, and I can't wait to see that. And I hope, Steve Kerr, I'm throwing this out there right now, if LeBron James is passing the all-time scoring record and we have a game, I'm going to LeBron's game and witness history. So that's what we're doing, Coach Kerr.
Okay, I know this upset some people. I just went to the restroom during the break, and Guru's out in the hallway screaming about it. I mean, he's coming in hot.
Of course.
Like, where's the leadership? So we're going to get that here coming up in just a few. But we've watched Draymond Green get thrown out of a game last week. Some said when Steph's not in, Draymond doesn't want to be there. When Steph was out a couple years ago, Draymond admitted that he wasn't all in. His podcast stuff is everywhere right now. I was just watching a clip of him talking to Bradley Beal, and he asked Bradley Beal about Jason Tatum. And Beal is like, man, I told Tatum he's going to be a way better player than I am. And Jason, you are going to be the face of this league, which I think would really surprise people that high-level NBA players are feeling that way about Jason Tatum. But I don't know. I mean, he's with the Boston Celtics. He's with a blue blood. You do something, you win a title there. But Draymond Green right now feels like we're moving toward that moment where he is as much about his post-career as he is his career. And I think the playoffs will change that, but it's something to keep in mind during the regular season because there are nights where he doesn't even play, and boy, that podcast material is still there the next morning.
Yeah, and it's a case where that's the new NBA, where you don't have to worry about playing all the time and you don't have to grind. your way every single moment of, I hate the enemy and this and that. You can build your brand in any way you want. And the one thing about Draymond Green, and I should probably say this for Guru so I can talk him off the ledge, but he's going to be running hot. For the 36 minutes he plays of the 48-minute game, he's all in.
Yep.
That's his job. When it comes to off the court, he's usually in good shape. He gets hurt here and there. He gives up his body when he plays. He competes hard, maybe too hard. To me, you can't on the one hand say, Draymond, you need to dial it back on the floor, and on the other hand say, you need to dial it back off the floor. That's not fair.
It's not
Draymond
him.
Green goes full on, full octane. Would you rather have Draymond Green off court or James Harden off the court? Because James Harden is at strip clubs eating chicken wings and chicken fingers and getting fat and out of shape and staying up late and not being in full preparation mode for his games. Draymond Green off the court is bringing it just as hard as he is on the court.
Yeah, and I think, and that's what I mean by the playoffs will fix this. There's no way you're going to get to a playoff game and you're going to feel like Draymond's not all in. This is Draymond Green we're talking about. But we just got a text, for instance, 925, and this is what I want to speak to. 925 says Draymond needs to realize that his post-career will always be waiting for him. I don't really agree with that. And it's not upon us to tell guys, this is how you should do your career. We're fans, and we need you to go all out for us right now. You can worry about all that other stuff some other time. No. Not only, A, do you always in life need to strike while the iron's hot, but B, look what's happening in broadcasting right now. Troy Aikman is going to make more in his career, leaps and bounds more, as a broadcaster than he did as a player, and he was a multi-Super Bowl winning quarterback. So these guys are understanding the way the landscape is moving, and this is my prediction. Draymond will be the next guy on this list and there are a few of them, and I guess you could make the case that Troy Aikman is one of them. You could make the case that Chris Collinsworth is one of them. Charles Barkley, even though he was a star, you could probably make the case with him as well, and there are others. Draymond Green will be a bigger star as a broadcaster than he ever was as a player, and he's a star as a player. But he's never going to be one of the most popular two players on his own team. Wait till he gets to broadcasting full time. You can already see this is what he's building toward. And as long as he's ready to play when he needs to play, I don't know if anybody can really have an issue with that.
Well, the people who have issue are the fans. And I'm monitoring the YouTube and the Twitch, and I'm getting on the YouTube people saying, just trade him to Orlando. And on the Twitch feed, East Bay Chris 510 says, I get giving props on Twitter, but as a fan, I don't want to hear a key player on my team saying he'll skip a game just to see LeBron. And I think that is the sentiment. It's like, dude, we don't want to hear about that, okay? We want you to be totally sold out to be a part of the team. And you know what, Draymond? And this comes from a place of just professional annoyance, because you clap back at a reporter recently who dared to say that you missed out on attending a game because you had your birthday party the night before. So there's already precedent for you prioritizing things ahead of your duty as a Golden State Warrior. So this kind of flies in the face of that, because Draymond claps back where, they wanted him on the bench, but he wasn't on the bench because he had his birthday party the night before. And, the reporter dared to write about it. And now it's a big deal because, you're all out here lying. And now just 2 weeks later, he says, well, when LeBron's going to break the record, I'm out.
Well,
that flies in the face of being a genuine team first guy.
Well, okay, here's the thing about it. Not every single move has been perfect. But when you say, we don't want to hear blank, well, Draymond does not care.
That's fine.
What you want to hear.
But at the same time, then you can't say anything if it's reported or if fans,
that's
talk
fair.
about it.
That's fair. That's fair. But let me take it a step further, a little bit more broad than Draymond. In general, I feel like we do this often to athletes, especially when we're getting ready for the playoffs. We, for some reason, in the back of our mind, we don't live this way, but in the back of our minds, our favorite athletes, when it comes playoff time, don't you dare have a life. Don't you dare do anything. Do not show anything in your life outside of playoffs. I'm thinking of Tony Romo in Mexico with Jessica Simpson. I'm thinking of Odell Beckham. Remember the boat picture? Oh, gosh. How can you be on a boat during a bye week? What's wrong with that?
Both guys lost, by the way.
Yes, they did. However,
That's what's wrong with it.
Do you think it was because of that? Like Odell, the Giants would have won if he hadn't been on a boat 9 days before the game. These are people. They're people. And none of us do that. When we get to a big ratings period, we're like, well, when the show's over, we go home and start studying the book for tomorrow's show. No, we got a life. There are other people. There's relaxation. There's mental health. There's all of these things. So in a general sense, you're right. Not everything has been perfect with Draymond the last 2 to 3 weeks. There have been some bumps, and that's life. But please, we got to stop with the whole, like, this is my favorite athlete and it's a key time, so you're not allowed to do anything else.
This is totally different. This is him saying, I'm going to skip work.
Well, but that's next year.
No, but we're talking about it now because he brought it up. And at the same time, in the light of, the reports of him missing a game that he was supposed to at least be there to spectate because he chose his own celebration over it, that's fine. You do what you want. But at the same time, don't come down someone's road when they report about it or fans when they question your true motivation. You can't have it both ways.
I don't love that part either with Slater. However, what I'm saying is Draymond makes a comment that A, we don't even know if he's going to follow through on it. B, we don't even know what Steve Kerr would say about it. And C, we've got guys sitting every week right now in the NBA for no good reason at all. And we don't have a problem with that, but we have a problem with Draymond's honesty. He's allowed to have a podcast. He's allowed to say things, and they may or may not even be real. This is not going to affect the Warriors next month.
I agree, and I don't have a problem with him saying it. I don't have a problem with him missing the game. I do have a problem with the double standard of, his IDGAF mentality. I don't give a fish about, what I say, or if I get 2 T's and I get ejected. That's all great. If you want to do that, you can do that. But at the same time, don't come down the media's road when they talk about it, or don't come down the fans' road when they criticize you. All of this becomes fair game. That's the part I have a problem with.
Will you cry tonight when Coach K coaches in his last game?
No, I'm not a huge Coach K guy.
Oh, okay.
It's been a great run.
So then it shouldn't hit you that hard what we're about to do in Pick Your Battles, which is next on Willard and Dibs.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Klay Thompson, who knocked down 6 triples, carrying the load in Steph's absence.
Klay Thompson gets around Richardson, lets it fly. Good! Klay Thompson, 3-ball right back.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener when you purchase a premium garage door.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Welcome back. Today, our question is for all our listeners out there. Which internet provider has the fastest top speeds? Is it A, Xfinity? There is only one answer, and it's the right one. A, Xfinity. That's right, Xfinity has the fastest top speeds. Plus, gig speed Wi-Fi on the largest gig speed network.
I love this show!
Restrictions apply. Gig speed Wi-Fi requires gigabit internet and compatible X-Fi gateway. Actual speeds vary.
Did you know your ugly, cracked, stained, embarrassing driveway, patio, or walkway can actually earn you money? I'm Larry Green of System Pavers, America's #1 designer and installer of elegant outdoor living systems. This spring, love your home again and turn the old hardscapes into big savings with our free demolition and instant recycling cash credit. Call System Pavers today at 888-PAVE-002 and you will save like never before before, because we'll demolish and remove your old cracked concrete or asphalt for free and give you an instant recycling cash credit toward our beautiful interlocking pavers, SP turf, custom built-in barbecues, fire pits, and wonderful outdoor lighting. This could add up to hundreds, even thousands in savings, but you must call now at 888-PAVE-002. Don't wait. Our free demolition, removal, and instant recycling credit only applies to new orders placed by March 31st. 888-PAVE-002, 888-PAVE-002, or systempavers.com.
See website for full details. Contractor's license 661575.
Hi, this is George with New Life Property Investments, and I buy houses in cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, call me at 925-490-2000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and any location in the San Francisco Bay Area. I am a private real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy yours. I buy inherited houses, divorce houses, behind in payment houses, and I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you have a house that is trashed and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying fixer-uppers too. I buy vacant houses, abandoned houses, condemned houses, and foreclosure houses. If you or someone you know is looking to sell their house and want to sell it fast, call me at 925-490-2000. That's 925-490-2000, 925-490-2000.
I need 4 more of the biscuit carnitas, 2 burnt end platters, 3...
The kitchen at Kai's Barbecue is firing on all cylinders.
Greg, help me bring these to the pickup counter.
He needs food runners who can hit the ground quickly.
86 on the chicken and we're short-staffed. Let's pick it up.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
No one wants to cut corners on a good night's rest, so I sleep on sheets that are just good enough. If you dream of comfortable sheets at a price that won't keep you up all night, look no further than Boll & Branch. Boll & Branch makes the softest organic sheets on the market using 100% sustainable raw materials. As the first Fair Trade certified manufacturer of linen, you can feel as good about your sheets as they feel against your skin. Plus, Boll & Branch focuses on quality over quantity because higher thread counts are not always better. Their signature hemmed sheets are made from lightweight organic cotton that gets softer with every wash. And they come in 7 colors from twin up to California King. Best of all, Boll & Branch gives you a fair price and a 30-day risk-free trial with free shipping and returns. So experience the best sheets you've ever felt, only at bollandbranch.com. Get 15% off your first set when you use promo code SAVE at checkout. That's Boll & Branch, BOLLAND branch.com. Promo code SAVE.
Stop by Church's for the high-flying flavor combination of our Texas tenders and shrimp meal today. It's butterfly shrimp alongside made-from-scratch Texas tenders, served spicy or original for $6. Church's, welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Steiny and Guru are on deck, starting at 12 p.m. Who's on Deck is brought to you by On Deck, America's largest online small business lender. Apply today at ondeck.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So we were trying to connect with Jay Billis. You didn't miss anything. We didn't. But it doesn't mean, and actually maybe it was a setup. Maybe Jay was going to come on and then he heard what we've been promoting all day.
What you've been promoting all day.
Getting to pick your battles, getting to right now, and realizing that that's it. Tonight's a wrap. That's it for Coach K. By the way, there's been line movement. Told you off the top that Duke had become a favorite. Plus a half point. Or minus a half point for Duke at the start of our show. It has moved 1.5 points in the other direction. Texas Tech is again the favorite, and they are -1 tonight.
Wow.
However, I might have a little curveball for you when we get to the actual selections. But Dibs, you are running hot still, even though you're coming off a loss, but you're in first place at 3-1.
Yeah.
The rest of us are all sitting at 2-2. Kyle and Spadone Kyle's still off. He got married. Congrats to him. Spadone's hanging out with he's cheating with us. And he's on a different show today, and that's fine. We're not mad at him for it. We're just going to make him buy extra donuts, so it's all good. But they have still sent in their picks through remote channels. And so let's go to Nice Guy Steven. Do we have those picks? Are we ready to go?
We do have those picks. I got one for producer Kyle Madsen. He is going the Edmonton Oilers minus a goal and a half over the San Jose Sharks in their first matchup. It was a 3-0 matchup between the Oilers and the Sharks, so he is going minus a goal and a half. And then Mr. Joe Spadoni, who, from my vantage point, whenever I listen to this, he can't help but pick the over in a soccer game.
Right.
So now he's got USA over a half a goal scored versus Mexico.
Okay, so USA just needs to score against Viva Mexico today. All right, and when does that one start? Is it starting in 3 minutes, or what's happening?
I will
here?
have to double check that.
That's a night game.
Oh, that's a nighter.
Monster day for CBS, and this is, if I can quickly divert from Pick Your Battles, the CONCACAF, which is our region for World Cup qualifying. What are you doing? This is March Madness Sweet 16 Thursday, and you're going to schedule the biggest match in our region on the same day. Run by idiots is all I can say.
Well, wait a minute. You said it's also, how is it also on CBS? CBS has got 2 basketball games tonight.
Yes, I believe the game is at 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Pacific. It'll be on one of the various CBS sports networks.
CBS Sports, yeah, okay.
I think it's on CBS SN, but this is just a perfect example of CONCACAF stepping in a pile of doo-doo.
Yeah.
Because this is match day 11 out of 14. USA, if you lose to Mexico here, I hate to say it, but you might be in some more qualification trouble.
Gosh.
Yeah.
It is on CBS
Sports Network 7 o'clock.
As well as Paramount Plus.
Yeah, CBS Sports Network, and it is literally right up against at the exact same time that Houston and Arizona are going to tip off. And obviously, 20 minutes after, Coach K and Texas Tech will tip off. So that's all going to be going on at the exact same time. CBS, TBS, CBS Sports Network. Well, tonight's good. It's a good night for the Warriors to be off. There's a lot of good stuff on TV tonight, and I will bring you right there. I've been leading to this moment, and it is time, Dibs. It is time for me to make my selection. And despite everything we've said about Texas Tech and Duke, here's what I'm going to do today. I'm just kidding. Of course I'm doing it. Texas Tech, -1. I'm kind of ticked that I just lost a point there during our show. They were simply going to have to win, but now they're -1. Texas Tech minus the point. They can do it. They can win by 2, and I think that Duke and Coach K are doing their ceremony at the Chalk at Chase tonight. Lock it in.
I love it. Chalk Chase. And, man, I would go the other way if that was the game upon which I would play. I've been riding the system, Mark, and the system got hot at the end of my Vegas run, 3-1 on the week, and I'm going to play a system pick today. I like 3 of the Sweet 16. I like 1 tomorrow, which I'll save for my pick tomorrow. I like Villanova tonight, given the 5, but my pick is in the Gonzaga game.
Yep.
The first game
I had a feeling.
From Chase Center. Gonzaga is great, but the Fighting Musclemans, this team does not quit. They come back, they play close games, and you're giving me 10 points. This is the system's 3-star special. The system has Gonzaga winning by 6. Take Arkansas and the 10.
Getting a 10.
At Chase Center.
You have not liked Michigan the entire time, and they keep playing really well.
Yeah.
They played a crappy first half on that very first day. Remember, they were the first game of the tournament. And you and I had talked about it, and I felt like I had a lump in my throat because that was the game that I bet on accidentally twice. I bet on Michigan twice, and they were down by like 16 points
early
in the first half. They
Colorado State had
awful.
no business losing that game.
They had an awful game, and in the second half, I think they cut it to like 7 at halftime. And then they came out in the second half, and Colorado State just got raced.
Couldn't score.
I mean, to the point where they were, I think, down by 17 at once, and then they were up by almost 20. You don't see that very often in college hoop.
They won
certainly
by a
not in the tournament. They
did the same thing to Tennessee in the second round. Tennessee,
which busted my bracket, by the way. I had Tennessee in the final game.
And so, Villanova a team that's cut from a different cloth than those other two. Villanova hammering the Blue Hens of Delaware and really controlling Ohio State. Jay Wright is maybe going to be the best coach in college basketball sooner rather than later. I don't see Michigan and Joanna gets to the Elite Eight. I don't see it. I like Villanova in that one big.
Okay, so the order tonight, if you want to sit down and take it all in, the Arkansas-Gonzaga game on which you just picked, that's going to be the first game. Just after 4 o'clock our time, that's going to tip off at the Chalk at Chase. Michigan and Villanova will be about a half hour after that. And then, of course, those games will slot in based on how and when the first ones end. But Texas Tech and Duke will be the next one to start. And then they're estimating that somewhere around 7 o'clock, Houston and Arizona will be the nightcap right as USA and Mexico get going as well. So busy night. Might be a pizza night tonight.
Yes, and it's a definite two-screen night. And by the way, that last game, Houston and Arizona, 31-5, taking on 33-3. Oof. And if you look at, remember at the start of the tournament, I gave you the 5 teams that have a chance to win the NCAA
Houston.
tournament.
Yes.
These are 2 of them. And Houston is number 10 in offense and in defense, Ken Palm. Arizona is number 7 in offense, number 17 in defense, Ken Palm. So these 2 teams are 2 of the 5 that are in the top 20 in both adjusted offense and adjusted defense. And overall rankings, Mark, this is number 2 against number 3.
Oof.
I'm sorry, number 2 against number 3. This is a true clash of the Titans in the Sweet 16. These 2 teams shouldn't be meeting until far later. This is the best matchup of the night.
I love it. I love it. And it's not a big spread. So even Vegas is telling you this one's going to be close. Arizona's only favored by 2 in this game. We heard at the beginning of the tournament, Gonzaga and Arizona, I think even Roxy Bernstein said it on our show, Gonzaga and Arizona are the 2 best teams in this tournament. And they should play in the final game. Well, everything you've seen from these 2 teams, I know Arizona didn't struggle too much in the first round, but everything you've seen from these 2 teams does not give you a lot of confidence that they're even going to make it through tonight. I mean, Arizona, man, they were dead. It looked like they were shot at the end of why am my name? It's escaping me who they played. Who did they beat just the other night? Arizona rallied to win in overtime. I'm forgetting who was it. TCU. Thank you. TCU had them, and Arizona hit a huge and long 3, tied it, and then ended up winning in overtime. And Gonzaga has been uninspiring the entire time. So I think now that you're getting to teams that have all been vetted, these are all teams that have gone 2-0 last weekend. So in other words, they're all good. The upsets are going to get ramped up even more, and I think the top seeds have really hard assignments the entire weekend.
Well, tomorrow you've got St. Peter's, by the way, getting 13 against Purdue. That's the biggest number in the Sweet 16. And, Kansas, the interesting one for me tomorrow, and we'll talk more about this tomorrow, North Carolina and UCLA, a couple of the true blue bloods, rather. And Carolina's been an interesting team, holding on for dear life in the win over Baylor. And UCLA has had a couple of Houdini acts on their own. But I'm in, Mark. This used to be the weekend that we went to Vegas because the games are bigger and the games are better. You got 4 tonight, 4 tomorrow. And then after this weekend, we're down to just 4 teams.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. Steiny and Goo, what's up, gentlemen? How we doing?
Chilling.
What's wrong, Steiny?
40 of liquidate all assets today.
I love
315.
It. Sell it, Goo. Well done.
What are you doing, Gil? Right, I forgot I had him for our show. Bonte had him on in the studio, and I wanted to show him kind of who wears
well, that's who we want to put the shades on.
That's our boy. Well, but I got a couple bones to pick.
I know.
Where do I start? Help me out.
Well, not with me, right? I could tell. I know you're coming in hot today, so we're ready for you. I forward promoted you.
All right.
Go ahead.
Norm, which is my father, was in the Navy 30 years, and he taught me about rank. The one thing that he taught me that I held on to. And when I say rank, I then follow up with teammate and respect, Rodney Dangerfield. And what Draymond Green did and said that not on his day off, to me, that would rub me the wrong way. I would never think to do that to Dibs, nor you or Steiny. So just because you can do something doesn't mean do it. How does he not have something, the mechanism to know? How about, hey, I know it's going to be a special night. You know, why do you got to be there over your job? Because you're sending a subliminal message to everybody in that Warrior locker room that you would rather be there than with them in battle. And I'm just tired of it.
Couple things on this. How's this all that different from load management? How's it all that different?
Because you're going to be there even though you're not playing with load management.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Steph Curry.
Wow.
Steph Curry didn't.
You a three.
Steph Curry didn't go to Denver. The girl was crying out there on the court.
Okay,
yeah.
He didn't go to Denver.
All right. But
I'm just
not a dry eye in the house.
That's what you're going with your family. You're not going throwing roses at an adversary or another player, a rival.
And the second thing is, are we sure he wasn't joking? Are we sure? I mean, we don't even know.
The internet's not acting like that. The internet is sure.
Thing. I mean, but Draymond, we talked about this about 10 minutes ago. Draymond's getting real good at getting his post-career ready. He understands
I scoff
how to push buttons and but
how does that help the Warriors try to get to the chip or help him get his back in playing condition? What does that mean?
Do you really?
He's getting good at his post career.
Well, it's what it means. He's getting good at.
He's those words were. I'm not saying he meant it. It's disrespectful. Willard, why can't we just say that?
Do you think his teammates feel that way? What do you guys think?
They know exactly who he is and what he. And I was saying this earlier, Steiny. Draymond Green is the luckiest man in the history of the association
to
He's
have
the low.
Because he's playing with the most chill superstar ever, Klay Thompson, the 77th best player of all time. He's captain of his ship. He loves his dog. He lets everything wash over him. And the best, most affable, most easygoing super megastar this globe has ever seen.
Wow.
If Draymond Green played with, I don't know, Rasheed Wallace,
Jimmy Butler,
Kevin Garnett, Jimmy Butler was mentioned earlier. I mean, you can name a number of guys. Draymond Green would not have had the same career. I mean, yes, their playing styles match him, but it's the personalities and the head coach he plays for and the organization. He's got such a wide berth. They look at Draymond like, of course, Draymond, we're going to buy you a ticket to go.
Wow.
A day without Draymond would be a day without the dark mood in the room.
Yeah, that's a bridge too far for me. For him to miss a game, maybe he is joking. I'm just saying, like when I heard what he said, I said, I don't believe him.
That's what I mean. Like, should we reserve our issue until it actually happens?
Well, yes, but there's also something to be said for, what are you doing? Why are you saying it in the first place?
IDGAF.
Thank you.
Wow, man.
That's
so
why.
Since Draymond's been back, he called out Anthony Slater, saying, no, I didn't drink on my birthday or get hungover. He got ejected. Said we're going to win the championship. Said we're punks. Now I'm going to LeBron James's record-breaking game, all while averaging 3.5 points per ball game since his return, 5.3 assists and 6 rebounds.
Okay,
triple single.
Last thing, real quick. After he said we got punked, he did a podcast and explained himself. Said, that's I should have taken more responsibility. That's my job. And I'm not channeling Laura Ingraham, but it's like, shut up and play now. You got 10 games to go. I'm not saying politically. I'm like, dude, you got 10 games to go in the regular season. It's like nobody cares about this stuff anymore. You guys got to start winning games. We got to start putting stuff together now. It's like this is all superfluous.
He needs to be hated in order to be the next Charles Barkley. And I mentioned this on the first crossover. Okay. He's one thrown bar patron through a window away from getting that job. It's the last thing on his resume is to throw someone through a bar window.
He's going to get that job. I guess here's my real honest question. As I sit here and we listen to all of this, and Draymond is playing perfectly the idea of how to get a rise out of people, how to start building your brand for what's next. But do we honestly believe that just those acts actually take away from the Warriors' playoff chances, / do we feel like the feelings that you guys in this room have are shared by his teammates.
I don't, but what bothers me is there's a double standard. There's been since the confrontation in OKC, and nobody Draymond's Draymond. And I guess Will, Steiny, and Dibs, I'm just saying, your boy doesn't like a bully. Man, it's not like he's backing it up since he's been back, calling the shots, as Steiny just mentioned. And if I could just have a pop with Steph Curry, the Steph I think I know and what he stands for, and you talk about the upbringing, Dibs, I really believe he would be disturbed by his teammate giving LeBron all that attention and saying he would miss a game to go watch him to break a record.
He's just trying to get a rise out of people, and he's done it again. Draymond Green has done it again, and honestly, as long as he goes out 48 minutes of his day and balls out, I don't care what he does for the other 23 hours and 12 minutes. I don't listen to his podcast. I won't watch him on TV. I don't really give a rat's on what are the things he does outside of when he's on the floor. I'm a Warrior fan. I'm a Warriors. I'm always going to be a Warriors. And thank you. Sorry, Steiny was drinking. He wouldn't have reacted anyway, but I caught him mid-sip. As long as he plays hard, and he does, even when he gets 2 Ts, it's because he's trying. He's not out there just chilling on the weak side. So whatever he does with the rest of his time, I don't care.
So
who
words
he votes
don't matter
for.
to you, huh?
No.
All right.
Well,
Now, if he allows LeBron James to drive to the hoop when they play the Lakers,
well, he ain't going to do that.
What are we?
Who cares?
We're 9 days removed from this team can't function without him. When's he going to be back? When's he going to be back? When's he going to be back?
Wow.
And then he gets back, and it took us 9 days for Steiny to have a list on a legal pad of all the things that have driven you up the wall. You know what I mean? So, like, where are we on this? I accept Draymond Green for who he is. He has always been one person. It always annoys people. It has annoyed Steve Kerr to the point where he was caught on camera saying, "I'm so bleeping sick of Draymond." That's who he is.
I'll never forget that.
It's who he is. And so sometimes I feel like we're sitting around in a circle asking, like we're waiting for him to be someone else. Never going to happen.
Right.
But it's never going to happen.
But that doesn't mean there can't be a cumulative effect over time where you just disengage from a guy. You know, how many times in the last 5 years has Steph Curry probably rolled his eyes at Draymond, being like, "This guy's a fool." You know,
sure, a lot.
What I'm telling you is, at the beginning, it's like, okay, you deal with it. That's who Draymond is, and then at some point, it does affect your relationship with the guy, and he affects everything around the team in a negative way.
And maybe we're at that tipping point. Maybe we're not.
It's possible.
Right.
I'm not
it's
saying
absolutely possible. And until we see that KD-like moment, or maybe we don't see the moment, where it's like, that's why I'm out of here. And when he and KD and the clap back and all that cost, maybe KD leaves because of that or whatever. But you get to the point where Steph gets fed up and he knocks on Bob's door and says, "Bob, it's time. Pull the trigger."
For me or Draymond?
For Draymond.
Oh,
okay. and this isn't even
for you. Everybody just wants to know what shoes you're wearing today, Steiny. The text line is going nuts, wanting to know what shoes you're wearing today.
Why?
I don't know. Wouldn't that hold the Fila thing yesterday?
Oh yeah, remember I had you on video without your on IG. I had you on IG.
Oh, yeah. What's going on here?
You got Adidas on. You got Adidas flats on. You're good.
All right. I'll say this: driving in, I'm a little hurt, Dib, so you might want to listen to this. Shasky went on like a bad comedian that's, just having a bad night at the Improv, and then just made up this story about me taking and asking for Laker cards. I'm a diehard Warrior fan, Willard. My first infatuation was with Larry Smith. He just got rebounds.
Mr. Mean.
And if you know anything about being a Warrior fan, come playoff time, you had to adopt a team. And I adopted Shaq and Kobe.
See
so he always
that's dicey.
But
it's
today
dicey.
he gave a story that wasn't true, and I heard Bonte go, "Did that really happen?"
He called you a Laker
fan.
fan.
Perplexed. I felt you were looking.
Come on. I didn't know about your Laker fandom. Honestly, I know Steiny's a fan of no one. I know you like the Pirates, and I know Mark is, dyed in the wool for all his teams.
Yeah.
The only team I'm a fan of is the Warriors. Now, when they get eliminated, as they did every single year of my life,
talk to me.
And you adopt a team, never in my wildest dreams would I ever have adopted the purple and gold.
No.
Unfortunately, as a cross you're going to have to bear.
Adopting a team should be something you kind of do year by year.
You've
For
adopted
example,
the Hawks, and you know what? I love it.
And there needs to be teams on the on the do not touch list.
Well, like for
the
example,
LA teams, that's a do not fly list.
I don't disagree with that.
The greatest tandem
You can't
ever.
sell this, Daryl.
Shaq and Kobe.
Called you Daryl.
Yeah,
Called you Daryl. Like you just got called to your bedroom. Woo.
You
Last
cannot.
thing.
Spadoni, you
I've
knocked
never
that
eaten
off.
a lunch out of a work refrigerator in my life. Spadoni came in when you guys left to get the jar you left behind, and it hurt me. We will not take the money. Leave the jar. Ratto, Damon, they're loaded. They ain't still. But the way you got to protect the money
but
jar
you're all going to go
bothers me.
home at some point.
I'm not
That thing is not going to get overnight back to us at 9 in the morning. There's a lot of people.
It hurts, Spadoni came and took it.
The real problem is alligator arms over here never puts money in during the show, so I got to hit him after.
I didn't even see. You didn't give me the jar.
I slid it over.
Then why is it over there? I got your dollar right here.
It hurt me the other day.
Goo, there's 17 cameras in here, too.
I forgot that.
Steiny Guru, let's go.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I got a lot off my chest, Donnie. I'm telling you, that 4-man thing, I'm loving.
You got enough for the rest of the show?
Yeah, I do. It's like therapy.
Do you really have enough, or are you just saying you have enough?
No, I do. And I get different opinions, not just yours.
Spadoni in my ear saying, do you have a mic cover? Interestingly, I don't. And I came in with 2 yesterday. This is the weirdest thing, Spadoni.
So you didn't come in with 2 yesterday.
If I remember, then I forget. If I forget, then I don't remember. And that's what's going on. 12:30 today, we got Jeff Schwartz.
There we go.
NFL expert. And have a good one, Dibs. And we're gonna get like caught up on the wild NFL offseason. And we're gonna mention Jimmy Garoppolo. Because what is going on with Jimmy Garoppolo? But man, I'm gonna tell you something, Goo. I was all set to come in today and talk about what I saw in the Warriors last night because
the future.
You had said something yesterday. It's like, boy, Steiny, what can you learn from this game? I'm like, not much. But you know what last night was to me? I've got a phrase for last night's game for the Warriors. You know what that was? That was an organizational win for the Golden State Warriors.
Preach.
That win last night was about the Golden State Warriors organization. That win is about young players who know on some level they've got a standard to live up to because the Warriors think they're better than other teams. I'd be hard-pressed to see a team that young and that inexperienced, or frankly just that kind of end-of-the-bench type players win a game like that unless it's a team where those young, like, there's a difference between young players. Hey, let's go out and play, get some numbers tonight, and going out and winning. And so, I'm not a huge culture guy, but there is something to be said for when you're Kuminga or Moody or Poole or hell, Bielitsa even.
Man.
When you're playing in front of Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson, that you've got a standard to live up to. You've got a bar that you've got to reach. And I thought that was the difference last night.
Look, I'm not mad because I'm glad at what we saw, and I don't disagree with you. But on top of that, Steiny, I would add, I believe outside of Jordan Poole, Kuminga, Bielitsa, they knew that they were empowered with more opportunity because the big three weren't there. And with that, I'm going mindset, the mental aspect of knowing, hey, even if I screw up, tonight's our night. It's my night. I'm going to get more leeway. And that's why I felt like they were able to go in there, not just play well like you mentioned, but beat the Miami Heat, who have all of a sudden got a flat tire or something because they just lost to Philly's JV team. So with that said, Steiny, it's incredible what you can do mentally when you know that your opportunity or minutes aren't going to be allocated elsewhere. And that's why I thought guys were playing with freedom.
I'm sure you're right. And because of and for that reason, to me, there is no real long-term effect of that win last night. Because Damian Lee's not going to play as much as he played last night in the playoffs, obviously. Nevertheless, on an individual basis, I do think it helps Damian Lee. Finally saw the ball go into the basket. And by the way, that's the other thing I have. Good for the laughingstocks last night. You know who they are. The laughingstocks, the guys that get laughed at on this team. Good for Damian Lee.
Why
and
does he
good
get
for
laughed
Bielitsa.
at? Yep.
Because he hasn't made a shot in 3 months.
I think it's March 1st. He ain't made a three, but yeah.
But the point is the one thing that we've all kind of noticed is it's easier to criticize the fringe guys, even when the big boys aren't playing well. Well, you know what? Damian Lee and Bielitsa brought that one home last night. So honestly, good for them. And
it is.
And to
Utah lost.
Yeah. I'm telling you, if they can,
did Utah win?
They lost.
Yeah.
But if they can finish 5-5, something like that, they should be able to hold on to the third spot.
That was awesome.
What was?
The game and the victory.
Yeah, and obviously Jordan Poole was terrific again. And
I got something.
Here's the thing that I don't know. This is and Draymond Green, I think, is going to be a big part of the show today, just because he's interjected himself into the show even after a nice win by the Warriors. He plays on Tuesday. He gets ejected, and without Curry again, as always. And then he comes to the podium after the game, talks about getting punked, and then he doesn't play the next night on a back-to-back, which I'm thinking, all right, whatever, you're trying. But, he should thank those guys last night, because they go into Miami last night and they get beat 110-87 like everybody thinks. And today's a nightmare, and tomorrow's a nightmare as they head to Atlanta.
Continuance of the nightmares. You're
right. It's all about how this team is in trouble. It's about what is Draymond Green doing? They're playing their worst ball of the season, and he can't keep his mouth shut, and he keeps saying stuff and putting more and more feet in his mouth. But no, Damian Lee, Bielitsa, Wiggins, who hasn't been playing well, obviously Poole, they bring it home last night.
Wiggins made some free throws.
And they beat the Miami Heat. And, they take heat off Draymond by doing that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I'll add this. This was another takeaway, and I know we'll get into it later, but I'm not being prisoner of the moment. And I know we missed our Fitz once a week segment, so I'm curious to get his take. But if I can just go off of what I hear from the broadcast, we talked to Kalina yesterday, Chase. But Steiny, I mean this, Matt Steinmetz. That's when you know I'm serious. I do not want to embark on the NBA playoffs from a Warrior standpoint and have a game come down at the end and there be no Jordan Poole in the lineup. And you can say, and I know you will, well, who's not playing? That ain't my job. I'm telling you who should be playing, and it's the guy playing his best in a Warrior uniform for almost 2 months now. And forget, I think he's going to be this or that. I know what he is. He's a bucket getter. He's got guts. I'm not saying he's perfect, Steiny. He can get had on defense at times, but so can everybody else in the Warrior uniform. You got to have this man on the court at the end of games. Tell me I'm crazy.
Going into the playoffs right now, you do. Yes.
Wow.
But if he doesn't play well for a few games, then I would say no. There's 3 guys that have earned the right to play even when they haven't played a good game, and we all know who those 3 guys are. As good as Jordan Poole's been, as much as he's been helping and carrying them even, he doesn't have as long a leash as those three superstar players, at least in the past. Let's just say they're big three.
All right.
So, no, I mean, unfortunately, Poole's got to keep playing like this to guarantee that he stays on the floor. The one thing that I looked at last night, and it's a little, to me, it's, and this is what I mean about it's going to be hard going into the playoffs. So you want Jordan Poole in there, right?
Yep. I got mine.
All right. You obviously want Curry, Jordan Poole, Draymond Green. Who else?
Wiggins.
Okay. And then who?
This is because I know it's politics involved, and I'm not saying I'm ready to take him out. It's Clay.
Okay. And I don't think that lineup's viable. That lineup has too many scorers and not enough guys that do the other stuff. Curry, Poole, Klay Thompson, and Wiggins, to me, that's a scenario where there ain't enough balls to go around. And then what happens is...
I'll be looking at it.
Then what happens is Wiggins goes 4 for 10. How come Wiggins isn't aggressive? Well, because he's playing with two guys that don't pass the ball very much, in Poole and Klay. And, oh, by the way, he's also playing with the greatest shooter of all time. I think
Looney
they're
or GP2 would be in here for you?
I don't know. I just feel like...
Or it's all matchup.
I just don't know how much Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins can play together.
Well, that's a problem. Because they start the game together.
Well, they do.
And we've seen sluggish starts from this team when everybody was available, and I'm wondering if that has something to do with it.
It might. It might. I mean, look, I don't know. How do Wiggins and Klay Thompson complement each other? What do they do for each other? They can't.
Is that each other's responsibility, though?
Well, no, it's a chemistry issue. It's a personnel issue. Klay's not a great passer. Wiggins is not a great passer. But you want to be a ball movement team. Meanwhile, Jordan Poole excels at one-on-one. All right, so you can change the style? Are the Warriors not going to be the Warriors anymore? It's like, boy, they're not passing the ball like they used to. That's because they don't have passers like they used to.
Interesting.
Like, I would almost think Iguodala's got to be the guy for one of those two, as opposed to...
Assuming he's healthy.
Assuming he's healthy. But, and the other thing is, if you just look at it lately, Curry, Klay Thompson, and Wiggins, they don't shoot it well enough to keep taking 10 threes a game among them right now. So, again, I think they're going to have to shoot the ball better. But, as for Jordan Poole, I can't speak to what's going to happen in the playoffs. But I do think you have to be a little realistic and not expect him to keep playing at this rate into the postseason. But nevertheless, he's interjecting himself onto this team, and Kerr's got to factor him in somehow.
Last thing about last night, Steiny, and I know a lot of people say, dude, you need a filter because whatever comes to your mind, you just blurt it out. And that's true. But was it just me last night looking at that game and not thinking about Steph, Klay, or Dre and thinking, this is the future? They won a game without Draymond, who was on the bench, with the pom-poms. I get it, him and Klay, but Steiny, and I'm not saying this is not an indictment, but it's the reality that the game goes on, and it went on last night with Kuminga, Poole, GP2. It was not refreshing, but it was different. But I got fulfillment.
They won a game that nobody expected them to win. But that team last night, to me, is a 28 win team.
I'd say 18. But
now, 5 years from now, who knows?
Yeah,
they
you're
might
going to have
really
enhancements.
good.
But, I mean, Steiny, let's be honest. Jordan Poole, if you're starting a team and he's your first guy, that ain't the worst first guy to have to try to build around.
Yeah, I'm not ready to go there yet.
Okay.
I'm just not.
I'm drunk. I need AA. My name's Daryl. Yeah. I got Jordan Poole-itis.
By the way, the other thing that happened last night, obviously, was Spoelstra and Jimmy Butler getting into it on the sidelines, and I started to think, Spoelstra's a top 15 coach. Kerr's a top 15 coach. Butler's a hell of a player. Draymond Green is a hell of a player. I wonder if Steve Kerr would ever challenge Draymond Green like that.
That's not his style.
Well, not out in the public, but I've heard a lot of times that Steve Kerr's kind of be an RA, if you know what I mean. He's got a side to him that's a little bit red, if you know what I mean. So that's what we're going to talk about today. But on the other side, we got to get to some football for 10 or 15 minutes. We got Jeff Schwartz, 8-year NFL veteran. He's was an offensive lineman, now hosts for Sirius XM and Fox Sports. Is Jimmy Garoppolo really going to be on this team?
I told you he was.
At the beginning of next year. We'll talk about it on the other side.
It was an incredible day on 95.7 The Game.
Eric Musselman, head coach of the Arkansas Razorbacks. Steve Kerr with us on Willard Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Let's get to one of my favorite Warriors, Antoine Jameson.
Now excited to welcome in Mike Dunleavy Jr., assistant GM for the Warriors.
Jason Richardson, former Golden State Warrior.
Brandon Schneider, president and COO of the Warriors.
Imagine now, and I made this argument last year that if you put them on the commissioner's exempt list with only civil lawsuits, and those take typically a long time to work their way through, you can't take him off at any point until they're over. So if they took 2 or 3 years, he's on that list for 2 or 3 years, which, I mean, it's not ideal for that to be on a list like that for 2 or 3 years. However, if their indictment does come back either today or tomorrow, then he's 100% going on that list. I think he's being suspended anyways. I don't know how many games. The NFL has a policy of 6-game minimum, I think, sometimes, right? Jameis got 3, other guys have had 4. Who knows what they're actually doing? But he'll be suspended, I'd imagine, at some point. I don't know for how many games. I don't know why. Don't know when it's going to come. But the Browns certainly structured the contract in a way that they expect that also.
See, I'm with you, and I appreciate your honesty because, I'm watching these shows on national TV, and, they were talking about Watson and how things are going to go for him in court. But, Jeff, as soon as he got all that money, the narrative to me was, well, a guy that still has these civil things hanging over his head, how does he get all that money? And to me, that's what kind of got it in the fast lane to where people and the volume got louder about how can a guy that's accused of this and 22 accusations get this much guaranteed money?
Well, I think that's a fair question, right? Because, look, in a court of law, it's innocent until proven guilty, right? In a criminal court, right? That's the job of the prosecutor, is to go out and prove someone is guilty. That's not really the case in civil lawsuits, right? It's just a take over 50%. And it's not the case for your employer. Your employer does not have the same. It's not innocent until proven guilty for your employer. So your employer can say, you know what? We don't like what's happening here. We're not going to sign you. Or we don't like what's happening here. Yeah, we'll take we'll take on your Texas contract, but we're not going to give you $230 million guaranteed. So he might be innocent, and innocent, by the way, and not guilty are two separate things, right? So, and it'll play itself out in the court of law, right, and on the civil side most likely. But, I just think the backlash is look, these are still pending. They're still on the civil side. Yeah, the grand jury decided not to indict, and that's their right to do so. But it's a lot of money to guarantee someone who is most likely being suspended. And I understand the backlash for that. Again, it's not just if they would have traded for him and said, you know what, we're going to keep you in your current contract. Well, I don't think there's almost no backlash. There'll be some, but it's the money and the way they structured that contract. They're admitting to you guys he will be suspended for at some point this season. And we're okay with that, and we lowered his salary so he doesn't get hit as hard by losing money.
Jeff Schwartz, 8-year NFL veteran, joining us. He also hosts SiriusXM, and he's a host on SiriusXM and Fox Sports. All right, Jeff, I got to follow up my first question. So if Garoppolo's here week 1, who's their starter? The 49ers.
I think it depends on what the goal of the season is, right? Because, if the goal of the season is to probably try to win a Super Bowl, you're probably playing Jimmy Garoppolo, I think, even though he's probably not that guy. If you're okay with taking this year to figure out what Trey Lance is going to be, you're probably not winning a Super Bowl this year with Trey Lance. So if you're okay with that, then play Trey Lance, right? We've seen that happen with the Chiefs and Pat Mahomes, right? Pat played one game in 2016 now, 2017, whatever year it was. Trey Lance had that couple starts, couple situations to play last year. And, yeah, they did trade away Alex Smith, but they're not going to be able to do that here with Jimmy. So I think it depends on – I would say play Trey Lance. You trade all those draft picks for him. Every year you waste, every second, every game, every rep you waste of him on the bench is one less year of cap management, right, because he's under that rookie contract. I say play him. Jimmy Garoppolo, he's been very open and honest with, and he understands what's happening. Like, he's not shied away from the situation. I think he would accept being a backup. I mean, he doesn't have a choice. But that's what you have to do. You have to play him because you trade all his assets for him. He has to be good. Otherwise, everyone's getting fired. Like, that's what it comes down to. And every day you waste with him not your starter is one more day you waste of good cap management.
Jeff, let me ask you this about Trey Lance. When the Niners announced when that trade went down, were you shocked? And how good do you think this kid's going to be?
Well, I never thought it was Mac Jones. I'll tell you that. I mean, you trade up all those assets for Mac Jones. I didn't believe that for a second. When you trade all those assets, you need to take a dynamic quarterback, or at least dynamic athlete, right? And it has the physical traits. And Trey Lance has those, but he's played like barely a season of football in his career, right? Like one season North Dakota State, then one game in that COVID year. And then how many games did he start last year? Two. Yeah. He's played 16 games in his career. I don't know what he is. And that's what you have to find out. This offense is very quarterback friendly, man. Like this offense through the years has really done a good job of propping up. Look at Jimmy Garoppolo. Look at Jared Goff. Look at Baker Mayfield in certain years. Look at Matt Ryan in the MVP year in 2016. This offense has the ability to prop up quarterbacks, and you have to think if you give Trey Lance a full offseason, a full training camp, you should see improvement each kind of quarter of the season. I don't expect him to come out right away, but again, you don't know what he's going to do until you play him. And again, you trade away a bunch of picks for this guy, man. Like you got to play him. You have no choice, in my opinion. But I understand that they were like, look, he's not ready yet. That's an indictment on Shanahan, right? He's not getting him ready to play yet.
Yeah. Hey, Jeff, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Take care, guys. Have a good afternoon.
All right, that's Jeff Schwartz, 8-year NFL veteran. You mad at me, Spadone, for not asking that question? Okay. I was worried.
What question?
He wanted me to ask Jeff to handicap the AFC West.
Because
Raiders are the best.
Yeah, right.
Raiders. Maybe I'll become a Raider fan.
I mean,
Why
they're
not?
in Vegas. Last time you've been to Vegas?
Well,
it's been a minute.
To Vegas. Boy,
oh, you were with me. You and Bonte. Remember that?
How long ago was that?
2 years in the summer.
Well, it couldn't have been.
And I lied to you guys, said I wouldn't have been at 7 p.m.
Niners in Vegas next year, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what?
What
do you say? What do you say we get this show? Not that it's starting. What do you say we get into a rollicking show right now? Just a rollicking show.
I'm all about rollicking.
All right. You know who's going to get us into it? Brian in Palo Alto. Brian in Palo Alto, you are going to stir the pot in a big, big way. The floor is yours.
Hey guys, how you doing? It's not stirring the pot. It's called what's obvious to anybody that watches the Warriors is that it's time to bench Klay. Poole needs to be the starter. Jordan Poole is a better player than Klay Thompson now. I'm not saying he's a better player than what Klay Thompson was 4 years ago. I'm saying he's a better player than him now. It's not really close either. And to me, Poole and Wiggins getting their shots is more important than Klay getting his shots. You watch Klay. Klay is just an absolute black hole of the offense. He touches the ball and the possession's over. And he's not a great defensive player anymore. And this team's at their best when Poole and Wiggins have freedom to really shoot almost anywhere they want. With Steph, obviously, as we know, Steph has free reign to shoot whenever and wherever he wants. But
let me. All right, Brian. Let me.
Undoubtable that this is a better basketball team when Klay Thompson is not on the court.
Okay, and I gotta pin you down a little bit because you said bench Klay Thompson. Now, clearly, you don't mean doesn't play at all. You mean take him out of the starting lineup and what?
Come off the bench and earn your minutes.
Okay. Fair enough. That's Brian in Palo Alto. I got to say, I saw some of that on Twitter last night. And let me tell you this. Here's where I'm at on that, on the idea.
Draymond's got nothing left, man. He doesn't.
Let me be clear. I think bringing Klay Thompson off the bench. I don't.
Why?
Because I think, you know what? I think you're going to lose him.
There you go.
I think you're going to lose him, and I could almost see his point in a way.
Klay's?
Yes.
Totally.
And it's a kind of decision that really could, I don't want to say split a team, but let me ask you a question.
It'll never
Do you
happen.
see Klay Thompson responding in a big way to coming off the bench? Klay, we're going to bring you off the bench. They bring him off the bench, and he's better than he's been.
Nope. And if this were even on the table, it would have happened when he originally came back. I'm going CNN, people. It's politics involved. You're not going to strip Klay from losing his job to injury. But we all, what's my girl's name? Helen Keller can see that Poole's giving you more than Klay right now. But who's going to have that conversation? Nobody. Now, we saw Bogut get benched in the finals, and we understood kind of why. This is different. 2 years, 1,000 days of this guy having sleepless nights, can't wait to get back, and then you strip him for the new kid? No, it's not going to happen. Basketball-wise, hey, I totally get it.
Okay.
It will not happen, and my boy, the Klay Thompson I think I know, would be OU, our boss. I'm out.
Chris is in Marin. Chris wants to talk about the Young Dubs. What's up, Chris? How you doing, man?
Just keeping the show rollicking.
Nice.
Here we go. You know, Klay. You got to understand what us Warriors did. We signed Klay Thompson to a 5-year, $190 million contract. And then we had a chance to draft a guy at number 2 with like a Ja Morant type talent. So basically we signed an older guy to a max contract. We missed out on a generational talent like a Ja Morant. And here we are right now. So what are we going to do? We're in trouble. We have to let Klay go. He has to walk. We got to let Weissman go. He's got to go. There's no room for him here. And we just have to sit with the fact that, you know, Jason Kidd is coming up with the Mavericks. We don't have LaMelo, and we have nowhere to go. You know, it's great that Jordan Poole gets 20, but what's he going to do when we have a real team out there with a real point guard? Because he's not a real point guard. If we had LaMelo with Steph right now, that's a real point guard. The broadcaster said it last night. Steph plays better off the ball, without the ball in his hand. That's why we needed LaMelo. It's the exact reason we needed him. When Steph's on the floor, he has to have the ball in his hands at all times because the other guards aren't. They're not a Jason Kidd. They're not a LaMelo Ball. They're a Jordan Poole at best. So what are we doing right now? We have no flow in the offense. Steph can't get off because we ain't got no other point guard.
No.
We got Clay over there weighing 250 pounds, and he can't play no more defense. So
thanks, Chris. Appreciate the call. You gotta know when to try to jump in there. Geez, those are two brutal callers. And by brutal, I mean
negative.
Are they for real?
Well,
are they for
better
real?
than that, Coach.
Man, here's the bottom line. Okay, let's Klay Thompson and Wiseman. Right. They're not going anywhere. Nobody wants them right now. Nobody wants Klay Thompson at $40 million.
And the team doesn't want to get off either one.
No, especially when the Warriors expect Klay to be better next year than this year.
If you were Klay, would you go? You know what? And I mean this, Donnie. Bring me off the bench, man.
I think it's not about. To me, it's not about starting and not starting. It's about how much can you play Klay with certain guys on the team, predominantly Wiggins, and to a lesser degree Poole.
Because when Curry comes back, Poole will go back to coming off the bench. Vinnie Johnson. And do you lose him?
I know. Well, okay, and the other thing
that's Celtic team.
Steve Kerr said, he likes playing Curry, Poole, and Klay. All right, well, who are the other two? Because that's important.
Looney and Dre.
Well, then you got two non-scorers on the floor.
Well, you got three. So, how many
You're
do you
one
need?
short.
Well, if you want another score, remember you said there's not Guru. There's not enough balls.
Right, but Draymond Green is like a facilitator. I don't know. And you know what? It's not that good defensively.
And that's what scares me about. And
now you got a tiny backcourt.
Tiny, I hate that word.
You got a tiny backcourt, and ostensibly, your best defender in the past is no longer a good defender, Klay Thompson. So you have a small backcourt, and then that guy who made your defense kind of special, Klay, by being able to guard point guards, he's not the player he was defensively.
Yeah.
And now he's got to go play threes.
Damn, man. And we only got 10 games left. So it ain't like the basketball fairy's going to come down and deliver you all these guys everything that they need to be what they once were. But I'm telling you this, and this is not even going in on Draymond. Steiny, when he got ran, to me, he had enough of, you know who I am. I'm not used to taking the ball out the hoop at the rate that I'm doing right now. And it was just that Spur game. And I'm telling you, man, they got to have a switch.
415, so far I've been right on the money with Jordan Poole. Come playoff time, he will become a liability. He wants to be the hero, and it will result in animosity from Curry, Klay, and Draymond. Boy, that's a pretty specific prediction. I wouldn't make that prediction just because
If it ain't happened yet, it ain't going to happen.
I wouldn't say that.
I mean, the guy, if he don't, he won't pass up a moment.
But that's just kind of expecting the worst thing that can happen.
Yeah. Like on Twitter last night, Klay ain't happy about Poole's success. Did you see that?
No.
I got to stay off.
Is that a report?
No, it was Twitter trolls fighting each other, Warrior fans.
Well, look, it's got to be, this has got to be, in a way, brutal for Klay Thompson. Especially now, everybody's saying, well, he should go to the bench, come off the bench.
But he's watching Jordan get off.
Yeah. Right.
And if you're Jordan, Steiny, if you're Jordan and you're calling home to mom, hey, how's it going? Hey, yeah, what's your future look like, son? I'm just after the All, Steiny. Oh, he wants to be a starter. Can he get that here in Golden State? Something's got to give or somebody's got to go.
Maybe. Curtis is on 880. What's up, Curtis? How you doing?
Yeah, this is Curtis, man. I'm going to keep it 100 with y'all, right?
Yep.
It's time for Draymond to get up out the Bay Area, man. He's a cancer to the team. You know, his attitude right now is not fitting to the Warriors. I mean, I realized back in the day, you know, when we was young with him, you know, he was a good fit for us. But right now, Draymond is in the way, and he's in the way of like Kuminga, Andrew Wiggins. Them dudes could blossom if Draymond Green wasn't out there. He's causing a lot of animosity with the team. It's time for him to go. And that's what I got to say, man. It's time for Dre to go, man. We need to trade him while we can still get something good out of the deal. And that's what it is.
Appreciate it, Curtis.
I'm going to say something to you, and I mean it. Has Dre gone Hollywood? And just because you're in Atlanta, you can still go Hollywood because you got the show. That, to me, before you answer, yes.
Has Dre gone Hollywood? I mean, look, we all know he's gone to TNT already.
That qualifies.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
like they used to say that about Shaq, too, that he didn't have his priorities in order. The bottom line with Draymond Green is, are you pro-Draymond or anti-Draymond now? Listen, what he said, and I'm going to play it on the other side, about LeBron James and wanting to see him break the record, even if the Warriors play that night, is, to me, I said it, that's a bridge too far.
Okay.
That's a bridge too far for me.
Yep.
Now, was he kidding? I don't know. When he said it, my first thought was, he's not going to do that, and they're not going to let him.
And what do you
so
get
I don't
out of
believe
kidding?
him.
No, he wasn't kidding.
I don't know.
He's part of LeBron's crew now. Clutch and all that. He's trying to be a part of that. He is a part of that.
He is a part of that.
And he went on record and told everybody what he would rather do.
888-957-9570. Draymond has done a ton already in the week plus since he's come back. He pulled another interesting quote out of a hat on his podcast. We're going to play that on the other side. And it's time to once again take your temperature. Where are you on Draymond Green? We'll talk about it on the other side.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill March 25th through March 27th for their once-yearly Red Tag clearance sale. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities on floor models and factory direct pricing. Visit Friedman's Appliance Red Tag sale for the best time to save big on new appliances for your home.
Has this ever happened to you? My friend was telling me about his new pair of headphones.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The segment's,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, this segment's brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience. To address all your BMW needs, visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com. Also, make sure to tune in today at 2:15. 2:15, you get a chance to win 2 tickets to see Roger Waters at the Chase Center September 24th, courtesy of Golden Voice. When you hear this sounder, that's when you call the contest line for your chance to win, again, 2 tickets to see Roger Waters, brought to you by Golden Voice at September 24th. I'm just going to play it. You tell me.
Congrats to LeBron, second all-time. Probably in 50 more games or so, 50 or 70 games or so, he'll be first all time. And I can't wait to see that. And I hope, Steve Kerr, I'm throwing this out there right now. If LeBron James is passing the all-time scoring record and we have a game, I'm going to LeBron's game and witness history. So that's what we're doing, Coach Kerr.
That's what we're doing, Coach Kerr.
What person will call 888-957 outside of Willard? Well, what did Willard really defend this 9-5-70 and say that wasn't foul? I wish I knew Steph, and I would send him a text like, "Can you believe this?" And do you think Dre has any remorse?
I'm not sure Dre has that gene. He has the move on gene. He'll have the accountability / apology gene.
So let me get this straight. You would leave your teammates hanging for a game that they need you to win, to go fly to L.A. or Timbuktu to watch LeBron break the scoring record? Priorities. Where are they at?
562, you guys are taking that comment way too seriously.
Oh, now the Draymond stands. I never do
nice.
that. Stands. Dude, come on, open your eyes. This is not right.
What's he doing is more the question.
He's pissing off his teammates. That's what he's doing.
Listen, I can't.
They're whispering behind his back now.
You know me. I often look for a reason to disagree and to have a conversation or a debate. I can't.
I would love to get Brownie on the phone now.
I can't tell you
to
relax.
Would you be PO'd or disturbed? When does it stop? Nobody got in his face Sunday when he left him hanging, and now you're going to say this? And you know what this takes away from? Last night's great win.
That I agree with.
This takes away from last night's great win. Because everybody's talking about Dre. Da-da-da-da. How the hell is Steph Curry and Klay Thompson somewhere working out, and they see this? Oh, so you like LeBron. Maybe I'm just from a different cloth, man.
Malik's in Oakland. Hey, Malik, how you doing, man?
How you guys doing? Only thing I want you guys to please hear me out. Okay. Draymond Green committed blasphemy. Will Michael Jordan say he gonna leave the game to go see Isaiah Thomas break the scoring record? Will Karl Malone say he gonna leave the game and have to go watch Elijah Wan?
No.
Another thing I want to for the season, when the season started, we was number 1 in the Western Conference with Steph and Poole. Klay needs to come off the bench, and what Draymond said is unforgivable. Nobody in the league, no other player said they're going to leave their team to go watch another player break a record. So I'm saying, with Draymond Green trying to sabotage the championship this year, just like he kicked at LeBron a couple years back. So my thing is, Draymond Green, and another thing, you guys, before you guys let me go.
Yes, sir.
Players listen to 95.7 game. I was getting some bread on Broadway, and one of their staff members had you guys stationed on.
Nice.
So another thing I want to say, guys, y'all having a good show. Draymond got to go. Ain't no coming back from this one.
Wow. Thanks, Malik. Appreciate it.
We're in the city, the SCO. Oh, Abante Chef, you don't like that. The town. East Palo Alto, the Yune, the Haystack, San Leandro. The real. This is not cool. And you know what he did? He's a part of a new bubble now, Clutch Sports. Because remember, he was at the fight a couple years ago, and he had missed a Warrior game, and then we saw him at the fight.
Okay.
And I'm saying now is it seems like I'm saying it. Like, are you telling us that your loyalties are now is 50-50 with the Warriors and your team? Like, this is wrong on every level to me, Matt Steinmetz.
Yeah, a few things. I want to get some texters in here because
we got 50 on Twitch.
Okay. Yeah. There's a lot of this. Let me find out. A lot of people saying, LOL, he's trolling. LOL, you guys are taking it too seriously. The kind of the usual Draymond support. And there's okay, fine. First of all, I'm not incensed.
You're shocked that he said
No, I'm not
though.
shocked. It's just like, would you shut up? Like, that's kind of where I'm at. And would I say that to his face? Probably not.
Because we had him on the show.
Actually, I wouldn't say it like that. But at some point, I'm just like, this is what I was. Look, there's 10 games left in the season.
And your team is hemorrhaging. There's water on the boat. Your back ain't even. Well, he don't miss a podcast.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't load manage those podcasts, does he? Listen, I'm not incensed by Draymond. I'm not appalled. I'm not saying he's got to get out of here. I'm just saying, dude, we got to start playing. You got to start playing better. You're not playing well.
Wow, man.
I'm not saying, but clearly, and you know what? And I get it. Some text line people and some callers may say, guys, chill out, and that's fine. But just know that there are a lot of people who I feel like they're done with this guy. I mean, Malik just said unforgivable.
Blasphemy.
I mean, it's just crazy.
And the rat on the table is the guys, his teammates. That's who I feel for. It's not just me. It's his teammates that have bitten their tongue since the OKC debacle.
You like that one? Maybe Draymond should load manage his podcasts.
Well, I just said that.
No, I said it first.
I said he don't miss a podcast, which gave you the ideal to term it the way you did. Now you take credit.
But the drop is the drop.
Yeah, right.
Gabriel in East Oakland. What's up, man? What's going on, Gabriel?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey.
I just want to say I listen to your show a lot, and you guys give us good stuff, man, every morning.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you. I just wanted to say about the Draymond Green is a little bit, man. I just think that, if you were to go to that game, like you guys said, it would be next season. So let's just say they do win the chip this year. Is it still a big problem if he takes off a regular season game? I don't see it as a big problem, but everybody has their opinion.
All right, fair enough. There's a lot of people like Gabriel out there saying, don't sweat it. It's not a big deal. All I know is, so he said it's going to happen between game 50 or game 70. So that if if LeBron gets hurt, it'll probably be game 60 through 80, right in the middle of the stretch drive. Right in the middle of the stretch. Warriors battling for the third seed.
I need you
battling for the third seed. Big game at Utah. Draymond rolling to Staples, everybody. Oh, the Crypt Center. I got to go, CJ. I got to go.
The what center?
The crypto.
Oh, you said Crypt. Well, else how did you get
the Crypt Center.
That's what they're calling it now, though, the Crypt.
The Crypt, yeah, not Crypt.
Now, my favorite ref, don't ask why, is Dick Pavetta. And I need you to be Dick Pavetta here, because I'm about to say something. You tell me if it's a flagrant. Is all this leading? Because I feel like this is a one-sided relationship. I feel like Dre's kissing LeBron's ass more than LeBron is meeting him. I feel like he wants to be a part of the cool clique, okay? That's just me. That's the Union City in me. But could you see do you think Dre could be possibly thinking about playing with LeBron? Because that's where this thing is going for me. No, that's where this thing is really going.
Oh, my.
For you to tell the Bay you would miss a game.
Don't talk about that.
To go watch this man break a record? Man.
Alistair's in San Francisco. Hey, Alistair. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, real quick, man, I just got to say this, man. I think Draymond, LeBron's biggest groupie. Let's just get that out there.
All right.
If you didn't know, now you know. But I called about a year or two ago, and I said that I think Draymond's going to try to force his hand out of the Warriors whether it's something physical to mess up a game or a playoff series or something verbal, right? I said that about a year or two ago, and you guys are like, I don't know. But it's like, I'm telling you, man, I think he wants to play with LeBron. That's one thing. That's my first hot take.
Wow.
Second hot take is, I think the $1 million question we all need to ask Steve Kerr is, does Steve Kerr want to win a championship, or is he more worried about hurting his vet's feelings? Because how I see it, I think Kerr needs to really let these young guys get loose, win some games, get some experience, and let's see what it does, right? At the same time, I think some of these vets, I'm not going to name too many names, with the exception maybe like Clay, maybe Draymond, but he needs to take a page out of Bill Belichick's book and start unloading some of these vets before it gets too late. That's all I got for you guys.
I mean, the vets are the vets. Iguodala, Looney, Curry, Clay, Draymond. Those are the vets. You're talking about moving off of championship players. Now, I don't think Iguodala will be on the team next year, so that'll get him down to 4 of their championship players. You want to move another one? I think, look, here's the issue that the Warriors, and I don't know that I want to get into the offseason because
no, not because
we don't know.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is this. Let's say the Warriors get beat in the first or second round. Obviously, you got to see how it looks. But, okay, now we're in the offseason. Well, let's trade Wiggins. Nobody wants Wiggins. Nobody's going to give you anything for Wiggins. I get it. People are going to be like, but he was an all-star. You're not getting much for Andrew Wiggins. Here's the issue. They're going to want Poole.
No, he ain't going. He's off
limits. Really? You wouldn't trade Jordan Poole for the type of player where Steph, Dre, and Clay would say, boom, we're back on top with that guy. What if you could get, I shouldn't put that name out there, he's too big, but let me throw Spadoni. Let me just throw it to Spadoni. Would the Lakers consider doing something like Draymond, Poole, and Kuminga for Anthony Davis?
Oh, no way.
They might now, considering Anthony Davis getting hurt all the time.
Okay.
Is that too much?
Yes, probably.
Yeah.
Probably it's too much.
And then what about his Carfax record? What if you do that, you mortgage the future, and your boy's hurt? Street clothes AD.
Okay, give me another player like that. Give me a player like that.
Siakam.
Zion Williamson.
The great name.
Who is trolling
That's
the Pelicans.
That's a great name.
In a Texas
What would you
second.
give up for Zion Williamson?
Jordan, see you later.
What about, and people are going to say, we need 2 out of the 4. We need
Kuminga, I love you. See you later.
So you would give up Poole
in a Texas
and
second.
Kuminga for Williamson.
Yeah. When I saw him dunk yesterday, no, he wants out. He wants to play in New York.
Was it a game?
No, it don't matter. All that cargo going
did he
up
play
and down.
last night?
He's healthy. No, he's healthy. He don't want to play with the Pelicans.
What was it? How many minutes did he play last night?
There were no. It was a dunk between the legs.
In a game?
By himself in the gym. He's trolling the Pelicans.
Oh.
Yep. But anyway, I would take his future and upside to commit. I'm telling you, man, that game last night, the Warriors, the future's bright. And the future is still going to be with the chef. I'm not running them out of town, but I'm telling you, man.
I got to think of another player better, because I know everybody, AD's hurt. AD's hurt.
Well, I gave you Siakam. You didn't like it.
But believe it or not, I'm thinking of somebody better than Siakam. Somebody.
I'm trying to think.
Me too. Like a bigger guy.
But the highlights.
Yeah. Let me think.
Dude, the text line agreed with your
struggling.
boy.
I was going to say like John Collins, but he's not good enough.
And he's hurt.
I mean, now nobody but like a Jimmy Butler and somebody else.
I'm over him.
How about for old time's sake, Bradley Beal?
No. It's got to be a bigger guy who kind of changes.
Porzingis.
Maybe the guy he stinks. Maybe the guy doesn't exist. Let's go to Bay Rob in San Francisco. I'm going to find a guy though. I'm going to find the guy that splits the fan base in half. Hold on. What's up, Bay Rob?
Hey guys. What's up, guys? Love you guys, man.
Thank you.
Steiny Guru. Guru.
What's up, baby?
What is wrong with you? Why do you let Draymond send you on these emotional roller coaster rides? I don't pay attention to nothing that Draymond say. I know he in the broadcasting business also, so he gonna say what he gonna say, just like Barkley say anything on there. So I don't even worry about that. But Poole, man, Poole is coming along. I think Clay is pushing a little bit too much on his end. I think he's really trying to get back because that's where he want to be at, but he's pushing too much. So I think it would have been a good idea for him to come off the bench for a little while. But that didn't happen. But as far as Draymond, I'm paying attention to what Draymond's doing, Goo. So when it's time for us to get on Draymond's head, we go get on Draymond's head.
Okay, real quick. Hold on, Bay-Rob. What about Sunday? What about Sunday when he quit? What about Sunday when he quit? That was a time to get on his head. Did you get on his head then? I'm asking. How much is it going to take?
You right. Hey, Goo, you right. But we know how he acts in certain situations. We know how Draymond is. So we know what we're dealing with. So let's just see what's going to happen. And then a player that you was thinking about, that I was thinking about, Steiny, is Edwards from Minnesota.
Anthony Edwards, okay.
The Ant-Man.
I was thinking a little. Thanks.
Somebody said Bam had a bite. What about Bam?
Not good enough, believe
Bam
it or not.
ain't good enough?
By the way,
Bam.
You talk about athletes. I think when people say, hey, Bam Adebayo, you think, boy, what an athlete. I'm not saying he's a bad athlete, but he ain't no Kuminga. Like, he's almost more of a bruiser.
Yeah.
Adebayo.
But that's almost just a compliment to Kuminga.
What if you could get Jason Tatum?
Well, it was Steiny. I would drive to the airport. Bye, the youngsters. I love you to death.
So you trade Draymond, Kuminga, and Poole for Jason Tatum.
When you put it that way, I'd have to think about it. Yeah.
Well, that's all I want. That's all I want you to do.
And I'm gonna say something about Kuminga, Steiny.
Yeah.
You notice he's kind of shooting the ball. I told little Daryl yesterday, like on his fadeaways or when he's trying to post up, it's his jumpers like got two hands on the hand.
Like Bob McAdoo?
Yeah, I don't like it.
Oh, man, one of the top 50 players.
But he ain't getting McAdoo results sometimes. Like, he's got to work on
19 years old.
But still.
I ain't here to say anything bad about Kuminga.
I'm not either.
But you just did.
I just
you don't like his shot.
Right.
You don't like his shot.
Had this conversation. I'm just seeing something every now. Like, I like how that other hand is behind the hand and holding the ball.
I guess I got to get this from Matt. It says, hold the phone. Matt in Oakland wants to hold the phone or me to hold the phone or somebody. What's up, Matt? Come on, Matt.
Hey, fellas.
Yeah, what's up?
This is insane. The three best players of the last 10 years together have played 11 minutes together after Clay was gone for 2.5 years.
Okay.
These people are out of their minds. They are out of their minds. Let's get it all together.
Okay.
First of all, you can't do anything now anyway.
Well, no, we're talking about you know what? Matt, I'll take responsibility for this one. Because I said, look, I don't want to talk about the offseason, but so we still have Matt because I do want to. Okay, so Matt, here was my hypothesis. Maybe he came in early, maybe he came in a little late. So I'm saying if the Warriors, I do think the Warriors are going to have some decisions to make in the offseason. You know, are they going to pay Poole? If they finish short, are they going to try to win it next year by maybe moving a young guy? Are they going to live with the young guys? So that's where this all came from. Yeah. But if you want us to change the subject, I'll do that.
Steiny, this is all angels on the head of a pin. You have no idea what they're talking about getting. So you got to see the entire deal. No way are they trading Kuminga. That would be insanity. I mean, that would just be the guy's Kawhi Leonard. You know, that would be nuts, and I don't see Lacob doing that. And I get the bit, Clay is not efficient. I don't think he stinks on defense. He's just, he made a boneheaded play. He made boneheaded plays in the past, too. But he also won them games. So, I mean, you got to see what these guys can do together in the playoffs. It's just...
No doubt. Oh, Matt, let's end on that. That we can agree on. Yeah,
totally.
Nothing's happening now. Right. Obviously.
And we're not saying that Stella got her groove back. Hopefully they can.
I mean,
you need a lot to happen.
I used the word mistimed. Like I was talking to a buddy the other day, and I was like, you know what? The Warriors just may have mistimed this. And what I mean by that is, they're a damn good team, and they're gonna be good, but Their great players are a little too old, and their good young talent is a little too young, and it's not going to come together at the perfect moment. You you needed Dre, Steph, and Clay to be 2 years ago, or you need those guys to be the same now, but Kuminga and those guys are 2 years older. That's what I kind of think.
I'm tasting a can of Steiny soup, and in those ingredients that you said, you're correct, but you forgot an ingredient. They got the worst case of bad luck. The Warriors.
How so?
This injury to Steph Curry, the injury to Draymond.
That
wasn't part of the youngsters meeting the experience.
Okay, so next year those three guys are going to play 75 games each. They're not.
Listen,
they're not.
And I wouldn't bet they are.
Draymond
but you gotta,
Green.
Well, let me tell you something, Steiny. You got to get ready to hope. You got to hope for that. Because then nothing's happening to where they're
so
not.
So you want to hope for something improbable.
As opposed to doing what? Because that's what we're doing now. You're hoping Iggy's going to be right for the playoffs. You're hoping Curry's going to be back for the playoffs. You're hoping Clay starts making shots. And you're hoping Dre's back holds up. That's what you're doing. That's what we're doing now. People don't want to admit it. Not you. We're hoping. You can't control the medical.
Okay, so what do you do? That's my point.
Open your Bible and light the candles.
Okay, well then good. Then watch these guys get to their late 30s, and then what do you have? I mean, I'm not saying trade these guys.
Neither am I.
But don't think they're going to come back and play 75 games apiece next year. Seriously,
but you can't intervene. You can't supersede whatever word you want to put next year. Training camp. They're going to hope that, and maybe some load management, that you get 60, 65 games.
They won't. I'm
like
just telling
no
you
major
now.
move is coming is what I'm asking.
Draymond Green's at the point where he ain't playing full seasons anymore. What do you think about that?
No, I think you're right.
All right. Here's what Draymond said. How do you feel?
Congrats to LeBron, second all time, probably in 50 more games or so. 50 or 70 games or so, he'll be first all time. And I can't wait to see that. And I hope Steve Kerr, I'm throwing this out there right now. If LeBron James is passing the all-time scoring record and we have a game, I'm going to LeBron's game and witness history. So that's what we doing, Coach Kerr.
Will's in Marin. What do you think about that, Will?
Oh, my goodness.
I think that any cancer attitude at any level of sport is no good. I've been on multiple teams where even the players that have cancerous attitudes are way better athletes than I'll ever be, but when they've kind of seen their way out the door, been pushed out the door, the teams have just operated better. You know, I'm just saying, if I were to call my boss right now that I was at work and said, hey, boss, my eyes kind of hurt right now. I don't really see myself coming into work today. I would probably be unemployed by next week. So I understand that, like, he's an athlete and he gets a little bit more leeway, but it's a business. And so it's like, and he's a leader. Like, think about for the young kids, when he's showing his negative attitude, even when he's not saying it, his head's down or he's shrugging his shoulders or he's doing something like that, stuff is negatively contagious and it can bleed out into other people. So I like Draymond. I just think that, he just needs to realize that he's a leader, and what he says does matter to people, rather if he likes it or not. But, where comes grave power comes grave responsibility. And I think he just needs to see that, because there's also little kids that watch him play and look up to him too. So he's got to look down. It's more than that. Like, it's more than just him. Sometimes I just feel that when Draymond checks his ego at the door, that's when he's the deadliest. When he's just playing basketball, that's when he's the deadliest. And I understand that it probably would stink playing without Curry, and it wouldn't be as fun, and you do have to work a little bit more. But, hey, guess what? That's life. And sometimes at that job, you have to do a little bit extra.
Appreciate go ahead. Finish up.
I think Sabonis would be great.
Thanks for the call. That's Will. I agree with Will. Like, I'm not as incensed as you are, but I am kind of just, oh gosh, Draymond.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Give it a rest. Give it a freaking rest, Draymond. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of where I'm at right now.
But saying you would miss your team's game to go, and what would you do? Clap? Give them a bouquet of flat white?
To me, it would be not only about the game, it would be about after the game. That's what it's all about. Mm-hmm. All right. I see full phone lines, and that can only mean one thing. Your boy's going to get to you On the other side, Draymond Green. Does he really? Come on, Draymond. Really? Are you kidding? Are you not kidding? And then would Steve Kerr do what Eric Spoelstra did last night? We'll be back in a minute.
95.7 The Game was live from Chase Center for the West Regional.
Steve Kerr with us on Willard Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Well, I was driving home from our loss to the Spurs, so I was already in a bad mood.
Right.
And when I heard, TCU goes up 3, I turned it off. I did the old just bury your head in the sand and hope for the best.
Eric Musselman, head coach of the Arkansas Razorbacks.
I think if you said, hey, we're going to change the rules in college basketball and we're going to play 48 minutes, I think you'd see a lot less upsets.
The Bay Area's sports station, 95.7.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
It's Tango Day, everybody. Follow after me. And step. And back. And slide. And dip. That's tango.
Why is Ice-T leading our tango class?
It's probably the heart-shaped Honey Nut Cheerios. He found out they can help lower cholesterol. Now he's having fun taking care of his heart in all sorts of new ways.
Let's see those hips move, people.
Hurry and get your heart-shaped Cheerios. They're only here for a limited time.
You may be into punk rock, soft rock, or classic rock, R&B, hip-hop, or house, country, techno, or techno-country. But no matter what kind of music you listen to, here's something else you should hear. Please consider getting vaccinated. Talk to your pharmacist today about Comirnaty, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA. This message brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer.
That's a damn good package. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. What an event.
Oh, my God.
Why did the shades inside bother you? People looking, our Q rating goes up. Ray-Bans. Although I got some new ones coming. I didn't tell you I want a pair of Gucci's. They coming. I'll have them on in a couple of days. But why does it bother? We got swag now. Go ahead. Get to it. People want to talk stuff. People upset, man. People are upset. Go ahead. Why is it? Come on, let me be me.
Take
them
off.
Yeah, I'm going to take them off. That stinks, though,
I'm just messing.
Yeah. Remember, me and JD did a show with you, and you didn't even notice we both had them on inside.
Guru had his glasses on. He knows he. You know what?
But
That's
why
something
does it bother
Draymond.
you?
Because you know what? That's a troll. You just pulled a Draymond Green. That's what it should be known as.
Before you get to the phones,
you just know I had sunglasses inside. It's like, come on.
For
Yeah, go
the
ahead.
9 millionth person that said he was trolling, who was he trolling and why?
I think they would say us.
No, he made a mistake. And we're going to
Did
get
he
a
step
LeBron.
in it like Jeff Garcia?
Yeah, or LeBron when he said, I'll retire from Cleveland. You know how that went over, and about 4 days later, you had to issue an apology. This is up there.
By the way,
the one question I snuck in
shoot,
with
what was I gonna say?
Jeff Garcia.
Oh, yeah, that's Jeff Garcia. So Susan comes up to me like 3 days ago, and she goes, how come you never told me about Garcia? And I was like, who? She's like, Garcia? Am I saying it right? I'm like, Jerry?
Yeah.
Like Jerry? Like, what are you talking about? She goes, well, I was talking to Monica and Rick. There's a couple friends, and they said you had an interview with some guy named Garcia, and it got kind of da-da-da. And I said, oh, that's right. Yeah. She goes, I can't believe you didn't tell me. And I'm like, there's nothing to tell.
You went Westbrook on
There's
me in that
nothing to
interview,
tell.
Steiny, because you fired off 3 of them. I had to get in.
And you sure did. You interjected in a big way. I think you know what? I got him going. What did I do? I
some three
put the wood
questions.
on the fire.
Hey.
I put kerosene on top of it. I went out and bought the matches, and I said, "Goo, what do you say you like this thing?"
You were hunting. You were ready, Steiny.
Boy. Rusty's in Oakland. Let's start with Rusty in Oakland, and what's going on, man?
Well, it's Lefty, not Rusty, but at my age, you can probably go with Rusty. Hey, Matt, you brought it up. I want to talk about Draymond and LeBron, but real quick, I'm not trading Jordan Poole or Kuminga for anybody, probably. Anybody I'd want it would be, I want Zach LaVine on this team, but I don't know what it would take. If I asked you guys, if you had a choice, you only take one guy going into next year and moving forward, Klay Thompson or Jordan Poole, who would you take?
I'm not comfortable with this.
You're not even comfortable with the question.
Yeah, I don't, because it's not fair for one.
Well,
you know what I mean? Really, it's
not a fair question, but the answer is
Well, it sounds like he has a new name.
Say it.
And don't call him Jordan. They're calling him JP now, like KD, JP. I heard Fitz.
By the way, I got a buddy who's a Celtics fan. He goes, Warriors have no one the Celtics would trade Tatum for. Not even Steph. Well, Steph's over the hit. I'm just kidding. No, Tatum is They want Tatum to be like a Bird, McHale, Garnett type of legacy guy in Boston.
I don't think Tatum makes a lot of. It's not. I love get me a bucket, and he's great. I love watching him. He doesn't make others better.
And yet they're probably the best team in the NBA.
But 2 months ago, people wanted what's the head coach fired. Oh, break up Brown and Tatum. Remember that? I don't think they could coexist. Not you. You might have said that, but now, man, this is why we love sports. You never know.
Let's go to our main man, Lobo, in Fairfield. What's up, Lobo? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? Long time no talk. By the way, Guru.
What's up, baby?
I want to get this off my chest. If you got shades on, you better be on a hot streak on Liquidate All Assets.
It's coming up at 3:15. I love you, Lobo. Yeah.
I'm a tune in. All right, now, you said you love me, but you're probably not going to love what I got to say about the Draymond thing. You got to calm down, Guru. I heard you earlier when a caller called in and said that Jordan Poole is going to bring animosity after the playoffs. You said, can't say it till it happens. So let's just take that same approach with Draymond. Until he actually misses a game to go watch LeBron, this is a bunch of nothing. I hear people say crazy stuff on podcasts all the time that they can get sound bites cut all over the internet. That's kind of what I feel like this is.
Lobo, real quick.
Only 2 weeks ago, we were over here clamoring for Dre to get back. So he's the problem when he isn't on the team that we're losing, and then he's the problem when he is on the team when we win a game. You know what I mean? So I understand he's a polarizing guy, but at the end of the day, he's a warrior, and I feel the same way about him that I do with Clay. Yeah, they might not be their old selves or, living up to what we want them to be, but at the same time, they're warriors, and they got it.
Let me leave you with this, Lobo. Okay, so let's just say he's having fun, and I'm saying this to you, Steiny, and the listeners, but now it's at the expense of his team. Leave our team out your mouth. Have fun about your future or your family, whatever Draymond related. But when you bring in his team, because everybody right now reading the internet, listening to what he said, you're doing your team a disservice. That's not team building.
Hey, everybody's opinion is valid here. Here's what we're discussing. This is Draymond Green from his podcast.
Congrats to LeBron, second all time. Probably in 50 more games or so, 50 or 70 games or so, he'll be first all time. And I can't wait to see that. And I hope, Steve Kerr, I'm throwing this out there right now. If LeBron James is passing the all-time scoring record and we have a game, I'm going to LeBron's game and witness history. So that's what we're doing, Coach Kerr.
My response to that would be,
that sounded real.
Shut up, Draymond. That's my response.
But you've said that a few times.
Shut up. You're not. No, you're not. Like that. Like that's what I'd say to one of my buddies.
PTO denied.
I'd be like, I wouldn't. I don't tell Dibs to shut up because he'll hold it against me for 3 weeks. But I'd be like my boy Dana. I'd be like, Dana, shut up. You know that's not. You know that's not happening. Like, so I'm not incensed over it, but I'm just like, cut it out, Draymond. You're not going to LeBron's game if you're playing game 75 against the Utah Jazz to hold on to the third spot.
Okay.
Why just shut up? There, like that. That's exactly it. Thank you, but no.
Remember Jeff Porter, friend of the show? You blocked him, and I got you to unblock him.
Yeah. You want me to block him again?
No, this is the thanks I get. He hits me on Twitter and, Guru, you've never had a PTO. You've never wanted to use a PTO to go do something else. That is so off base. This ain't about PTO. This is about you saying you would sacrifice your game and your teammates to go watch or squawk and gawk at a guy on another team. Your boy is in LeBron James's camp, thick. And it's just not, and you can do that, but when you say this into the mic, it's a bad look.
Joel in Lodi. What's up, Joel? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas, thanks for taking my call. I'll tell you what, okay, so I'm going to blow the demographics out of the water right here. I'm 64 years old, okay, and I've been listening to you guys for a long time, never called in. I love the Warriors, loved them way in the hell back when Clay barely cares and all that stuff, or Joe barely cares.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you what. I don't know if anybody remembers a guy named Chris Webber and what he did to the team and what his attitude totally subverted the whole clubhouse. Now, when you do something like this, if Draymond's going to say something like that, he should have shut his big mouth and he should have told his coach personally by his side instead of advertised on the radio and he already cost him one championship. And I agree with everybody that's dissed at him. I mean, he's got to stop his antics, man. He's got to knock it off. He's being selfish here. He's not being unselfish, which is what it's going to take.
Thanks, Joel. Appreciate the call. Give me another one. You know what? Let's do this. Spadone, get ready this to be a drop.
See, now you ruined it.
Shut
You're
up.
about to say, oh.
Would you let me do it, please?
Go ahead.
Shut up, Draymond. No, you're not. That's what So when he goes, that's what we're going to do, Steve Kerr, then you play, shut up, Draymond. No, you're not. No, he's not going.
Gotcha.
He was not seeing LeBron. Like, that's one of those things. I just, like I said, I don't believe him. I just don't believe him. Now, does it do any kind of damage that we can measure? Probably not. But is it just another factor of Draymond? Yeah, it's part of his noise. Mike's in Michigan. Hey, Mike, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Gentlemen, how we doing today? Happy Thursday.
Yeah, same to you.
One quick aside, Steiny. You were asking about if Kerr would ever come at Draymond the way Spo did. So I would have to say no, because I believe Spo had one thing that Kerr would not, and he had Udonis Haslem in his corner. Udonis Haslem was up, and he was charging at Jimmy Butler. I don't believe anybody on the Warriors bench, since David West retired, would have Kerr's back like that. I believe they would all just kind of sit there and look down like nothing's happening, like mom and dad are fighting, just be quiet.
Interesting.
So just to get that point out of the way, just want to answer that question. But my whole thing with the Warriors going forward is we all signed up for this. Like, we all said all these guys should get max contracts and big extensions because of what they did for us in the past. They won us 3 titles. So are we going to give them those San Francisco Giants contracts to where they're going to be overpaid at the end of their careers? They might start getting injured. Their production's going to start falling off. But we're going to give them the money anyway because of what they did, and we're going to live with the consequences. So unless they make a huge move, God forbid they lose this offseason, they don't win the title, they're going to have to shake things up and get somebody big. Joey Lightyear's, the league's catching up, so you're going to have to make some moves. All right, guys, have a good one.
Thank you.
Well, they're already locked up. So it's just, again, bad luck.
What's bad luck?
The injuries to these guys.
Hey, Guru, stop saying that. Stop saying it's bad luck when older players get injured.
Right, I didn't know where you're going.
Come on, Goo. Come on.
The timing,
look at their track records. Clay hasn't played in 2 years. Now he's played half a season.
But they already wrapped him up, right?
Draymond's been cutting corners for many years. He can't play 80 games anymore. Steph Curry, the bottom line is he has an injury a year that takes him out of play for about a dozen to 35 games every year at this point.
To the caller's point, though, there's no room. The Warriors aren't crossing a bridge as an organization to say, should we pay Clay, Dre? They've gotten paid.
Right.
This is all. That's over.
Right.
Clay, they get buku money.
Yeah.
So now the injuries are just like, I ain't laughing.
But that's part of the deal.
But it's happening faster than I thought it would ever happen, Steiny.
I mean, we do realize that Steph Curry's going to be making $60 million when he's 38.
Oh, my good Lord.
I got news for you. He's probably not going to be as good at 38 as he is now.
I buy that.
So they're going to have, yes, they are going to have to deal with that. And Mike is right on the money. It's not going to be easy. Let's go to Lefty is very upset he didn't get his point across. All right, Lefty.
This is a second chance?
Yeah. We'll give Lefty a second shot at it.
I don't know what happened. Anyway, let me just talk Draymond and LeBron. And I take this back to the 2016 finals after Game 4. I remember that press conference vividly, and Brian Windhorst would not let it die. Okay? In my opinion, and I don't blame Draymond for getting suspended because I think it was a BS suspension. If it wasn't 3-1, the league wouldn't acquiesce to LeBron. They literally begged to get him suspended because they were getting steamrolled again. And how that this guy, Draymond talks about he wants to witness history. Dude, if I could say to Draymond, you want to witness history to the guy that cost us and your team a chance at history, a 73-win season, foiled, because he gets suspended and then JR accidentally falls into Bogut and breaks his leg, biggest fluke title ever, and we lose out on a 73-win team winning the title because LeBron James concocts a story, no pun intended, about getting hit in the little gurus. Give me a break.
All right, Lefty, thank you. Thank you. That's your second call, but I think Lefty's main point was...
Second verse.
was, of all people, LeBron?
The king.
LeBron James.
And I'm not piling on, but you know your boy. If my funeral happens tomorrow, I want you to get up and say, you know what? Goose said this. Had that happened 16, Dre would have been public enemy number 1 in Philadelphia, in New York. Give me another city, Chi-Town. They would never have forgotten or forgiven him. And he's gotten a pass, and he's still.
I mean, honestly, I'm
listening.
I wonder. Because on the surface,
because you went back on with KD.
Well, no, because he's got 3 titles.
Yeah, and you won.
And even when
after.
he did it,
all right.
he had one. But look, the bottom line is this, Goo. We're doing a radio show here, and there are a lot of people who he's won 3 titles, and they're like, okay, enough. Like, stop it. It's too much. Troy's in Oakland. He's got a subject to talk about. What's up, Troy?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
What's up, fella?
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, so one question. Are y'all Bashers or Warrior fans, man? Come on.
I'm a basher. I'm a basher.
You know we're Dub
I'll bash
fans.
everybody under the sun, including you, if you ask me that. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, go ahead.
A few weeks ago, fellas. Come on now. He back. We in 3rd place, man. We in the playoffs, man. Come on, man. What's going on here? And Draymond was just being Draymond. That's not for real.
Okay.
Come on.
Right.
Hold on, Troy. Hold on. Go ahead, Goo.
No, Troy, I just, I watched Cooley High, the Goodfellas. You're on one side. You can't be on both sides. So I'm trying to think, and I don't know, somebody in your life, your spouse, that would tell you they're doing something with somebody else at your expense. I just don't think you would be like, oh, that's just my girl being my girl. You would draw the line in the sand and be like, you know what? That shouldn't have been said. And that's why people can't make me apologize for how I feel. That was wrong, man.
You're right, but listen, you don't think that was for real, for real. Come on, man.
See, there we go. Now the guy's gotten the pass.
Every day.
Yeah.
Man. Y'all professionals. Yeah. Y'all don't think that was for real, man. Come on.
You know what?
See, that's
incredible. Thanks, Troy. Appreciate you listening, man.
Trey, you are, wow.
Hey, you know what? You know how I answer Trey's question? You guys don't think he was serious, do you? I don't know.
I do know. You're doing a podcast.
Well,
he ain't acting. So people are driving around thinking he's playing. Wow, man.
Well, he might. Like, I'll give him I don't know. So he might be. But my point is, okay, so he's playing. Okay, he's playing. Stop it. Stop it. We got to win a title. Like that, if I were a Warrior fan, I'd be like, Draymond, stop it.
Oh, man.
Stop it. Like, I'm not going to get incensed because
I'm going
I don't
Warrior
know if it's
teammate.
real. I don't know if it's not.
Why would it be
I'm just
fake?
like, stop.
Why would it be fake?
Jay's in Oakland. Hey, Jay, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, fellas. Oh, my God, I love this show. I love this show so much. Hey, look, I think Clay, the team, everybody did a disservice to Clay by bringing him back and throwing him in the deep end of the Shark Tank. I really feel like, and I've said this before on the show, they should have brought him off the bench from the get-go, and then we wouldn't be in this problem. We'd be bringing him along and being like, whoa, Clay's contributing, wow, and we have this great young team here. And I want to know, that strength in numbers philosophy, does that only apply to the young players? I don't see it applying to anybody who was actually part of the strength in numbers team, except for Curry gets the pass, because Curry is contributing, but I don't see Clay contributing. And if Clay's going to come off the bench, it's got to start with Clay. He's got to come in. He's got to be the opposite of AI in Philadelphia. He's got to be like, you know what? I believe in this team. I want to contribute to this team, and I want to be part of it. He's got to come from Clay.
Do you think? Hey, Jay, do you think he can do that?
You know what? Again, I'll go with Goo, man. It's just a bunch of hope right now. I hope he could do that, because when I see the ball get into Clay's hands, I go, uh-oh. When I see the ball go into Jordan Poole's hands, I start rubbing my hands going, what's he going to do? This is going to be amazing.
Yeah.
So I know what side I'm on.
Thanks, Jay. Appreciate the call. Really do. It's really good stuff.
And tell me, am I Walter Payton? I like this one. I just get him over the top with this one. It's obvious the organization doesn't like confrontation, And that's why Frankenstein has been created in Draymond Green, and they've given him passes. I say that to say that's probably why the Warriors probably know, hey, Klay would be better coming off the bench, but we don't want the confrontation or the disappointment from the conversation, so we'll leave it as is. And I get both sides, but the Klay that we know, Kalina, hunting, jacking, that's what wouldn't that be perfect coming off the bench? Because at least let him establish the ball movement, the style of play. Then when you come in, you're not stunting the growth of the beginning of the game to try to get everybody involved. You could come in straight jacking, and it would be placed better.
I think the problem is just the straight jacking.
It's boys,
no matter when he does it as a starter or off the bench. You know, the one thing I will say, when it comes to a lot of people now are saying he should have come off the bench.
I'm not saying that.
I'm not either. And I remember thinking, what do you do? I don't know what you do. Like, I wasn't saying, there was a lot of people that say, should we bring him off the bench back in the day? And they're like, you can't, no chance. No, Klay's back, he's starting. And even Steve Kerr said, when Klay's ready, he's going to start. So I'm not going to say that, I'm not going to revise history and say, I said, because I didn't know. I didn't think it was a cut and dry decision. I thought it was could end up being a little tricky. So I kind of think it's not like if they would have come off. Here's what I believe. Had he returned and come off the bench, I don't necessarily think we wouldn't have any problems now.
Oh, okay.
I still think there'd be issues. So,
because of just
the way he's playing.
I got you.
Like,
do you go ahead? I got 100 questions.
He comes back and he's doing okay. He's doing okay. Like, Klay's doing okay. The question is, though, is it good enough? Is it good enough?
And if we went down every team in the Western Conference, because it looks like Chris Paul's on his way back, and you said, what's your biggest question mark going into the season per team? Steiny, the Warriors have 5 lines. 1, is Curry going to be there? 2, is Dre's back. 3, is Klay going to revert back to Klay? Wiggins. All the Suns are sitting there doing this. Okay, Chris Paul, you're back. Okay, you go into the starting lineup. We're whole. Minnesota, nobody's got more question marks going in than the Warriors, and I just don't think that's a good thing.
Let me just think off the top. Well, I mean,
and now Wiseman's not there, so you don't got size.
Well, look,
I know.
Listen, Wiseman can't mess something up that he was never involved in.
But
you know what I mean?
You can't. Something that you didn't have.
No.
A little
Wiseman. No, here's what I think. Yeah. It would have been worse for the Warriors for Wiseman to have played some games at any point this season, had people going, look at that kid. He's got a little something, then gotten hurt for the rest of the season. Now I'll give you.
All right, you can't miss what you didn't have.
That's what I'm saying. All right.
Wow.
And I'm gonna put the rat on the table. How many of you out there are serious about let's bring Klay Thompson off the bench? I am not there yet. And I also think that's fraught with some issues. I don't have to make that decision right now, so I'm certainly not going to do it right now. As the playoffs approach, I guess it's something you got to keep an eye on. But I just think it's absolutely incredible. What I think's amazing is, from my understanding, Goo, it seems like the amount of people that are okay with bring him off the bench, like, that surprises me.
But they're not close to the situation.
No, but I thought Klay was much more loved, respected. I just thought everybody would hang in there with him till the bitter end, if you will. 888-957-9570 is the number. We can't bring Klay Thompson off the bench. Can we?
Oh, my God. I love this show.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. Welcome to another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Say hello to the Walkers, a family of not one but 4 gagillionaires, each living up their gagillionaire life at ludicrous internet speed. First up, Anna Walker. She dominates streaming like the matriarch she is. No show ever goes unwatched under her watch.
Next episode.
Next up, Peter Walker. There's no stopping.
Yeah.
I mean, Poole may get one after year 3. Wiseman's making $9 million this year.
I feel bad for him.
I do
and the
too.
team.
I feel bad for Wiseman. I absolutely feel bad for Wiseman. We're talking about Draymond Green. This is what's got everybody incensed. Take a listen.
Congrats to LeBron, second all time, probably in 50 more games or so. 50 or 70 games or so, he'll be first all time. And I can't wait to see that. And I hope Steve Kerr, I'm throwing this out there right now. If LeBron James is passing the all-time scoring record and we have a game, I'm going to LeBron's game and witness history. So that's what we're doing, Coach Kerr.
And then on the text line, somebody says, are people mad that he's going to miss a Warriors game or that he'd miss a Warrior game to watch LeBron? Yes.
Well, that's just as bad as Draymond, if you got to ask.
I mean, it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Hey, honey, I'm going to miss little Daryl's game because I'm going to go to the neighbors. Their kid's having a game.
Well, that's kind of...
I'm going to go to the... Is that okay?
That's kind of what I was thinking.
It's the championship.
And then here's the other thing you could say. Hey, Draymond, you didn't even go to all the Warrior games last year. You missed 40 games.
Oh, man.
Anyway, some people... let's go to Dominique in Pinole. Hey, Dominique, what's going on?
Hey, Steiny Guru, man. Steiny, I didn't like you a lot, but I love you now, man. I just love you guys. First, I want to say, first of all, I didn't hear that comment that was just made right now, but get rid of this. You know what? He's a jerk.
Man.
The second thing I want to say, we love Clay. We love him with the passion.
Yep.
The man has been out. The team is doing well without him. He needs to be worked in. If it's strength in numbers, then show the humility. Because JP is balling, man. If it wasn't for Steph and JP, yes, JP is learning, but this guy is balling, man. Take the emotion out of it. These guys are getting paid millions and millions of dollars. Why the hell we should be upset if Clay get upset because he has to come off the bench after 3 years? Come on, man.
Wow.
Thanks, Dominique. Appreciate it.
It's what can you disagree with? But again, we're so short-sighted, and I'm putting myself in there because it's about the now. But when you think of Clay and the Warriors and the brotherhood, they almost feel like they owe him starting, even if you aren't at your best, and they'll get better, greater later. But I'm telling you, Jordan Poole is kissing, French kissing stardom in the face. And if it is about team, I got some Disney in me. I wish Clay would go to the management and say, you know what, just for this playoff run, bring me off the bench. Because I understand what we're watching.
Yeah, what's funny is...
I see it both ways.
I absolutely see it both ways. I really, really do. And here's the other thing. You got to wonder if should any of this be surprising?
Yes.
What?
The Jordan Poole part. That he would even be a thought of a replacement for Clay, who, ain't at his standards.
I'll give you that. But I was thinking more of this. So the Warriors got off to an 18-2 start, and all of a sudden, it's like, wow, maybe this team can win a championship. And we got Clay coming back. But we all knew that Clay was not going to be Clay this year. We knew that, right? We knew it. So the Warriors clearly knew it then, too. So here comes Clay. Now he's not 100%. He's not the Clay we're used to. And
he's more aggressive?
I can even take Poole out of the equation for now. Well, if you're going for a championship, can you keep Clay on the floor? But you're right. Poole has now pushed this to more of an issue, I think.
And with that, when you say, what are we going to get from Clay, do you think, and you kind of said it before, I think I know the answer, do you think they saw him being ultra aggressive with his shots? Because that's what's alarming. It's not he's missing. It's like there's another scoreboard in his head that the score is secondary. And I know it's not, but that's what it looks like. Do you think they're like, oh my God, your boy is not shy at all?
What's funny is like for the last couple of weeks, the thing that I'm most worried about now, I'm starting to wonder, if it's worth worrying about. And it was, Clay's got this, it's obviously the line with Durant. I'm not sacrificing S. And he just plays the way he plays. And he doesn't have a conscience. We know that. Doesn't have a conscience. And he takes a shot when Steph has a chance to get 50 and all that kind of stuff. So there's a part of me where he would be incredulous if they even suggested he comes off the bench. But in fairness to Clay, he does have this other side to him a little bit, like this little bit of another side where I can see him saying, I'm just not playing well enough right now. And, if they want to start Jordan and have me come off the bench, I got to do it because, I got to play. There is a part of me that could see him saying that, but if I had a bet, I do think it would affect him negatively.
Okay, I'm about to put a gorilla on the table. Remember I told you my old Nick Foles thing, and I'm being honest, you got to love me for it, Steiny. If I were Nick Foles, Carson Wentz, when he got hurt and Nick Foles came in and took the team to the Super Bowl, then me personally, Steiny, nobody would have ever, maybe my wife, pillow talking, I said, honey, I don't want to see him win the Super Bowl with my backup. That's who I am, right? But I never would go public and say that. I'm asking you, do you think as Clay struggles, because that's what he's doing, compared to what he's done, watching JP rise right in front of you, you think it makes it more difficult?
I think it makes it more difficult.
To kind of maybe that's why he's pressing and shooting more, because he's watching this kid ascend.
It might make it more difficult, but I will tell you this. I believe if you told Clay right now, if you come off the bench, we're going to win a title, he comes off the bench.
Wow.
The other thing is, let's say you move. Let's say I'm not advocating for it. I don't even know where I stand on the Clay thing right now. My thing is, let's just keep kicking the can down the regular season road. To tell you the truth, that's where I'm at. But if Clay goes to the bench and only plays 20 minutes in the postseason and the Warriors win it, he's still got 4 rings.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to be like, well, Steph has 4.
Because it's already written.
But Clay won that 4th one that year he came back. No.
It's already written.
It's going to be.
Yes.
But the 4th one, he's going to get as much credit for the 4th one as anybody, whether he comes off the bench or not.
I'll say this, and I'm not comparing him, but he means as much to the franchise as Mike did. When Mike came back from baseball and they knew he wasn't in basketball shape, he wasn't coming off the – well, I guess that's different because it wasn't injury. But you knew he wasn't going to be what he was before. He had to work his way back. He got that. So, Clay, I just don't see a scenario to where if we haven't seen it yet, Steiny, but then I could see game 1 of the playoffs. Warriors change starting lineup, and everybody's on the same page. But then if Clay's still shooting at these percentages, it's just when he shoots, he ain't hitting. It's still costing the team. So what's really changing?
I don't know. Hopefully he can pick it up a notch between now and the playoffs. Good point here from the 510. Poole's playing great regular season ball right now, but Clay has the playoff experience. So let's see.
Right.
Let's reserve judgment. That's kind of where I'm at. Let's keep. And I know it sounds, but I'd keep kicking the can down the road. And you know what? The other thing is, I don't think it's going to end up being about whether Clay starts or not. It's going to be when's the first game Clay doesn't finish. That's going to be the
which has not happened yet, right?
Duck Sauce is in San Jose. He's been hanging out for a while, man. Thanks for waiting, Duck Sauce. Appreciate it.
Hey, no problem, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. Always enjoying the show.
Thank you.
Couple of takes I had on Draymond is as far as the LeBron comment, that really didn't bother me too much because that's more of just a generational thing. Like today's players always trying to prove to each other how much they love each other, so that didn't really bother me. What bothers me is when anyone in the media or anywhere tries to challenge Draymond on what his production or whatever he does on the court, he's constantly just acting like he's this basketball savant and he's just above what you see and no one else knows the game. Even last year when the Warriors had struggling, times, if someone missed a cut or they missed a play, he's got the ball in his hands as a point forward, just jumping in the air. Okay, man, we get it. You see the game three plays in front of everyone else. Like, he's just always looking for attention to me. The last thing I want to say is it's not even that he's that super talented of a player. I understand he's vital to the team, but his biggest skill or attribute is he's smart enough to hone in on the only things that he is good at and not get sidetracked by things he's not good at. For example, like if other players have the same skill set as him, they get sidetracked still trying to prove that they can do other things in the NBA where he doesn't. And that's his biggest strength to me. That's all I got.
That's a great point.
That was good.
Yeah, he stays within himself. He knows himself, all those kind of things.
Yeah.
Let's go to Dirty. Dirty's in Alum Rock. What's up, Dirty? How you doing?
Hey, what up, guys? Love the show. You already know. So with Klay Thompson, I don't think he's done yet. I think this was really a bad timing type of thing. Wish he would have got back a little sooner to bond and gel with the guys a little differently, but JP's going crazy. And Klay said this before he came back. He said the one thing that tripped him out the most was if he was going to come and mess things up. And he knows how important cohesiveness and gelling together as a squad and a unit is compared to just having stars out there who don't know what's going on or don't have the same type of vibe or chemistry that the rest of the guys do. Now, I don't think, like I just said, Klay's not done yet.
Right.
But it would be cool if he came off the bench. You know how we kind of introduced that small ball lineup back in the day in the playoffs, and then we went against Memphis down 2-1.
Yep.
But I've seen glimpses of Game 6 Klay this year already. And when you guys brought up the point about the playoffs, and the caller or the texter had brought up the point about JP hasn't done this yet in the playoffs.
Yep.
So, I'm torn, but I see it going either way. Just because Klay's a humble dude, and I could see him doing that. I know it might affect him a little bit inside, but I don't think for any stretch of the measure that he's done yet.
You know what, Dirty? I'm with you. I'm going to sit this one out as far as an opinion goes. I don't know.
I don't have a strong opinion.
But you know what? It's like if I were Steve Kerr, it's like maybe inside the Warrior walls they're saying, could we possibly bring Klay off the bench, Steve? Oh boy, that may introduce some issues. It may. Are we going to be a better team? I'm Steve Kerr. I'm saying let's just ride this out to the playoffs.
Yeah.
And then in the playoffs, if I have to make really hard decisions, I gotta make hard decisions.
Speaking of Chris Paul, he's back tonight.
Boy, they barely skipped a beat.
Man.
See, that's the other thing.
Go ahead, man.
And what if the Warriors get the Suns in the second round?
That would be a nightmare.
Yeah, that'd be tough. Let's have a little fun for a minute before we get back to the
We
calls.
always have fun.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
That's the fun we're talking about, right, Steiny?
All right, it's that time. We're giving away 2 tickets to see Roger Waters at the Chase Center September 24th, courtesy of Golden Voice. Caller number 7 right now is our winner. The contest line is 415-951-2386. Be caller number 7. Here's the big number again, 415-951-2386. That's to win 2 tickets to see Roger Waters at the Chase Center September 24th. This is brought to you by Golden Voice.
Well done.
All right. The 2019 draft.
Got it.
Jordan Poole was selected 28th. Let me just go down that draft list and have I'm going to name a player, and you say, would you rather have Poole or this player?
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Let's have some fun. The music bed would be great here. The NBA. Jordan Poole or Zion Williamson?
Zion. Dude, this dude's coming.
So you're not worried about his future?
No.
Ja Morant.
Ja.
R.J. Barrett.
Oh, Poole.
DeAndre Hunter.
Poole.
Darius Garland.
Love him, but Poole.
Jarrett Culver.
Poole.
Kobe White.
I like him. Poole.
Jackson Hayes.
Poole.
Rui Hachimura. Cam Reddish.
Keep going.
Man, I'll save us the time here. Cam Johnson.
Oh, I like Cam, but not
as
over
much as
Poole. Poole's a star.
P.J. Washington?
Yeah, nice player.
The next one's interesting. How about Tyler Hero?
Yeah,
Who?
Poole.
Okay. Yeah. Romeo Langford, one guy. How about Chuma Okeke? We saw him the other night. Yeah. Alexander Walker, Batazzi, Simone. Oh, my God. How about Matisse Thybulle?
No, I like him, but Poole.
Brandon
Poole can
Clark.
handle it, shoot it, create.
Grant Williams, Darius Baisley, Ty Jerome, Nasir Little, Dylan Windler, and
Kevin Porter Jr.
Well, he was 30th. Obviously, that guy who's really good, Kabengele. So, Williamson, Morant.
Damn.
He'd basically be 4th or 5th.
Damn. And some might call me crazy for Zion. Like, you see the handwriting on the wall with him, but my boy had his shirt off doing that dunk. He's waiting to go to the Knicks.
Did he have his shirt off?
Yeah, he had his shirt off. Yeah.
Spadone?
I watched it. Yeah, he had his shirt off.
You mean when he went through the legs and dunked?
Yeah, he had his shirt off.
He even had a heart monitor on.
Stop.
He did.
He had his shirt off.
Looked like a bra.
Yeah. He did.
Soccer players wear those.
Michael's in Berkeley. What's up, Michael? How you doing, man?
E-Town.
I'm doing fine. How are you?
Doing well, man. Thank you.
That's good. I want to talk about Klay Thompson and Jordan Poole. I understand the thought that you want to throw Jordan Poole in with short season, I guess half a season worth of his accolades. But let me ask one question. So what do you think the NBA thinks about Jordan Poole's defense?
Yeah, they're going to have a small defensive backcourt, and it's probably going to be a little bit of a liability. And I think what you'd be counting on is that Curry and Poole would outscore their backcourt. Yeah. But you're right. I mean, Klay's a better defensive player. Even right now, he's a better defensive player. So that's part of the dilemma, no doubt about it. Again, let me reiterate. I don't know what to do.
And
I as of right now, I'm not putting Klay on the bench. Let's put it that way.
But can I say this to you in the car?
Not starting him.
That's not their biggest quandary.
What is?
Size. And Draymond, have you watched Draymond running up? You can tell he's Steiny, I'm telling you, it's delicate, man.
I think Klay's a bigger issue than size. Because I think they can win it without. I think they can win it with this roster. I do not think they can win it without Klay Thompson.
Wow.
Like, one of the ways the Warriors, to me, are going to win it is because Klay Thompson plays better in the postseason. Not that he's back to Klay, but
that's hope again. We're back to hope.
Well, that's only hoping on one guy. We're hoping on a bunch of guys.
Iggy. You think he gets real quick about Iggy?
Sure.
There's 10 left. How many does he play? I'm thinking he might not play any for game one. Hey, and I'm not second guessing. I really think he'll take this 10-game stretch off.
I think he'll play a couple games.
I want Iguodala.
Chris is in Oakland.
So do we.
What's up, Chris? How you doing, man? What do you got?
Hey, man. I just want to say that if you notice, nobody sits at the top of the key and directs with this young crew. Two of the best 3 games were the young guys this season. They move. They move fast.
So that sounds like a vote for Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
And maybe even a little bit of a who was he talking about? Like Klay's Draymond's the guy who can keep the ball moving. 415, very philosophical. In life, we've got tough choices to make.
I made them.
Life is full of decisions that have to be made for the better. 49.
Sometimes it's not up to you.
You know, did I tell you one of my mom's theories?
Mary, tell me.
She says there are no wrong decisions in life. They're just decisions, and then you move on.
But they're wrong. I love Mary, my Facebook friend, but Steiny, there's wrong decisions.
For example, let's just say the Timberwolves trading Wiggins for Kuminga and whatever. I can't think of the trade off the top of it. So that trade.
That was just horrendous.
Was it?
I mean, if you want to.
Was it?
If you got to think about it.
What if I went like this? That Timberwolves team would not be a tenth of what it is if they still had Andrew Wiggins. Chris Finch has gotten D'Angelo Russell to give a crap. Yeah, we gave up Kuminga, but you know what? Wiggins was the problem here. You see what you guys are seeing the last 3 months with Wiggins? We saw that his entire career in Minneapolis. Right. So, yeah, maybe it wasn't maybe it wasn't the best decision of all time, but it was a decision you made, and guess what? The Timberwolves are having the best year in a decade. How bad could that trade have been?
Well, you're applying that, and I love Mary.
And Wiggins being an all-star, you know what they're doing in Minneapolis? Right. They're laughing.
Right.
They're laughing at come on.
But I was thinking more of life's bad choices.
Oh, like
having unprotected sex.
Okay,
and then you
can't talk about that.
Yeah. No, I'm just.
But then that happens, and guess what? 9 months later, you got a wonderful baby, and you're like, oh my God, my life is complete.
Or you got a choice between two spouses, and one goes on to be a tycoon, and they got their stuff together, big home, and generational wealth, and then the other has problems.
What kind of problems?
Substance abuse. Can't keep a job.
But through
That's the wrong choice.
That substance abuse and those tough times, that couple comes together and they gut it out. And they gut it out in a way that tycoon and you can't.
I'll take tycoon. Yeah.
Johnson's in the city. What's up, Johnson? How you doing, man?
Hey, thanks, fellas.
Yeah.
There might not be bad decisions, but there is better decisions.
Not bad.
Nice.
But
three.
I wanted to talk about Klay Thompson. I feel like Klay Thompson should stay the starter. It's just that he should be the third scoring option. You know what I mean?
Right.
It should be right now, tomorrow's game, Jordan Poole and Wiggins should try to get theirs first. And then he should be the third option when the shot clock's down, 10 seconds or less.
Let me ask you this.
And that way you could always try to keep Klay in there and try to get his. And the same thing when Steph comes back, it should always be the first option is Steph and Wiggins first.
Okay.
And then when they can't get the shot going, that's when they look for Klay. Thanks, fellas. What's your thoughts?
Klay as a third or fourth option doesn't move me.
And he'll never let that be the order.
That doesn't move me. Klay as a third, and that's what to me worries me a little bit about. It's easy to say, okay, we're going to play Steph, we're going to play Jordan Poole, Klay Thompson, and Wiggins. That's too many scores.
I'm
sorry. That's too many scores. I guarantee you that lineup plays together for a while, and somebody's not taking shots. And then the problem becomes the guy who's not taking shots.
You lose him?
No, not you to lose him, but I don't want a shooter to not shoot, but you expect him to help in all the other areas.
You've been saying that about Wiggins for the last month here.
Wiggins is
they need him, Steiny.
Wiggins is such an
he's an all-star.
Wiggins is such an enigma. And boy, if I could just Wiggins to me is the easiest player in the world to figure out.
Minnesota couldn't figure him out.
Right, because he's inconsistent. That's what he is.
Consistent at being inconsistent.
Okay, we can play the word game.
But where will he ever go to blossom?
No,
and then
nowhere.
He might be driving around
nowhere.
I just made the All-Star team.
You made the All-Star team because Klay Thompson was hurt. Okay, so that gave you an opportunity to be a second option. And you also made the All-Star team because Paul George wasn't playing, and Kawhi Leonard wasn't playing, and Jamal Murray wasn't playing, although was Wiggins a front court guy or back, whatever. And K-Pop put you over the top. Let's be honest.
I know we're up against it. Steiny, I'm going to throw you a quick one.
Go ahead.
Honestly, who's the better player? Harrison Barnes? Who would you want? Barnes or Wiggins?
Boy. 888-957-9570.
I watched him last night. Kings got to win, but I thought, who's better, Wiggins or who would you want, him or Barnes?
Can you give me a sec to think about that? All right. Hey, this isn't right. It's National Puppy Day? Oh, my goodness. Celebrate National Puppy Day with paw.com and treat your furry friends to luxurious memory foam dog beds and matching waterproof blankets. Use code RADIO, RADIO, for 15% off at paw.com, PAW.com. Be sure to support your local adoption shelter. This is National Puppy Day. Happy National Puppy Day from paw.com. Let's talk some puppies on the other side. And I don't mean that Draymond Green is a dog by any stretch of the imagination.
Here's today's smart money tip from Owning. Call 833-2-OWNING or go to owning.com to find out more about this amazing offer.
Have you ever kept your 30-year mortgage for more than 10 years? If you're like most people, the answer is no. Then why are you overpaying for a loan you
To Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 408. 408, I've started the process. 408. I'm trying to get the boss to make Ray Ratto, read the National Puppy Day ad.
Can he hear us now?
No, he doesn't listen to us now.
I
went in and I gave him the read.
Game.
And I went in and I gave him the read on a piece of paper, and I said, Nahigian, that's the boss. Nahigian wants you to do this one today. And he already started saying, I'm not doing that. I'm like,
don't be
Ray,
Draymond.
Exactly.
Yeah, you got to do it. I would talk to him about Dre.
So if we can get Ray Ratto to read the National Puppy Day promo,
Holy
come
mackerel.
on, we'd all love that, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
We'd all love that. Thanks for the great suggestion, 408. Appreciate it. Apparently yesterday was National Puppy Day, but that 15% still counts.
You got any dog? Just cats?
Yeah, I got a dog.
What kind?
It's like a lab retriever mix.
Wow. I had an
Why wow?
That's a nice dog. I had an Irish setter. We put him to sleep. My dad did, but we used to go pheasant hunting, and Danny, that was his name. He'd go run and get the ducks we shoot.
And would they bring them back?
Yeah, we would.
That's incredible, really, if you think about it.
Yeah,
why wouldn't they start picking at the carcass?
I have no idea.
Like while they're there.
If you're doing a dog draft, by the way, the lab might go number 1 overall.
Is the Irish setter part of the lab family?
No.
I believe so.
No, it's part of the setter family.
Oh, wow.
That's a great, what's the Mount Rushmore of dog? I think Labrador and Golden Retriever probably both.
Huge. German Shepherd might be up there.
They're too big.
And hips.
Yeah.
They scare a lot of people.
Yeah, but the
look at
police
their
use them
tail
all the time.
and their ears.
And the firefighters.
I like German Shepherds. I tell you what, here's what my favorite kind of dog is a
Yorkie is mine. That's when you got money. Shafsky's got a Yorkie.
Huh.
Yeah. When you got an inside dog, you're doing right.
The Chihuahua should be top 5 too.
No,
they stink.
Yeah.
Wow,
The wiener
Their
dog,
breath
yeah.
stinks, but they're very nice.
What?
This is a
I'll
3-generation Chihuahua owner right
A
here. All
Yorkie
right, I'm not
for
taking
me.
this slander on National Puppy Day.
I'll tell you what.
Any deals on Yorkies, get at me.
I may take the Basset Hound.
What?
You can't
Ain't
take
nothing but a
Beagle and
hound,
Basset
dog.
Hound.
You would, Steiny.
Do your ears hang low?
Nah, that's
Basset
the
Hounds are
worst.
unbelievable.
They
And then
look
the
depressed.
and then my fourth would a husky would be on my top 4.
That's
They're
a good one.
beautiful.
With the
A lot
blue
of energy,
eyes.
though. A lot
I
of
know.
energy.
I just
Lot of
thought of
hair.
Yukon. Gino. The Huskies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
UW.
I got a soft spot for the Great Dane too, just because it's such
That's
an
too big,
anomaly.
too big.
Apparently, Great Danes are the best apartment dogs you can
They
buy.
are.
You
'Cause
can't
they-
have dogs in
Their
apartments.
life expectancy is
can.
only like
Not
6
when I
or
was
7
single.
years. It's tough.
Have you been to a dog show?
Yes, I have.
I've never have.
How about this for
I wouldn't
random?
want to go either.
How about this? They used to have the big dog show down at the Cow Palace.
How about that?
They had a huge dog show. This was back in the day. I can tell you what year it must have been, 95, 96. In 1995, 96.
How long do those last?
They're weekend things, you know. You go in and they got.
So you can just go and come back.
It's totally cool. Yeah. I ran into B.J. Armstrong.
Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, at the
Iowa
Cow Palace.
Hawkeye.
Yeah, I was at the Cow Palace. Walking. Yeah. By the way, I know I'm a Bay Area guy, but if somebody goes, what happened to that dog show at the Cow Palace? They might still do it.
Yeah.
It was great. I do love dogs.
I like puppies and kittens. I don't like when they get too big.
I don't like
cats nor the dog.
I don't like non-house trained dog.
And my buddy's got those pits.
Yeah, we got a dog that's what's it called? Backsliding a little bit.
What's that mean?
That means finding some stuff in the house.
Oh no,
here and there.
You gotta wow.
You know we did. Well, let's go to George. George is in
people
Los
care,
Altos.
though,
He wants
yeah.
to talk about Jordan Poole. What's up? What's up, George? How you doing?
Hey, fellas.
Hey.
How are you, bro?
Doing well.
I think Jordan needs to come off the bench. It's very appealing to see him start because of the way he's playing, but I think in order for us to really go deep this year, you have to have a solid first unit and a solid second unit. And frankly, I think what we saw last night was a preview of a solid second unit. And Jordan would be the guy to lead that second unit much better than Clay would be if you were to bench Clay and start Jordan. I think it gives us the best chance to go deep if we can stay healthy, because what we saw last night was just absolutely exciting. So that would be a wonderful second unit. And if anything, you may want to put Kuminga as the starter and put Wiggins in the second unit. But I think starting Clay, Steph, and Jordan will come back and haunt us. We're small enough as it is, guys. I can't think we get much smaller.
And that's I'm sorry, George, but yes. That's where I'm at right now, because here's what I think. I think George, and you get all the credit for this. I think there's a better chance Jordan Poole will come off the bench and be really good than Clay coming off the bench and be really good.
Well, he's already, because he's familiar.
Exactly.
All right, I got that. I'm not mad at that.
That's where I'm at right now. I'm exactly with George right now on that.
And how much of last night's game, which was beautiful by I call them the baby Dubs, was Miami overlooking the Warriors?
They overlooked Philly the day before.
So that's why I think something's going on with the Heat. I don't know.
No doubt something's going on with the Heat. And I'm not just saying. Listen, what happened between Spoelstra and Jimmy Butler last night.
Boiling?
It has to be. That doesn't happen in a vacuum. It just doesn't.
Dude.
So clearly, Miami's got some stuff they got to figure out. Carlito's in Alameda. What's up, Carlito? How you doing?
Yeah, hello, gentlemen. Hello. I want to talk about Draymond Green,
sure.
and I want to put the elephant in the room. I think this man is an entertainer, first and foremost, the likes of Floyd Mayweather. However, here's a caveat. The caveat is, would Tom Brady tell Bill Belichick, I'm going to take the night off and go watch Patrick Mahomes? I'm going to use your words, Steiny. Hit the pike. Thank you.
Thank you.
Like, who could, right? Just the idea that you would leave your team to go watch another man who's in your way, wow. In the Yoon, we would say something about the infinity that it looks like Dre has for. Quit jocking LeBron, Dre.
Let me ask you this. What side are you on? I'm going to change it up just a little bit. I'm going to give you 3 examples of something, and I want you to tell me what the issue is.
Right.
Is the issue the athlete or is the issue the fan?
Okay. I like this.
All right. Yusuf Nurkic was fined $40,000. He took a phone out of a fan's hand and threw it. Kevin Durant was fined recently for telling a fan to STFU and sit down after that fan said, Kevin, you need to take over this game. Last night, Devin Booker was bringing the ball up the court, and he looked at somebody in the front row and called him a name that we can't use on the radio. What's going on here, Goo? What's going on with the
Rabbit
athlete?
ears, Bugs Bunny.
So it's the athlete's fault.
No doubt, man.
Right.
And I'm telling you, it's a byproduct because these guys are in their mentions on IG where everybody can get at them. We deal with the text. I'm not comparing us to athletes, but we got to act away. And they're getting so salty that now they're taking it out on people. And we've done remotes. Imagine us at these remotes. Hey, Guru, you stink. I couldn't go put hands on somebody or take their phone and throw it. It would get ugly. I'm tired of these guys. And Nurkic, what the person said, they're wrong. But you know they're trying to get you riled up. Act like you've been there. Somebody threw a shoe at the president years ago. He could have went ham. He had to act like he'd be. He had to act like you've been there. You don't got a license to go grab somebody's. Nurkic wouldn't have did that in the town or L.A. or New York.
I wasn't a huge fan of George Bush,
okay,
but
he did the Matrix on that too.
That was pretty impressive. I really was.
Who said,
and not to mention throwing a strike after 9/11.
Yeah,
I mean, the guy played baseball at Yale, I believe.
Guru has rabbit ears. No, I don't.
See, I think this has always gone on, but now we're capturing more.
Wow.
See, like Barkley used to be able to say stuff like that, and nobody would ever really find out.
Okay,
because that's what I think. That's what I think. One of our favorites, Austin. Austin's in San Jose. How you doing, Austin? What's going on, man?
Hey, good afternoon. Hey, Guru, man, you big time me yesterday. I sent you a note when you were up with the Billy Riley with the Dubs, and I said, hey, man, I can't afford those tickets that they charging for the NCAA, but I'd buy you drinks if you got me in. You didn't even send me any note, man. So,
I missed that one. Hey, you know you.
Where you at, man?
Yeah, you VIP. If I had some tickets, you know I'd hook you up.
Brother.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, real quick. Draymond, entertainment, move on. If the players, if his coaches aren't upset, we shouldn't be so upset. I think as long as he shows up for the playoffs, we good. Regarding the lineup, Steiny, you've been talking about whether Clay should come off the bench, Guru, whether he shouldn't or shouldn't. Really, I think for Clay, he needs to do whatever. I mean, he's getting paid, so this notion that he can't come off the bench to me is silly. He can come off the bench, and if it makes sense for the team, he should come off the bench. And the final thing, Steiny, something to think about, and you guys, is general manager next year. I just want to step a little bit ahead. So let's say the Warriors don't go all the way this year. They change general manager. I'm not advocating getting rid of Myers. That's not where I'm going. I'm just playing a game here. If a new general manager came into the Warriors next year, what do you think they would do in terms of changing the mix of the team? That's what I want to think about. All right.
We love A.
Yeah, I think
there would be no loyalty to Clay, so you'd probably go there.
But who wants Clay? Who wants Clay now after he didn't have a great year? So listen, I think the big dilemma in the offseason, Austin, if it comes down to that, is Poole or Wiggins. And if you have to, would you throw in one of the younger players, a Kuminga or a Wiseman or maybe a Moody with them to make that deal? But what I also think is you ain't getting nearly as much for Wiggins as you would for Poole.
Okay.
I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think. But that's just me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. By the way, once again, I'd like to congratulate the laughing stocks, because that's what the Warrior fans think of these guys, which kind of who are Damian Lee and Bielitsa. They're the most maligned Warriors, and they brought it home. Speaking of bringing it home,
what you got?
I had no opinion of this guy. None. Didn't like him, didn't dislike him. And then something happened, and I love him. Chris Chiozza. I love him.
You're not going to say why.
I love him. Did you see what he did?
We're going to see Chorizo. Where he said, pull up.
He gave the guy his address.
And what could have came up? That's the ultimate rabbit ear. I said, what are you doing in this day and age?
Good for Chiozza.
Artillery and the guys walking, guys and gals. What are you? Is it? Yeah. He said, pull up and put his. That couldn't have been his.
Every once in a while, somebody steps over the edge. It's like I can listen. 99 texts in a row can be Steinmetz, you're terrible, you stink, you're awful, and the 100th one, I'll be like, that one bothers me.
But still,
good for Chris Chiozza.
So you're gonna go battle and fight?
I'm just saying. Sometimes you got to stick up for yourself. If you don't know what happened, essentially, somebody,
I'm shocked,
somebody on Twitter said, if Steve Kerr continues to play Chiozza, I'm going to pull up on both those guys. Chris Chiozza responded with his address. It's on Tahama, by the way.
Yeah. Now, that's a story I didn't want to bring to you because I thought it was kind of beneath you. Like, Goo, but the fact that you love the bravado.
It's not the bravado. It's...
Why are you tripping on what some scrub said on the gram?
Because every once in a while, what some scrub said hits you a certain way.
You need to stay off it then. I'm not talking to Chorizo. Anybody, if you got rabbit ears like that and you want to throw down or invite violence to your home over you put it down. Nothing good will come of posting your addy.
I hear you in theory. I really, really do.
I hope you do, Stoney, because I was like, ooh, Chorizo, you big mad.
It's Chiozza.
What did I say?
You said chorizo. And now, and the funny thing is...
No, I ain't laughing. That's my point.
You are laughing, and you're doing exactly what Russell Westbrook thinks is totally uncool. Put some respect on people's names.
I'm going to be honest with you, too. You, Spadoni, and Lucas back there. I have a Perkins moment with his name.
Perkins, which...
Kendrick, when he did Moses Moody. So... I really thought I was pronouncing it right, but it's Chiozza.
That's right.
I got you.
That's right.
Yeah, but I'll be up there watching the game.
Chorizo.
Right. Yeah.
I just
Kyrie, he can play. Dude, that
it looks like he may be able to play, but you know what else?
What?
Here comes a variant. Dun, 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 dun,
Well, I'm good.
dun, 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 dun. Here comes another
Where are you
variant.
hearing that at?
Oh, it's on its way, coming from Europe. It's right now over the Atlantic. Here it comes over the Atlantic. It's touching Maine. It's touching Maine in the Northeast, and it's making its way down. Here it comes down to Massachusetts. Boston now infected. Here comes Providence. Providence is now gobbled up, and it's headed down to the Big Apple. Uh-oh. It's now taking on New York City. Oh, and by the way, upstate New York in problems. Come on.
What if I just psychoanalyzed you and said that all came from E and Grandy doing the play-by-play? Like, that's where that was coming from. You sounded good.
No.
You couldn't do it? It sounded like you did it Spadone.
I did it off the top of my head, but I'm pretty good with geography.
I was thinking it was more Howard Dean when he was saying he was
Oh, my gosh. That was it for him. That did it for him.
Yeah.
He was rolling, too. I liked him. I liked Howard Dean a lot. I still like him, but he couldn't. Is that really him?
The variant. Are you being real?
Yeah.
It's headed this way?
Yes.
Well, I should be good.
You are good, Goo.
No, I'm talking about because I just had COVID.
I got you. Yeah. I got you. So anyway, honestly, the one thing that I think was kind of cool last night is, Damian Lee and Bielitsa, a big part of that win last night. And like,
go ahead.
And honestly, and maybe this is quote unquote Warriors Twitter, those guys take an unfair amount of abuse for guys who, you know what, they're not even role players.
I love when
they're
you do
end
this,
of
though.
bench players.
Don't come at them.
Right.
Come at the big dogs.
Right. And they helped get you a win last night. So
how you think they celebrated in South Beach? Well, if you looked at Jordan Poole, he had the shades, the Mr. Roper shirt. He was ready.
You know what I was thinking, and maybe I'm wrong. I probably am wrong. Maybe they flew right to Atlanta.
Well, you can get loose in the ATL.
Exactly.
Yeah. And you can get loose on the plane.
That's what I said to JD. I'm watching that game last night, and I see Iguodala and Draymond Green, and they're looking.
They fitted, yeah.
Hey, you know what they're looking? They're looking fly.
Yeah,
right? Fly? Can I say that?
Yeah.
And I said to JD, all they care about tonight is what's happening afterwards in Miami or in Atlanta.
All day long.
So good for the Warriors, though. They get the victory last night.
Last thing about Kyrie, though, even with that variant, once he overturns this, the mayor, they're good. Yankees, Mets.
Well, they can always go back.
And now the Nets got action.
They can always go back, and that's what will likely happen.
Yeah, but not this fast. Like in the next couple of weeks, we just put our guard down. And what did I say to you, Willard? It did. The COVID has gone away.
Well, this strain apparently.
I can't get to the job. I ain't feeling good.
What?
That was me. Remember I called you and told you I couldn't. Like, I don't have to call you, but I'm a teammate. I'm like, hey, Steiny, let me give you a heads up. You know, you're like, you didn't say it, but you're like, you ain't got to call me, but that's what kind of dude I am.
It's just a courtesy I appreciate.
All. There, I appreciate you, man.
Do I do that to you?
Yeah, you'll send me a text. You called me too. But Dre that wasn't courtesy about what he said about going to see LeBron.
408, locking it in for me. He said Warriors stayed overnight in Miami. They're practicing in Miami today.
I bet they are.
That makes sense.
Run it out, huh?
That definitely makes sense. Why not a night in Miami and a night in Atlanta?
Dude, Miami.
Where's Atlanta tomorrow?
What's happened to them?
They've been hit a little bit by injury, and like I said it from the get-go. Last year they overachieved, and this is what happens. They weren't an Eastern Conference finalist team.
So you applying that to our Giants?
Absolutely. Let me tell you who else Giants? I'm applying it to. I'm applying it to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Minnesota Timberwolves, they're going to finish like 48.
Well, Cat's been in this league forever. He's balling now. Remember you laughed at me about 2 months ago? I tried to do your drop. About Cat? He's a big dog now.
You mean kitten?
Yeah, the kitten or pussycat. Now he's balling.
Okay.
Now,
don't you understand?
So why are we surprised? He ain't young anymore.
You're missing my point. The Minnesota Timberwolves will win as many games next year as this year.
See, I don't know, man.
Okay, well, that would be my prediction because they're going to win about 48 this year.
Yeah. And so, what are you saying about your boy, the coach, Fitch?
He's a hell of a coach, but there's going to be a natural letdown combined with now they're not the Timberwolves anymore. They're a pretty good team, so they're going to get better efforts.
Like, I can't believe Cam Reddish is not a Hawk. Like,
why?
Him and Collins, and like they had so much promise.
Reddish was no fit.
But his body, I like his body, Steiny. I was like, this dude, man, they don't make him like this all the time. And now he's a Nick and hurt.
He's not even playing. He's hurt.
Right.
He's hurt. And, you know, a good point by the 510. I would hope that last night, Draymond Green, well, Curry wasn't there, Draymond Green and Andre Iguodala, I would have hoped that they didn't let Damian Lee or Bielitsa spend a dime last night.
Oh, there's no way.
There's no way what?
That they would. No, they did that.
I would hope.
Well, not Iggy said he played for
minimum. Go. We got to go. But first,
right.
Steve Kerr, 5 o'clock, Steve Kerr. Oh, that's right. We have a meeting. Shut up, Draymond.
95.7 The Game was live from Chase Center for the West Regional.
Steve Kerr with us on Willard Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Well, I was driving home from our loss to the Spurs, so I was already in a bad mood.
Right.
And when I heard, TCU goes up 3, I turned it off. I did the old just bury your head in the sand and hope for the best.
Eric Musselman, head coach of the Arkansas Razorbacks.
I think if you said, hey, we're going to change the rules in college basketball, we're going to play 48 minutes, I think you'd see a lot less upsets.
The Bay Area Sports Station, 95.7 The Game.
Odyssey celebrates Women's History Month.
With a career spanning decades, Sandra Day O'Connor has been ranked among the most powerful women in the world. She broke ground serving as the first female justice of the Supreme Court of the United States and was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom. She served on numerous nonprofit boards and founded iCivics to teach kids to become active citizens.
Odyssey, celebrating remarkable women. For more, check out our exclusive station, She Sings, on the Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Johnny Mosley, and this is Thursday's Toyota Tahoe Report. We have clear skies and cold snow. What more could you ask for? Grab the keys to your Toyota and come get some turns in.
Thanks, Johnny. After last week's snow, we have mostly sunny skies heading into the weekend in Tahoe. There could be some clouds throughout the day, but the sun should break through with some near record-breaking highs of 65 degrees. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready, all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill March 25th through March 27th for their once-yearly Red Tag clearance sale. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their Red Tag clearance sale March 25th through March 27th for the best time to save big on new appliances for your home.
Family House San Francisco provides a free home away from home for families of children with cancer and other life-threatening illnesses. Hi, this is Pat Monahan from the Van Train, inviting you to join us in supporting our hometown charity at the Family House 40th Anniversary Gala on April 2nd at the Ritz-Carlton, San Francisco. Get your tickets today to the 80s-themed gala and bid on live auction items, including packages from the Giants, Warriors, and a vacation to Rancho La Puerta, and more. Visit FamilyHouseInc.org for details. That's FamilyHouseInc.org.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I'm asking about Prevnar 20 because there's a chance pneumococcal pneumonia could put me in the hospital. Age 65 or older, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I want to be able to keep my plans. So I'm asking my doctor about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
This March, it's tourney time on Odyssey. Bring on the brackets with local info for each team from the Locked On Podcast Network. Placing bets? Get the best tips from BetQL shows like BetMGM Tonight, The Daily Tip, and more. Then hear every game live on the Odyssey app. Plus, each Saturday, get ready for the weekend's biggest moments with You Better You Bet Countdown to Tip-Off. Everything you need for the college basketball tournament lives on Odyssey.
Hey, Ray Magliozzi here. Have you ever cooked a really fine gourmet meal? Yeah, me neither. But I'm told it all comes down to the ingredients. And when I need ingredients to improve my car, the place I go is eBay Motors. Whether you roasted your last transmission, graded your current floor mats, or pureed your side view mirror on a lamppost, eBay Motors has the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them. And by the way, if you recently fired up your grill, don't worry, eBay Motors has grills too. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Remember when you were told bigger is better? Well, that's just simply not the case. Do you want a big bill? No. A big burden? No. What about a big, bulky tank water heater taking up space in your basement? No, I didn't think so. What you do want is to make all of those things smaller. Navien tankless water heaters are more efficient and take up less space than outdated, bulky tanks, with cutting-edge features that improve safety, simplify processes, and increase capabilities. Once you go Navien, you'll never go back. Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
O'Reilly. Right now at O'Reilly Auto Parts, get up to a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate when you purchase select Superstart batteries. With the power, performance, and reliability your vehicle demands, Superstart batteries are designed for lasting performance and consistent starts. Turn the key with confidence. Superstart batteries only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Thunderstruck. Adjective, shocked and amazed by the power of carnival fun. It's what happens when you ride Bolt, the world's first seacoaster. When you island hop till you drop. Thunderstruck! When you book 4 massages back to back. Back to back. Get Thunderstruck starting at $289. Carnival. Choose fun.
Cruises are in U.S. dollars per person, double occupancy. Taxes, fees, and port expense additional. Restrictions apply. Full details on carnival.com. Ships registry, Bahamas.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Corner of Broadway and Battery. You're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
And we're actually back in studio. We actually have a full show for the first time in a couple days, thanks to the Warriors finally taking a day off before they get right back at it tomorrow. But man, after the maybe one of the worst losses of the entire NBA season. I'm not just talking for the Warriors, but across the NBA. That was an embarrassing loss against the Orlando Magic. So you figured it's going to be only harder the following night with fewer of your staple players going against a much better quality of opponent in the Miami Heat. Ray, we know nothing. Absolutely nothing about basketball. I told you I never wanted to see Damian Lee again. Oh, excuse me. I mean, he had his best game in 3 months with 22 points.
Yeah, it's proof yet again that we are bloviating fools. At least I am. Oh, I'll proudly own that one.
Look, I told you. I declared a man deceased as a basketball player. He rises like Lazarus, and he drops 22. I said Wiggins has got to get better. What do you know? He has 22. Jordan Poole, come on, man. That guy can play. We got an awful lot to talk about today. It's been an incredible March. All around sports. You know, baseball kicked its can down the road due to the lockout, so we got hit with all these baseball headlines this month. We got hit with all these NFL headlines this month, very much by that league's design. We now see the mega trade as almost a common daily occurrence. We're in that sport, Ray. It never really happened at all, and now it seems to be, you know, almost a cause celeb. If you're not making a big trade in the NFL, you are yesterday's news.
Yeah, I think the Rams have triggered this new frenzy because they did two things last year that more than anything else got them a Super Bowl. Traded for a quarterback, cost them a lot. traded for a quality wide receiver. Cost them a lot. Either way, they have a parade. And now you've got a bunch of other owners going, well, that's easy. We'll just throw a ton of money at guys at those two positions, and we'll see what happens. And that's what you've got, because there's been more weird quarterback movement this year than in any year I can remember, because it's not just elite guys. It's middle-of-the-road guys. Everybody hates the guy they've got, and they love whoever they don't have. And then they'll learn that they'll hate most of those guys too. But for now, no, it's been very NFL in that you behave like the last team to win, and that's the Rams did.
Hey, maybe this brings the pendulum back to Jimmy Garoppolo being the apple of somebody's eye eventually when his shoulder heals. It's just been an unbelievable month for the NFL. And again, it's all by design. They moved their entire league year around to make sure that there was never going to be a month where they didn't have a chance to grab headlines, and it's worked unbelievably well this month. We are brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. We have quite a booked-out Chase Center tonight. We got ourselves number 1 Gonzaga tipping off against number 4 Arkansas at 4:09, just a little over an hour from now at Chase Center. We got a regional semifinal getting underway. Number 2 Duke versus number 3 Texas Tech a little bit later on tonight. I mean, the NCAA tournament is in our backyard. It's officially a big deal. I know the station was at Chase Center all day yesterday. We still got some good sound to go over from that, but some even more interesting sound coming out of Miami last night. What a win for the Warriors. And I tell you, it included one of the more manic third quarters you'll see anywhere. The Warriors, tied at 50, come out on a 19-0 run from the halftime, which included Jordan Poole going through a sequence of banked-in threes, made threes. Andrew Wiggins is stealing the basketball. Poole is catching almost stray passes from Looney, preventing backcourts. Everything was coming together and clicking so well for the Warriors that the Miami Heat basically melted down. They had an on-court, team-wide shoving match that really had Udonis Haslem, Eric Spoelstra, and Jimmy Butler all kind of barking at each other. They lost their cool last night. So the Warriors, I don't want to say that that's a win or a loss that's going to linger with Miami, because who the hell knows how this league works. It feels like you can be one team one night and a completely other team the next.
Unless you're Boston.
In which case you might be the most consistent team in sports right now. But look, it's crazy to watch a team as normally buttoned up and professional as Miami melt down like that.
And yet, at the end of the third quarter, having gone down 19, they were down 1.
Oh, it was a basketball game.
Yeah, I mean, the second half actually had 4 different components to it. So, as much as you look at the final score and go, man, the Warriors must have handled business, they decided to scare themselves too. So what they gave us is what they've been giving us for the last 19 games, which is you get excited, and then they let you down. Then you get excited again. Then they let you down even worse. And now you don't know who you are or where you're going to finish.
What I know is they need to figure out a way to have Jordan Poole make more big decisions for this team and take more big shots for this team, because he is as hot of a player cooking in the NBA as you'll find right now. Jordan Poole is for real. And it's getting to the point where we have to ask, and I think we will ask a little bit later on today when he joins us live at 5 o'clock, we're going to have to ask Steve Kerr the kind of uncomfortable question about Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson. Because, and this is something that Steiny and Guru were talking about. I was listening on the way in. Oh, by the way, there's someone here on the Comcast Business text line that says, could you please answer this question for me? I've been asking for a while. How come there's no crosstalk with Damon and Ray? I guess they were asking that to Steiny and Guru. And I'll tell you why.
We hate them.
No, that's not it.
All right, I hate them.
That's part of the reason. It would be up to me to do it every day because Ray just detests communication.
People.
Yeah,
they're just
for the most part.
Yeah.
And this is something I talked to Steiny about. I'm like, I always felt that crosstalk robbed them of the way they want to end their show, and it also sort of robbed the way that I want to begin a show. Like, I don't want to do the beginning of a show at the end of some other show. And if I were doing that show, I wouldn't want the beginning of some other show coming into the studio and stepping on my ending. So we kind of had like this gentleman's agreement. And we told Nahagan about it, and he's like, I don't care. So we just kind of rolled that way. Yeah, it's not an indictment on these shows and how they get along or anything like that. It's National Puppy Day. We love everybody.
Again, speaking for me when you shouldn't, puppies are overrated because they grow up to be dogs who are way overrated. And this is not coming from somebody who's a cat person, because I think cats are even worse. I think if you need a pet, keep him to yourself. Don't tell us about it. Don't show us pictures. We don't want to know.
Oh, my God.
Period. That's it. Stay away from me with your animals fetish.
So we lost our dog right after Thanksgiving. And that was a tough one. Jillian had been with Rex longer than she'd even been with me. That dog had been around for a really long time. That hit the family hard. I can tell you, though, Ray, that her sister is about to get a puppy corgi, which is about as cute as puppies get.
I appreciate that you saved the news of this post-Thanksgiving passing until now. That shows a level of dignity that, frankly, I hadn't credited you with.
Thank you.
That said, if you get a corgi puppy, again,
it's
not my
us.
business.
Not ours. It's just going to be part of the family.
Let me assure you, it's going to be yours, because you're going to get one too. And the reason why you're going to get one is because your wife's going to say, we're having one.
We got human puppies. We both agreed that we're going to raise some human puppies before we go. The pendulum will swing back to puppy eventually.
Oh, no, she's going to look at the dog and basically melt into a souffle. That's done.
This could be my replacement plan, actually. I might be replaced by the sister's corgi puppy at some point, but we'll worry about that.
It's a trade that helps both teams.
Yeah, it does. We have an awful lot to get into today, okay? An awful lot to get into today. Like I said, there is a lot of things over the last 2 days that happened that we haven't really been able to talk about. Tyreek Hill getting traded from the Chiefs for 5 picks is certainly one of those, wow, wasn't really expecting to see that coming, but it's here. And
he's already been replaced.
Yeah, Kansas City got a haul from Miami, and what do you know? The Chiefs got right to the business of picking up Marquez Valdez-Scantling. It's a 3-year, $30 million deal, $18 million guaranteed, and that is a look at it this way. No one could even suggest that he is Tyreek Hill light. What will become of Tyreek Hill? What will become of the Chiefs? What will become of Patrick Mahomes? What will become of the AFC West? It's got so many moving parts to it. All these big trades have so many moving parts to them. It's really fun to start picking through them and how it could change the overall feel of the entire NFL. Some interesting quotes from Jock Peterson, some very interesting quotes from Draymond Green that I believe Kobe Bryant would call soft as hell. What do you mean you're going to take a night off if you have to next year to watch LeBron be the all-time leading scorer? Like, I understand LeBron means an awful lot to a young generation of basketball players, but there's only one guy talking about how he's going to need a night off next year. I mean, what do you want, LeBron to blow you kisses from the court? We're going to have to get into that sound. We're going to have to get into an Arkansas grandmother screaming "Woo Pig Suey." She's talking smack, Ray. You're going to hear from her before that game tips off at Chase Center tonight. And we're just underway here. Let's go. If you haven't already, make sure you're subscribing to Damon and Ratto on the Odyssey app, wherever you find your favorite podcast. So do that, and I'll stop asking you to do it. Everyone goes home happy. Damon and Ray here on 95.7 The Game.
It was an incredible day on 95.7 The Game.
Eric Musselman, head coach of the Arkansas Razorbacks. Steve Kerr with us on Willard Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Let's get to one of my favorite Warriors, Antoine Jameson. Now excited to welcome in Mike Dunleavy Jr., assistant GM for the Warriors. Jason Richardson, former Golden State Warrior. Brandon Schneider, president and COO of the Warriors. Luke Walton. Luke, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Sports Illustrated cover boy.
Oh, boy.
Bob Myers. the general manager of the Golden State Warriors.
The Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Jerry and Larry's auto shop needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Larry...
Terms and conditions.
Everyone knows that Nature Valley Crunchy Bars are, well, crunchy.
What they don't know is that they're also packed with 16 grams of whole grains, ready to help you get out there. Nature Valley, for every adventure.
Off to Poole. He glides, splits traffic all the way to the rim with a left hand. Fantastic move by Jordan Poole. Poole has to save it from going backcourt. Now drives around Butler, takes the three off the dribble, banked it home. The Bank of Miami was open, and Poole made a deposit. Takes a three and banked in that on the near side. He just threw it up, hoping to get a foul call. Jordan Poole is living some kind of good life. Fades to the right, takes a three and hits it. There's your final dagger of the night. If it wasn't done before, it is definitely done now. 118-100, 30 points for Jordan Poole.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
I tell you, watching Jordan Poole this season has been one of the cooler things I've seen happen in a Warriors uniform. To any one individual player since I've been covering the Warriors, watching a guy completely come into his own. What was he, the 29th overall draft pick that year? I mean, he was down there. There is no way he is being drafted outside of the top 3, 4, 5 if we had a redraft of that. 28. He was drafted 28. Thank you very much, Lucas. By the way, Lucas is officially back from Las Vegas now. Like his body returned from Las Vegas, and then about 3 days later, his mind caught up with him. How you doing, Lucas?
Still not back. Also, you can hear the Vegas in my voice.
I can.
It's raspy.
What, are you smoking an unfiltered Pall Malls while you're in Vegas?
Yes, more than just one.
Lit end in.
I also, I don't know what that is, but something like that.
It's an old-timey cigarette.
Mm.
You're not a smoker until you can let it hang off your lower lip without employing your upper lip.
Yeah, that's an awesome look right there.
When you've got a groove in your bottom lip that you could put a cigarette in, that's when you're a smoker.
Okay, so this, because you just brought it up, we have to go to the sound from this woman from Arkansas. I don't even know where I found it on Twitter. From Twitter, here's a Arkansas grandmother getting excited for the run that she's going to get with Eric Musselman tonight, and she's talking smack to someone who I don't even know, but this was too good to not share with you.
Ooh, Hogs, we got a tough game tonight, but that don't mean nothing. We like tough. You get out there, you play hog ball, show them who we are. These talking heads, they've already got us counted out. Let's get out there and prove them wrong. Speaking of talking heads, Goody's gonna be on radio in Houston this afternoon. And if he gets on this radio in my city with my boy, where I raised my damn family, and starts running my hogs down, it ain't gonna be pretty. I'm gonna be listening. Don't make me get on a flight to wherever this Elite 8 location is and whoop that ass. Go, Hogs.
Look.
Wherever that location is, what kind of fan is she?
She's not paying attention to where it is, just what's going down. And what's going down is a Jeff Goodman beaten if he keeps picking against her Hogs.
Yeah, I'm sure Jeff's worried.
Look, I just want to say
he might be felled by some quality bourbon breath, but that'll be about it.
You can hear the dangling cigarette from her, can't you?
Oh yeah, she was throwing a fireball over her cornflakes that morning.
I love her. I'm not gonna lie. You know, my mom's an incredible grandmother. If we had to bring in a substitute, this might be the kind of woman I'd want my kids around.
Ooh, Hogs, we got a tough game tonight, but that don't mean nothing. We like.
The only thing that would guarantee is a quiet day at the Bruce household because your kids would be hiding under their beds.
I love her. I'm not going to lie. I think I love this woman. That is via the Clint. Some guy named Clint on Twitter. There you go. That's all you need to know. Thank you, Clint, whoever you are, wherever
it's somebody
you are.
who tapes radio from Houston.
Oh, no, that was a video. That was a direct threat to Jeff Goodman. Don't come around her hog ball.
Goodman really needs to respond by saying, you name the street, I'll put you on it.
I'll be there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Clint Storner, I believe on Twitter, I might be mispronouncing the last name. He hosts a radio show with Jeff Goodman, and that, who we just heard, was Clint's mom. Yes.
Oh, well.
Well, that's going to limit Jeff's chances of beating the woman up.
You would think.
Is she related to Phyllis or no?
Let's hope. Either way, I love her. Anyway, that's not what I really wanted to talk about. We just talked. We got to a dangling cigarette tangent, and it just fits so well right there. I wanted to get that on the air today. We are streaming on Twitch and YouTube. You've been warned.
By now, if they don't know it, they deserve whatever horrors await them.
You can head to twitch.com/TV/957thegame or youtube.com/957thegame. Watch us live. Oh boy, a feast for the senses. So's Jordan Poole. All right, Jordan Poole, you know, I did the Twitch thing because, dude, he's got that quick twitch. He is electric. And watching this guy, every time I look at him, Ray, he's having the best game of his career. It's like one after another. He's getting better and better. More important, he can be an all-star in this league. He is someone who was 8.8 points per game in his rookie year on a really bad team where he was asked to do too much, and that could have broken him. He is 17.6 here at the end of year 3. That is a big step in the right direction. He's phenomenal. You could build a team around him. And the Warriors, I think, will plan on it.
I don't know that they're going to build it around him, just because you only get to build a team around a point guard once in your life, and they've already done that. But the thing that I was most impressed about last night is the stuff that nobody ever gives him credit for, which is the 9 assists. He's starting to show the one thing that I think he's only been intermittently capable of, which is court vision. Because he does get locked into his shot. And sometimes it means that he forgets some of the other nuances that genuine big-time pros get. And what I saw last night, against a very good team, by whether they're killing each other or not, that's a good basketball team.
Yeah.
He took a sense of command of everybody else on the floor, not just himself. And I'm not saying he's a selfish guy, but you have to learn all that vision stuff. And it's now suddenly dawning on him, or at least it did last night. Now, maybe he goes to Atlanta and regresses again, but I think I'm going to judge Jordan Poole not by his shot-making ability, but by the other stuff that's going to elevate him from just a shooter.
Well, and he's starting to feel the game, like you're saying. Last night, he was talking about how when Miami just decided to come double team him, you know, he started making important and good the right play.
They started to double, too, early in that second half. So that just goes back to putting defenses in the rotation. You know, I'm a willing passer. And if they're going to send 2 up top, we got a lot of players who can just make plays and make the right plays. So being able to get off the ball and have our teammates put other guys in positions to score really helped us.
Look, so the tough question for Steve Kerr. And by the way, Steve is going to join us at 4 o'clock. We just got a call from the Warriors saying, not 5. Can we do it at 4? Sure. Yeah, we're flexible. Only guest of the day, which means we got open lines at 888-957-9570. But when you look at Jordan Poole, there are a few things here that cannot be overlooked any longer. Eventually, these data points have to start trumping whatever your hope is for Klay Thompson's return. And I don't think I need to put out the disclaimer that we are pro Klay Thompson. We support Klay Thompson. We like Klay Thompson. Ray doesn't like anything. He kind of likes Klay Thompson.
He does not offend me. He is an adequate entertainment source.
There you go. I mean, that's the equivalent of a big lickery kiss from Ray Ratto. So,
ew.
Yeah, well, I know. Yeah, it is. But look, it's the truth. I mean, Klay Thompson has got so much house credit. He eats and drinks for free in this town forever. That's the way it goes for Klay Thompson. And having said all that, at what point does your desire and patience for it to click for him again get trumped by the fact that they're a better basketball team with Jordan Poole maybe starting or playing more or taking more of Klay's, if not minutes, certainly shots until he gets his shot back? Poole has made more threes in the month of March than any other player in the NBA. He's doing it at a league-best 84% clip. It's a 12-game stretch, not the biggest sample size, but it's also not the smallest sample size in the entire world. He's 52 of 107, and he's been averaging 24.5 per game on the Holy Grail splits. The 50, 40, 90 splits. That is the sign of you are an excellent offensive player. 50 from the floor, 40 from 3, 90 from the free throw line. Right now, he's at 54, 49, and 89. Okay, he's not quite at 90, but 89 is close enough for me to like it.
Nah, you're either 90 or you're just posing.
He's special, Ray. The Warriors, when he started 42 games. They're 30-12 in Jordan Poole starts.
Though not just because of him. To me, it's
I
not.
didn't say it was just because of him.
No. I'm merely making a point. It's he will become the player you already believe he is when he can have a box score that goes all across from left to right that makes you go, man, that must have been good. Because he's been a scorer for
Last
a while
night was
now.
one of those.
Yes, exactly. That's my point. Is he's been a scorer for a while, but he's still sort of a streaky shooter. He's going to work his way out of that, I think, because he's going to be that good. But to me, it's does he become a better passer like he did last night? Does he become somebody who needs to be double teamed routinely like he was in the third quarter last night? I mean, this is just the start of it. And if he's going to be a truly special player, there are going to be nights when he's going to be 4 for 15. And the question becomes, well, how else did he help you? And when you start seeing answers like last night's, then you'll have the guy they're looking at. Then you'll have a steal at 28.
I mean, I think he's already got steal at 28 status confirmed to him. You don't normally see players at 28 getting 28 a night in the NBA, but he's there, or at least on his way to being there. Steve Kerr, again, is join us in about a half an hour. Right now, here he was last night talking about Jordan Poole.
He was fantastic, just running high screen and roll late in the game and drawing a double team and moving the ball. A couple of Wiggs' buckets came when they decided to double Jordan, and he got the ball out of his hands quickly. And he was really, really amazing. But he's been amazing for a while now. He's really come into his own, and we're going to stay on him about the defense and the boxing out. I thought he had some really good plays at that end, and then some plays where he can get better. And so we're going to stay on him with that. But he's doing an amazing job, and it's fun to watch his success because he's really earned it.
It really is. I mean, to me, I love the stories that I like the most in sports. Are stories of how teams were built, decisions that were made that you might not have paid much attention to, but, a butterfly flaps its wings one place, it turns into a tsunami somewhere else. Like those little things that build a team eventually over the years, and how all a sequence of individual decisions stack up to be the totality of how this happened. And then there's the individual development. I love team building and I love individual development. And right now, Jordan Poole's individual development, it's just been awesome. It's been so cool to watch. You can already see we're starting that conversation with Jonathan Kuminga. I mean, this guy is really taking to this league and putting it together every single time he goes out there. Steve Kerr talked about, that it's just, he said the game is starting to just come to Kuminga. It's starting to slow down.
He's so gifted, so explosive. The game is slowing down for him a little bit. When he's down on the post, you can see it. He's more patient. He was going, like a lot of rookies early in the season, he was going too fast. And he's really come a long way quickly. And he's really playing at a high level.
It is amazing how one of the biggest problems the Warriors had with guys was playing too fast. And they do have to slow it down. And that's when Poole got better. And that's where Kuminga's getting better. So it's just really cool watching this come together, and I'm glad that we had ourselves a good night of basketball to talk about, because this team is it really is like a feeling. There's a feeling around this team that was just off for the last week, and it feels like last night they got an awful lot back in terms of their on-court credibility. They needed that one last night, Ray.
Well, they needed that one because the one the night before was so awful. And one of the questions that I think probably needs to get posed at some point is how could you let Tuesday happen when you're capable of Wednesday?
I mean, it's not a choice that anyone's making.
No, but I mean, if you're the head coach of the team, you see things because you're one step removed from what's actually going on, and you get to see it with a jeweler's eye as well as like a wide-angle lens. So was Tuesday because they didn't give that much of a damn about Orlando? Or was Wednesday because they got humbled the night before? And the truly great teams are the ones who don't let Tuesday happen. Because Tuesday wasn't a loss because they shot poorly. I mean, Orlando's won 20 games, so they played better, more than once. But this was not a game where the Warriors simply couldn't put a ball in the basket. They didn't seem engaged.
Well, they didn't,
and that's not a luxury they get.
Right. They didn't open engaged and they didn't close engaged.
But in the middle, they were disengaged.
They did take a lead there, but it was a weird night. And back to back, you look at them both together, you add it up, it equals that doesn't make sense. Here's Steve Kerr.
Sometimes the NBA doesn't make any sense. But one thing I've learned is that, these are the greatest players on earth, and there's 30 teams, and the bad teams have great players. The good teams have great players. Everybody's human. You go through ups and downs, and it's the full 82, and that's why it's so important to just keep pushing ahead and not succumb to the noise and to the roller coaster nature of it all. You just got to keep pushing forward, and that's what our guys did tonight.
I mean, they used to have that team that didn't ever get on the NBA's actual roller coaster. That's how good they were. That's how dominant they were. And Steve would tell you in those times, this is not the real NBA. Well, this is the real NBA. There's no doubt. They don't have the cheat code that was the Kevin Durant Warriors to just throw at everyone. And they got to go out and work for things, and sometimes the work comes together, other times it does not. Steve Kerr is going to join us live at 4 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. In the meantime, this is D calling from D.C. What's going on, D?
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing?
What's up?
I'm going to say that it is a joy to listen to you guys all the way from Washington, D.C.
Well, thank you.
Earlier, I was listening to the other shows. It seems to me that some of these commentators, they have lost their mind, all because of a little bit of beautiful thing that's happening with our young players. I heard a couple of people calling for the Warriors to bring Draymond Green off the bench. I heard from another couple folks saying that Klay Thompson needs to come off the bench. I think these people are losing their minds. I mean, when it comes time for a championship, these are the cats that we can count on, just to make sure that the system runs the way it's supposed to run.
Well, look, that's what obviously everyone is hoping happens here. And D, thank you so much for the call. Thanks for listening all the way from the other coast. Really appreciate it. The Warriors have a loyalty to Klay Thompson that is well-earned and well-deserved. What is best for this team? Klay is the kind of guy who is, I think, very prideful in what he does. I also think he is the sort of guy that would never tell a coach, no, I'm not willing to do that if you think it will help the team win. It's a weird place for him to be operating. And obviously it's creating a situation that people are looking. Now, I haven't heard anyone saying bringing Draymond off the bench. I have not heard that. But the Klay discussion is one that is now built around actual data points that suggest Jordan Poole, is someone worthy of keeping an eye on. And if starting slowly is a problem that you're running into too many nights in a row, would this solve that problem? by putting Jordan Poole back into the starting lineup? I don't know. He seems to be doing just fine off the bench as well. I mean, I'll tell you that. But it's supposed to have been a 3-guard lineup. I mean, that's the thing. Ultimately, it shouldn't be a question of either or. We were sort of approaching. It's going to be Steph. It's going to be Clay. It's going to be Poole, and then what? Kuminga and Draymond, or Draymond and Looney? I mean, how are you closing this out? Where's Wiggins? Is he still out there? Wiggins is the guy that I thought was maybe starting to trend towards. Maybe you ask him to come off the bench. He's a little inconsistent. Last night, he finally looked like someone who was invited properly to an all-star game. Like, he played really well last night. You give me that, Andrew Wiggins, we won't be talking about benching him.
It's not about starting, though. Where you're going to see Poole, whether it's a 3-guard setup or something else, it's going to be at the end of games. It's going to be at the end of the half. That's where the most significant minutes are played. And the truth is, Klay Thompson is not going – he's going to start. I mean, Steve Kerr has an investment in his heart that goes back a decade. And Steve Kerr is not going to abandon that.
Right.
But he will find ways to get Poole in leverage moments. So it doesn't matter whether Poole starts or not. It's not relevant. If this is the player he is going to be, you'll see him when the game is decided, whether that game is decided in the early third quarter or at the end of the fourth, wherever the high leverage part of the game is played, it's pretty likely that he'll be there. So whether he starts or not is, and I think that's the lesson here. It's that way you don't have to worry about disrespecting Klay Thompson.
How about the disrespect that the Miami Heat were throwing at each other last night?
I enjoyed it.
Yeah. You didn't really see it during the broadcast because it happened during a commercial timeout. So Bob and Colena were away when it wasn't until after the game when Worldwide Wob and a few other guys on Twitter started posting fan-recorded video of the dust-up, which, it actually had Eric Spoelstra on the bench looking Jimmy Butler in the eye and basically saying, what, do you want to fight? I mean, do you actually, is the point here that you're trying to make an actual on-court brawl that you would like me to get into with you right now? And then Udonis Haslem comes in there, not exactly playing peacemaker, more like if you say another word, I'm going to take your head off. That's the level of peace that he was making. And the whole thing got into a, pushing, kind of hold me back, no one really attacking anybody, but hard feelings being out there. And then, you got Spoelstra throwing the whiteboard, and it was just a good old-fashioned, they ain't happy with each other timeout.
But I was wondering where the dinner plans were tonight after the game. It was pretty clear. We have a very competitive, gnarly group, and we're getting our asses kicked, and two straight games, we were not playing to the level that we wanted to play. And I would say virtually every single person in that huddle was pretty animated about, our disappointment in how we were playing.
Eric Spoelstra saying, we were talking about what are we going to go to Prime 112 or Joe Stonecrabs? Is that what there is? And then he said, look, we got a team of competitors. They got pissed off. That happens. That's sports. We should be fine tomorrow. And he's right. He's right. By the way, Pat Riley, he's watching from his suite a 19-0 Warriors run. He's probably happy to see that level of they're not happy with the way things are going coming from the Miami Heat bench.
Oh, he's totally cackling his face off. He's delighted with this. But he's also aware that Jimmy Butler has done this in another stop. In fact, a couple others.
Two.
Yeah. I mean, Minnesota more than Philadelphia.
Right. But Jimmy was a hothead in Chicago.
Yeah. But this is one of those where he likes it, but he will monitor it more closely.
Oh, yes. We will pay more attention.
Because when you get Udonis Haslem, who is a harmless sort of grease gun, makes everybody else happy because he doesn't take anybody's playing time. wants to punch you in the face until your face is on the backside of your head, then you've got something else going on. They've lost 4 of their last 7. They're starting to feel hot breath on their neck again. And maybe they get it straightened out, maybe they don't. But if they don't get it straightened out, the collapse will be epic.
Hey, keep your cool while everyone else around you is losing it.
Just begging for you to lose it on live TV, not during a break.
We got Steve Kerr at 4 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. Stay tuned. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill March 25th through March 27th for their once-yearly Red Tag clearance sale. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their Red Tag clearance sale March 25th through March 27th for the best time to save big on new appliances for your home.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
For the Warriors, Steph Kerr remains out with an ankle injury. He'll be reevaluated.
the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit.
If you're looking for the best Warriors content here on 95.7 The Game, just text the word Warriors to 20357. That's Warriors to 20357. Everything that is a Warriors conversation gets sent right there. Boom, gets sent to you. Once you hit that subscribe button, Steve Kerr going to join us here on 95.7 The Game coming up in about 12 minutes from now. Looking forward to talking to him. Obviously, they're 2 games into a 5-game road trip that will end in Memphis. And I've got a little news to share with you right now about that Memphis game that's kind of interesting. Ja Morant has just been updated from his knee injury, and the Grizzlies are saying that he's going to miss at least the next 2 weeks with his tweaked knee, which is going to mean he will miss the Warriors game in Memphis on Monday. The bad news is, though, with Ja Morant, the Memphis Grizzlies are really hard to beat. And for some odd reason, without him, they're statistically even harder to beat. They've got a better winning percentage without Ja Morant than they do with Ja Morant, which is hard to explain. The Grizzlies are 15-2 in the 17 games that he's missed this season. Riddle me that.
They're good all over. They're a surprisingly deep team without household names, and if a team is playing that well and you only know one name, that's usually an indication that you're not playing close enough attention.
Here's another name.
And I'm not saying you. I'm just saying.
I know, but here's another name. Dude, Jackson Jr. This guy could be the defensive player of the year.
Oh, yeah, he is a terror in ways that Jonathan Kuminga aspires to be. And I'm not trying to make a comparison that Kuminga should be better. Jackson is simply the real deal. He's frightening good. And again, there are a lot of people who have to struggle to remember his name, but you just look at who they are and what they do, and it's night after night. They make it hard for you to coexist on the floor with him. Desmond Bane is a bear.
Yeah.
I mean, just Dylan Brooks when he's playing, which has not been very much this year. And Steven Adams has been utterly revivified. I mean, just 2 years ago, he looked washed. And now he's as hard to deal with as he was in his heyday in Oklahoma City. They take the floor and you're in for a night.
Somebody on the Comcast business text line, whenever we say the word or anyone says the word Kuminga, they just text in the word Kuminga. So he's got somebody excited out there.
That's somebody probably who should be looking a little harder for a job that keeps him busy.
Kuminga!
No, just no. But he's a good player. What is that?
Is that Roz? Who is that?
That's Renee Montgomery.
That was way back in Summer League when we first met Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh, that's okay. Go ahead. Give it to me again.
Kuminga, stop playing!
Stop. No, here's the thing. Continue to play just like that. We just got word from the Golden State Warriors that Steve Kerr will be joining us more around 4:15. Not right at 4 o'clock. Not at 5 o'clock as originally planned. Not at 4 o'clock as they've moved to. Now it's about 4:15, which means maybe it's more like 4:20, man. Yeah.
He's at the wing place.
He probably is. He's just chowing down. They're still. Well, no. I mean, did they stay in Miami or have they moved on to Atlanta? Are they still in Miami?
They are officially in Atlanta, and we're waiting for him to get to his hotel.
Maybe he's at the Varsity crushing onion rings.
You literally don't spend time in Atlanta after the game, or not in Miami after the game. You beat feet out of there because nothing but trouble comes if you're still in that town after midnight.
You can have some fun.
Oh no, but that's why they are.
That's why you got to get the hell out of Dodge.
Exactly. There's no lingering there. That's a town you want to get there early, but if you're the coach, you want them out there early too.
It's look at it this way. Luckily, they're in the safe haven of no fun to be had at all, Atlanta.
Yeah. Well, there's only so much you can do with the schedule they give you, but
here's what's funny, man, is that when the season schedule came out, and we were kind of, looking at it and what's an important stretch and what's going to mean a lot to the Warriors, what won't mean a lot to the Warriors. It was really easy to look at at Atlanta and at Washington as just two total throwaway games in a year that you will forget about. They won't mean much when it's all said and done. These throwaway games have actually become two of the more important games remaining in this season because they're winnable games under the circumstances that until last night were, kind of dauber downing the entire Golden State Warrior franchise. I mean, things were not good until they beat the Heat last night. Golden State has beatable teams, and they have to beat their beatable teams on the way to wrapping up this year. They're at Memphis. Look at it this way. After at Atlanta and at Washington, where you would like to be 2-0 in those games, there's a very realistic, even if the Warriors are playing well, 3-game losing streak maybe on the horizon after that. Because the games after that are at Memphis versus Phoenix and versus Utah. That could be 0-3. Or maybe Phoenix is just, mailing it in and they don't fight hard for it. They don't need to. They've already locked up the one. After that, at Sacramento and then versus the Lakers. And look, LeBron went full Iron Man or Thor, however you want to avenge it, last time he played the Warriors. Then you're at San Antonio, at New Orleans, and maybe everything's locked up then, and those are throwaway games, so they end up not mattering at all anyways. They have a less of a chance to matter if you win at Atlanta and at Washington. These games are more important than they should be.
Well, Atlanta's going to matter because Atlanta is playing to stay alive in the East.
Yeah, and Trae Young just got cooking the other night against the Knicks.
Yeah. And Washington likes to think it's available, but they're not. At this point, I don't know what to expect from the Wizards at any given point. But I think Atlanta's coming bags packed. So, it's the kind of game where you go, well, they might have some trouble with them, but we just saw last night they should have had tons of trouble, and they only had moments of trouble, and they came away winning comfortably. So I give up. I believe they will play a game tomorrow night. After that, you're on your own.
Yeah, seriously, trying to predict what's about to happen with the team. And they're just when you think you've got your thumb on them. This is this is who they are right now. They show you the other hand. And no, we're not that at all. We're this. And that's a level of schizophrenia that has driven some fans a little bonkers around here. I sympathize with the playing with your emotions that the Golden State Warriors have done over the last few weeks or so here. It's really been something else. Now, look, Draymond Green, not that he would ever come to me asking for advice, but if I were to give Draymond Green one piece of advice, it'd be a good piece of advice that I think anyone could use. Keep your own counsel. In other words, don't go out of your way to tell everyone everything you're thinking at all times. Draymond does not have that governor. It's why he's been given a podcast. And on the podcast, Colin Cowherd's Volume Network, Draymond Green said this.
Congrats to LeBron, second all time, probably in 50 more games or so. 50 or 70 games or so, he'll be first all time. And I can't wait to see that. And I hope, Steve Kerr, I'm throwing this out there right now. If LeBron James is passing the all-time scoring record and we have a game, I'm going to LeBron's game and witness history. So that's what we doing, Coach Kerr.
Really? Really? So when I heard that, the very first thing I thought of was this. Please let that game be against the Golden State Warriors. Let LeBron be 10 points shy of the all-time record the night that they're coming in to play the Warriors, or they're playing the Warriors down at the crypto whatever Staples Arena. Let it be. Let's see if Draymond's really going to, hold himself to his own promise there.
Or it's an off night and they're not, and the Warriors are not playing on the East Coast, or the Lakers aren't playing on the East Coast. Or it's a load management night. Or the Warriors are playing Detroit.
Here's the thing.
Here's the one thing I will say. This is a fairly trivial record because somebody's going to past that at some point?
Oh, no, it's not. Come on. The NBA's all-time leading scorer is a trivial record. No, it's not.
Well,
that's a big one.
Okay,
that's a big one.
You know, there have been guys who thought it was a big deal, and then it got taken over. I mean, it's a temporary thing. You know, I mean, so for me, it is a trivial record because LeBron James's greatness is not a counting stat. It's what he did on the teams he did them with, making 3 teams great teams.
Sure, but his individual level of acumen through 19 seasons, where in season 19 he's flirting with the league's scoring record. Like yeah, it's a team sport, but there is sometimes to evaluate the individual. And as we're evaluating said individual, if we say to ourselves, and when it was all said and done, no one ever scored more points than him, and he wasn't even really a primary scorer, that is quite a feather in anyone's cap.
But it's a cap with tons of feathers. But I don't want to argue about whether this is a meaningful record or not. It doesn't tell nearly the story that I think LeBron James's story is. But I genuinely believe that Steve Kerr will find a way to make Draymond Green going to wherever LeBron James is going to break this record possible. I don't think he's going to make a big deal out of it.
Let me just welcome everyone, before I respond to that, to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified.
So that's another reason why, Ray, I say keep your own counsel. Because this is a very disrespectful way to go about asking for something, well, not asking for something, telling the team something that should you need to ask for it, they're probably willing to give you. That's what makes this so unnecessary. That's what shows Draymond Green's constant childlike state of immaturity, where he has to tell that, like, he doesn't have enough respect for the authority figures that have taken such good care of his career with the Golden State Warriors. He wants to tell them that, half a year in advance, if there's going to be a conflict of interest, you've got the problem, not me, Golden State Warriors. And it's real simple. What if there is no conflict of interest? Why would you put this information ahead of a schedule that you don't know when it's going to happen? I mean, it's just so unnecessary. It's just so narcissistic. Me first, team second. It has to rub you the wrong way as a Warrior fan. And if it doesn't, you've turned into one of the biggest mamby-pamby excuse makers for a player that you like that wouldn't stop to spit on you.
First of all, I would not be surprised to learn that he and Kerr have already had that conversation, and this is just performative. And 2, it's only an issue if Kerr wants to make it one. Yeah, is it Draymond beating his chest? Maybe. I mean, and if he's already talked to Kerr about it, then all it is for show. And Steve Kerr has learned over the years that with Draymond Green, you let him have some rope, even if it's just rhetorical rope. And to me, the only person who genuinely gets to be offended here, or people, are his coach and his teammates. And if they're okay with it, this is much ado about not very much at all.
Agreed. So why put it out there even?
Because
to threaten a team with your absence when they'd probably go out of their way to accommodate it anyways. And look, I thought about this. For a generation of players, LeBron is the true north of basketball greatness. Now, I'm not hearing anybody else talking about how they need a night off to go sit there and marvel at LeBron scoring just yet another bucket of thousands in his career. But if it does mean that much to Draymond, who am I to tell someone what means an awful lot to them? My God, Ray, just last week, I had to take a day off to watch Indiana get pantsed by St. Mary's. Why'd you do that, Damon? Wouldn't it be more professional to come into work? Yeah. But that means a lot to me, so I needed to be there for that. And those are the decisions we make.
You never miss a 29-point beating. I will give you that.
Screw you.
Yep.
So
come within 2 dozen, then pop off.
So look, I get why Draymond would want to be there for a moment that he deemed incredibly important in his basketball life. The whole point is that he plays for the most understanding, the most compassionate, the most ready to listen to you and accommodate you group of owner, GM, and coach, maybe assembled in the history of team sport. For him to have to threaten his absence when a simple hall pass would probably be granted to him, it's so fake tough guy. And especially, so we're going to ask Steve about this. And if Steve says, well, yeah, Draymond's already actually talked about it, that would then be the most candy-ass declarative statement he's ever made. I hope that's not the way it goes, because that's some fake tough guy imagery. And I think Draymond's hopefully a little bit better than that. Hopefully he's real tough guy, not fake tough guy.
He's a tough guy when you want him to be a tough guy, which is on the floor. Take that. I mean, if it, that's what he's offering you. And if somehow that's insufficient, then Warrior fans are missing it. I mean, Steve Kerr has, looked the other way on many of Draymond Green's rhetorical flourishes, including the one where he, basically dismissed Kerr. I suspect that if it bothers Kerr, that'll come out in the book his autobiography. I suspect that he just rolls his eyes and goes, that's him. But if he's going to be there to play, I'm fine.
Look at it this way. Imagine for a second, just imagine for a second, that Trae Young, who grew up not idolizing LeBron, because you can't be like LeBron. Trae Young grew up idolizing Steph Curry. Imagine if Trae Young had skipped an Atlanta Hawk game to be in the building the night that Steph Curry broke the three-point record. What would we have said about Trae Young? The Kobe soft meme, it would have been the only meme used for him all night. You would literally laugh your ass off at the player that did that for Curry. But LeBron wants to be that guy. Again, it's just, dude, what does he seriously want? Does he want LeBron to hit the bucket that passes Kareem and turn around and lock eyes with Draymond and blow him a kiss? I mean, what does he want?
Here's what you want.
Do you think LeBron's thinking about you that night, Draymond? Like LeBron's going to give one rat's ass or another that you're in the building? If anything, he'll be happy that you're in the building and not putting a half a game against, between the Lakers and the Warriors in the standings if they had won that. I mean, LeBron would be happy to make sure that, what would be a real skullduggery for LeBron? For him to be a late scratch for the game that he might have broken the record, and now Draymond has to miss 2.
I'd find that amusing.
I know.
I would find it even more amusing if he was going to break the scoring record against the Warriors, and Green has to be the guy guarding him.
Well, that's what I was saying, man.
Let's do that. I'm fine. I mean, the stuff doesn't bother me, but I do like when people put themselves in a position to be embarrassed.
Please let that game be against the Golden State Warriors. What would you do then? Would you not defend them well? So you can be there and say, I was on the court that night that it happened?
I think that'd be hilarious too.
And then you can go ahead and say, Anthony Slater doesn't give me a fair shake in your next media moment. I mean, oh my God.
See, you just have to roll with it. There's potential mischief here that we must appreciate.
Oh, I mean,
because every day is a pie fight.
Never a dull moment. I mean, never a dull moment. But it's such an unnecessary thing to put out there. Because number one, you don't even know if you're going to have that day on or off. Number two, you can't really determine when that day is going to happen. He just gave himself a 20-game window. Draymond's like, yeah, it's going to happen about 50 to 70 games. You don't know when it's going to happen. Why be ahead of this information when you don't need your name in front of it? I just don't understand it.
Because he likes to have his name out there. He just does. I mean, with Draymond Green, you take what he gives you on the floor if you're a Warrior fan, and the rest of it, you just ignore. Or if you like that, enjoy it. It just, they're not, what are they going to, are they going to suspend him for doing this? No.
No.
Are they going to fine him? No. They're going to do nothing about it because this doesn't bother them.
Look, every single player's season seems to have at least 5 nights off baked into them now. So this can be one of those nights. It's no big deal. We've determined beyond the shadow of a doubt that the postseason is all that matters in terms of hands on deck, everybody present for the NBA. And the regular season has got built in that game didn't matters all over them. It's just a rude thing to come out and be in front of. It's just an awkward situation to say, hey, I'm really looking forward to making the choice to put my teammates in this awkward, undermanned position because I got to go be a fan of a guy I'm supposed to be a peer with. To me, it's just look at it this way. I wish Bobby Knight had already died because I'm sorry that he has to live in a world where basketball players say things like this.
Jesus, that's dark for you.
But it's the truth. I'm sorry that he has to live in a world where everyone wants to sleep with the same 4 Instagram models behind the same red rope at the same club with the same bartender and everyone's friends. And I'm going to take a night off from competing to go root for somebody who is my direct competitor. I mean, I'm proud to say that I'm from Generation. I don't understand that. I'm proud to tell you that I cannot even relate to Generation TikTok. On that note, I can't. That is so against everything that I've ever thought that was real and important about sports. I just can't. I hope that never happens. I can't believe it. And if he's just saying this to promote his podcast, he is an absolute manipulator of media mastermind, and I genuflect in his direction.
See? I knew you'd come around.
I think he means it.
I don't think Draymond means about 60% of the stuff he says. I think he meant it the other night when he ripped his team because there was no sort of performative body language there. He was disgusted. Those are the moments you live for.
By the way, somebody's obviously watching us on the Twitch or the YouTube and wants to know, what are you drinking? It does look like a screwdriver.
It's orange juice. I wouldn't waste good vodka on this.
Yeah, this is more of a brown liquor show.
Yeah, out of a paper bag.
Kuminga was talking about Draymond putting it on him verbally the other night after such a bad showing in Orlando.
Before he came and tell you guys that, he shut the door in the locker room and yelled at everybody to wake up, and he said the same thing to everybody. It's not like he went out there and just thought that to the media. Like, he literally talked that to everybody, coaches, everybody that was in the locker room at the time. So, and we kind of needed that because he's one of our leaders. So just him speaking about things like that, it's helping at the end of the day.
There you go. Maybe he's the one who fired him up because they certainly showed up ready to play in Miami. And we're going to be talking to Steve Kerr about all of this. He's joining us next here on 95.7 The Game. If you are on hold, stay there. We'll get to you after we talk to Coach here on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by Paw.com. Ray, it's National Puppy Day. Paw.com wants to treat your furry friends to a luxurious memory foam dog bed and matching waterproof blankets. I can read. Use code RADIO for 15% off at Paw.com. Be sure to support your local adoption shelter this National Puppy Day. Happy National Puppy Day from Paw.com and from Ray Ratto.
Okay, so we got the chorizo dumplings, the cucumber empanadas.
Zara's food truck is popping off.
Come on, guys, let's pick it up, all right?
But if she doesn't find a new chef, her truck will be stuck.
Carl quit this morning, so Jessica, I'm gonna need you on the fryer.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do.
brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So the Golden State Warriors just let us know they have just got to the hotel in Atlanta, and Steve Kerr should be calling in here in just a little bit. We look forward to talking to him about what was an unbelievable turnaround from as bad a night of basketball as you can have to as good a night of basketball as you can have under the circumstances, playing a legitimate defensive-minded opponent, and you walk into their gym without the three best cards and your strongest cards in your hand to play because you're resting guys on back-to-backs. And the Warriors scored 37 in the fourth quarter to win 118-104. It was a bonkers third quarter, and that's really the first thing we're going to start talking to Steve about, because after being tied at the half at 50, Warriors started with a 19-0 run, and it was fast, Ray. I mean, I can't remember a 19-0 run happening in the blink of an eye during a Kevin Durant era with the Warriors, the way that they just went ridiculous. I mean, they have hopping on one foot, banked in threes on almost multiple occasions in this stretch.
Yeah, and the takeaway from the whole rest of the quarter was they were outscored 30-12 after that.
Really odd. Odd.
Just like it's 19-0. We should be home free now, and then they just got it slapped back in their face.
It was 13
because no points are safe points.
It was 13-0 when the timeout was called, where the Miami Heat had their little on their own bench dust up, and then the Warriors come on back. Poole hits a three. Wiggins steals a pass, and then all of a sudden kicks it up to Poole, who is more looking for a foul on Lowry than he is looking to make a shot. He banks in another three. He banked in 2 threes in under 2 minutes on the actual game clock. It was a bonkers explosion. And looking forward to talking to Steve Kerr about not only the turnaround, but the development of Jordan Poole and how this guy is really turning into a special NBA entity. I mean, he's better than just, he's a pretty good part of what the Warriors are doing right now. Like, any team in basketball would be thrilled to have Jordan Poole on their roster. I mean, there's just no doubt. He is one of the up-and-coming players in this league.
Including your fictional Orlando Magic scenario.
Which is?
Jordan Poole averaging 27 a night for a bad Orlando team.
Easy, Ray. Easy. If Franz Wagner can get as funky as he's getting in his rookie year, imagine what Poole's doing on that team.
If Poole is on those teams and they're as bad as they are now, then that's a wasted career.
Oh, it would be. It would be like Tyreek Hill ending up on the Dolphins.
Yeah, that one, I still think there's some. I mean, I talked to a couple of writers I know in Kansas City, and they said, we know that the money was a problem, but apparently it got really ugly, really nasty, and some people are wondering if there isn't more stuff in the wind that hasn't come out yet.
All right. Well, so we'll get back to all of that, but it's time to go to Atlanta, where the Warriors are officially checked into their hotel, which means it's time to say hello to Steve Kerr, brought to you by Xfinity. Stay connected, protected, and entertained. What an entertaining game last night, Steve. Like, did you know it was going to be a night to break a losing streak on the third banked-in three off one hop? I mean, good Lord. That was an incredible 19-0 run to start that third quarter last night.
Yeah, it sure was. It was fun to watch. It felt like we earned the right for some of those shots to go in. You know, I think there's always a karma to the game, and if you defend hard and rebound and run the floor, do all the stuff you're supposed to do, you know, shots are more likely to go in. And I thought, you know, we deserved a little bit of luck just the way we were playing.
Well, how did you deserve the rest of the quarter, though, when they outscored you 30-12? Because if you take the whole quarter, it's a pie fight.
Well, they are the number one seed in the East, so I said we deserved a couple shots to go, and we still had to go out and win the game, though. That's a damn good team, and you know they were playing at home and responded well to our run. But I was really proud of our guys in the fourth quarter for being able to close the game out.
37 in the fourth for the Warriors.
Yeah. Toward that end, though, was the third quarter a bit of a sort of a extrapolation of the last 19 games where you're not really sure from night to night or quarter to quarter what you're going to get? Or is this just coin of the realm in the new NBA?
Well, I think we've been up and down, obviously, over the last couple of months. The biggest thing is our defense just hasn't been up to par, and when your defense isn't good, then you're really vulnerable, and your margin for error is so slim, and we've had a lot of stuff go wrong, frankly, between injuries or missed shots or not finishing games at the end, giving up a couple threes late in games that cost us. I mean, there's a lot of stuff happens during an NBA season, and that's why you have to be really solid defensively just to increase your margin for error, because everybody's loaded. Everybody's got talent, whether it's the best team in the league or the worst team in the league. They're still NBA players, and you're vulnerable every night, and that's why everything to me depends and relies on us putting forth a great defensive effort nightly.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr here on 95.7 The Game. In terms of 3-year stretches of player development, Jordan Poole's improvement has just been extraordinary. Do you think he might be the best example of player development in your Warriors tenure to date? I mean, I know you got some other very interesting young prospects coming up right behind him, but man, what a leap from his 8.8 per game in his rookie year to, it's almost 20 a night every night now.
Yeah, he's made so much progress, and it's great to see. We suffered through that season 2 years ago where we had the worst record in the league, and the silver lining was that Jordan had to play a ton, and frankly, he wasn't really ready. But you look back at it now, and you kind of say, all right, well, I'm glad we gave him those minutes, because it does take players time to adjust to the speed of the game and to figure out, their place in it and where they can get shots, where they can attack, that sort of thing. So Jordan has earned all of this for sure. When he had that tough rookie season that was shortened by the pandemic, he was the first guy in the gym, when our facility opened back up, and he was there every day until the next season started. And so he's earned this. I mean, he's just worked and put in all the time, and I couldn't be happier for him.
You mentioned, his rookie season, and I'm wondering, in what ways do you look at his rookie season and see sort of signs of the things he had to overcome to get to this point? Are there things from 2 years ago where you just say, man, that's got to get out of his game, and I don't know if I'm the one who can get it out of him? I guess I'm just trying to figure out how he went from, a rookie to a guy who's about to emerge.
Yeah. Well, these things are hard to predict. I mean, there's occasionally you get players at the top of the draft who pop immediately, and you just you realize, okay, this guy's going to be an all-star or whatever. But it sort of works this way. It's such a jump to go from college to the NBA, and most players it takes at least a year for them to really feel comfortable. And I thought that was the case for Jordan, when he came back for his second season and had a good camp, but we still, sent him to the G League bubble, and he played about 15 games in Orlando and still had things to work on. And frankly, he still does have things to work on, but, he's gained his confidence, he's gained his ability to understand where he can create shots, where his shots are going to come from. He's now seeing double teams. I thought he was really good getting the ball out of the double team last night and finding open guys. So there's a reason guys don't just come in and dominate the league right away. It takes time, and it took Jordan some time, but man, I mean, what he's doing now is nobody could have predicted a couple of years ago.
As you're off to that third quarter start, which, again, Ray pointed out was a crazy third quarter. And in the craziness during a timeout, there is this sort of heat dust up on their own bench. When do you become aware of that? Did someone point it out to you? And when you're looking at that happen, do you think this is an opportunity for us, or do you immediately start sympathizing with Eric Spoelstra?
Yeah, I mean, we saw it as we came out of the timeout. Our guys were walking out, and we saw what was happening. It's not shocking. This kind of stuff happens. It's happened to us in our team, and it's happened to plenty of teams. I mean, this is such a competitive league, and everybody who's in it, coaches, players, we're here because we're competitors, and sometimes things spill over the top, and sometimes you need that. I think Eric even said that after the game, that this can be something that helps galvanize them, and I believe that too, and that may be the case for them.
We were already talking about it and just thinking that if we could have zoomed in on Pat Riley sitting in the owner's box or wherever he sits, there had to have been like a big smile on his face.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, that culture that they have there is really based on competitiveness and physicality. They've been so successful for such a long time. And I love Spo. We're going to be coaching together on the national team, and I just think he's an amazing coach. I think he's one of the very best in the league, and one of the things I love about him is his competitive fire, and the fact that that team has a set of values and standards, and they stick to them, and that's why they've been so successful.
Are you tempted, though, when you either see or hear something like that, to just say, I don't care who it is, but somebody hit somebody because we could use a break?
I'm just going to laugh. I'm just going to leave that there and just chuckle.
Smart. Very, very smart.
Coward.
Steve, going into a game where you're knowing you're going to be sitting some heavy-minute players, how differently do you approach that game as opposed to a night of full strength, or do you approach it completely the same?
Well, I think in some ways you gain an advantage. I think in terms of the approach to the game. For your own team, it becomes a little bit of a free swing. Guys can just go out there and let it fly. For the other team, it becomes more difficult. We've been on the other end of this too, where teams rest against us. Indiana was without half their team this year and came into San Francisco and beat us. There's a weird shift in the vibe going into the game when a lot of guys are out, and I think when you're the team without key players, there's a mental edge. You can just be freer and looser, and you almost have nothing to lose. For us as a staff, it becomes what are we going to do rotation-wise, and what are the things we want to run for the guys who are going to be out there. And it might look a little different from what we normally run. Not a dramatic system change or anything like that, but just a couple of actions that we want to focus on, that sort of thing.
This is a simplistic question, but I'm not going to apologize for it because it's as good as I can do. How much of last night's performance can you pin on the Tuesday night performance, where you just say, that's about as bad as we can be, let's see what they do, to get that taste out of their mouth?
Yeah, I mean, there have been other bad games, too, where we didn't respond very well. So I don't know how to calculate all that stuff. I do know that the guys last night who were on the floor just competed, took good shots, and were really solid defensively. And I think it's a great example of how you have to win, especially on the road. But it's a good example for our team going forward. And I'm thrilled that the young guys were out there kind of setting that tone, and it's good for our older guys to see that. We need good shots. We need to make the defense work. We need to be solid defensively, we just need to compete. Doesn't mean we're going to win every night, but we're going to give ourselves a much better chance. And I thought the previous two games against Orlando and San Antonio, we were just making too many mistakes. Fouling jump shooters, getting beat back door, little stuff that you just can't survive in the NBA. And we cleaned a lot of that up last night.
This is going to sound like heresy, I'm sure. Is there any scenario where Jordan Poole's ascension outweighs any desire to keep asking Clay to do as much as he's been asked to do since his return?
No. I think the challenge is for the group to come together and realize, who we are, what our identity is, what does that mean offensively. We need both those guys. We need Jordan creating shots. We need Clay on the backside of plays, knocking down open shots and playing defense. And if we can really tighten some things up here over the last 9 games, then I feel great going into the playoffs having Jordan and Clay. Along with the rest of our guys. So it's not a matter of, one guy playing more minutes or getting more shots. It's about our team playing together and figuring that out.
Do you get daily medical updates on Stephen Curry, or do they know to tell you he's this far away when he is that far away? I mean, do they leave you be in terms of updates? Do you want to know every day? Do you just want to know when he's close? How's the mental part of that? I'm not asking for a day when he'll be ready. That's up to you. But
no,
you know what I'm saying.
I usually check in with Rick Celebrini every day, and if not every day, then every other day. And so I haven't talked to him yet today. I'm not, since Steph isn't coming back tomorrow or the next day, there's no urgency on a call, but I'll check in with Rick either tonight or tomorrow. He'll give me the update, and we'll go from there.
How crestfallen is James Wiseman with the latest setback?
Yeah, I just feel so bad for James. He's just worked so hard and done such a great job of keeping his spirits up, and then to have this lapse where we've got to pull back the reins a little bit. Again, it's so disappointing for him, but what I consistently remind him of is that he's got a long career ahead of him. He's only 20 years old. We just have to make sure we do everything right with the knee right now, and ensure that he's healthy for the long term, and that's the main goal. That doesn't make it any easier for him, obviously, but that's what we have to constantly remind him of.
Is there I'm trying to figure out the right way to ask this. Does he strike you as the sort of person whose sort of mood you have to monitor these days because it's such a crushing setback? Or do you leave that to others? Or do you think that James Wiseman is, even at the tender age of 20, a guy who can process it properly?
He's really mature, for someone his age. He has handled everything really well. He brings great energy to the gym every day. He's got a smile on his face. But we know that he's so disappointed, to the way things have started for him in his career. And so all we can do is give him support, and all he can do is lean on the training staff and his teammates and coaches to provide that support and keep doing his work every single day. And I love James. I love being around him. I love his demeanor, his willingness to get better, his desire to get better and to put in the work. You just want to see it come to fruition, with his health, and that's we still think that's going to happen, but I just feel so bad for him that it's not happened yet.
I want to ask you about a couple of things that Draymond Green has said, starting with the fact that he doesn't think it matters where you're seated. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I actually do. There's always matchups in the playoffs. Like when you start, you you think, well, we match up pretty well with this team, or maybe that team's a tougher matchup for us. And you know, you can't predict any of that stuff. You can't manipulate your records, you know, to try to angle for a team or whatever. I guess that has been done before, but it's pretty rare. I mean, you pretty much just play the season, and whatever happens, happens. But I do know that. You know, the main thing is our health and our level at which we're playing. You know, if we're playing really well and we're healthy, we feel confident we can beat anybody, and whether we have home court advantage or not.
Now, I sit here and talk with and work with Ray every day to the point where if he had a podcast, I definitely wouldn't listen to it because I'm around him all the time. Have you heard?
I wouldn't listen to it either. For that reason.
Thank you. Have you heard Draymond's latest podcast where he's basically said that should there be a conflict of games on the same night as LeBron gets to pass Kareem, he will take that night off to go watch LeBron?
I had no idea.
Okay, well, here, I would like to play it for you if you don't mind. This is 20 seconds long from Draymond's podcast on the volume.
Congrats to LeBron, second all-time, probably in 50 more games or so. 50 or 70 games or so, he'll be first all time. And I can't wait to see that. And I hope, Steve Kerr, I'm throwing this out there right now. If LeBron James is passing the all-time scoring record and we have a game, I'm going to LeBron's game and witness history. So that's what we're doing, Coach Kerr.
So how awkward is this going to get if it happens to fall on a night where they're playing the Warriors?
Well, that would be ideal. That way he doesn't have to miss a game and he gets to witness it. So
fair enough.
That's what I'm hoping for.
That is the most glass half full way to look at it. Bravo, Steve. You can make lemonade out of lemons as best as anyone I've ever seen. Would you like to tell us what you said to Greg Popovich after Foul screwed you at the end of that Spurs game? Now, I mean, let's cost you a little money.
Well, I have no desire to share what I said to him, but it had nothing to do with officials. So you know that.
Okay.
That was not the conversation. It was just a friendly conversation, and you know, got to leave it at that.
Not you just got away with murder and you know it.
Well, it went both ways. I mean, when the foul that put Wiggins at the line made no sense either. So the both fouls in the final seconds, and I said it publicly. I didn't agree with them. I didn't understand them, but that's not why we lost. Honestly, I mean, we lost because we fouled a bunch of 3-point shooters and didn't defend well. Didn't bring the energy we needed, and you know, all the stuff it takes to win. We didn't do that night.
When, if ever, have you ever sat down and exchanged officiating war stories with Pop? He seems like the sort of guy who would rather talk about drinking than he would about Tony Brothers.
Yeah, we don't spend a lot of time talking about the officials. That's for sure. Yeah, we have a lot better stuff to talk about.
It feels like the games at Atlanta and at Washington have crept up as more important than maybe they looked when the original schedule came out here. We've got news that Ja Morant will not be available when you guys roll into Memphis. So given that we've got some back-to-backs coming up here, do you think that you might rest players on the front end this time around?
We haven't even discussed that at this point. I mean, we need to just
beat Atlanta,
lock in on Atlanta, and go from there. But yeah, I mean, we just won on the road in Miami, resting guys. So we feel confident we can win another game like that without some key guys. So I'll reiterate that the main thing for us is to be healthy and to be playing well going into the playoffs. And if resting guys helps in that regard, then that's what we're going to do.
And to stick it in Travis Schlenk's ear if you can.
Oh, I'll let him know.
I've always considered Atlanta a thick onion ring town. Do you enjoy the onion rings in Atlanta? Are you more of an onion string guy?
Neither, actually. And I didn't even know that was a thing. So Atlanta is an onion ring town?
I think so. I mean, that's been my impression. Thick, big, like, hockey puck width onion rings. I think the Varsity is famous for them, which is the famous kind of, stop. Anyways, it's not onion rings that we care about. It's other rings. So go get one of those, Steve. Thank you very much for joining us. Have a safe rest of this road trip, and go Wildcats.
Yes, sir. Go Cats. Thanks. See you guys.
Thank you very much. Steve Kerr here on 95.7 The Game.
I'd never heard the onion rings in Atlanta store either, except at the Varsity. But the Varsity fries everything.
Yes.
And they fry it based on the fact that they want it to weigh as much as a baby's head.
I've seen it's the onion rings. I've been to like a couple of really good steakhouses in Atlanta, and the onion rings just kept on getting thicker and crunchier. And I mean it. At one place, they were approximately the thickness of an encyclopedia. Like you had to almost unlock your lower jaw to bite the damn thing.
Yeah, I know it's a big wing town.
Well, especially for lemon pepper Lou.
Well, yeah, but that's not the only place where you can. Well, never mind. That goes to a very bad place.
Somebody on the text line, the Comcast business text line, is accusing us of instigating. Yeah, it's what we're here to do.
What are we instigating?
I don't know. We're just asking real questions.
Yeah. Wow. They've clearly overestimated my ability to care.
Oh, that's odd. We do have a request. Should we have another paw.com puppy read that Ray Ratto do the next puppy read?
Not a chance in a million hells does that happen.
Oh, come on. What if something were to happen to me between now and the end of the show and you had to take over the full freight from now until 6 o'clock?
The 6 o'clock team will be doing extra puppy reads.
We also heard how that goes at the beginning of yesterday's show.
Yeah, that was
Grandy,
smooth.
What was that?
That was smooth.
Well, I didn't know what was going on. I saw your face forming words, and then Grandy's yelling at me, talk. About what?
Warriors basketball.
I was not fully informed on the crisis, the audio crisis going on. So, and it's not my fault. I'm not the one who plugs stuff into other stuff. So
Grandy,
shut up.
Help me.
Hey, if I didn't hear from you in 3 minutes, I was walking off anyway. I was disappointed when you hooked up.
Yeah, we had to work that whole hour. Oh my gosh.
Hey, an hour doesn't seem like much till you start it, and then you see that the clock goes at an agonizingly slow pace.
We're being accused of letting Steve off the hook. Really wanted to hear what would happen if Dre requested the game off. Ray and I kind of already discussed it, and I think we nailed it. If this were to be something that the Warriors could accommodate for Draymond, I believe they would accommodate him, which means there's no reason for him to be making declarative statements about, hey, Steve, this is the way it's going to be, and it's the way it's going to be because that's the way I want it to be, and that's the way it's going to be.
But there's also no reason for him to react to it because it hasn't happened yet either. And the one thing that coaches know more than anything else is the problems will come up to you soon enough. Don't go looking for them ahead of time.
Right. Don't burn the bridges before we even get there.
Yeah. Wait till the supply train is going across the River Kwai, then hit the dynamite.
I'm Bridge over River Kwai. By the way, look that up, kids. I haven't thought of that movie in 25, 30 years. It's such a great movie.
It's phenomenal.
You like the Sand Pebbles, too?
No.
Oh, it's a good movie.
That's okay. The Bridge on the River Kwai, it should still be winning Oscars.
By the way, you know what's celebrating a 50-year anniversary today? The Godfather.
Oh, that's right. They're doing a movie on Paramount Plus about the making of The Godfather. I mean, it's a full-fledged historical fiction. They're making a movie of how Mario Puzo and Steven Spielberg got that made. Not Spielberg, Coppola.
So, have you ever seen Hearts of Darkness?
Yeah.
It's better than Apocalypse Now.
Yeah. Oh no.
The Heart of Dark. For those of you who don't know what this is, Apocalypse Now, one of the great movies of all time. The entire cast nearly went insane through dehydration, monsoons, and heroin while they were filming it on location. And the documentary about the making of Apocalypse Now, called Hearts of Darkness, is almost as good as Apocalypse Now.
I think it's better because it's nonfiction. Nonfiction is always better than fiction because nonfiction is the stuff you can't make up.
Well,
the story makes you adhere to it.
Martin Sheen was so strung out. Coppola was finished. He was cooked. He was like Jerry Garcia.
Oh, it was a festival of horse racing.
You had in his first movie ever, a guy who would become Lawrence Fishburne, billed as Larry Fishburne, developing a massive heroin problem, like his first day on the set. Oh, it was a mess.
Well, if you're going to go big.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Anyway, happy anniversary to Francis Ford Coppola. Gorgeous winery, Ray. Have you ever been up to his winery?
Yes, I have. It's a little too. I like places where you could play bocce ball while holding a glass.
Right. It's a little. There is such a thing as too perfect. It's a little too perfect.
Now, in fairness, they could still send me a case, and I would force my way through it. But
what a saint!
I'm a hero. I will fall on the grenade to save the platoon.
By the way, we're going to have a tournament update here in just a minute or two. Let me tell you, this woman from Arkansas I'm ready to date.
Ooh, Hogs, we got a tough game tonight, but that don't mean nothing. We like tough. You get out there, you play hog ball, show them who we are. These talking heads, they've already got us counted out. Let's get out there and prove them wrong. Speaking of talking heads, Goody's going to be on radio in Houston this afternoon. And if he gets on this radio in my city with my boy, where I raised my damn family, and starts running my hogs down, it ain't gonna be pretty. I'm gonna be listening. Don't make me get on a flight to wherever this Elite 8 location is and whoop that ass. Go, Hogs.
You always know that this is a woman of great tenderness when she refers to her family as damned.
Damned family. Oh man, I don't want to say Phyllis has been replaced as my favorite crazy Southern old lady calling into sports talk radio shows. But it makes me really want to see Musselman get a big win over Gonzaga tonight. Can I do it now? Can we officially do it? Have you got like a little bed that you're going to play underneath this? Or here we frickin' go. Well, here, actually, let me bring up the ability to give you all the updates because I went over to the Spurs-Warriors box score there for a second during the interview with Steve. Let me don't play it yet. I'll let you know when to play it. Don't play it yet. Okay, go ahead and play it.
You're a jackass.
All right. It's time now for our tournament update brought to you by Xfinity Internet. Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig, the best coverage to power all of your devices. Well, right now, Arkansas really couldn't have asked for a better start. It is a 27-26 lead for Gonzaga. Under 3 minutes to play in the first half. We've got a rock fight opening up between Michigan and Villanova. Villanova's on top 18-13 early over Michigan. A little bit later on tonight, number 3 Texas Tech, third seeded Texas Tech against the 2 seed Duke. That's coming up from Chase Center. We've also got the 5 seed Houston going up against Steve Kerr's number 1 seed Arizona Wildcats. A little bit later on tonight, the game from Chase Center is on CBS. TBS will be the Cougars and the Cats, and that is your updated look at the tournament scoreboard.
And by the way,
yeah,
as I'm looking at our 2 television sets, one of them is showing us Iowa Santa Cruz when it should be showing us Villanova, Michigan.
We have it written into Kevin Dana's contract that he will be broadcasting on mute in studio whenever the C-dubs are running, Ray.
Well, then it looks like 5:54 to me.
Yeah, no. So
put that other game on, you baboons.
Thank you very much. It is time for us to get both tournament games up and on TV in here, if that is
You
possible.
want updates? We need the material.
That's the thing. You hear me have to open up a web page? For shame. For shame.
By the way,
I used to do ESPN updates, Ray. I was rip and read like John Stashower. We wouldn't write anything down. We'd just be looking at TVs, giving you live, real, up-to-the-minute updates.
That's when you were on heroin.
It would have helped, especially those overnight shifts.
By the way, the heroic Italian national soccer team.
Yes.
Out of the World Cup.
Because of the loss to Moldova today?
Not Moldova, which, by the way, is not a country. North Macedonia beat them.
What about South Macedonia?
They were idle.
Did you know the difference between North Macedonia and South Macedonia? North Macedonia is direction. South Macedonia is a lifestyle. Yeah, baby.
You're not healthy at all. Actually, there is no South Macedonia, but the reason why there is a North Macedonia is because the country that is now North Macedonia wanted to call itself Macedonia, and the Greeks got pissy about it. So they were threatening war, and it had to go to the UN, and they finally settled on, okay, you're North Macedonia, even though there is no South Macedonia.
How can you be a North without a South?
I don't know. But the last time I went to North Dakota and then headed to Dakota, I discovered how that can be. You can make up any name you want, as long as somebody's not shooting at somebody else.
Have you ever been to East Virginia? It's the worst of all the Virginias.
Your hat gets wet.
Yeah, it's no good. All right. I hope you enjoyed this Geographical Comedy Hour, sponsored by...
That wasn't comedy.
Get a Map.
Me. Yeah.
Maps, helping everyone since the dawn of topography.
We're just killing time till...
How much time we got left, Spadone?
30 seconds.
Thank you very much. No, I gotta keep Steinmetz alive.
Yeah, I mean, he must have a cab waiting. That's all I can figure. Don't wait a minute past 2:55. I'll be there.
Let me tell you, we got another hour, though, right around the corner, so stick with us.
Heartbreaking.
No, it's going to be good stuff because the 49ers are making some moves on the margin. We have officially just had the greatest March maybe in NFL history. We got a few trades to talk about, which we haven't had any time to talk about since we've been rudely interrupted with this Warrior East Coast road trip, which is going to happen again tomorrow as they roll into Atlanta. Ray and I will be working a short show, just an hour-long show. It works out really well for me, Ray, because we got wine to drink and prime rib to go eat at the Hopper tomorrow. It's my birthday tomorrow.
Why are you working then?
Well, because it's only an hour, so I'm not going to burn a vacation day for an hour. I mean, and to not spend an hour with you on my birthday is to not know what sunshine and love truly is. So
there's no such thing as sunshine or love. Everything is hopelessness and dreary. Give up.
Brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. It's not just death and pestilence. It's BMWFairfield.com. Book your visit today, BMWFairfield.com.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. College hoops tonight in the big tournament. I want to lay it with Villanova. Villanova -5 against Michigan. Michigan doesn't have the defense to disrupt what Villanova wants to do offensively. Villanova, my favorite play on either Thursday or Friday. So tonight in college, Villanova -5 against Michigan. That's it for this Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. I'm Nick Costos. Keep it locked here for more throughout the day.
Is online casino and sports betting not yet legal in your state? BetRivers.net offers all of your favorite casino games and sportsbook free. Visit BetRivers.net and create your account today. It's 100% free to sign up and play. BetRivers.net offers a variety of games like slots, table games with live dealers, and so much more. You can share the excitement with other players online anywhere, anytime from your desktop or mobile device. Don't miss out on the fun. Create your free account at BetRivers.net today. BetRivers.net is a play for fun site for entertainment only. Must be 21 or older.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents and Doug.
Don't you just love the smell of old books? Shh, this is a library. Sorry, ma'am. We're looking for a book titled Liberty Mutual Customizes Your Car Insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I don't think we carry that, but check nonfiction.
He really does devour literature.
Please leave.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Heard you're buying a car. I brought my...
Hey, again, thanks to Steve Kerr so much for joining us. I know the original plan was Steve live at 5, if you heard that, and then came back just right now. Steve had to join us a little earlier today, so we already talked with him. It was a great conversation. If you missed any of it, I'm sure we'll have some of it for you tomorrow during Warriors Live, because the Warriors are taking on Atlanta tomorrow. Then they're at Washington before they come home to wrap up. They stay out on the road to wrap up this road trip, against the Memphis Grizzlies, and will be playing Memphis without Ja Morant. What's amazing is that without Ja Morant, the Grizzlies are 15-2 on the year. They're pretty damn good. This is going to be nothing easy on this road trip. Even Washington can come up and bite them on the wrist. We saw them almost do it at Chase Center. So it's going to be these are all high leverage games because they're holding off. They're behind Memphis now by 2 games for the 3, and they're ahead of Utah
and Dallas
for 3 games for the 4th seed. And that game against Utah coming up against next week could be one of the biggest games of the entire year.
Oh, the Monday game against Memphis. And they also have Phoenix another time. Not that that's going to make any difference in the standings, but you want to get a measure of who you're dealing with.
And Chris Paul, I believe, is back, if not tonight, tomorrow night. So
yeah,
They're getting healthier. Speaking of being back, New York City Mayor Eric Adams has let everyone know Kyrie, he's going to play some home games.
Today I signed Emergency Executive Order 62, expanding the performance exemption to private employer mandates. This is about putting New York City-based performers on a level playing field. Currently, only non-residents are exempt under this executive order. We expanded it to residents of New York City. Unimaginable. We were treating our performers differently because they lived and played for home teams. It's not acceptable.
When Kevin Durant said that he wanted the mayor to get this right, it didn't take the mayor very, very long to get it right. Now, whether they got it right or wrong, that is left to interpretation. You know, it would have been getting it right. It was just getting the damn vaccine in the first place. But again, we can't force that on anyone. So there you go. You officially have a Kyrie in Brooklyn sighting coming up Sunday, I believe, is his first home game.
I believe so. Eric Adams probably could have just said, well, if it's safe enough for Kyrie Irving, it's safe enough for everybody. But he chose to do the pandering well. You know, why it took him so long to pander is the real question. But if you've decided that it's safe to gather, it should be safe for everybody to gather. I'm not convinced it's safe to gather, but, you know, the rule that applies to Kyrie Irving should apply to everybody. And if you change the rule that applies to Kyrie Irving, the rule you change should apply to everybody.
Well, maybe the rule that applies to everybody should apply to Kyrie.
Well, however you want to order the sentence. I mean, if it's good enough for a basketball player, it should be good enough for a pipe fitter.
There you go. I don't think it is overstating how great this month of March has been for football fans. It's the greatest month of March in the history of the NFL. Now, there's something that's never been said before, because March has never really mattered to the NFL the way this month of March has mattered. The league a couple of years ago, Ray, altered its calendar so it would never be out of the news cycle for more than 2 weeks in any real 1 month. Like from the combine to free agency to training camps when they open, no league in the world keeps it in the news and in the headlines quite like the NFL. And this March, trades that were once unheard of have become the norm. Talent is now switching teams in the NFL the way it does in the NBA. And this is kind of a new way of doing business. The big NFL trade was hard to find. I mean, I remember that there was a point where when the Miami Dolphins traded for Bears defensive end Olawale Ogunleye, it was like wow, that's a big name and a big trade, and it really stood out because it was just so rare to see it happening. Now it feels like we get one every day.
Well, and the hilarious part of all of it is that the two deals that everybody fixated on for the entire season were what happens to Aaron Rodgers and what happens to Tom Brady. Rodgers stayed, Brady retired, and then he came back, and it's with the same team he was with last year. So all this stuff happened outside of them after we spent endless hours speculating on those two guys. That's why this is a great offseason, because it happened in such bizarre ways. And I'm even including the Watson deal, even though in a lot of ways it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. It's just, who thought that he'd be the guy to get the most guaranteed money in NFL history, or that he would get all of it guaranteed, and that his contract would be structured in such a way that any league suspension would affect him almost not at all. I mean, they did a deal that nobody thought they could do, and along the way, they stuck their fingers up to the second knuckle in Roger Goodell's eye.
I just don't think you can use that metaphor when we're talking about Deshaun Watson.
Well, I don't think he poked anybody in the eye, did he?
Oh, no, but I just don't want to hear about knuckles. disappearing. I just don't. I don't.
I didn't put those two things together, so.
No. You said it left a bad taste in your mouth. Another way to put it was that it rubbed you the wrong way.
I tried to avoid that one too. But no, I just it was just the sheer sliminess of it. It's Houston literally said, we're going to do this, and we're going to do it with somebody who he said he didn't want to go to, and they're going to pay us more in terms of return than anybody else had thought of, because Jimmy Haslam needed the people of Cleveland to stop hating him. And the truth is, he just found different people to hate him now.
Yeah, but if the Browns can go and win 2 playoff games, I mean, my goodness, no one will hate him then.
Oh, no, people will hate him, but other people will replace them.
Remember all the way back to the DeAndre Hopkins trade to Arizona that was almost exactly 2 years ago to the day? And we were all like, wow, you don't get a trade that big, like, ever in this league. Well, in just the last 2-3 weeks, we've had Devontae Adams traded to the Raiders. The Russell Wilson trade to the Broncos is all but forgotten at this point. Khalil Mack traded to the Chargers. Matt Ryan gets traded to the Colts. Deshaun Watson, again, gets traded to Cleveland. Baker Mayfield is now, a man without a home. Tyreek Hill, he gets traded to the Dolphins. Raheem Mostert and Tyreek Hill, by the way, on the same team. Like, sign me up for that post-practice foot race. That's got to be 2 of the fastest teammates in the history of football. Now, what Mike McDaniel's able to get out of them is going to be fascinating. You know that he is going to take Tyreek Hill and use him differently than Andy Reid did.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people think they're going to use him the way the 49ers used Deebo Samuel. That said, it will be an interesting test for Tua Tagovailoa to show, okay, how strong's your arm? Because this guy's going to outrun anything you throw at him.
The fact that Tyreek Hill got traded from the Chiefs for 5 picks, I can't help but think that Kansas City is now a different team. A real different team, even though it's just one player. Tyreek Hill is officially one of the biggest non-quarterback difference makers in the NFL. He got a 4-year, $140 million with $72 guaranteed from Miami. He's got change the game level talent. So why did it happen? Well, I think there's 2 reasons why it really happened. Number one is that Devontae Adams reset the entire market, and that had everybody going back to the cash drawer for a little bit more cash. And then you had Patrick Mahomes for the first time counting $46 million against the cap next season and the foreseeable future. Now, you can say cap's an illusion and it doesn't really matter. Well, this would be kind of proof that it isn't the just easy to work around illusion that doesn't matter, because there's no reasonable expectation that Andy Reid didn't want Tyreek Hill on his team.
No, I think he's grinding his teeth, but, he basically got told, look, we're not going to pay him what he wants. We could, but we're not going to. But more, the thing that stands out about the Hill deal is that the Chiefs are now looking at the Rams as the new way to do business, which is, all right, we'll take your draft choices and we'll give you that, but we're going to turn those draft choices into somebody else who's a player, because draft choices have never had as low an opinion of themselves as they do now. Because the Rams, with Les Snead, have basically said, draft choices do you no good if the one guy that you need is unavailable to you. Get rid of the draft choices, get the guy you need. And they did that twice.
The reason why now Kansas City does need some of these draft choices to work out, though, is that they need an inexpensive labor force to put around Patrick Mahomes. They need lower-tiered, not lower-tiered in talent players, but lower-tiered players in terms of cap space to make Mahomes work. The reason why it works in L.A. is because you have 5-6 dudes making mega cash and everyone else working for a Groupon.
But Snead's done this several years in a row now. That's the thing. He did it to get Von Miller. He did it to get Jalen Ramsey. He doesn't think that draft choices are worth an already proven good player. Now, maybe he'll feel that way in 3 years when the bill comes due. But for right now, he said, if you need a quarterback, give up whatever you have to do to get him.
Right. Well, I mean,
and if you need a wide receiver to balance out your other wide receiver, give up whatever you have to give up to get him. Stop worrying about the cost. The cost will hit you in the ass soon enough.
Well, that's the thing. The Rams can say, I mean, the like you said, the bill's coming, right? I mean, there is nothing but a dark future coming for the Rams. What made it justifiable is that Lombardi is theirs. Mission accomplished. They don't have to worry about that dark day coming because the sun shined brighter on the franchise for one afternoon than it's ever shined before. And that's what they're there for.
Yeah, and that's why you see other teams doing this now. I mean, that's why Miami did what it did. Stephen Ross has had a terrible offseason. I mean, he has been a figure of fun, during the season, since the season ended. And the deal that he made was basically to say, the only way I get out of this is to have a parade like Stan Kroenke did. And I'm damn near 80 now. What am I waiting for?
I'd say he's already out of it. It's Stephen Ross's maybe what he asked his last coach to do is yesterday's news. I believe the investigation to be toothless because it's coming for one of their own. And I think they skate. I think Stephen Ross is good.
He won't be punished, but he was embarrassed.
Right.
And he is now regarded poorly in the town in which he does business. And the truth is, if you're buying a sports team, yeah, you're going to make a ton of money out of it, but you're doing it for your own ego. You're doing it so that you'll be noticed by regular folks in the town in which you live. And he's been mocked.
Right.
And so I think this is him saying, you know what? I don't know what I'm waiting for. I'm close to death now. So let's roll the dice. What do I care about a draft choice 3 years from now?
Right. And I just, everybody in Miami who's rich has a yacht. He's got a yacht and a football team. That's
he's doing great. But billionaires have a very sensitive ego too. And they don't like to be made to look ridiculous, to take the old line from The Godfather. And he was made to look ridiculous and borderline evil. So I think this is sort of his way of saying, you know what? The only way I'm going to get out of this PR nightmare, even if I don't get punished for it, is to stop owning a bad football team and maybe own an interesting one. Now, I don't know if Miami's going to be any better a football team with Tyreek Hill, because who the hell knows? Miami has avoided success for a long time. But that deal doesn't get made unless it's a run up to the owner's suite. Because these big deals, they're not a general manager's doing.
Oh no,
they're an owner's doing.
Absolutely. When you're committing that kind of money, that comes from the top. Don't want to be made to look ridiculous. The way he says ridiculous in that scene is fantastic.
Jack Woltz.
Ridiculous.
It's a great movie.
I don't want to be made to look ridiculous. Anyway, Field Yates had this, is how ridiculously good Tyreek Hill has been. He's got 26 receiving touchdowns on throws of 20 or more yards downfield. It's 10 more than any other player, Mike Evans, the closest to him, and 4 more than every Dolphins player combined during that same time over the past 5 seasons. Tyreek Hill, again, takes the lid off of a defense probably better and faster than anyone I've ever seen in a football game not named Randy Moss. I with all due respect to Cliff Branch, who I didn't get to see with my own 2 eyes, the two most, that guy's going to be 80 yards past you and you lose, are Tyreek Hill and Randy Moss. I mean, extraordinary. 2 completely different human beings in terms of body types.
Yeah. Well, Bob Hayes is the other one, which you also didn't get to see. An Olympic sprint champion, signed by the Cowboys, and could not be covered.
Yeah, but could he catch anything? Did he have bad hands?
No, he had good hands. They made him into a more than creditable receiver. But when he ran a streak, you were just waving.
You know who I also thought of too? And I thought, I think I used his name in a tweet about Tyreek saying like, hey, he's got his ring. He officially gets a pile of money that he wouldn't have had in Kansas City's relatively low tax rate. He's got no tax rate now in the state of Florida. He is going to be making so much money, but he's probably about to be just a really fast guy on a bad football team, which is, to me, the Alvin Harper All-Stars. Alvin Harper was the deep threat that never really had to worry about being covered when he was with the Dallas Cowboys because there was Jay Novacek and Michael Irvin.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Who, do you think defenses are going to fear Mike Gesicki? I don't.
Oh, you should, though. That guy can play.
Yeah, but if he's your second best guy, you don't have enough guys. He's the perfect third guy. I mean, because there were games where Tua couldn't find him. And a really good receiver is a guy you find no matter what.
By the way, when it comes to finding receivers, Tyreek wants you to know that Tua is the guy to do it.
Tua is one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the NFL, man. So just his ball placement, getting us the ball in space, perfect placement, and us just utilizing our speed, utilizing our best asset, and that's just being dangerous.
Be fast, be dangerous. He's right. They are loaded to have two of the fastest teammates offensively in Raheem Mostert and Tyreek Hill at the same time. That's going to be a tough double reverse to cover. You're going to have to sell out to cover both those guys. Somebody from the Comcast Business text line says, don't forget Ronaldo Nehemiah. So that was the blazing fast but couldn't catch a cold, right?
Well, he was okay, but not great.
Right.
He was not a difference maker. Right. He ran like he could be.
He's a track athlete masquerading as a football player.
Right. Bob Hayes was a track athlete who became a football player. Authentic, genuine, the real deal.
Hey, that's what happened to Raheem Mostert. I even DM'd the guy, and I said, "You're the only Purdue Boilermaker I will ever openly root for. Good luck in Miami, man. He deserves it."
And I remember his response. Who's this?
Yeah, who dis? New phone. Thank you very much. So it really feels like the Kansas City Chiefs wake up today a much different football team, to the point where is everyone still going to be picking them to win the AFC West with as competitive as the AFC West has gotten? And I mean, it does make you start rethinking things. But then you get Josh Dubow, who always kind of brings you back down to reality. Did you see this from Josh Dubow, who, when he, was asked the question, so what is Mahomes going to be without Tyreek Hill? Well, no one can look into a crystal ball and see what the future is, so you got to look into the past. In 2019, Patrick Mahomes played 4 games without Tyreek Hill. In those games, he averaged 363 yards with 8 touchdowns, no interceptions, and a 108.9 passer rating. So I think Mahomes is going to be okay.
Yeah, he's got other weapons.
And by the way, that other weapon is now called Marquez Valdez-Scantling, who agreed to a 3-year deal to come to Kansas City. And remember, Jalen Waddle, thank you very much. Comcast Business text line is a pretty good number 2 now in Miami. Waddle, Hill, and Gesicki is a good 1, 2, 3.
I'm not sold on Waddle yet, but I think part of that is because I'm not sold on Tagovailoa. But I think Marquez, Valdez-Scantling makes out like a bandit here because he gets to play with Patrick Mahomes and gets to be coached by Andy Reid. This is as good an opportunity and a chance to succeed as any wide receiver is going to have, no matter how talented they are. Because Andy Reid is, without question in my mind, the best offensive coach in football in the last 25 years.
Who's going to argue with you?
Oh, idiots.
Could you, in a way, though, say that Bill Belichick is sitting second in that conversation, even though we think of him as a defensive coach? He now, Bill transcends, I should say, either side of the ball. He is just omnipotent.
Yeah, I think that's a different thing. Bill Belichick will go as far back into the annals of football to figure out the thing that will beat you. But in terms of these players, make them into something. I'll start with Andy Reid, at least on the offensive end. Bill Belichick is a guy who can be given a Ford Falcon and have it run like a BMW in an hour.
BMW Fairfield? BMW?
I don't know that Fairfield could hold him. I would say that the whole Fairfield, Vacaville, the whole 80 stretch, all the way out to Sacramento, that's Bill's territory.
So the 49ers have basically made more moves that you would say are on the margin. I mean, we know that they made their Charvarius Ward trade, and he needs to be a fantastic addition. They got him from Kansas City. Elsewhere, they've signed wide receiver Ray McLeod, who led the NFL in punt return yards, caught 39 passes, was a monster running back in high school in Florida, by the way, which makes you think, boy, maybe Kyle Shanahan's got more plays to call for Ray McLeod than Ray's ever had before. Linebacker Oren Brooks is here from the Green Bay Packers. Defensive tackle Hassan Ridgeway. The 49ers have re-signed defensive lineman Jordan Willis to a one-year deal. They've also re-signed cornerback Dante Johnson to a one-year deal. He appeared in 16 games last season with 3 starts. Varying degrees of success would be the friendliest way to describe his contribution to last season. Kerry Heidler Jr. is back on a one-year deal. He had a career-high 8.5 sacks for the 49ers in 2020, played himself to the point where he was priced out of the Niners, went to Seattle, kind of vanished up there, and he's back now with the team that he's had the most success with. Again, a career-high 8.5 sacks just 2 years ago with the 49ers. It's nice to play around Nick Bosa and Eric Armstead. So maybe that brings, Heidler and Jordan Willis, and obviously Javon Kinlaw is a name that everyone's kind of forgotten about. Maybe these guys will turn into the impactful players that the Niners chose to sit out from getting this offseason. It's amazing how lots of teams can manipulate their cap to sign whoever they want. Not the Niners, though. They are not playing that game.
Well, they have guys they have to pay now. I mean, that's the difference. Well,
Debo's about to ring the cash register in a ridiculous way. Like whatever you thought the number was 3 weeks ago, add $15 million.
Okay, well, whatever the number is, he must be paid now. I mean, the 49ers have pending debts that other teams had to reach into other rosters to fill. I mean, that's the difference. Whether this translates into another trip to the NFC final title game, who knows? But the 49ers are doing this largely, like you said, at the margins. And I don't know if that's the preferred way to do it, but it's the way you do it if you already have a decent team. I mean, they could probably stand to spend a ton of money on a guard since they lost one of the best ones. But
Aaron Banks, good. You better be good, bud. Without Aaron Banks being a very good plug-and-play player, and you couldn't even dress him last year without him being the answer, it gets weird quickly on that offensive line. McGlinchey's got to come back better than ever. Is Justin School ready to go? Daniel Brunskill about to play both guard positions at the same time? Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, if you have whatever quarterback you have, I mean, what if Shanahan gets drunk and decides he needs Baker Mayfield? But whatever quarterback you have, if you can't protect him and you want to try to throw the ball more than you have, if you can't protect him, he's going to get hurt.
If Baker Mayfield shows up in a city not named Seattle, it's one fewer chairs, it feels like, for Jimmy to slip into eventually. Now, obviously, they're going to stick and hold on to him and wait for something bad to go wrong on another roster. And maybe that desperation will reopen the Jimmy market in a way that it doesn't seem to be open right now. That shoulder surgery really threw a wrench.
In all honesty, it doesn't matter how many vacancies there are now. There's going to be a vacancy, or at least they're planning on there being a vacancy come training camp. And that's the hole they'll fill. If they are interested in moving him. I mean, everybody has made presumptions that of course they have to. Well, they said that last year and they didn't move him. So your guess is as good as anybody else's. But if they find a need to move him, somebody will get their quarterback hurt and make that happen.
We're talking about what teams are willing to spend to compete. Did you see what now we can call him Giants outfielder Jock Peterson tweeted out just the other day?
Is this the payroll?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I didn't see the actual tweet, but I was reading this in do you know who Craig Calcaterra is?
Yeah.
He's a baseball writer. Now is one of those Substack kind of guys, you know.
Yeah, he was at NBC for a while and then got shown the door.
He wrote that early yesterday morning, Giants outfielder Jock Peterson tweeted out the top 3 and bottom 3 baseball payrolls and added his commentary about the bottom 3 teams, which are the Guardians, don't call them Indians, the Pirates, and the Orioles, who are coming in at $35.6, $35.2, and $31.3 million in payroll, respectively. And Craig Calcaterra wrote, Jock Peterson wrote, embarrassed for your fan base, be better. If you can't sell your team to somebody that wants to show the fans in baseball they're at least trying to compete, sorry, unacceptable. He's right. He's completely right. I don't care that this is an uncapped, non-salary cap. There needs to be a floor. Don't put a cap on the ceiling, but there has to be at least a bare minimum floor. We live in a world where the Dodgers have 3 or 4 players making more money than the Guardians are spending on an entire team, than the Pirates are spending on an entire team, than the Orioles are spending on an entire team.
Jock Peterson failed to mention the 4th team, the one in 27th. That's Oakland. Their payroll right now pegs out at about $41 million, and that's after signing Sean Manaea, Frankie Montas, and Ramon Laureano. And I only mention that because the team above them is Miami at 67. Those 4 teams are spending at least $27 million and as much as $37 million fewer dollars than the Miami Marlins, who just fired Derek Jeter because he spent too much money.
Well, he basically quit. He's like, I'm not going to be here if you don't want to win.
Well, but that was a mutual shove. They came to an agreement that he couldn't go in the building anymore. So whether you want to call it a firing or him quitting, it's the same. It has the same effect. The point is, the demarcation for whether your team is tanking or not is if you're spending $1 less than the Marlins. And you have 4 teams now that are spending in the neighborhood of $30 to $40 million less than they are.
Writing about the Peterson tweet, Craig Calcaterra goes on to conclude, he's right, but selling the franchise wouldn't make a difference because this is actually how baseball wants it. The league may have let Steve Cohen and Mark Walter purchase a couple of big market teams, but on the whole, they're not likely to let someone into the ownership club if they're likely to just start jacking up payrolls. Indeed, the fact that this league will allow an owner to trot out an entire roster that is making less money than some individual players on other teams is attractive to the sorts of men who want to make easy money via franchise appreciation and real estate plays and stuff like that. This is why the Ricketts were sold to Cubs and not Mark Cuban.
Yeah.
Because Mark Cuban wanted to come buy the Cubs and start spending like the New York Yankees, which made the New York Yankees go, don't sell it to him.
Well, not just the Yankees.
Right. The other big boys at the table.
Yeah, well, it wasn't so much the big boys. A lot of the small boys at the table were really active in keeping that one from happening because the small guys, Bob Castellini in Cincinnati and Bob Nutting in Pittsburgh and John Sherman in Kansas City.
Right. Well, 2 of those are division opponents to the Cubs,
No,
too.
but it's not division opponent. They just don't want somebody spending. Anybody spending. They hated that Steve Cohen ended up with the Mets. They tried to figure out a way that the Wilpons couldn't sell to them and couldn't do it. They hate big money guys who splash cash around. And that's one of the reasons why this lockout happened. Because the argument about a salary floor, was one that the executive committee of the union was pushing hard, but the rank and file said, no, we just want to play. And an opportunity was missed. Because now you get teams abandoning their essential compact with the fans in at least 4 cities and probably more. Because when you basically say, we're going to spend the minimum salary on as many players as we can, you're telling potential baseball fans in your town, we don't want you. Stay away. Find another sport. MLS goes all year long. Follow them.
Well, and other owners are cool with you keeping down costs.
Yeah. I mean, that's the whole thing. They don't want, the NBA has a different sort of worldview, but if Steve Ballmer wanted to buy a baseball team, he'd have no chance.
They'd never let him in.
Yeah.
Never.
I mean, that it's as simple as that. Baseball is more venal than the other sports. And that includes hockey, which at least doesn't have, a huge media contract they're trying to defend. Their costs are lower, and they want to keep them lower because they aren't getting tons of money from Fox or Netflix or anywhere. They got an ESPN Plus deal, so they're not going around splashing cash because they don't have it coming in.
Did you see the Toronto Maple Leafs are letting Justin Bieber design an alternative jersey for them?
Yes.
How do you feel about that?
Well, it's the Leafs. They'll do something stupid whenever they get a chance.
Oh, I thought that they were like the one, this is religious ground, we don't tinker with our uniform. They've had like the fewest amount of uniforms in hockey, haven't they?
No, they have not. They've had their share.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they had one after they won their last Stanley Cup, which was, I think,
the 50s.
10 years before you were born.
Yeah.
They had a design that they kept for about 30 years, and they got nothing out of it. So they've changed their uniforms several times.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, the original design is perfect.
Yeah.
Don't mess with that.
But the original design has been changed about 4 or 5 times too. So, it's they are a religion in Canada, but it is a religion of agnostics who just, when you mention the name Leafs, goes, yeah, they're my favorite team, and I hate myself for it because they will break your heart every year. You just don't know how.
It's kind of like my Hoosiers.
No, they break your heart the same way every year.
One more note, going back to Jacques Peterson's comment and then Craig Calcaterra's reaction to it. And Ray, this is the best part of the whole thing. I saved the best for last. It's official. He says, my favorite comment following Peterson's thing came from a guy named Andy Downing, who was his editor at the Columbus Alive, where he's doing his blogging from. He noted that Matt Dolan, who is one of the Republicans running for Ohio's open U.S. Senate seat, is the son/brother of Larry and Paul Dolan, who own the Guardians, and he has plunked $10 million of his own money down on his, completely dead on arrival campaign, which is to say that he values his likely 4th place finish in a crappy GOP primary about 1/3 the amount he values his family's baseball team. Or another way to look at it is that the Dolans are completely committed to finishing 4th, whether it be in the Ohio GOP primary or the American League Central.
The way they're spending, 4th would be a huge aspirational benefit.
I just love that.
Yeah.
I like a good zinger as much as the next guy.
Yeah, no, Calcaterra's good.
Yeah, that was a really good one. So anyways, I just thought that it was great to see Jacques Peterson come on out. More players should be speaking publicly against the cheapness of not just a handful of owners, but the dedicated, this is the equation by which we make money, financial cheapness of about 6-7 franchises that have just gone too far into the realm of cheapness.
Yeah, well, they just, they're now more shameless about it. I mean, even Miami, which has been revoltingly cheap for most of its history, are spending, 60 cents. There's no team that should ever be outspent by Miami, ever. That should be the salary floor. Whatever Miami is going to spend, that's it. You can't go below that. And you got 4 teams below it by a wide margin.
The Oakland A's.
The Oakland A's are among them. I mean, that's as of today. The final projections aren't in, but it's not going to vary much from $40 million.
Comcast Business text line asked the question, why would any well-established player want to sign long-term with my A's? There won't be any.
They don't sign long-term deals.
Right.
They're not offered long-term deals to sign.
Right. It is a total non-starter. There becomes a price point or a level of success which eliminates that player from this team's plans. By the way, did you see Sean Manaea had a great day in Mesa today? Manaea went out to the bump, looked fantastic. He's going to look great in another uniform because he's the next guy out.
I thought he'd be out now, and maybe they'll trade him. But they signed him last week, or earlier in the week, while we were opining on the Warriors.
And now they've got a locked-in price point to say, hey, come and get him.
Yeah,
you got some price security.
Yeah, my sense though is they might just keep them. I think they're probably done doing anything. So they stopped short of gutting the entire roster. But they did gut plenty of it. That's how you get to $40 million.
There's another story that is officially kind of a big story that happened this week that we have not brought up because there's so many other things happening. This story from the world of golf probably didn't ping on anybody's radar, but we're going to come on back with it. And for our final segment, Ray, I don't expect you to start, chopping onions and tearing up, but I do have the coolest sound from the world of sports you will hear all day. And again, because it's radio, I can promise you don't need to see it. All you need to do or sear it. By the way, when I go to the House of Prime Rib, I am going to get that sucker seared. If you get it kissed on the grill, both sides, it's very nice.
That sucker seared. So it's going to be seersucker.
It's going to be seersucker. House of Prime Rib tomorrow night. By the way, it's officially time for another tournament update brought to you by Xfinity Internet. Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig, the best coverage to power all of your devices. Are you ready to go? Let me tell you, it's good to be Eric Musselman right now. Fourth-seeded Arkansas is on top of Gonzaga by 3 points, 45-42. That's got 11 and change to play in the second half. We got a tight one, too, between 11-seeded Michigan and number 2-seed Villanova. A 34-31 lead for the Wildcats over the Wolverines, about 16 and change there in the second half. Later tonight, third-seeded Texas Tech against second-seed Duke. That's coming to you live from Chase Center on CBS. We've also got 5-seed Houston taking on number 1-seed Arizona later tonight. That is on TBS. And that is your tournament look update at the scoreboard. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. It's been a while since I've done updates, so it feels good. It's like putting a pair of pants on that still fit, kind of, because they're sweatpants. So they give.
That's an analogy that went about 8 seconds too long.
Brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. A luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com to book your visit today. The coolest sound. Again, you don't need to see it, which is good for the radio, but you really don't need to see this. Stay tuned for the coolest thing you're going to hear all day. It's next here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Becky G, can you play your next hit?
I will, as soon as it's released. But I've got another big hit for you. Did you know that with Xfinity Internet, you get fast, reliable speeds to fit your needs and budget?
Oh, that's nice.
Even Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig to power all your devices. Best of all, you could save up to $400 a year on your wireless bill when you add Xfinity Mobile.
It's official. That's a hit.
Hey, we're on the radio. Now everyone can get the best value with Xfinity. Can your internet do that?
Learn more about gig speed Wi-Fi and other fast speed options. Get started with Xfinity Internet 50 megabits per second for $19.99 a month.
95.7 The Game.
I told you that I was going to give you the best sound of the entire day. I'm going to make good on that in just a second. Want you to know that we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. I think I forgot that one, Grandy, and I want to make sure that you get to check all the boxes in there. So let me just give that to you. And Ray, let me give you this. This is from, it looks to be a high school gym, but these aren't even high school kids. These are like 10 to 13-year-old kids. They're at the free throw line. It's a free throw attempt. But the person shooting a free throw, this girl is blind. This is one of those, they stopped the game to let someone who's always wanted to make a bucket in the game come on. And what's amazing, and I'm sure you've heard it if you've ever talked to anyone who is either rendered deaf, they see better. People who are rendered blind, they hear better. When you get robbed of a sense, you get rewarded with another sense. At least, you know, it's more than a wives' tale. That's folklore that people who have been living these lives will tell you. Well, a blind girl stepped to the free throw line. Well, she's a little in front of it. She wasn't, because she's small. She's just a little girl. And the way they went about giving her a target to shoot at, they had a woman come take a broom and bang it on the stanchion right on the backboard, and the entire gym went silent so this little girl could zone in on where this sound was coming from, because that's what she was aiming at. I just want to play this for you. It's really cool. I'm telling you, every now and then, sports can be beautiful. And that's a beautiful video. The crowd silencing, the woman banging on the back of the backboard for the little girl to aim at. It was just beautiful, man. It was really cool.
See, now I wanted to say something snarky, and I can't.
You can't. You really can't.
Well, I actually could. If this was an NC2A game, somebody would have been called for a lane violation.
No doubt about it. Or, you can say what you do on defense.
No, that was okay.
Yeah, no,
that's one of the rare times when parents don't ruin a kid's sport.
This is beautiful, and the kids, whether they're on her team or the opposing team, all go nuts and hug her instantly. Like it was just really. One more time. You can just listen to how quiet the gym gets for her. Pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. A 52-46 lead with about 8 and change to play for Arkansas over Gonzaga. Okay, things getting interesting.
Man, if they don't win this year, they may never.
Ever. Things are getting interesting officially at Chase Center. There is no doubt about it. There is one other thing that happened in sports that we really didn't get to this week that is worth mentioning, and it just gives me an occasion to do this. Hello, friends. And when I say friends, I mean all of you except Phil Mickelson. Did you see this, Ray? Phil Mickelson is skipping the Masters. And it's not because he's hurt. It's not because he's depressed and crying on the inside. It's because he needs to go hide for a little while, and he knows that. Phil Mickelson is choosing to basically not start his 30th start at the Masters. He will miss it for the first time since 1994. Why? I'll tell you what. No, I turned it down to my headset. Let me turn this down a little bit more here using the... There we go. I wouldn't think that the tinkling piano would be so dominant, but it is. It's been a weird couple of years for Phil. From the oldest to ever win a major, that incredible scene at Kiawah, to then having it leaked that he was willing to join a breakaway tour with the Saudis, and even said flippantly, like, yeah, they might kill some people, but they're paying well. He lost his KPMG sponsorship. He lost his Amstel Light sponsorship, his Workday sponsorship, his Callaway sponsorship, and the American Express tournament that used to be bearing his own name pulled his name off of the tournament. It's getting awkward for Phil.
Getting?
It is.
Yeah, no, he might be done.
Well, he crossed a line that, they'll say that they got offended about the whole flippant human rights issue. That's not what offends these other golfers. What offends these other golfers is he was going to try to break away from the PGA Tour and create something else.
Well, but he wasn't the first guy to do that. He was following like Bryson DeChambeau, who was pounding the thing for that.
But
and
Bryson's cool with not being liked. Phil isn't.
Yeah, no, it just. But Bryson DeChambeau is not the guy who tried to make terrorism funny. That's a tough one to get over. So, Phil Mickelson, stay hidden.
By the way,
nobody's missing you.
Very good, just sort of, I think this is what's happening, brought up on the Comcast Business text line. Phil is suspended. They're just not announcing it.
He's banned. They're just not announcing it.
He might be. Hey, no one is banned from staying right here on 95.7 The Game. As a matter of fact, we think you should, because coming up next, it's Warriors Roundtable. Like I told you, Kevin Dana all the time here on 95.7 The Game. Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean are right around the corner, so stay tuned for that.
Apple bottom jeans, boots with fur.
How do you argue with that? Hey, thanks very much to Steve Kerr for stopping on by today. Lucas, good to have you back, at least physically, if not mentally. Grandy, the voice of the Bay Area Panthers, good to be working with you, sir. I can't believe that you're still on our payroll. Figured you'd be unaffordable by now. That was a really good job the other night. Good job by you and Evan.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Don't call me sir. That's no.
Why are we paying him?
We'll figure that out by tomorrow, which will only be an hour. So the real question is then, why are we paying Ray? It's the only way we can get him in here for an hour. And by in here, I mean we're working from home tomorrow.
The only reason they're paying me is because if they don't pay me, I move next door to Nahigian.
Oh, well, there's incentive right there. That's a geographical threat, boys and girls. Thanks so much for tuning in today. This was a fun one. We'll be back tomorrow. In the meantime, please do remember that sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Hi, this is Damon Bruce, and I love my BMW of Fairfield. And if you own a BMW, you've got a brand new friend. BMW of Fairfield wants you to drop on by their dealership for any and all of your BMW needs, service, parts, upgrade, or drop off your current lease. Pre-order a brand new i4 or iX all-electric vehicle, a proud member of the Napa Solano community. If you got a BMW, you got new friends at BMW of Fairfield.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. When part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them. That way, you can get the parts you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
It's Tango Day, everybody. Follow after me. And step, and back, and slide, and dip. That's tango.
Why is Ice-T leading our tango class?
It's probably the heart-shaped Honey Nut Cheerios. He found out they can help lower cholesterol. Now he's having fun taking care of his heart in all sorts of new ways.
Let's see those hips move, people.
Hurry and get your heart-shaped Cheerios. They're only here for a limited time.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first.
So wait, you do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them.
Get to know them how?
We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility. You must make big commissions then, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Prescription products require an online physician consultation and are only available if the physician determines a prescription is appropriate. Subscription required. See website for full details and important safety information.
Dealing with ED is difficult enough, but the pressure of not satisfying your partner makes it even worse. ED can be tough on a relationship. But at HIMSS, you can contact a medical provider online and, if appropriate, get the prescription medication that treats ED at affordable prices. HIMSS ED medication has the same active ingredients as Viagra, but because it's generic, you pay 90% less. That's right, 90% less. A whole month's supply is just $30, and it's sent right to your home for free in discreet packaging. HIMSS offers the same medication you'd get from your doctor, but without the copay, expensive appointments, or awkward face-to-face conversations. And with HIMSS, every online visit is free, and your relationship right back on track. For a free online consultation, go to forhims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free visit. forhims.com/joy.
Come into Friedman's Appliance to see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, enjoy special offers on qualifying combinations of Fisher & Paykel products. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
You're listening to KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Nation.
You're invited to take your seat.
Take a seat
at the Warriors Roundtable.
It's a three, in and out, rebound, Payton, out to Curry, lets it fly, three ball, left corner pocket.
Welcome to the table on the exclusive home of your Golden State Warriors. 95.7 The Game.
Curry fires away, three ball, above the break.
Here's Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Happy Thursday evening to you here on 95.7 The Game. You are tuned in to Warriors Roundtable. Excuse me, Kevin Dan alongside Gary St. Jean. How about them Hogs? Former Golden State head coach Eric Musselman up 6 at the under 4 mandatory of the second half. So potential upset there against Gonzaga. But we're here to talk about Golden State Warriors basketball. And well, Gary, it was a heck of a last 48 hours for the Warriors in the state of Florida. You go from losing to one of the worst teams in the NBA in the Orlando Magic and blowing a 14-point fourth quarter lead. The sky is falling. No Steph Curry for the foreseeable future in the regular season, to beating the Miami Heat, who had the best record in the Eastern Conference, and beating them pretty convincingly down the stretch. And Gary, I know that the transitive property doesn't work in the NBA. Like, you can't just say, well, if you lose to the Orlando Magic by 4, you're going to lose to the Miami Heat by 20. But this is just kind of one of those things in the NBA, back end of a back-to-back. You figure with Steph, Clay, and Dre and Iggy all out that this would kind of be a schedule loss. Not so much for Golden State.
You know, words can't do justice to these last 48 hours. I got to tell you, it's the highs and the lows of a coaching career. And you look at your team playing Orlando, and you know you're just not bringing it mentally and physically, and you get beat by one of the bottom 5 teams in the league, and you're scratching your head. You know, you're saying, "Wow, this is going to be a really, really tough trip. And then you turn around, and you and I have said this before, but this has to be, if not the top, one of the top 2 or 3 wins of the season. And I just can't give enough praise to these young guys and the guys coming off the bench. It was, it's the reason why you love to coach. You know, when you see guys respond and play at their optimum level, and you just outwork the other team. And, you know, Miami takes a great deal of pride in their culture and how physical and tough they are. And you go in there, and they're number 1 in the East, and you put it on the plate. You just whip them. And to the point where you've got the star player arguing with the coach.